At this moment, in a restricted zone, the muzzles of the sentry rifles were coldly aimed outward. A heavy iron plaque hung at the gate bearing the words "Long with Special Affairs General Bureau." Chen Jin stepped out of the taxi and closed the door behind him. The driver, a man in his 40s, had been stealing glances at him through the rearview mirror. After more than 10 years on the road, he had seen all kinds of people, yet this young man was the strangest of them all. 17 or 18 at most, he had sat through the 40-minute ride, without taking out his phone once, simply leaning against the seatback, eyes fixed on the scenery outside, his posture never changing. "Kid, this place is really spooky," the driver could not help saying. "Usually not even a bird dares to fly over here." Chen Jin handed over the fare, and replied in an even tone, "I know." Then Chen Jin turned and walked toward the main gate. Watching his back, the driver felt that something was off. After a long moment, he realized what it was. The young man walked with an uncanny steadiness. There was a kind of indescribable aura about him, something no one his age should possess. The driver did not dwell on it. He merely shook his head and stepped on the accelerator. Chen Jin lifted his gaze to the heavy iron gate, and his thoughts leapt ahead 10 years. In his previous life, he had not learned of this place's existence until the day the global secret realms erupted. On that day, demonic beasts trampled 3 cities into ruins, turning the river blood-red. People wept and screamed, asking why no one had warned them in advance. What they did not know was that, by then, everyone from the Special Affairs Bureau had already died. They had fought until the very last man, yet still could not stop the first wave of the beast tide. At the thought, Chen Jin's fists clenched. Fortunately, he had crossed back to 10 years ago. Step by step, he walked toward the gate, while the 2 guards watched him approach the military-controlled zone. Old Zhang had been guarding this gate for 8 years, and had seen every kind of oddball: fake reporters on undercover stings, people coming to stage petitions, even someone claiming to be the Jade Emperor descended to Earth. He could usually size people up at a glance, but with this young man, he felt as though he could not see through him at all. Old Zhang's expression grew solemn, his right hand pressed against the holster at his waist as he stepped forward. "Stop. This is a restricted state security zone. Unauthorized personnel must leave immediately." Chen Jin did not halt. He said calmly, "I have critical intelligence concerning the next 10 years. I want to see your highest-ranking officer." Old Zhang froze for a moment and glanced back at his partner Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu rolled his eyes to say, "Brother Zhang, that makes the 3rd one this month. The last one claimed to be a liaison for extraterrestrials, and the one before that waved an electrical engineering manual saying he'd cracked controlled nuclear fusion. He's not even of age yet. What kind of intel could he possibly have?" Old Zhang nodded in agreement. People like this showed up several times every month. "Final warning," Old Zhang raised his voice. "One more step, and you'll be treated as an illegal intruder." Chen Jin stopped. The 2 guards had just begun to breathe easier when they saw the young man lift his hand. Xiao Lu's heart lurched. He instinctively gripped the gun handle and flipped off the safety. Was this kid about to draw a knife? The next second, he was utterly dumbfounded. A cool gust swept past, and Xiao Lu watched with his own eyes as the blast shield at the gate slowly rose into the air. That shield weighed 180 Jin. Normally, it took 2 strong men to move it with difficulty, and now it was hovering half a meter above the ground. And it was not alone. Beside it, the iron roadblock, a lump of metal so heavy even a forklift had to inch it along, also rose from the ground. In the corner, the surveillance camera's metal bracket screws, still fixed in the wall, lifted free and floated as well. The 3 objects hung there quietly suspended. Xiao Lu still had not recovered from the shock. He had always believed the superpowers in movies were fake, yet here the impossible was unfolding right before his eyes. Old Zhang's legs were trembling. He had dealt with knife-wielding intruders, had seen people ram the gate with cars, had even gone head-to-head with desperados, yet never once had his hand on the gun holster felt as paralyzed as it did now. His rational mind screamed, "Draw. Fire." But his instincts told him, "Don't move. Move and you die." The surroundings fell abruptly silent. Everyone passing by came to a stop. A female staff member holding a stack of files had just come out of the office building on her way to the archives. She first saw the 2 guards standing there like wooden statues, then followed their line of sight. The files in her arms scattered to the ground with a rustle. "Holy shit!" she gasped, clapping a hand. A young staffer beside her rubbed his eyes hard. He had worked overtime until 3 in the morning and thought he was hallucinating. He rubbed them 3 times until they were red. The 3 objects were still drifting in midair. "Old Lu, pinch me," he said. Old Lu ignored him. Head tilted back, his jaw was about to hit the floor. "Is the Institute testing some kind of holographic projection?" as someone muttered. "Projection, my ass." The female staffer's voice broke. "What kind of projection kicks up a wind like that? Didn't you see the grass shaking when the roadblock rose?" 10 seconds. A full 10 seconds. The 3 objects did not move an inch. Chen Jin stood where he was, his expression unchanged, as though he had done something utterly ordinary. Then he waved his hand. Everything fell at once. The blast shield landed with a dull thud exactly where it had been, not even its angle altered. The roadblock crashed down, fitting neatly into the indentation it had left before. The camera bracket settled back into position, and the cable slackened. The surveillance camera swiveled once and resumed normal operation. Not off by a fraction. Old Zhang finally drew a breath, realizing only then that he had been holding it for the entire 10 seconds. The way Old Zhang looked at Chen Jin had utterly changed, from the earlier impatience to pure fear, the kind carved into one's bones when facing a power entirely beyond comprehension. You. His tongue felt tied. He could not form a complete sentence. Chen Jin lowered his hand and looked at him. Can you notify your superiors for me now? In the monitoring room, Deputy Director Ling Guotao was sipping tea. It was Mingxian Longjing, just brought back from Hang City by a subordinate. He had only just brewed it. The fragrance was at its peak. Cradling the cup, he cast a casual glance at the surveillance screens. Then the tea sprayed from his mouth. His eyes locked onto one screen, bulging as he stared. As Deputy Director of the Special Affairs General Bureau, he had seen virtually every secret project in the country that one could access. He had watched demonstrations of the most advanced drone swarms, witnessed the military's tests of electromagnetic railguns, and seen all manner of cutting-edge black technology. Yet what he was seeing now did not appear in any dossier. This was not technology. Absolutely not. No known technique could make several hundred gene of iron silently float, and then return to their positions with such precision. It was another kind of power, a power humanity had never before possessed. Lin Guotao sprang from his chair, then snatched up the intercom on the desk, and shouted, "Open the gate. Open it immediately. Invite him in with the highest honors." He was practically roaring. In the office next door, his secretary jumped in fright and hurried over to peek in. She saw Deputy Director Lin, usually unruffled, even if Mount Tai collapsed before him, bent over the surveillance screen, his face flushed scarlet. "What are you standing there for? Moved?" Lin Guotao shoved the secretary aside and rushed to the door, then doubled back to grab the military line telephone. He dialed a number known to only a handful of people. "Old Zhou, stop your meeting and get to the main gate immediately. There's a boy 17 or 18 in a black t-shirt. You personally will go receive him. Right now. Immediately." From the other end of the intercom came Old Zhang's stammering voice, "Director Lin, but what?" Lin Guotao cut him off. "Within 10 minutes, I want this person in my office. Open the main gate completely. All of it." The massive iron gate creaked as it began to open. Normally, only the small side door was used. The entire gate opened only to welcome the highest-ranking leaders or in the face of a national emergency. Windows all along the building facade swung open, one after another, countless heads poking out, staring curiously toward the entrance. Chen Jin stood outside the gate. Behind him, an old man's voice called out, addressing someone as General. Before him lay another world. Chen Jin did not look back. He drew a deep breath, lifted his right foot, and stepped over the threshold. Behind him, the iron gate began to close, sealing the two worlds apart. Chen Jin walked along the straight concrete road. Ahead, a group of people was jogging toward him, and at their head ran a middle-aged man in military uniform, his expression grave, his eyes filled with shock and excitement. The corner of Chen Jin's mouth curved in the faintest of smiles. In his previous life, this gate had not opened to the world until corpses lay strewn everywhere. Only on the day 100,000 demonic beasts razed the 3 southern provinces did people remember that the nation possessed such a secret institution. But it had been far too late. They no longer had the strength to protect anyone. "In this lifetime, I have pushed this door open 10 years in advance." Chen Jin counted them, a total of 7 security checkpoints, metal detectors, X-ray scanners, biometric identification, and 3 other devices whose names he did not even know. The final barrier was an explosion-proof gate embedded in a half-meter-thick concrete wall. With every door that opened, a deadbolt clicked shut behind them. Chen Jin did not look back even once. Lin Guotao walked ahead of him, the back of his shirt soaked through with sweat. He did not dare utter a word the entire way, taking 2 steps, and then furtively glancing back over his shoulder. When the last door opened, it revealed the interrogation room, within a windowless chamber, a single iron table, 2 iron chairs, and nothing at all upon the tabletop. Set into the opposite wall was a gigantic mirror. Chen Jin knew it was in fact a one-way mirror with at least 10 people crammed into the space behind it. He walked over, pulled out a chair, and sat down, remaining there in utter stillness. In the monitoring room, a dozen people were squeezed into the cramped space, their expressions grave as they stared fixedly at Chen Jin inside the interrogation room. "This is the kid?" asked Elder Zhao, his hair white as snow. "Yes." Lin Guotao swallowed hard. "I saw it with my own eyes." Something weighing several hundred gene just floated into the air as if weightless. Elder Zhao fixed his gaze on the figure on the screen and remained silent for a long time. At that moment, the door to the interrogation room opened, and Zhou Zhengshan walked in. Two plainclothes officers followed behind him, entering the room, and immediately taking positions to the left and right corners by the wall. Zhou Zhengshan pulled out the chair opposite and sat down. He did not speak, he simply looked at Qin Jin. He stared for a full 5 seconds, long enough to make any ordinary person squirm with unease. But Qin Jin did not. He merely looked back at Zhou Zhengshan, his gaze calm, neither dodging nor flinching. "Do you know what place this is, eh?" Zhou Zhengshan spoke, his voice low, yet carrying a natural authority. "I do. The Dragon Nation Special Affairs Directorate, responsible for the matters beyond the police and beyond the reach of conventional science." Qin Jin replied without a moment's pause. "The only secret agency in the entire country that can place a direct call to the very top." On the surface, Zhou Zhengshan remained composed, yet he was at a loss for words. The true mandate of this organization was unknown, even to many vice-ministerial officials. A 17-year-old high school student could not possibly have learned any of this from public channels. "Who are you? How could you know these things?" "My name is Qin Jin," he answered, meeting Zhou Zhengshan's eyes. "I came back from 10 years in the future." At that moment, the two plainclothes officers in the corners simultaneously leaned forward, half a step, hands unconsciously reaching toward their backs, eyes filled with disbelief. Zhou Zhengshan's expression grew even more severe. He locked his gaze on Qin Jin's eyes and stared for another 10 seconds. Continue. On June 17, 2039, strange events began to occur all over the world. On land, in the seas, deep in the mountains, cracks began to appear out of thin air everywhere. Later we called them secret realms. Inside them, there was everything imaginable. Primeval forests untouched for hundreds of millions of years, crumbling stone houses filled with human bones, and countless things that should never have existed on Earth at all. Beasts lived within, monstrous creatures, not the wild animals you see in a zoo. They breathed fire, spat poison, some could run faster than a high-speed train. They devoured any human they saw. Worst of all, they did not remain confined within their lairs. They poured out of the fissures in endless waves, impossible to hold back. Qin Jin's voice dropped, carrying a new sober weight. In the first beast tide, the 3 southern provinces were lost. 3 cities, more than 23 million people, gone in a single night, without even anyone left to collect the bodies. The blood turned the entire Pearl River scarlet. For humanity to survive, there was only one path left: cultivation, drawing in the strange energy that had seeped into the air and tempering our own bodies. The first 5 realms of cultivation, from lowest to highest, are discovery, transcendence, return to origin, true one, and king sealing. Each major realm is divided into 9 levels. At the discovery realm, a single punch can pierce 10 centimeters of solid steel. At the transcendence realm, one can fly, and a single palm strike can shatter an apartment building. And beyond that, Qin Jin paused for an instant, his gaze went hollow. Beyond that, every step upward is taken over the bodies of the dead. Zhou Zhengshan listened in disbelief, as if attending a storytelling performance. Words alone prove nothing. Why should I believe you? Qin Jin had long anticipated this question. 3 days from now at 322 a.m. and 47 seconds, the seabed of the South Sea at 12 degrees 37 minutes south latitude and 114 degrees 24 minutes east longitude will tremble once, lasting for 7 seconds. Your seismographs will record it, but it will not be an earthquake. Its waveform will be unlike any seismic event ever seen on Earth. 3 days is enough time for you to verify everything. Behind him, the plainclothes officer's fingers flew over his phone screen, recording every word without daring to miss a single character. When Qin Jin finished speaking, he casually turned his hand over, and a walnut-sized translucent crystal appeared out of thin air upon his palm. The moment the crystal appeared, every hair on Zhou Zhengshan's body stood on end, a primal warning of unknown danger. Qin Jin set the crystal on the table and gently pushed it toward him. "This is a demon core dug from the skull of the lowest tier demonic beast I killed. It is the source of its strength. Run whatever test you like. Its energy density is more than 400 times that of the best lithium batteries you have today, and its internal structure is unlike any crystal found on Earth. Humanity cannot manufacture something like this now, and not even in 100 years will we be able to." Zhou Zhengshan reached out. The moment his fingers brushed the crystal, his entire body recoiled. He felt a force surge along his arm straight into his chest, an indescribably strange sensation. He stared at his own hand, then lifted his head to look at Qin Jin again. The doubt in his eyes vanished by more than half. "How do you know so much? How can you remember the exact times so clearly?" "Those 10 years, I walked every single step of them." Qin Jin stared at the tabletop as memories surged up from the depths of his mind. "I watched my best brother get torn in half by a demonic beast while trying to save me. The neighborhood block where I'd lived for more than a decade turned into a sea of fire. People I knew and people I never met died before my eyes one after another. Some things I will never forget for as long as I live. No one spoke in the interrogation room. The two plainclothes officers in the corners slowly lowered their hands from their backs. After an unknown length of silence, Zhou Jingshan drew in a deep breath. In that future 10 years from now, what was your level of strength? Qin Jin raised his head, met his gaze, and calmly uttered 3 words, King's Sealing Realm. Zhou Jingshan said nothing. He did not know what those 3 words truly signified, but he fixed them in his mind, remembering them with absolute clarity. He suddenly strode to the door and placed his hand on the doorknob, then halted, turning back to look deeply at Qin Jin. Stay right here. Do not go anywhere. I'm going to arrange for people to verify your claims, and will return immediately. Until I return, no one will lay a hand on you. Zhou Jingshan did not walk far. He stood outside the door, leaning against the corridor wall, taking a full 30 seconds to steady his breathing. Then he pushed the door open and returned. This time he did not sit directly across from Qin Jin, but pulled a chair to sit beside the table. The two plainclothes officers in the corner looked astonished. They had followed Zhou Jingshan for many years, and had only seen him sit to the side when facing superiors. After sitting down, Zhou Jingshan looked at Qin Jin for quite some time. You just said you personally experienced those 10 years. Yes. What did you go through in those 10 years? Qin Jin fell silent for a few seconds. The memories of 10 years were too numerous. He needed to pick out the parts that should be shared. In my previous life, I was just a person. His tone was flat, devoid of emotional fluctuation. In the first 2 years of the recovery of spiritual energy, no one knew how to cultivate. Everyone was groping in the dark. If you were lucky enough to find a tattered cultivation method and practiced it correctly, you could survive. If you practiced it wrong, your meridians would shatter, and you would die in some unknown place. I crawled out from that kind of environment. He did not elaborate on how much suffering he had endured, feeling it unnecessary. Later, I entered the secret realms, challenging one after another, killing demonic beasts, snatching resources, seizing cultivation methods, taking everything that could make me stronger. In that era, if you didn't seize opportunities, you would die, and when you died, no one would collect your body. I spent 10 years rising from an ordinary person to the King's Realm. The King's Realm is incredibly powerful. Strong enough to fly in the air, strong enough to defend a city alone, strong enough that ordinary people would see no difference between me and a god. Qin Jin fell silent for a moment before continuing. But the King's Realm is still just one person. That day the beast tide came with 100,000 demonic beasts surging out from the rifts of 3 secret realms simultaneously. I stood on the front lines and lost count of how many I killed. But the number of demonic beasts did not decrease. They came like a tide, killing layer after layer. I defended the city I was in, but behind me 3 base cities were breached, one of which had its city gates open. Zhou Zingshan's brows furrowed sharply. Qin Jin did not elaborate, but continued speaking. The next day, I went to see the ruins of that city. 70,000 people, all gone overnight. The streets were filled with broken walls, and the smell of blood in the air was so thick that it was hard to open my eyes. A small girl lay at the entrance of a collapsed school, still clutching a blood-soaked certificate. She had been pierced through the chest by a demonic beast's claw. Next to her on the ground were the words Mom. The room fell eerily silent. One of the plainclothes officers in the corner clenched his fist, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. The other officer's eyes turned red, grinding his teeth as he turned his face toward the wall. Zhou Jingshan remained still. He had seen death and countless corpses on the battlefield, and thought he had grown hard enough. But the number 70,000 spoken from the lips of a 17-year-old boy carried an entirely different weight, because that number was real, he could tell. Qin Jin looked at Zhou Jingshan with calm eyes. I have returned from my rebirth not for revenge. I want to hand over everything I know to the country. Secret Realm coordinates, demonic beast catalog, cultivation systems, resource distribution, base city construction plans, extraordinary army formation plans, and every key event that will occur in each year and month over the next decade. I have it all in my mind. Zhou Jingshan stared at him silent for a long time. All of it. All of it. Do you know the value of these? Qin Jin's mouth twitched slightly. Director Zhou, no one knows their value better than I do. These things were exchanged for the lives of tens of millions by various global powers in my previous life. Behind every demonic beast catalog lies the cost of entire exploration teams being wiped out. Every secret realm's coordinates are drawn on the map with blood. The knowledge I hold in my hands is built upon the corpses of an era. But that was the cost of my previous life. In this life it is no longer necessary. Zhou Jingshan took a deep breath. What do you want? The 4 words were asked lightly, but held great weight. Qin Jin answered without hesitation. Prepare the nation for war 10 years in advance. Before the secret realms arrive, build a complete cultivation system, and before the demonic beasts emerge, form an extraordinary army. Establish defensive systems across the country to ensure that no city is breached when the beast tide comes. Protect the citizens of the Dragon Nation, all citizens. That's all. Zhou Jingshan was stunned. He had seen countless people negotiate conditions, informants demanding money for leveraged spies seeking political asylum for intelligence, and those offering secret formulas asking for shares and patents. This boy before him held something that could change the world's balance. He asked for nothing. Zhou Jingshan stood up, said nothing, and turned to walk out of the reception room. In the corridor, Ling Guotao and an elderly man with graying hair were waiting there. Zhou Jingshan approached them, first glancing at the elderly man. Old leader. I've been in this line of work for 30 years, interrogated more people than I've eaten salt. Every word that child said just now is true. I have no evidence, but I can guarantee it with 30 years of... The elderly man was silent for a moment. Go ahead, you know what to do. Zhou Jingshan nodded. In the reception room, Qin Jin sat alone, closing his eyes as his consciousness sank into his body. The soul of the king's realm was trapped in a 17-year-old untempered flesh. The meridians were narrow, the flow of spiritual energy painfully slow, the dantian empty, not a trace of spiritual energy, present like a seasoned warrior suddenly stuffed into the body of a rookie. But he didn't mind. This body was young and highly malleable. Oh, as long as he practiced every day, the meridians would widen, the dantian would fill, and his realm would gradually restore. He had a complete cultivation system in his mind, and the cultivation experience of the next decade, retracing this path, was exponentially faster than in his previous life. More importantly, in this life, he no longer had to walk alone. Half an hour later, the door opened again, and Zhou Jingshan walked in, his expression completely different from half an hour ago. There was an uncontrollable excitement on his face. Even though he was trying to restrain himself, his steps were larger than usual, and his breathing noticeably quicker. He held a red phone, an encrypted hotline, and dialed that number in front of Qin Jin. It's me, Special Affairs Bureau, Zhou Jingshan. The following content is classified. He summarized everything discussed earlier into a 3-minute report without embellishment or speculation, only facts. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time, then a voice replied. Approved, full cooperation, strict execution. Zhou Jingshan hung up the phone, turned to face Qin Jin at attention. He was not saluting Qin Jin, but paying respect to a world, to an impending new era belonging to the Dragon Nation. He extended his hand to Qin Jin. Comrade, Qin Jin. From now on, you are the highest-level strategic advisor of the Dragon Nation. Qin Jin stood up, grasping that hand. In that moment of handshaking, Zhou Jingshan felt a faint, almost illusory tremor pass through his hand. It was neither spiritual energy nor extraordinary power. It was the first sound of a baton being passed between eras. At that moment, Qin Jin's expression became even more solemn. Director Zhou. In my memory, there is still a list. Zhou Zingshan's hand had not released its grip. Qin Jin's voice was very low. The list of traitors. Zhou Zingshan's pupils shrank sharply. In my previous life, at the critical moment when the demonic beasts breached the base cities, someone opened the city gates from the inside. It wasn't just once, it was multiple times, and it wasn't one person, it was a group. These people are now within the Dragon Nation. Some of their positions are not low. Zhou Zingshan's face turned ashen. Qin Jin looked at Zhou Jingshan. Director Zhou, in my previous life, I remembered the faces of all the traitors. Now I can tell you one by one. Zhou Jingshan went out for a while. When he returned, he was holding an iron box which he placed on the table and opened. Inside were white paper and 2 pens. Write it down. Qin Jin picked up the pen and twisted off the cap. He began to write latitude, how many degrees, minutes and seconds, longitude, how many degrees, minutes and seconds. 3 days later at 3:22 a.m. the space trembled slightly. 7 seconds. After finishing, he pushed the paper towards Zhou Jingshan. Zhou Jingshan picked it up and looked at it for a while. He had passed through that sea area during a previous mission. In the deep sea, there was nothing below, no earthquake zone, nor volcanic craters. He then folded the paper, put it in his pocket, and took out his communicator. Get someone in here. An undercover agent pushed the door and entered. Zhou Jingshan handed over the paper. From the Navy, choose the most reliable person with the best equipment within 3 days to this coordinates, set up underwater listening points. The undercover agent took the paper, glanced at Zhou Zingshan's expression, didn't dare to ask anything, and turned to leave. Zhou Jingshan sat back down, remaining silent for a while. Qin Jin. Moi. I need to discuss something with you. Qin Jin looked at him. For the next 3 days, Zhou Jingshan said, you need to stay somewhere else, not here. A protective isolation, right? Zhou Jingshan swallowed the words he was about to say. Right. Qin Jin smiled slightly. Director, don't be nervous, I never said I wouldn't go. Am I nervous? Then why are you stuttering? Zhou Jingshan was taken aback for a second, then sighed. You brat. I'm serious, Qin Jin said. If I were in your position, I would do the same. A stranger suddenly comes in claiming to be reborn, showing the ability to make iron objects float, I would want to confine him first. If I were you, I wouldn't even give him paper and pen. I'd confine him for 72 hours first. Zhou Zhengshan stared at him. Do you really think so? Really? So don't feel guilty, just do what needs to be done. Zhou Zhengshan was silent for a while. There's one more thing. Your code name has been decided 0. Chen Jin raised an eyebrow. 0. It's the first secret code starting with the number 0 in the history of the Dragon Country. Who came up with it? I did. Then I need to clarify, Chen Jin said. Is this 0 the 0 of reset, or does it mean the starting point? Zhou Zhengshan glanced at him. Starting point. Chen Jin nodded. Alright, I accept this code name. After saying this, Chen Jin was invited to the underground conference room. In the underground conference room, Lin Guotao was brewing tea, but kept his eyes on Chen Jin. The incident this afternoon at the door was still swirling in his mind. The iron object floated in the air motionless for 10 seconds. He had already issued a gag order to those people, but the images in his mind could not be erased by commands. Zhou Zhengshan pushed his cup of tea towards Chen Jin. While we have some free time these days, tell me more about the cultivation system you mentioned before. Do you want to start from the beginning or focus on the key points? From the beginning. I don't understand this. Chen Jin smiled. You are quite honest. He pulled out a new sheet of paper from the desk and drew a vertical line from top to bottom in one stroke. Alright, let's start from the beginning. He wrote 3 words at the bottom of the vertical line. Discovery Realm. This is the most basic step, also referred to as the Awakening Realm. Awakening. Zhou Zhengshan repeated. That sounds quite vivid. It is indeed vivid. This phase focuses on one thing, allowing you to transition from not sensing spiritual energy at all to being able to sense it. Sounds simple, right? But many people get stuck at this step for a lifetime. Why? Chen Jin pondered. Let me give you an analogy. It's like someone being born blind. You can tell him about red, and he can recite the wavelength of red, telling you where it falls on the spectrum. But if you ask him what red really is, he can never describe it because he has never seen it. Zhou Zhengshan didn't Chen Jin continued. Spiritual energy is the same. Before you sense it, it doesn't exist. You can't explain it to others, but once you feel it, your whole worldview changes. How did you sense it back then? Lin Guotao suddenly interjected. Chen Jin glanced at him. At the brink. What? Lin Guotao was stunned. I was forced into it. At that time I was trapped in a secret realm, chased by beasts for 3 days, unable to escape or fight back. In the end I was so weak that I almost couldn't hold on, and that's when I sensed it. The things floating in the air as natural as breathing. When I came back, I found that many in the same batch as I was never sensed it until death. Continue explaining the realms. Zhou Zhengshan urged him. Chen Jin's pen tapped on the paper. From the 1st to the 3rd level, spiritual energy enters the body. The changes at this stage are the most obvious: vision, hearing, reaction speed, directly multiplied several times. What does several times mean? Zhou Zhengshan asked curiously. The top special forces under you would not last a single move against someone at the 3rd level of Discovery Realm. Zhou Zhengshan was a bit skeptical, but didn't dare to speak. From the 4th to the 6th level, the physical body begins to be tempered. Bone density doubles, muscle fibers are rearranged, and with one punch it can exert thousands of pounds. Chen Jin stood where he was, his expression unchanged, as though he had done something utterly ordinary. Then, from the 7th to the 9th level, the Dantian begins to take shape. The spiritual energy in the meridians can circulate on its own without relying entirely on external absorption. Chen Jin's pen moved up a bit. Extraordinary realm. At this level, spiritual energy can be released, forming a protective energy layer outside the body. What does the energy layer feel like? Zhou Zhengshan pressed for details. You can think of it as an invisible armor. An extraordinary person standing there can withstand gunfire without breaking through the energy layer. Moreover, they can fly short distances. Above the 5th level, they can kill beasts with bare hands. Not sneak attacks, but direct confrontations. Bare hands. Lin Guotao repeated those 2 words. Bare hands. He continued to write. Returning to the origin realm, the energy layer condenses into true essence. The Dantian is no longer just a rudimentary form. It becomes a complete energy furnace with a stamina capacity 10 times stronger than the extraordinary realm, and lifespan begins to increase. How long can one live? Lin Guotao's mind was now full of questions. Living to 150 years is not uncommon at this realm. Lin Guotao remained silent for several seconds. He was 47 this year, and dreaded annual checkups, most afraid of seeing the doctor frown at the report. 150, he murmured. I could live for over 100 more years. Chen Jin continued writing. True One realm. At this level, one doesn't practice the body anymore. Instead, they cultivate the mind. Mind. Zhou Zhengshan repeated. With your eyes closed, you know everything that happens within a radius of several hundred meters, who is moving, whose heartbeat has quickened, who is secretly drawing a knife behind you. All clear. The rudiments of a domain also start to emerge. Fighting within one's own domain provides an advantage. The pen paused at the top of the vertical line. King's Sealing Realm. He wrote these 4 words heavily. Once the domain is fully expanded within your own domain, you are the rule. How hot it is you decide, how much gravity there is you decide. At the 9th level of King's Sealing Realm, one person can guard a city. Even when the beast tide comes, they have to go around it. The room fell silent for a while. Lin Guotao stared at the paper, his mouth opened and closed twice. Zhou Jingshan, on the other hand, was staring at the vertical line on the paper in a daze. After a long time, Chen Jin, what realm do you consider yourself in now? My soul is at the King's Sealing Realm. Zhou Jingshan waited for his next words. But this physical body, as you can see, is 17 years old, untrained, with very narrow meridians, and an empty dantian, no different from an ordinary person. Then how do you recover? Look at the concentration of spiritual energy. Right now, the spiritual energy in the world is basically 0. It's hard to recover naturally. If there are monster cores and spirit stones, it can speed up significantly. That monster core I showed you before, those things are meant to absorb spiritual energy. Zhou Jingshan nodded. Is there more above the King's Sealing Realm? Yes, Chen Jin replied. What realms? Chen Jin did not answer. Why not? Director Zhou, let's take this step by step. Knowing too much now won't do you any good. If anyone else said this, Zhou Jingshan would surely be displeased. Having lived over 50 years, he was long unaccustomed to being spoken to in such a tone. But when Chen Jin said it, he realized it wasn't condescension. He was genuinely considering Zhou Zingshan's perspective. Late at night, Chen Jin was taken to a room on the 2nd basement level. He sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, his meridians were empty, his dantian was empty, not a trace of spiritual energy. He was not anxious. After a while, footsteps echoed in the corridor, followed by 3 knocks on the door. Zhou Jingshan pushed the door open, holding a phone with a strange expression on his face. Chen Jin, we just received information from a line deep in X country. What is it? The Geological Bureau of a certain country detected spatial energy fluctuations near Bermuda. That waveform has never been seen before, and internally it is temporarily classified as an unknown natural phenomenon. He took a deep breath. Bermuda's spatial energy unknown. He looked at Chen Jin. The things you mentioned are starting to come true. At 4 in the morning, Zhou Jingshan emerged from Chen Jin's room, leaning against the corridor wall, pulling out a cigarette to light up. After finishing the last puff, he extinguished it and took out an encrypted communicator. Make your move. The response from the other side was unclear, and Zhou Jingshan simply uttered one word: capture. At 3 locations in the southern part of the city, doors were simultaneously broken down. The 3 people captured were all from the headquarters. One of them was someone Zhou Jingshan was quite familiar with, having worked together for 9 years, and even shared drinks during last year's spring festival. Under the glass panel of his office lay the words, loyalty and dedication. When the plainclothes officers burst in, he was hunched over his computer, deleting files caught midway through the process. The second case was even more ridiculous. A satellite phone was found under the bed, and the battery had not even been removed. The 3 were interrogated separately. The first one stubbornly endured for 4 hours. The second one went weak in the knees at the sight of the interrogation room's fluorescent lights. The third one held out until dawn and confessed everything. As soon as dawn broke, Zhou Jingshan received 3 statements and sat at his desk, slowly flipping through them. After finishing the last page, he leaned back and stared blankly at the ceiling. Chen Jin's words echoed repeatedly in his mind. The city gates were opened from the inside in a past life, and those who opened the doors are now within our ranks. When he heard these words yesterday, he merely felt a chill on his back, but now only fear remained. If these 3 individuals were allowed to remain for another 3 to 5 years, what positions would they rise to, and how much power would they wield? The thought was too daunting for him to pursue further. At noon, Zhou Jingshan pushed open Chen Jin's door. Chen Jin was sitting on the bed looking up at him. Captured. How many? 3 all confessed. Chen Jin nodded, his expression neutral. Zhou Jingshan huffed. Can't you show any reaction? I stayed up all night. The list was provided by me. Fine, I'll give you that. Zhou Jingshan tossed the file bag onto the table. The interrogation report has already been submitted. What did they say up top? Waiting for a response. In the evening, Chen Jin was resting with his eyes closed when the door was suddenly flung open. Zhou Jingshan stood at the door, not entering, his expression completely different from noon. Come with me. Where to? Don't ask. Zhou Jingshan walked quickly while Chen Jin followed at a leisurely pace. Lin Guotao peeked out from a nearby room. Hey, where are you guys going? Keep up. Zhou Jingshan didn't look back. Let me grab my water cup first. Forget it. Lin Guotao still took his thermos and jogged after them. They turned a corner and descended 2 more flights of stairs. This level was unfamiliar to Chen Jin. It was a large command room, with an entire wall opposite filled with large screens, various data flickering across them. Several individuals in military uniforms stood up immediately upon seeing them enter. Zhou Jingshan strode directly to the center of the control panel, his expression serious, as he spoke. Connect to line 1. The screen flickered twice before lighting up. In the picture was a simple office with an elderly man in his 70s seated behind a wooden desk. The old man looked up at the camera. Zhou Jingshan immediately stood straight, sir. The old man's gaze first landed on Zhou Zingshan's face, then shifted to Qin Jin beside him. Qin Jin could feel that gaze assessing him. It was gentle, yet seemed to see through one's heart. Is this him? Yes. I've read the report you submitted. The old man no longer looked at Zhou Jingshan, his attention fully on Qin Jin. Young man, your name is Qin Jin. Yes. Zhou Jingshan has given you the code name Zero. Yes. Do you know what Zero means? Qin Jin thought for a moment. The zero that signifies starting over. Zhou Jingshan quickly cleared his throat. The old man chuckled. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Just a joke. Qin Jin smiled slightly. Zero is the starting point of everything. That's more like it. The old man placed his hands on the table. Let's talk business. What do you think we should do now? Qin Jin fell silent for 3 to 4 seconds. 4 things. First, acquire resources. All the spiritual mines, spiritual herbs, and rare treasures worldwide are currently listed in geological reports and disregarded by everyone. While no one knows their value, we should retrieve them all, buy what can be purchased, negotiate agreements for what can be negotiated, and use only legal means. Buy them at a low price now, and lock them up in warehouses. When others discover that these things can exchange for a city, 10 years later, we will have all the good stuff in our hands. The old man raised an eyebrow. What you just mentioned is about making money. Acquiring resources is about making money. The old man smiled. Second, find people. From the military to civilians, conduct a thorough search for those who are naturally sensitive to spiritual energy. Currently, the spiritual energy in the world is almost zero, but some people are inherently different. They are like gold covered in dust. Find these individuals and start training them now. When the spiritual energy revives 10 years from now, while others are still groping in the dark, we will already have a capable team. Third, establish base cities. The secret realms are not evenly distributed. Some areas will soon become hotspots for beast attacks. Build 36 base cities in these locations ahead of time. Use the guise of economic development and new area construction to acquire land and start work. No one will notice. In 10 years, when the secret realms emerge, they can move in with their bags packed. Lin Guotao chimed in from behind. Qin Jin turned to him. Why are you stealing my words? You were too slow. The old man chuckled again. Fourth, use false information to fish for traitors. The list of traitors is just the beginning. We know who will do what at what time. Feed them false information and make them chase the shadows we cast up. By the time they realize they are headed in the wrong direction, we will have already completed our task. Lin Guotao added once more. Can you let me finish? Is this how you two usually bicker? The old man asked Zhou Jingshan. Report, sir, that's just how they are. Zhou Zingshan's expression was devoid of emotion. The old man fell silent for a few seconds before speaking. Zhou Jingshan. Yes. Immediately establish the Shadow Plan Preparatory Group. All relevant actions will fall under this plan, and all documents must bear the highest confidentiality stamp. Understood. The old man turned to Qin Jin. Comrade Qin Jin, from now on you will serve as the highest strategic advisor directly responsible to me. Yes. Comrade Zhou Jingshan will be the chief executor. Yes. The screen dimmed. Zhou Jingshan stood straight, only turning around once the screen was completely black. Lin Guotao leaned in. Old Zhou, does that mean you report to Qin Jin now? Why are you so chatty today? I'm just excited. Excited about what? I don't know, I just feel like we're about to do something big. Lin Guotao held his thermos, taking a sip of tea. Qin Jin couldn't help but laugh beside him. The documents came down that very day, red headers with black text, the footer stamped with the highest confidentiality seal labeled Shadow 001. The cover page explained the meaning of the Shadow Plan. All actions adhere to the public framework like shadows, where the outside world sees only the form, not the essence. After reading the document, Qin Jin placed it on the table. There's one more thing. Zhou Jingshan looked up. Speak. With such a large movement of funds and resources, satellites will definitely be monitoring us. We need a cover. What do you propose? Establish a company that appears to be engaged in mineral and infrastructure work. Stay tuned, with all procedures properly completed. Funds, materials, and personnel will all be routed through the company. As satellites will only see trucks transporting iron ore, who would know that spirit stones are hidden inside. Zhou Jingshan had already pulled out his phone to browse the contacts. Old Zhao from the Ministry of Commerce. I'll schedule a team meeting with him for tomorrow. Are you familiar with him? We shared a dorm in college. That's settled then. Zhou Jingshan went to the side and made a phone call, spoke a few sentences, then hung up and returned. Ling Guotao leaned in again. Guess what old Zhou just said? Chen Jin looked at him without responding. He said, old Zhao, tomorrow, I'm coming to your place for tea. Bring out the good tea you've hidden. Is that true? False. Ling Guotao chuckled proudly, but you believed it. I did believe it for a second. Outside, the sky had long turned pitch black, but the underground command center had no concept of day or night. The printer continuously spat out paper, and the phone rang incessantly with people hurrying by holding documents. No one knew that from this night onward the fate of the Dragon Nation took a turn. Chen Jin sat in a chair watching the busy crowd before him as he reminisced. In his past life, 10 years later, all members of the Special Bureau perished on the front lines against the beast, tied their names etched on a memorial. Later, even the memorial was trampled by the beasts. This life, Ling Guotao suddenly pressed a cup of hot tea into his hand. Drink up, my tea is much better than old Zhou's broken leaves. I heard that. Zhou Jingshan didn't even lift his head. So you heard it. Chen Jin held the warm teacup, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In this life, it will not happen. Inside a van, the curtains were drawn tightly, allowing not a sliver of light to enter. Old Lu had held his breath for a full half-hour, then poked Old Li, saying, "Are we having a meeting, or have we been kidnapped?" Not a single clear word has been spoken. Kidnapping would be better than this. At least there'd be water at a proper meeting, but there isn't even a bottle of mineral water in this van. Old Li replied with an unsatisfied expression. The undercover driver did not turn back. We're almost there. You said that 40 minutes ago. At this moment, the van turned into an underground passage, passing a few checkpoints. Old Li peeked through the gap in the curtains. Wow, where is this place? The undercover agent got out and opened the door. We're here. The meeting room was on the 4th underground level. As Old Lu entered, he saw a map that was completely clean with no markings. Old Li glanced at the table, which only had a marker, blank paper, and an ashtray, nothing more. There isn't even a teacup. He turned to the undercover agent, who ignored him and closed the door. Let me tell you. Old Li pulled out a chair and sat down. The higher the standard of the meeting, the fewer items are on the table. With today's setup, it feels like we're about to build the Great Wall. There were 5 individuals in the room, all pillars of the industry, familiar with each other, but rarely gathered together. Old Lu was a geological survey expert who spent most of his time in the field, his skin dark and rough. Old Li was the chief engineer of the Architectural Institute, having handled countless national infrastructure projects. Old Han was a military strategic planner, his gaze steady, always calculating before taking action. Old Sun specialized in military base site surveys, sitting upright with the demeanor of a soldier. Old Zhao was a seasoned civil engineer who had partnered with Old Li for many years, understanding construction better than anyone. The 5 exchanged glances, although they were all from the same circle, none had ever experienced such an atmosphere. At that moment, the door opened, and Zhou Jingshan walked in, followed by a young man around 17 or 18. All 5 turned their gazes towards him. Old Lu took off his glasses and wiped them. Old Li looked at Old Han, who shook his head slightly. Old Zhao wanted to say something, but upon seeing Zhou Zingshan's serious expression, he fell silent. Let me introduce you all to Comrade Chen Jin, the chief consultant for this planning. The meeting room fell silent for 3 full seconds. Chen Jin glanced at the group and spoke jokingly. I know what you're all thinking, wondering who this kid is, whether he has even finished growing up. Zhou Jingshan, did you not sleep well last night? Did you really bring a high school student to be the chief consultant? Old Lu couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. My name is Chen Jin. The reason I called you all here today is for one thing, to choose a location for the base. Let's get started. Zhou Jingshan walked to the front of the map. We are going to build a super large military training base, no less than 300 square kilometers, with a garrison of 100,000 personnel and independent energy and water sources. Old Li calmly repeated, 300. 100,000. Independent energy. Yes. Director Zhou, did you drink last night? I didn't drink. Then you must not have slept well. I slept for 8 hours. Then it's your wife who kicked you out of the bedroom, and you had a dream on the sofa where someone told you we need a 300 square kilometer base. Old Li, if you say one more word, I'll have someone take your teacup away. Go ahead, there isn't even a teacup in this room. That's why you're so fearless, right? Old Li snorted. Let's talk about the proposal. Old Han was the first to approach, pointing to the northwestern. The desert wasteland has the advantage of being large and uninhabited, but the downside is no water and supply lines over 3,000 miles. It's scorching hot in summer. To be honest, I wouldn't want to choose this place myself. You wouldn't want to choose it, yet you're still mentioning it, Old Lu interjected. I'm just eliminating the worst options first. Old Lu went up and pointed to the southwestern mountain range. Deep in the mountains, the terrain is concealed, but construction could be deadly. Old Li has built mountain roads, you should ask him. Don't mention it. Old Li turned pale, Just the roadbed would take 2 years, and leveling the mountain would triple the construction time. Old Sun suggested an island, but Old Zhao directly rejected it. Reclaiming land makes too much noise, it would be exposed as soon as satellites scan it. After half an hour of arguing, Old Li and Old Han clashed again. One insisted the plains were easier for construction, while the other argued that the mountains were more concealed. Old Lu watched the show from the side. Old Zhao, who do you think will tire out first? I bet on Old Li, his voice is getting hoarse. I bet on Old Han, he hasn't had breakfast. Old Han turned around. How do you know? Your stomach just growled. You're talking nonsense. Zhou Jingshan cleared his throat, and the room fell silent. Has everyone finished? Almost. Zhou Jingshan picked up a red pen and handed it to Qin Jin. Qin Jin, take a look. Qin Jin got up and walked over, the others wisely stepped aside. Old Li leaned closer to the map, eager to see his thoughts. Qin Jin took the pen without hesitation, the tip landing on the eastern inland area marked abandoned mine area, and he casually drew a circle. Here. Old Li leaned in closer, his face filled with disbelief. Isn't this a deserted, broken mine? Yes. Old Lu also leaned over hurriedly, saying, this place has been abandoned for 20 years, everyone has left, all the roads are ruined, there are no foundations, and you want to choose this. There is a spiritual vein 300 meters underground. Buried 300 meters underground is a spiritual vein that cannot be detected now, but it will activate itself in 10 years. Within a radius of 50 kilometers, the convergence point of 3 core secret realms is directly above it. Old Lu was taken aback. What is a spiritual vein? An energy source equivalent to 10 large oil fields. It cannot be drained, and will regenerate on its own. 10. And it can't be drained. It can't be drained. Old Lu turned to Old Han. Old Han actually pinched him. Damn, you really pinched me. You asked me to pinch you. Qin Jin pulled out several sheets of paper and spread them on the table. This is the structural plan for the underground construction. Everyone take a look. Old Li pushed his reading glasses up to his forehead, stared at Qin Jin for half a minute. Did you draw this? Sort of. Aren't you studying civil engineering? No. Then this drawing doesn't look like something an outsider could create. I know you didn't compliment me. Old Li glared at him for 3 seconds. Why does this kid talk just like Zhou? I've been around him for too long. You've only been with him for 2 days, and you're already like this. Old Li pointed at the annotations on the blueprint. What is this spiritual energy circulation? It activates automatically after the spiritual energy revives, so the base won't need external energy. That's nonsense. Old Li, let's make a bet. Within 2 years he'll show you experimental data. If it works, you treat me to a meal. If not, I'll eat the blueprint. Old Li slapped the table. Deal. But don't order anything too expensive. That's not up to me. After the bet, Qin Jin picked up another red pen and marked 7 crosses on the map of Longhua, announcing a name with each cross. Longu Bone Abyss, Black Tide Rift, Blood Mist Forest, 10,000 Burials, Snow Mountain, Underworld River, Ancient Road, Forbidden Great Wall, Return to Ruin, CI. The room fell silent instantly, and everyone's expressions turned grim. Including the previously mentioned abandoned mine area, there are a total of 8 places. In 10 years, whatever resides in each of these 8 places will not allow even a king-level expert to come out alive. Within a 50-kilometer radius, all residents must be secretly relocated within 7 years, and assigned for ecological protection must be placed outside, with permanent station troops deployed on the periphery. Qin Jin then said solemnly to everyone, if these 8 points cannot be held, then in 10 years, don't even think about the base city. There won't be anyone left. The blueprints of the base were still spread out on the table, and then Qin Jin pushed the door and walked in. Qin Jin glanced at him puzzled and asked, what are you doing? Protecting my tea. Zhou Jingshan replied, last time you came I caught 3 spies, the time before that I was planning to build a huge base of 3,000 square kilometers, and now you've come again. Did I provoke you with this teacup? I'm not stealing your cup. Qin Jin found his reaction amusing. You may not be stealing, but every time you finish talking I lose the desire to drink water only filled with troubles. Qin Jin chuckled, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Alright, I won't scare you this time. I'm here to ask for people. Zhou Jingshan finally put the teacup back on the table, relieved. How many do you need? 1,000. Zhou Jingshan had just picked up the teacup, and with a clang, he set it back down. Why didn't you say so earlier? He rubbed his forehead, looking pained. The first time was about capturing people, the second was about building a city, and now the third is about conscription. Are you following a step-by-step process to conquer the world? Pretty much. Qin Jin nodded. Where am I supposed to gather 1,000 people for you all at once? Through the whole army plus civilians. Well, use just 2 testing standards. Those who can feel the warmth of a spirit stone mother, or in their hands meet the spiritual affinity criteria, and those who can withstand one of my divine soul pressures, and last for 5 seconds will keep them. Can ordinary people withstand your pressure? Zhou Jingshan furrowed his brow. If they can't withstand it, they'll just die if they enter the secret realm in the future. I'm not looking for showy candidates. I'm looking for people who can survive in a chaotic world. Zhou Jingshan stared at him for a long time and finally gritted his teeth and nodded. Fine, let's do it your way. Chen Jin took a piece of paper from his pocket and pushed it in front of him. Also, these three people don't need testing, you just transfer them directly. Zhou Jingshan opened the paper and saw the first name Zhou Hong. He looked up at Chen Jin stunned. You know him? I knew him in my past life. Your son is quite a character. Zhou Jingshan hurriedly asked what's his level now. His talent is indeed top tier, but in his past life, no one taught him proper cultivation. For the first few years he relied on trial and error, taking countless detours, which damaged his foundation. In the end he was stuck at the returning origin realm for his entire life, and could never advance. Is the returning origin realm very powerful? Originally he had the potential to become a king, but he fell short by 2 major realms, thus his life was wasted. Zhou Jingshan was silent for a while. To put it bluntly, he could have been a general, but in the end, he only became a small company commander. Pretty much. Does he know about this himself? By the time he knew in his past life it was already too late, he could never make up for it. Zhou Jingshan held the piece of paper staring at the name Zhou Hong, and didn't speak for a long time. This child has always been stubborn. When I told him to go east he insisted on going west. When I wanted him to apply to a military academy, he insisted on joining the special forces. When I advised him to be more cautious he said, is it still called being young if you're cautious? Zhou Jingshan complained later it wasn't that I didn't want to manage him, I really couldn't control him. This time you don't need to manage him, I will teach him. Can you really control him? Zhou Jingshan asked, somewhat incredulous. As a king-level cultivator managing a kid who hasn't even touched the threshold of cultivation, what do you think? Zhou Jingshan found some sense in this and nodded. Fair enough. He quickly tucked the paper into his pocket, repeatedly reminding him, don't say I sent you to find him. They'll just say you registered voluntarily. You dare? Zhou Jingshan glared at him. Just watch me. Chen Jin replied nonchalantly. Zhou Jingshan glared at him for 3 seconds and helplessly asked, who's the second one? Su Wanqing just graduated from military medicine, currently interning at a hospital in a certain military district. As Chen Jin spoke, his pace slowed and his tone became heavier. In her past life, she awakened a very strong healing talent, but her awakening came too late. In a chaotic world, she was constantly snatched around and suffered greatly. She saved my life, but in the end she didn't survive. This life, I want her to awaken early, so she won't have to suffer those hardships anymore. Zhou Jingshan felt a pang in his heart and nodded seriously. What about the third one? Zhao Wufeng, a retired Special Forces soldier, had an accident during training that led to paralysis of his lower limbs. Now he runs a small shop in his hometown, watching over the street in front of his shop every day. What talent does he have? Speed, exceptional speed. I discovered him too late in his past life, his body completely collapsed. In this life, I cannot let him continue to waste away. Zhou Jingshan silently noted these 3 names and looked up at Chen Jin. What is the relationship between these 3 people and you in your past life? Chen Jin stood up, walked to the door, and turned his back to him. One shielded me from a knife, one extended my life, and the last one, I owe him a debt of gratitude that I must repay in this life. At the base of a certain special forces unit in the army, Zhou Hong had just come down from the training ground. As he pushed open the door to the company office, he saw Zhou Jingshan sitting inside. His father never came to the base. The last time he did was when his mother was sick. Dad. He took off his helmet and placed it on the table, speaking in a very low voice, feeling anxious. Is something wrong at home? Nothing's wrong. Zhou Jingshan held the teacup, looking calm. Then why are you here? Is Mom all right? Your mom is perfectly fine, as she scolded me for snoring this morning. You didn't used to snore. Zhou Hong let out a sigh of relief and draped a towel over his shoulder. I'm getting old, is that a problem? Zhou Jingshan rolled his eyes at him and pushed a piece of paper across the table. Sign it. Zhou Hong picked it up and looked. It was a top-secret confidentiality agreement. He looked up at Zhou Jingshan confused. Dad, did you do something wrong? What could I have done wrong? I'm just asking you to sign. How could I harm you? Then you have to at least tell me what I'm signing. You'll know after you sign. If you don't say it, I won't sign. I'm your father. That's a different matter. Zhou Jingshan slammed the pen down in front of him, his face darkening. Stop talking nonsense and sign. Zhou Hong couldn't argue back and grabbed the pen to sign. Zhou Jingshan took the agreement, stood up, and said, pack your things, we're leaving. Now. Zhou Hong was stunned. Right now? Zhou Jingshan walked to the door, glanced back at him. What teacher would make you come in person? A teacher who can cure your bad temper. At the military district hospital, Su Wanqing was writing a medical record in the duty room when a nurse peeked in and said, Dr. Su, someone is looking for you outside. Who is it? I don't know. 2 men in plain clothes. Are we leaving now? She asked softly. The three then headed for the elevator, but Su Wanqing suddenly stopped and curiously asked, with so many people in the hospital, how did you find me? Are we leaving now? She asked softly. The three then headed for the elevator, but Su Wanqing suddenly stopped and curiously asked, with so many people in the hospital, how did you find me? The plainclothes officer turned to look at her. The higher-ups specifically named you. Su Wanqing didn't ask further and silently followed them. In the small town at dusk, Zhao Wufeng sat in a wheelchair at the entrance of his shop, holding a cigarette in his hand that he hadn't lit, sitting like that the entire day. During the day, only 3 customers had come to the store, selling 2 bottles of water and a pack of cigarettes, making only 6 yuan in total. At that moment, a black sedan drove over from the other end of the street and parked directly in front of his shop. Zhao Wufeng stared at the car, feeling somewhat uneasy. Then the car door opened, and 2 plainclothes officers walked toward him. Zhao Wufeng. Yes. It's me. Zhao Wufeng had never encountered such a situation, and his voice stammered. The plainclothes officer took out a document from inside his pocket, unfolded it, and handed it to him. Special Department Summoning Order. Zhao Wufeng looked down, seeing the red seal black text, and his name, reading it several times. He raised his head, pointed to his paralyzed legs, and spoke hoarsely, "You've got the wrong person right. My legs have been useless for years, I can't even stand. Why are you looking for me? You're not mistaken, the higher-ups specifically named you." Zhao Wufeng was momentarily stunned. He held the document, staring at his name, his voice getting softer, tinged with self-deprecation and desolation. "You're summoning me. What do you want me to do? Compete in wheelchair racing? I can't even reach a shelf." The plainclothes officer remained silent, observing the despair in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "There's one more thing from above that I need to relay to you." Zhao Wufeng suddenly lifted his head, his eyes shining with a hint of disbelief. "What you owe from before, it's time to repay it now." At 2 in the morning, the sea was so dark that one could not see their hand in front of them. This fishing patrol boat had been drifting in these waters for several hours, its hull marked with the large characters Dragon Fishing Patrol 003. On the deck, fishing nets and buoys were piled up, looking no different from an ordinary fishing patrol boat. However, below the deck was a different scene, with screens lighting up the walls and various instruments humming away. Zhou Jingshan stood at the front with his hands behind his back, his expression very serious. Several prominent figures stood nearby, usually sitting in the main seats during meetings, but now they all kept their mouths shut, not daring to make a sound. In the corner, Chen Jin sat in a folding chair with his eyes closed, appearing to be asleep. Lin Guotao sat beside him, holding back for a long time before he couldn't help but elbow him. "Hey Chen Jin. Aren't you at all anxious? I'm about to lose my patience. What is there to be anxious about? What if nothing happens? What if we're late by a few seconds? What if something else comes instead?" Chen Jin remained calm with his eyes still closed, and said, "Then why are you anxious?" "I'm anxious for you. Dragging a bunch of big shots out to the sea in the middle of the night to catch a cold wind. If you say something wrong, the consequences would be unimaginable. What if I'm right?" Lin Guotao scratched his head. "Alright, if you're right, I'll brew you tea for a whole day." "Sounds good, Gim, just too lazy to move. I'm not going to lose." "How can you be so confident? Have you two finished arguing?" Zhou Jingshan turned around and glared at them. Lin Guotao immediately shut his mouth, but after 2 seconds he leaned over and muttered quietly, "Alright, I'll admit I'm afraid of you. If you hit it, I'll brew you 2 days worth of the Longjing tea I've hidden." Time jumped to 3:12 a.m. A technician wearing glasses stared at the sonar screen and mumbled, "This seabed is too clean. There isn't even a decent fish in sight." A colleague beside him yawned. "When we get back, I need to sleep like the dead. I'm so tired." Zhou Jingshan didn't even turn his head, his voice low. "Everyone shut up." Time jumped to 3:17 a.m. The technician grumbled again. "The geomagnetic curve is as stable as can be. If there's any movement down there, it'll chew on my keyboard." Lin Guotao, always quicker with his mouth than his brain, chimed in. "Well, you have a unique taste then." The technician shot him a fierce glare, and Lin Guotao quickly raised his hand in surrender. Alright, I'm sorry, I won't say anything." Time jumped to 3:21 a.m. 60 seconds left. 3:21 a.m. 30 seconds. 40 seconds. 50 seconds. At this moment, Chen Jin opened his eyes. He didn't look at the screen, just slightly tilted his head. He sensed something moving deep beneath the sea. It wasn't like the waves crashing against the boat, but rather as if the very space itself trembled slightly. Yet the instruments remained quiet. 3:22:00 a.m. At this moment, all the instruments suddenly blared to life. The sonar screen instantly turned white, alarms rang throughout the cabin, and red lights flashed frantically, casting the entire cabin in a blood-red hue. The technician sprang up with a shout, "Damn! It's really here. Everyone steady." Zhou Jingshan took a step forward, his voice trembling slightly. The numbers on the screen bounced up and down like scattered yellow beans. For seconds passed. It stopped. Not more, not less, exactly 4. 7 seconds, precisely as Chen Jin had said. Then all the instruments instantly returned to normal, and the sonar screen reverted to the pristine seabed. It was as if nothing had happened just now. The cabin fell silent. Zhou Zhongshan slowly turned around to look at Qin Jin. The old general with graying hair stood up, and then looked at Qin Jin, raising his hand to clap 3 times. Qin Jin ignored the applause and walked over to a nearby screen, staring at a set of data that was still gently fluctuating. While other curves had flattened, this one continued to bounce slowly with a very small amplitude. He stared for a moment. Old Zhou. Zhou Zhongshan immediately walked over. What's wrong? There was a false earthquake mixed in the signal earlier. What remains after filtering is a heartbeat. Zhou Zhongshan furrowed his brow immediately. A heartbeat? Where would a heartbeat come from at the bottom of the sea? There's a hidden, unactivated secret realm underneath the trench where a sea dragon is still sleeping. A dragon. Ling Guotao immediately leaned in, his eyes wide. Wait, is that a world boss? Pretty much. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go after it. Qin Jin glanced at him. You want to go? Ling Guotao quickly took a step back, waving his hands. I can't handle it, and my little frame wouldn't even be enough for it to get a toothpick. He'll be behind you serving tea and cheering you on. You go and he'll brew you the long jing I've hidden, I swear. Wait a minute. Qin Jin raised an eyebrow and said, didn't you say I only brew tea if I lose? But you've won, shouldn't I brew some celebratory tea? Besides, don't you need good tea to boost your energy for fighting a boss? Ling Guotao instantly wore a mischievous smile. That's just fallacy. Even fallacy is still reasoning. Zhou Zhongshan ignored their banter, his expression serious as he asked, how long until it wakes up? A few more years, enough for us to prepare. What can we gain from killing it? Dragon crystals. It has accumulated a lifetime's essence. Using dragon crystals to craft equipment, our extraordinary army can take a big step forward. A general beside him stepped forward, his voice heavy. Advisor Chen, can we kill it now? It's best to kill it while it's still in its juvenile phase. Once it's an adult it will be harder. But right now it's inside a secret realm. We need to wait until the spatial barrier is at its weakest before we can go in. At that time I will mark the dragon crystal's location for you. Zhou Zhongshan scanned everyone present, then picked up the communicator, dialed the internal channel, and said firmly, Operation Department, establish a top-secret file, codename Hunt the Dragon. On the deck, Ling Guotao came out holding 2 cups of tea and handed one to Qin Jin. Here, freshly brewed longjing, I keep my word. Qin Jin took it and took a sip, nearly spitting it out as it was scalding hot. How is it? Tasty, right? Average, still bad. If it's bad, don't drink it, give it back to me. Ling Guotao reached out to snatch it. Qin Jin didn't let go, placing the cup on the ship's railing. Ling Guotao leaned over as well. After a while he quietly said, hey, to be honest, down there earlier many people were actually a bit doubtful. Qin Jin ignored his words. It's not that I don't trust you, but what you said was too fantastical. Who wouldn't raise an eyebrow? I wouldn't have believed it before either. And now, Ling Guotao picked up his cup and blew on the steam, smiling as he said, now it's different. Even if you said there would be a secret realm on the moon tomorrow, old Zhou would definitely ask where the coordinates are. I would believe it. At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, a makeshift base had been set up. The training room was converted from a warehouse with white walls on all sides and non-slip mats covering the floor. 30 individuals stood in 3 rows, none of whom knew each other or spoke a word. Zhou Hong stood on the far left of the first row, arms crossed, tilting his head to look at Qin Jin, his expression almost verbalizing his thoughts. This kid is younger than me, why is he at the front? Su Wanqing was positioned against the wall in the second row, holding a medical record board in her arms. Zhao Wufeng sat in a wheelchair, an old blanket draped over his knees. At that moment the door was pushed open and Qin Jin walked in, facing them. If you have any questions, ask now, or once we start, don't interrupt. Zhou Hong was the first to speak. You are the chief consultant. My dad said you will teach us how to fight against monsters. That's right. Zhou Hong took a step forward, sizing him up. Have you trained before? You look younger than me. A few people in the room exchanged glances before turning back. The implication was clear. Why should a young man be a mentor? Qin Jin, unfazed, stepped in front of Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong, Special Forces of the Army, 3rd place in last year's military competition, good at close combat and shooting. The downside is that you don't take orders well. You've argued with your platoon leader 3 times, and once you almost came to blows. Zhou Hong was taken aback. You check me out. I didn't check. I've known you for many years. Qin Jin lifted his eyelids, slightly releasing a hint of soul pressure. It wasn't directed solely at Zhou Hong. All 30 individuals felt something pressing down from above. The sensation was akin to being scrutinized by some enormous presence from above. Zhou Hong stood still, his back completely soaked, arms still crossed, but his posture became unnatural and stiff. The person next to him took half a step back, unaware of his own retreat. Is there anyone else with questions? Qin Jin said calmly. No one among the 30 dared to speak. All right, from now on I will tell you what to do. Chen Jin walked to the center. Today I will teach you one thing, the return to origin breathing method, not some world-class technique, but the foundation of foundations. Its sole purpose is to teach those who have never come into contact with spiritual energy how to draw it into their meridians. A voice from the back row raised a hand. Is there spiritual energy here? Yes, it's everywhere, but you can't. Chen Jin opened his hands, and instantly the spatial power unfolded silently, drawing the thin spiritual energy present in the training room towards them. It gathered around each person, transforming into wisps of pale white energy swirling around their arms and shoulders. Everyone simultaneously looked down at the energy beside them. I see it, Su Wanqing exclaimed, staring at the wisp of white energy beside her, causing her pen to drop to the floor. Zhou Hong reached out to grab it, but his fingers passed through it, unable to grasp anything. Is this spiritual energy? Chen Jin started teaching from the beginning, instructing them how to stand feet apart and to think of drawing an energy through the Bai point at the top of their heads while inhaling. While exhaling, they were to visualize expelling stagnant energy from the soles of their feet, inhaling for 3 seconds, pausing for 1, and exhaling for 4 seconds, focusing their attention on the dantian, located 3 fingers below the navel. He moved slowly among the crowd, correcting each individual. You are inhaling too quickly, slow down. Relax your shoulders, don't hunch. Your belly should expand, not your chest, your belly. When he reached Zhou Hong, Chen Jin paused. Your foundation is good, but you are inhaling too forcefully. It's not about how hard you push, but how stable you are. Do it again. Zhou Hong didn't retort, and closed his eyes to readjust. This time his rhythm was right. The wisp of white energy entering through his nostrils was noticeably thicker than the others. Chen Jin glanced at him, and continued to move on. Su Wanqing stood very straight, looking particularly tense. Chen Jin approached her. Don't stare at your hands. Close your eyes and focus on your breathing. Su Wanqing nodded, and shut her eyes. By the third round, the wisp of white energy suddenly pressed against her. Chen Jin looked at her for a moment. With her innate talent for healing, the spiritual energy would naturally gravitate towards her. He then squatted down in front of Zhao Wufeng. I will use spatial power to slightly open up the blockages in your meridians. Just follow the breathing method I taught you. Zhao Wufeng nodded, placing his hands on his knees and closing his eyes. In the first round, he felt nothing. In the second round, still nothing. His breathing became slightly hurried, and Chen Jin placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't rush. The more anxious you are, the tighter your meridians become. Relax. Zhao Wufeng took a breath, slowly exhaling, and his shoulders gradually relaxed. By the third round, his breathing suddenly became erratic, and he gripped the blanket on his knees tightly. After 3 years, his legs had felt no sensation at all, yet now a fine warmth began to flow down from the root of his thigh. This was not an illusion. He didn't open his eyes, biting his teeth as he slowly exhaled, inhaling again. The warmth persisted, moving down from his calves until it reached his ankles before stopping. After finishing his meditation, he looked down at his legs, feeling a surge of excitement. They moved. Zhao Wufeng's eyes immediately filled with tears. This tough man who had never shed a tear, even in battle, was now crying openly in front of everyone. Instructor, I can feel my legs. Chen Jin looked at him and paused. When you're better, remember that meal you owe me. You'll have to walk to repay it. Zhao Wufeng gritted his teeth and nodded vigorously. After the training ended, everyone was meditating their breathing, a mix of highs and lows. Su Wanqing sat in a corner with a medical record board on her lap, densely covered with notes. She documented the completion status of each person's breathing technique, noting who had the right rhythm and who struggled, at which step clearly laid out line by line. Zhou Hong still stood in place, eyes closed, but the wisp of white energy beside him had stabilized, now thicker than before. Chen Jin stood by the window, closing his eyes to check on his own body. The soul at the king level was constantly cleansing this physical body with faint spatial power. During today's breathing lesson, a small portion of the thin spiritual energy that had gathered in the training room was naturally absorbed by him. His meridians were slightly wider than yesterday. It was barely noticeable, without careful observation, but the direction was correct. He calculated in his mind that given the current concentration of spiritual energy in the world, it would take over a year for this body to recover to the return to origin stage. If he could obtain spirit stones and spiritual herbs to refine a few pills, that time could be reduced to within 3 months. Once the body reached the threshold of the return to origin stage, the domain of the king level would begin to unfold, and only then would he truly have a trump card. Footsteps were heard behind him. Chen Jin opened his eyes to see Zhou Hong standing there with a cup of tea in hand. Your cup has gone cold. This is freshly brewed. Chen Jin took it, glancing at the cup. There were too many tea leaves, the color of the liquid so dark, it was almost black. He took a sip, grimacing at the bitterness. How much tea did you put in? Half a cup. You put half a cup of tea leaves in. I thought more is better. Zhou Jingshan held the list of secret orders, reading it over and over again. He then slammed the paper onto the table, looked up at Chen Jin, and struggled to say something after a long pause. Are you sure there are no mistakes? No problem. Zhou Jingshan pointed at the first line, his brow furrowed as he said, Spirit Stone Mother, or 300 kilograms. What on earth is this? I've worked my whole life and have never even heard of it. Now it's just a piece of broken rock that no one picks up by the roadside. Chen Jin put down his pen and leaned back in his chair. In a few more years, once the spiritual energy surges, it will be the first among all the stones in the world to transform into usable spirit stones. In my past life, those foreign geologists recklessly took this thing back as a sample, just by sheer luck, and relied on this batch of stones to nurture the first group of extraordinary beings. Zhou Jingshan again lowered his head to examine the paper, which was filled with over 100 items. The medicinal herbs were precisely noted down by village and year of harvest, obscure minerals marked with exact coordinates, and there were requirements for specific mountain spring water, pine needles from a particular pine forest, and greenstones from fixed mountain peaks, with exact weights specified. He looked at the paper and let out a bitter laugh. If I take this list to the procurement department, they will definitely think I've lost my mind. So don't go through public procurement. Zhou Jingshan immediately folded the paper into a small square, stuffed it into his pocket, and asked, When do we leave? We leave now, the sooner the better. At 4 a.m. at the entrance of the Kunlun Valley. 3 off-road vehicles were parked at the bottom of the valley, and 8 people got out one after another. 4 fully armed Special Forces soldiers, 2 technicians from the Geological Bureau, and Old Han, who had been temporarily drafted. Old Han got out of the car with a long face, muttering, It's me again. Chen Jin was the last to get out. The others were loaded with instruments and climbing bags completely stuffed. He, on the other hand, had brought nothing. No maps, no compass, no detectors, just a completely empty backpack. Team Leader Qin glanced at Chen Jin's gear with a puzzled expression, but he didn't know what to say. Let's go. Chen Jin took the lead and walked into the mountains. There were no paths in this area, and he didn't use any tools to find his way, weaving in and out between the icy peaks of the valley with pinpoint accuracy. As they walked, he suddenly turned a corner, occasionally crouching down to feel the stones and soil on the ground before standing up and continuing. Old Han followed behind, holding back his curiosity until he could no longer resist speaking. Have you been here before? I've been here. When a long time ago. Chen Jin didn't stop walking or turn back. Old Han immediately shut his mouth, but he was puzzled inside. In this desolate area where not even birds would defecate, even regular exploration teams wouldn't dare to venture. When exactly did this guy come in? They had been walking for almost 2 hours. Suddenly Chen Jin came to a stop in front of an unremarkable. On both sides of the rock wall were loose rock slopes covered in ice debris, with half of the bottom buried in frozen soil. Any normal person passing by 100 times would walk past it without a second glance. This is the spot, blow it up, Chen Jin said immediately. Team Leader Qin leaned over to look for a long time, becoming more and more confused. Are you sure? It looks like an ordinary rock wall. Blow it up. Team Leader Qin stopped asking questions and turned to instruct his team to prepare for a directional blast. Everyone retreated to a safe distance and pressed the detonator. With a loud explosion, rubble flew and snow and ash filled the air, taking a long time to settle. Once the smoke and dust cleared, a cave entrance was revealed in the rock wall. Team Leader Qin stood there motionless. At that moment, he was truly convinced. Chen Jin stepped forward into the cave. In his mind, he automatically grasped the situation inside the cave, knowing exactly where there were cracks, loose stones, and depressions. Follow closely, don't wander off. The cave was dark and narrow with uneven ground underfoot, and in some places they could only squeeze past sideways. The further in they went, the colder it became, and even their breaths froze into tiny ice shards. Upon reaching a treacherous path with dangerous rocks overhead, Chen Jin didn't even turn back. Stay close to the right wall. No one dared to ask further questions. They all obediently moved along the rock wall. After walking over 100 meters, Chen Jin stopped, bending down to pick up a fist-sized dark stone from the pile of rubble. The stone's surface was rough and gray, identical to any stone one might kick in the mountains, except that it felt particularly heavy in his hand, weighing more than ordinary stones. He casually handed it to Old Han. Old Han took it, examining it back and forth for a long time with a puzzled expression. It looks like an ordinary stone with no sign of being a mineral. This is the Spirit Stone Mother, or, if measured with any instrument now, the data would show it as ordinary rock. Once the spiritual energy revives, it will be the first to change. Chen Jin patiently explained to them. Old Han stared at the stone in his hand, his expression complicated. He had worked in geology his whole life, having seen all sorts of ores, yet this thing completely exceeded his understanding. How much is in this cave, eh? Just this one cave at least 1,300 kilograms of high quality, or the entire Kunlun mountain range harbors at least 40 such deposits. Old Han fell silent. After a lifetime of exploration conducting annual surveys, it turned out that so many treasures had slipped through his fingers, making half a lifetime of work pointless. The team members immediately began to collect stuffing their empty backpacks until they bulged. Team leader Qin hoisted a fully loaded bag, the weight pressing down on his shoulder. He gritted his teeth and stuffed 2 more pieces into the bag. Old Han squatted in front of the rock wall, striking a fragment with a geological hammer, repeatedly examining the cross-section under the headlamp. We have conducted dozens of surveys and never discovered this kind of ore. Then Shinjin led them deeper into the cave for several dozen meters. At this point, the air inside the cave changed, becoming noticeably more humid. Shinjin lightened his steps, and his eyes caught sight of a shadowy corner of the rock wall. Old Han also saw it, and walked over very carefully, afraid of disturbing anything. Under the dim light of the headlamp, they discovered several snow lotuses growing in the corner. Accompanying them was Elder Ming, a botany expert who wore thick glasses and had hardly spoken throughout the journey. Seeing these snow lotuses, he hurried over. This is impossible. Ice marrow snow lotuses only grow in glacier crevices above 4,000 meters. The altitude here is simply insufficient. Elder Ming had spent his life studying plant classification, and such characteristics were ingrained in him. The sight before him completely shattered his understanding. Shinjin took out a small shovel, moving slowly and carefully, digging up the entire plant along with its soil and surrounding moss without damaging any roots. It doesn't care about altitude, it cares about spiritual energy. This underground area will eventually become a large spiritual energy spring, and it took root here early, drawing in a trace of weak spiritual energy. It can't be detected by instruments. Elder Ming quickly asked, "What can this be used for?" "The main ingredient for refining body strengthening liquid." Shinjin placed the snow lotus into a sealed jar and tightened the lid. Without this, ordinary people can't practice in advance at all. Coupled with the returning origin breathing technique, they can enter the first stage in 3 months. Having it or not makes a difference of tens of thousands of miles. There are 7 in total, just enough for the first batch of 30 students. Old Han took out a small notebook and began to write furiously. By the time they walked out of the cave, the sun was already overhead. Shinjin stood at the cave entrance, gazing at the distant Kunlun mountains for a few seconds. He then raised his hand and pointed to 3 different directions. Behind that ridge to the east, at the bottom of the south slope, and in the saddle between the 2 snow-capped mountains to the west. Next spring we will build hydrological monitoring stations in all 3 locations, publicly stating that it's ordinary hydrological exploration. What are we actually doing? Old Han asked in confusion nearby. Monitoring the changes in the underground mineral veins. Shinjin looked into the distance. When the spiritual energy revives and the secret realm opens, the first to move will not be the heavens or the earth, but the underground spirit mines. These 3 points are the core of the entire Kunlun mineral-rich zone. On the way back, Shinjin leaned against the other side of the car window, holding a piece of freshly mined spirit stone mother ore. He closed his eyes, gradually probing his spiritual power into the interior of the ore. The data measured showed it was all ordinary stone with not a hint of anomaly. Just as he was about to withdraw his spiritual power, a faint tremor came from the deepest part of the ore. It wasn't the stone moving, but a faint energy pulse emanating from beneath the ground. It flashed and was gone remarkably quick. Anyone else would have missed it, but it couldn't escape the perception of his king-level soul. Shinjin furrowed his brows. He didn't open his eyes and let his spiritual power sink deeper. He penetrated the ore, passed through the rock layers and the underground dark river all the way down to the earth's deepest point. He didn't know how deep he had probed. In the depths of the earth, there was a slow rhythmic pulsing, again and again, slowly beating. Like a giant heart hidden deep within the earth, beating slowly. After quite a while, Shinjin finally opened his eyes. He recalled from the records of his past life that the first energy fluctuations of the Spirit Stone Mother ore occurred in 2032. It was now only 2029. It had advanced by a full 3 years. Moreover, this heartbeat-like fluctuation was not from the mineral vein itself. It came from the unknown depths of the earth, a secret that had never been discovered in his past life. His previously held belief of a 10-year countdown to revival had been wrong from the very start. The true change had already quietly begun. In the most secluded laboratory of the base, Shinjin stood at the control desk and began to pull out items from his bag one by one. Su Wanqing did not leave. She leaned against the wall, holding a clipboard, her face filled with reluctance. The lab coats exchanged glances, hesitant to move. Just as the bespectacled one was about to speak, he caught sight of Zhou Jingshan at the door and immediately slipped away. Su Wanqing did not leave. She leaned against the wall, holding a clipboard, her face filled with reluctance. I am a military doctor. I can help you take notes, and in case something happens I can lend a hand. Chen turned to look at her. You can stay, but anything you write without my signature cannot be disclosed. If a single word is missed, many lives will be lost. Su Wanqing nodded vigorously and opened her notebook, standing aside. Chen raised his right hand. The spatial ability spread out and a transparent barrier rose around the control desk, enclosing the entire surface. This is a sterile barrier. Introducing even a little impurity will ruin the entire batch. Chen then spread his hand. The several ice spirit snow lotuses floated up by themselves. Then the petals began to scatter, slowly vanishing. Only a faint green mist remained in the air. Next, the spirit stone, or powder, a dark gray powder, drifted in and mixed with the green smoke. Then Chen pulled his hand towards the center. The mass shrank instantly into a fist-sized sphere, spinning rapidly. The faster it spun, the smaller it became, changing color from green-gray to dark gold, then to deep brown, finally settling into amber. Then 17 kinds of auxiliary materials were added one by one. Afterward, the sphere became translucent, and its contents were still slowly flowing. Zhou Hong involuntarily took a step forward, his eyes fixed on the sphere without blinking. At that moment, Chen pushed towards the sphere with his hand, and a soft pop was heard. The amber sphere neatly divided into 7 drops, hovering in midair like 7 small beads. Chen withdrew his hand. The barrier disappeared, and the 7 drops of medicine fell perfectly into 7 small glass bottles. Chen picked up one bottle, unscrewed the cap, and sniffed it before turning to Zhao Wufeng. You are the first. The blood vessels in your leg have been blocked for 3 years, the most severe among everyone. This medicine is potent enough to clear the blockage in your leg, but it will hurt so much that you might faint. Zhao Wufeng inched his wheelchair forward, looking at the amber liquid with a smile. Instructor, I've been in a wheelchair for 3 years. If it hurts, it's still better than feeling nothing for a lifetime. He then reached out, took the bottle, unscrewed the cap, tilted his head back, and gulped it down, gripping the armrests tightly. For the first minute, nothing happened. Just as he was wondering whether it would work, the next second Zhao Wufeng's face flushed bright red. Sweat streamed down his forehead, and then every muscle in his body began to convulse, causing the chair to shake. Su Wanqing was startled and took a big step forward, holding a first aid kit, her expression filled with anxiety. Chen reached out to stop her. Don't touch him. The medicine is clearing the blocked blood vessels. If you interfere, it will backfire, resulting in a disability at best or death at worst. Su Wanqing halted, her eyes fixed on Zhao Wufeng. 3 minutes later, Zhao Wufeng's teeth began to chatter, and his lips bled, dripping down his chin, yet he did not let go. Zhou Hong leaned against the wall, gripping tightly the defiance he once wore on his face, long gone, leaving only a serious expression. He had seen soldiers withstand pain, but he had never seen anyone endure like this. 2 more minutes passed. Suddenly the blanket over Zhao Wufeng's legs twitched. Zhao Wufeng suddenly lowered his head, his eyes wide, staring intently at his legs. Chen took a step forward and placed his hand on Zhao Wufeng's knee. An invisible force flowed from his hand, guiding the chaotic medicinal energy to gradually penetrate the blocked blood vessels. One vessel opened, then another. They persevered for a full 3 hours. Zhao Wufeng finally began to return to normal, slumped in his wheelchair, gasping heavily. As he gasped, he suddenly pressed his hand against his lower abdomen. Instructor, something is moving here. It's warm, a small mass constantly rotating. Chen nodded. Yes, the chi sensation has formed. You are now at the first level of the discovery realm. Zhao Wufeng was stunned, and after a long while he finally reacted. He slowly lifted his right leg, the movement slight, but he truly raised it. This time it was not someone else lifting his leg, it was he himself using his strength. He tried lifting his left leg as well. It moved too. Zhao Wufeng stared at his legs, speechless for a long time. He reached out, gently touching his knee, then his calf. Again and again. Then tears began to flow uncontrollably down his face. The laboratory was eerily quiet except for Zhao Wufeng's heavy breathing. Zhou Hong stood by the door, watching Zhao Wufeng's legs, then glancing at the remaining 6 bottles of medicine on the table. He said nothing, his eyes filled with shock. Su Wanqing wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, then wrote the 4 characters body refining solution in her notebook. After Zhao Wufeng caught his breath, she approached Chen and whispered, Instructor, can I request an extra sample? I want to study its composition to see if it can be mass-produced. Chen casually picked up a vial of the body refining solution and handed it to her. Sure, but remember, if a single word is missed from the prescription, it's not just a matter of a few lives, it's a war on a global scale. Su Wanqing carefully accepted the glass tube with both hands, cradling it to her chest, and nodded. I understand. I will never disclose it, even at the cost of my life. Chen picked up the remaining 6 bottles of medicine, placed them in his bag, and said, tomorrow morning at 8 everyone gather at the training room. Not a single one is to be absent. Zhou Hong nodded. Understood. After saying that, Chen Jin turned to walk out, pausing at the door. He looked back at Zhao Wufeng, who was still touching his legs. This was the first, but it would definitely not be the last. The real war from this day forward would officially begin. 7 vials of original liquid were laid out on the table. Chen Jin lined them up neatly. Beside them were a row of empty sealed bottles. Su Wanxing held a measuring cup and glanced at Chen Jin. Instructor, how much should I dilute? 1 part of the original liquid mixed with 5 parts of distilled water. 7 parts of the original liquid will yield 35 parts of body refining liquid. That should be enough. Su Wanxing didn't ask further and began to mix the liquids one by one. Before long, 35 portions of body refining liquid were neatly arranged on the table. The color was much lighter than the original liquid, transforming from amber to a light golden hue, glimmering slightly under the light. On the training ground, 30 people stood in 3 rows. No one spoke, and all eyes were fixed on the tray at Chen Jin's feet, which held 35 sealed bottles. Chen Jin picked up 1 bottle. This liquid is called body refining liquid. It's not the kind that will turn you into a superhuman just by drinking it. It only helps you clear the blockages in your body and brings out the abilities you already possess. How far you can go depends on yourselves. He then placed the bottle back. 1 bottle per person. After drinking it, enter a meditative state for 3 hours. Those who feel a sensation in their dantian stay behind. Not feeling anything doesn't mean failure. Some people's meridians are more blocked and may need a second try. If you can't handle the potency, don't force it to shout for me. If you endure it, your meridians might rupture, and that could be fatal. Zhou Hong stood at the far left of the first row. He stared at the bottles on the tray, and when it was his turn to pick one, he did not reach out. Instructor, I don't want the diluted version. I want the original liquid. Are you sure? Chen Jin looked at him. If Xiao Wufeng can handle it, why can't I? Zhou Hong replied affirmatively. Chen Jin was silent for 2 seconds, then took out a small sealed bottle from his pocket, which contained the original liquid he had set aside. He handed it to Zhou Hong. The potency of the original liquid is 10 times stronger than the diluted version. If you can't handle it, don't push through a shout for me. Zhou Hong accepted the bottle, his expression defiant. Don't worry, I haven't backed down yet. He then tilted his head back and drank the entire bottle in one go. For the first minute, nothing happened. A few seconds later, Zhou Hong's face suddenly flushed. The heat surged from the base of his neck up to his forehead, veins bulging from his temples, his muscles twitching all over, yet he remained silent. Chen Jin stood beside him, unmoving. 3 minutes later, Zhou Hong's knees buckled slightly, his body swayed, and his right foot stepped back half a step, but he stubbornly straightened up. 5 minutes later, Zhou Hong's breathing suddenly steadied. The twitching continued, but he found a rhythm, breathing in for 3 seconds, pausing for 1, and exhaling for 4. He grasped the rhythm of the returning essence breathing method. Chen Jin remained silent. 3 hours later, Zhou Hong opened his eyes, looked down at his fists, then walked over to the testing stone slab at the edge of the training ground. It was a slab of blue stone 2 inches thick, specifically used to measure punching power. Zhou Hong took a deep breath and struck down with a punch. The slab shattered, debris scattering everywhere. Zhou Hong stared at his fist, turned around, and looked at Chen Jin. Instructor. Chen Jin glanced at him and replied, this is just the beginning. There will be times you will need to submit in the future. Zhou Hong opened his mouth, but swallowed his words. However, the way he looked at Chen Jin was entirely different from the day he arrived. The defiance was gone, replaced by genuine respect. 30 people entered into meditation simultaneously. The sounds of breathing rose and fell on the training ground, the rhythms of the 30 individuals slowly converging into a single frequency. Su Wanxing stood beside with a notepad, scanning their faces one by one. 3 hours later, someone stood up. The first person shook his head, looked down at his hands. Then the second person also opened his eyes, sat on the ground in a daze for a while, and suddenly laughed. The third person opened his eyes and started crying, laughing after 2 sobs. Someone beside him asked what he was laughing about, and he said he didn't know, he just felt like laughing. Su Wanxing recorded everything in her notebook. Ultimately, out of the 30 individuals, only 2 successfully sensed the qi. Zhou Hong. The other was a tall and thin guy in the second row on the right, whose surname was Su, previously a soldier from a reconnaissance unit of a certain military district, who hadn't spoken a word throughout. After sensing the qi, he also remained silent, staring at his hands, flipping them over and over. Chen Jin stood in front of the group, watching the 2 individuals. 2. One of the assistant instructors commented, out of 30 people, only 2 succeeded. 2 is already a miracle. Chen Jin turned to look at him. It's now the year 2029, and the concentration of spiritual energy in the world is basically 0. These 2 individuals felt the first breeze in a vacuum. In the previous life at this stage, no forces worldwide could cultivate a single extraordinary person in advance. Chen Jin turned back to face everyone. Two individuals sensed the qi, while among the others 23 people's physical qualities, improved by 30 to 50%, speed, strength, and reaction, have all surpassed your previous best results. Additionally, 5 individuals with excessive meridian reactions were eliminated. Don't be disheartened if you were eliminated, your meridians are just blocked more severely than others. There will be a second and third batch later. In the monitoring room, Zhou Jingshan and several elderly men in military uniforms stood before the screen watching from beginning to end. In the encrypted video, when Zhou Hong smashed the slab, an old general with all-white hair removed his reading glasses. He didn't speak, just held the glasses staring at the shattered stone slab on the screen. Then he saw Zhao Wufeng being assisted standing up from his wheelchair. Zhao Wufeng's legs still didn't cooperate while his knees trembled, but he managed to stand up. With 2 people supporting him, he took slow, measured steps forward. The moment his feet touched the ground, his whole body swayed, yet he did not sit back down. The old general put his glasses back on, his voice low. This young comrade, Chen Jin, we owe him. Zhou Jingshan stood beside him, not responding. He stared at the young man standing at the front of the training ground on the screen, suddenly recalling 3 days prior when Chen Jin had just arrived at the headquarters, the blast shield floating in the air, causing him to drop his teacup in the monitoring room. Just 3 days had passed, yet it felt like a year. On the training ground, Chen Jin stood in front of everyone. He looked at the 30 individuals. Within 3 years, the first batch of pioneers needs to exceed 10,000, for after the secret realm opens, we will be facing millions of demon beasts. Chen Jin turned around, gazing in the direction of Kunlun Mountain. His gaze fixated on a specific ridge, a coordinate he had marked separately on his list, the No. 3 Spirit Mind Monitoring Point. At this moment, in the direction of that coordinate, the ground quietly cracked open a thin seam. A faint glow emanated from within, flickering, as if something beneath was slowly opening its eyes. Chen Jin stared in that direction, remaining silent. Zhou Hong had approached him at some point. Instructor, what are... Chen Jin did not withdraw his gaze. Watching how much time we have left. In a major Western nation, the intelligence headquarters. The analysis center on the underground 3rd floor had no windows, with screens covering 3 walls, and a satellite cloud map updating in real time on the remaining wall. A dozen analysts sat at their stations, fixated on their respective monitors. In the corner, a middle-aged woman wearing glasses placed her coffee cup down on the table. Come take a look at this, she said. On her screen was a satellite thermal image of the South China Sea. In the image, a ship was anchored at sea, marked as having been stationary for over 48 hours. The comparative data that popped up nearby read, Longyujing 03, but the thermal imaging indicated that the electronic equipment density beneath the hull was 6 times that of an ordinary fishing patrol vessel. A young man slid his chair over. Fishing patrol vessel. Fishing patrol vessels don't operate. She pointed to a set of waveform graphs in the upper right corner of the screen. The sonar array is military grade. They are searching for something on the seabed. The young man stared at the screen for a long time. But it shouldn't be stationary for 2 days. You don't need sonar to catch fish. So it's not fishing. A male colleague at the adjacent workstation leaned in as well. He glanced at the screen for a few seconds, then flipped through a stack of reports he held, extracted one, and placed it on the table. Take a look at this. It was a satellite comparison image of a certain mountain range, with the left side captured 3 months ago, and the right side updated early this morning. He pointed with a pen at the differences between the 2 images, noting several road traces that hadn't existed before, as well as significant earth disturbances near the mountain. There are no construction reports. Building infrastructure in such a godforsaken place. The young man leaned closer, asking, what are they building? That's the problem, it doesn't make sense to build anything there. The middle-aged woman took a sip of her coffee, and the 3 of them fell silent, each focused on the same set of data. That afternoon, an analysis report labeled "Worthy of Attention" was delivered from the analysis center to the 3rd floor. The ID was followed by 3 asterisks, indicating it required continuous monitoring. The last paragraph of the report noted that a certain Eastern nation had seen a 47% surge in its share of the global market for rare minerals and specific traditional Chinese medicinal materials over the past 30 days. All procurements pointed to several shell companies registered in that country. The procurement list included 4 obscure minerals with no known industrial use and 17 specific traditional medicinal materials with a motive unclear. In the 3rd floor office, a gray-haired man read the report from start to finish. After finishing, he leaned back in his chair and picked up the internal phone on his desk. Call in the person known as Eagle Eye and have an assessment ready for me before tomorrow morning. The next morning, the assessment report was placed on the table. The cover was printed with Eagle Eye Project Preliminary Assessment. with a subtitle in smaller print: Comprehensive Analysis of Unusual Activities by a Certain Eastern Nation. The core judgment of the report contained only one sentence: based on anomalous signals from maritime monitoring activities, unreported construction in mountainous areas, and directed resource procurement, it is preliminarily assessed that the counterpart is conducting some form of large-scale human enhancement technology experiment. The direction could be in the fields of biotechnology or genetic engineering, with specific progress unknown, recommending the mobilization of the existing intelligence network in China for focused reconnaissance. The gray-haired man finished reading, signed the last page of the report, and then picked up his pen to underline the term genetic engineering. In along with the Special Affairs Bureau. The briefing room lights were half on, and Zhou Zhengshan stood in front of the screen holding a laser pointer. On the screen was a world map with 6 red dots flashing, each marked with a timestamp, the most recent update being 4 hours ago. In the last 72 hours, at least 6 foreign intelligence agencies have turned their attention towards the Kunlun direction. He pointed the laser at the left side of the screen, revealing a satellite image. Several photos showed traces of a convoy near the Kunlun Pass. The resolution was low, but the route clearly had several traces of things that hadn't existed before. Their satellites have begun to adjust their orbits, focusing on several of our construction areas. Old Han reported that in the past week, 2 groups of foreigners, disguised as mountaineers, have been active around the base perimeter. They took photos, but were intercepted by our personnel. The photos in their cameras have been processed. In the conference room sat 7 or 8 people, some in military uniforms, and others in plain clothes. Chen Jin sat by the window fiddling with a pen, not having spoken a word throughout. Zhou Zhengshan lowered the laser pointer. Chen Jin, what do you think? No need to eliminate them all. What do you mean? Not everyone on the traitor list is worth immediate action. A few are mid-level nodes in the opposing intelligence network with clear positions. If we eliminate them, the other side will rebuild their channels. If they don't rebuild, they'll send people in directly, and we won't even know who the newcomers are. Then Chen Jin picked up a copy of the traitor list from the table, flipped to one page, and pointed at several names. These individuals are of low rank, but are perfectly positioned in the middle of the opposing intelligence chain. Keeping them allows us to periodically feed them false intelligence for them to report upward. Feed them false intelligence in which direction? Genetic engineering. Just now old Joe said the opposing side preliminarily judged that we are working in the genetic direction, so let's feed them in that direction. Let them concentrate all their investigative efforts on the biochemical laboratory chasing after our shadow worldwide. By the time they realize they are off track, they will have already circled half the globe. A military-clad individual leaned in. Will they notice the movements on the Kunlun side? Adjust the construction pace on the Kunlun side, slow it down a bit, and add a few more layers of camouflage. Create several fake exploration teams in other locations to divert attention. Once they shift their satellite resources to other locations, we can speed up our work. Chen Jin remained calm, speaking methodically. Zhou Zhengshan fell silent for a moment before decisively stating, let's do it this way. I'll prepare the first batch of false intelligence within 3 days. After the meeting, Zhou Zhengshan walked down the corridor with Chen Jin, beside him the two walking for quite a while. Old Zhou. Among those on the list, one can be confirmed as a mid-level individual in their genetic laboratory. When we caught those 3 last time, his contact records mentioned this laboratory. You mean? Zhou Zhengshan stopped. His current superior happens to be responsible for the investigation in the genetic engineering direction. This means that every byte of false intelligence we feed in will ultimately land on the desk of someone in charge, and by the time we realize we're off track, the window period will have already passed for over 2 years. 2 days later, across the ocean at the headquarters of an intelligence agency, a middle-aged man in a well-fitted suit walked down the corridor, holding an analysis report. He pushed open the door to an office where a person behind a desk was reading a document. The person looked up and removed their reading glasses. The man placed the report on the desk, the cover stamped with the words, Top Secret, and the title read, Assessment Update, Preliminary Evidence of Large-Scale Human Enhancement Technology Experiments by a Certain Eastern Nation, pointing to new gene therapy. The other party flipped through the report, reading a few pages, and nodded. Continue monitoring. They had no idea that what they were pursuing was completely off track from the beginning. Chen Jin spread a world map on the table. This map was more detailed than a military map, with intricate lines that dazzled the eyes. On the entire drawing, more than a dozen points were circled in red ink, spanning the western wilderness, the southern ocean land, and reaching all the way to the northern ice field. Next to each circle, the type of mineral and coordinates were clearly written, each stroke particularly neat. These mineral veins must secure legal exclusive mining rights before the spiritual veins activate in 2032. If delayed by a year, the cost will multiply tenfold. Zhou Zhengshan stared at the dozen red circles on the map, remaining silent for a long time. Old Han leaned over to take a look and recalled what he had said last time in the Kunlun Cave. Annual surveys treasures all slip away. Looking at the map, now that feeling surged back. I will coordinate with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Zhou Zhengshan slowly rolled up the map. Where should we start? The Western Wilderness. There are several level 1 spiritual mines there which will activate before 2032. Let's secure the mining rights first. In the Ministry of Foreign Affairs meeting room of a resource-rich country in the Western Wilderness, 4 to 5 people sat on each side of the conference table. Leading the Dragon Country side was a man named Lu in his early 40s, speaking slowly but firmly on each clause. Opposite him sat the Minister of Mines, who had been negotiating for 3 days. The first 2 days he brought an assistant, but today he was alone. He dared not bring more people as the terms offered by the Dragon Country were too generous, making him feel uneasy. The more people present, the greater the risk of leakage. Representative Lu pushed the draft contract forward, which included infrastructure aid repairs for 2 roads and 3 bridges and medical assistance, with 3 clinics built in 5 years providing doctors' equipment and medicine. The long-term trade contract offered a price 15% above the international market, with only one condition: exclusive mining rights for a certain area valid for 99 years. The Minister of Mines flipped through the contract until he reached the annex with the map of that area, staring at it for a while. He was very familiar with this place. Entirely hard gravel, not a blade of grass grew. Decades ago, an exploratory team from outside had come, drilled a hole, and left, reporting it as no commercial mining value. He had personally visited once, standing on that land, and stepping twice, finding only hard rocks. He closed the contract and looked up at Representative Lu, hesitating for a long while. Mr. Lu, let me confirm once more, you are sure this is the land you want? Yes. There is nothing on this land. Our own exploration report states this clearly. We have our own judgment. The Minister of Mines leaned back against the chair, feeling increasingly doubtful. Either the Dragon Country was foolishly throwing away money, or they knew something he did not. But the numbers on the contract were real: road construction, clinic establishment, trade, premium, all written in black and white. These figures sitting on the table were larger than any contract he had signed in his life. He stared at Representative Lu for a while. Lu showed no expression, sitting there steadily waiting for his. I need to report to the president. Of course. That afternoon the contract was signed. Identical scenarios unfolded simultaneously in several countries. Some signed after 2 days of discussions, while others took 5. A minister from a small country, after signing, whispered to his secretary, "The terms they offered are too good. It makes me uneasy." The secretary, a young man who had just followed the minister for less than half a year, quickly replied, "So should we still sign?" The minister glanced at the stack of signed contracts on the table, smiled bitterly. "We've signed. Can we back out now?" After speaking, he pushed the contract to the secretary for filing. In the Dragon Country's Special Affairs Bureau, in a secure communication room. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Chen Jin leaned against the army cot, eyes closed. Usually the corridor would be empty at this hour, but tonight footsteps echoed continuously. The door was pushed open. Zhou Zhengshan entered, holding a fax, his steps notably quicker than usual. "There's a problem. A mineral vein in the Western Wilderness has been intercepted. A mining company from the North Island Alliance suddenly barged in, offering double our price, and the local government is stalling, not answering calls or emails, clearly wanting us to raise our offer." Chen Jin took the fax and glanced over it. That mineral vein was located at the northern border of a small country in the Western Wilderness. He had marked it on the world map. Buried beneath it was the yin-yang crystal, a level 1 mineral vein. In his past life, it was this very place's yin-yang crystal that became the hard currency on the entire Western battlefield after the opening of the secret realm. Whoever obtained it could forge high-temperature resistant armor in bulk. Soldiers clad in such armor could endure 3 times longer before beasts. Chen Jin casually placed the fax on the table, and then said they didn't discover a spiritual mine. They were hoarding rare earth substitutes globally, and happened to stumble upon this spot. The surface of the yin-yang crystal, or is similar to a certain type of rare earth accompanying, or they priced it as rare earth, thinking they struck a bargain. I've seen this happen more than once in my past life. They aren't new to hitting the jackpot, but they never know what they actually hit. Zhou Zhengshan furrowed his brows tightly. "Should we raise our offer to match?" "Yes, triple it." Zhou Zhengshan was taken aback. "Triple? Are you sure? This amount of money now pales in comparison to its future value. In my past life, to seize this mineral, 3 countries' regular armies went to war directly for 2 whole years. In the end, one side's air force ran out of ammunition and resorted to using transport planes to crash into the mine, achieving mutual destruction. Now spending money can secure it steadily, a blood profit." Zhou Zhengshan no longer hesitated and turned to make a call. Soon his hurried voice echoed in the corridor as he connected with the front lines overnight. 3 days later, the mining rights for that vein were successfully acquired at a 3-fold premium. The North Island Alliance Mining Company withdrew from the competition, their budget limit being less than half of the Dragon Country's offer. It was said that the responsible person there slammed the report on the table after reviewing the final offer, cursing that the Dragon people were crazy, and then called headquarters to say this case was unmanageable. That night, Qinjin placed a document on Zhou Zhengshan's desk. It was a thick stack, 3 whole volumes with no words on the cover, and the first page was densely filled with mining coordinates. Longitude, latitude, mineral type, estimated reserves, activation time. Each page was numbered from 001 to 047, 47 locations, with a column of numbers beside them representing the lives lost in the past to seize this mineral. Zhou Zhengshan flipped through a few pages, remaining silent, but stopped when he reached one page, his eyes fixed on a line of text. This Yin-Yang crystal mine is the one we just mentioned. Yes. How many died? 170,000 directly involved in combat, not counting the civilians around the mining area. Zhou Zhengshan closed the document, his expression growing very serious. If even one page leaks out, it could spark a localized war. This information is worth as much as the total military expenditure of the Dragon Country for the next 100 years. Qinjin looked at the 3 volumes of documents, seal them with the highest security level, unlock them in batches, and each unlocking requires my personal and the chairman of the Military Commission's joint authorization. Zhou Zhengshan nodded. He neatly stacked the 3 volumes together, placed them in a metal box, and locked it with a password. After completing everything, Zhou Zhengshan had just raised his head to speak, when Qinjin had already turned and walked to the door, pausing with his hand on the doorknob. Old Zhou. Looking back on the contracts signed today, in 10 years, each one will be worth 10,000 times what we spent today. In the medical monitoring room, Su Wanqing had been staring at the screen for a full hour. The data on the screen flickered incessantly, and with each refresh her anxiety intensified. In less than 72 hours, Zhao Wufeng's leg muscle density had surged by 40%, and the metabolic rate of his skin was directly 17 times that of an average person. A layer of hard skin began to emerge on his calves, continuously spreading outward, growing larger day. Su Wanqing pulled up the latest blood test report and compared it with the gene sequence chart. The 2 curves that should overlap had distinctly separated. Several key genetic loci had all shifted, mirroring the severe muscular rejection reaction recorded in textbooks. She was all too familiar with this procedure. If it continued to develop this way, the immune system would collapse, leading to systemic organ failure, gradually dragging down the entire body. This was a death process inscribed in medical textbooks without exception. Su Wanqing could no longer sit still. She grabbed a thick stack of reports and rushed out. She pushed open the door to Qinjin's office directly. At that moment, Qinjin was pouring hot water into a instructor. She exclaimed, "There's a problem. The body refining liquid has issues." Qinjin placed the cup on the desk and replied calmly, "What's the problem?" "Wufeng's genes are mutating." Su Wanqing opened the report in her hand and pointed at the 2 diverging curves on the desk. "Look at these loci, the shifts are abnormal. According to current medical standards, if this continues, it will lead to systemic organ failure. The body refining liquid absolutely contains unstable toxic components. It must be stopped immediately, and he needs to be transferred for treatment." "Su Wanqing." Qinjin interrupted her. Su Wanqing looked up abruptly, her eyes red and her face tense. "Come here." Qinjin walked to the window, and Su Wanqing hurriedly followed. Outside was the base training ground. Zhao Wufeng sat in a wheelchair, a thick blanket covering his legs, quietly watching the trainees running on the field. He had been like this for days, not allowing anyone to touch his legs, the blanket tightly secured. Every time Su Wanqing checked on him and asked how he was, he always said he was fine. If she asked one more question, he would close his mouth and say nothing. "Look closely." Qinjin tilted his chin slightly. Su Wanqing focused intently on the figure in the wheelchair. Seconds later, she was so surprised that she almost shouted, quickly covering her mouth with her hand. She saw the blanket covering Zhao Wufeng's feet moving. Even through the thick blanket, she could clearly see the rising and falling motion, as if something was writhing beneath the skin. Su Wanqing had not noticed this obvious movement during her rounds yesterday. The hard skin on his legs was just a little on the first day. By the second day, it covered the entire calf, and by this morning it had already spread over his knees. Qinjin turned around and took the report from her hand. He quickly flipped through 2 pages and suddenly smiled lightly. Su Wanqing was confused. "Instructor, what are you laughing at?" "This is a fatal mutation." "No, it's not a mutation, it's a body awakening." Qinjin placed the report back on the desk, his gaze resolute. After so many years as a special forces soldier, his physique had already reached the limits of normal people. After sitting in a wheelchair for 3 years, all the potential and stress accumulated in his body were locked tightly within his muscles and bones. The body refining liquid opened up his clogged meridians, equivalent to unlocking a door releasing all the foundation he had accumulated over the years in one explosive moment. He is actively seizing the surrounding spiritual energy. His muscles are strengthening to withstand the surging power. That layer of hard skin on his legs is a natural armor grown by his body itself. He handed the report back to Su Wanqing. If you look at this through the lens of outdated medical standards, it is a serious illness, a deformity, a rejection. But within the context of the recovering spiritual energy cultivation system, this is a top-tier talent that others can only dream of. Remember this statement today. All the medical knowledge you have learned will need to be reevaluated. The changes in the human body during the spiritual energy era cannot be viewed with old perspectives. Any abnormality cannot simply be attributed to poisoning or mutations. Su Wanqing held the report utterly astonished. Her deeply rooted medical understanding was completely overturned in that moment. Then what should we do now? Help him stabilize this talent and smooth out the chaotic spiritual energy. In the medical observation room, Zhao Wufeng lay flat on the bed, the blanket over his legs completely lifted. Su Wanqing glanced down, feeling a bit anxious and fearful. His calves were covered with dark blue-black hard keratin layer upon layer with edges slightly raised, looking rough and strange like underdeveloped scales. In the past, this would have been pathological hyperplasia that required surgical removal. But now she could no longer distinguish right from wrong. Chen Jin stood beside the bed, his right hand hovering above Zhao Wufeng's knee. Zhao Wufeng's legs were spasming uncontrollably, the muscles twitching frequently. There are two forces clashing within your body, Chen Jin said flatly. The spiritual energy from the body refining liquid is surging forward, while the stress accumulated in your body for 3 years is pushing back, the two forces entangled together, thoroughly disrupting the meridians. I will use spatial power to help you realign the flow. The process will be extremely painful. If you can't bear it, just call it off. There's no need to force yourself. Zhao Wufeng lay flat, showing no signs of fear. Instructor, don't worry about me, just go ahead. Chen Jin placed his right hand directly on Zhao Wufeng's leg. Instantly, an invisible spatial force seeped into the leg's meridians. Zhao Wufeng's body stiffened abruptly. His legs, which had only been twitching slightly, suddenly began to convulse violently. The clashing forces were forcibly torn and repositioned, a dense wave of pain spreading throughout his body along the meridians. Su Wanqing stood in the corner staring at the monitoring instruments as heart rate and blood pressure soared. She wanted to call it off several times, but seeing Zhao Wufeng enduring it to the end, she swallowed her words. For a full 6 hours of realignment and refinement, the chaotic spiritual energy gradually returned to order and the rampaging physical state stabilized. The originally chaotic, outwardly flipped dark blue keratin gradually settled and changed color, transforming into a pure dark hue that tightly adhered to the skin, becoming firm and orderly. When the last trace of chaotic spiritual energy was sorted out, all spasms in his legs completely ceased. Zhao Wufeng was soaked in sweat, gasping for breath as if he had just crawled out of hell. But the keratin layer on his legs had completely solidified, with the surface gleaming with a heavy metallic matte finish. Su Wanqing picked up the hardness tester and tested it, the final value surpassing military-grade titanium alloy. She verified it repeatedly and finally put down the instrument, silently filled with shock. Half an hour later, Zhao Wufeng, recovering, released the edge of the bed, supporting himself on the bed frame as he slowly sat up, gradually moving his legs to the edge of the bed and gently placing them on the ground. The hard scales made a faint metallic sound as they touched the concrete floor. He braced himself with one hand on the edge of the bed and the other on his knee, gradually exerting force, slowly straightening his body. Gradually releasing all supporting hands, he stood firmly on the ground, solely relying on his legs. No one assisted him. After 3 years of paralysis and 6 hours of hellish transformation, he was reborn. Zhao Wufeng steadied his stance and slowly raised his right hand to his temple, giving a standard military salute. Instructor, this newly born physique deserves a name. Please bestow one. Chen Jin looked at him quietly, remaining silent for 2 seconds. Xuanwu body. In your past life, you were the most solid and unbreakable shield against the tide of beasts. In this life, you still are. Zhao Wufeng slowly lowered his arm. His legs were still trembling, but the corners of his mouth, which had been tense for 3 years, finally broke into a faint smile. 3 years of silence in a wheelchair, 6 hours of life and death rebirth. He had finally endured through it. Zhou Jingshan flipped through the red-headed document 3 times. Across from him, Ling Guotao leisurely brewed tea, lifting the cup to his lips without taking a sip, for the preparatory group was disbanded directly. Yes. It was upgraded to a special committee. Correct. Lin Guotao quickly scanned the document again, his eyes fixated on Chen Jin's name. All 4 core departments below are under his control. Yes, entirely under his control. Ling Guotao raised his eyes to Zhou Jingshan, speaking earnestly. Old Zhou, tell me honestly, is this kid your illegitimate son? Zhou Jingshan snatched the document back. Get lost. I'm not joking. Ling Guotao sighed. When you were young you worked just like he does now with the same vigor. Just focus on— Ling Guotao helplessly lifted his cup, mumbling, fine, I won't argue, but it's really absurd. Together we are over 100 years old, and now we have to work for a 17-year-old kid. You're not happy about it. I never said I wasn't happy. Ling Guotao took a sip of tea and sighed. It's just that the world has changed too quickly. 9 months ago, I was sipping tea in the monitoring room reading the news and slacking off. Now I'm busy running around after him every day, barely having a moment to brew tea. Is that called working? You're just wasting time. It's pretty much the same thing. Zhou Jingshan read through the appointment arrangements for the 4 departments of the committee, pausing deliberately at the mention of the Extraordinary Technology Research Institute. Su Wanqing appointed as the vice president. After finalizing the appointment, Zhou Jingshan stood up and went downstairs to inform her. At this moment Su Wanqing was focused on sample analysis in the laboratory, completely oblivious to the appointment arrangements outside. Zhou Jingshan entered the laboratory and directly informed her of the result. Su Wanqing appointed as the vice president of the Extraordinary Technology Research Institute. Hearing this, Su Wanqing nearly dropped the test tube in her hand. Me? Vice president? That's right. I just graduated 2 years ago. My qualifications are nowhere near enough. They are sufficient now. I haven't even been promoted to attending physician yet. Your current position is no longer that of an ordinary attending physician. Su Wanqing slowly placed the test tube back on the rack, removed her mask, and looked up at Zhou Jingshan at the door, her tone filled with apprehension. Director Zhou, I'm afraid I won't do well in this position. Don't worry. Zhou Jingshan looked at her. It was Chun Jin who insisted on you. He said you could handle it well. When did he say that? Yesterday I specifically asked for his opinion. Su Wanqing fell silent for a few seconds, put her mask back on, and picked up the test tube. Let me finish the sample analysis I have on hand first. Don't you want to take a break? The data isn't done running. I can't stop. Zhou Jingshan stood at the door watching her for a moment longer. This girl hadn't uttered a single polite phrase or shown any reaction from start to finish. But the determination and diligence in her eyes were evident. The appointment document for Zhao Kejian was also personally delivered by Zhou Jingshan. The old general was watering flowers on his own balcony, holding a plastic watering can. After reading the red-headed appointment, he silently placed the watering can on the ground. Time to get back to work again. Zhao Kejian carefully folded the document and tucked it into his inner pocket. The all-hands meeting officially began. At the end of the red-headed document, a significant clause was specifically listed. Comrade Chen Jin possesses the final veto power over all extraordinary projects. Official codename 0. Rights to information, decision-making, and parity with the committee head, can report directly to the highest leader. After Zhou Jingshan finished reading this passage, the entire conference room fell silent. Ling Guotao was the first to break the silence. A veto power. Meaning that in the future, for all matters in the extraordinary field, as long as he doesn't nod, no one's words will matter. Exactly. Not even you. Not even me. Ling Guotao turned to look at Chen Jin, who was sitting calmly in his seat, and gently nudged him with his elbow. Can't you at least smile a little? What's there to laugh about? My goodness, you now hold all the power in the entire extraordinary project. You call the shots. Isn't that worth being happy about? Power is meant to be used to get work done, not just to be happy. You really have no sense of humor. You just— Ling Guotao leaned back in his chair, still chattering. All right, you're composed, but you have to say at least a few words of gratitude, right? Isn't that what they always do on TV, thanking the organization for its trust and pledging not to disappoint expectations? Not letting down trust relies on actions, not just words. Chen Jin shot him a glance and retorted. Ling Guotao was stunned for a second, then nodded. That's a solid point. After the meeting concluded, everyone gradually left the room. Once everyone had left, Zhou Jingshan finally stood up and walked to Chen Jin. There's something I need to discuss with you privately. Chen Jin had just put away his laser pointer and looked up at him. Having worked with Zhou Jingshan for 9 months, he had never seen him in this state, wanting to speak, but hesitant, filled with uncertainty. Zhou Jingshan pulled out a brown craft folder from his briefcase and gently placed it on the table. The folder had no number, no official seal, and the cover only bore the handwritten characters Chen Jin. All personnel entering the core decision-making level must undergo a routine background check. This is not aimed at you, it's a hard rule. Chen Jin reached out and flipped open the folder. The first page contained a birth record with a stamped note in the upper right corner, no original file. The second page had medical records only, including treatment data after the age of 10. The third page had academic information only, including registration data after middle school. As he continued to flip through the information about parents' work history, residency changes, and old personal photos, was all blank. At the very end, a thin sheet of paper slid out of the folder. It was the admission registration form from the orphanage 10 years ago. Chen Jin picked up the paper, looking at the date written on it. He remembered it clearly. It was the day he had been taken in by the orphanage after being abandoned on the streets in his past life. So, Chen Jin asked aloud. So your past is completely untraceable. Zhou Zhengshan's tone was serious. Place of birth, biological parents, childhood history, original household registration. None of it exists. It's as if 10 years ago this world had no record of your existence. You appeared out of thin air on that day 10 years ago. Chen Jin stared at the registration form in his hand, remaining silent for a long time. He placed the paper back into the folder, gently closed the bag, and quietly looked at the two handwritten names on the cover. His name was simply assigned by the director of the orphanage without any surname or lineage, just the simplest code. Old Zhou. I'm here. In my past life, I was an abandoned infant raised in an orphanage with no one to rely on. Chen Jin spoke calmly, slowly. In this life, I have been preoccupied with the impending disaster, strategies and defenses, busy every day translating the foresight into actions, never having a single moment to think about my own origins. But now you've uncovered it. My past is not a blank file, it's a record that never existed at all. Zhou Zhengshan fell silent for a moment. Do you suspect this is related to the secret of your rebirth? I can't be sure, Chen Jin shook his head. But a person with no past traces who suddenly appears only to return 10 years later with complete memories of the future. Old Zhou, if it were you, would you think this is just a coincidence? Zhou Zhengshan did not respond, quietly looking at the brown craft folder on the table. After a while he finally spoke. Should we continue to dig deeper into the investigation? Yes, Chen Jin said seriously. But it must be conducted discreetly, without too many people knowing. I understand. Zhou Zhengshan stood up, put the folder away in his briefcase, and suddenly paused at the door, turning back to look at Chen Jin. Regardless of what secrets your past hides, whether it's coincidence or not, you are now the nationally certified zero, and that will never change. As the door closed, the entire room fell into complete silence. Only Chen Jin remained sitting in the room. On the table lay a piece of brown paper document, unnumbered, and without an official seal, with his name handwritten on the cover. He sat in the chair for over an hour, flipping through the document repeatedly. Each time he finished, his gaze would fixate on the old orphanage registration form. The date was 10 years ago, the very day he was adopted by the orphanage. Chen Jin had never cared about his origins before. He had been alone since childhood, indifferent to where he settled or how he lived, and had never bothered to delve into his past. But today was different. The results from the official investigation unsettled him completely. The document had not been lost, and no one had deliberately hidden his information. For a full decade of his life, there was not a trace to be found. No birth certificate, no medical records, and even the basic household registration was completely blank. It was as if on that day 10 years ago he had simply appeared out of nowhere with no trace of his existence. Chen Jin closed the document, got up, and walked to the window, slowly closing his eyes. He calmed his mind and earnestly recalled the moment in 2039 when the first secret realm descended. At that time, chaos ensued throughout the city, with skyscrapers collapsing, the ground cracking open with countless chasms and debris and dust everywhere, the air thick with the acrid scent of blood. He was pinned beneath heavy rubble, unable to move, with the wall pressing hard against his chest. Blood was constantly oozing from his mouth, his strength gradually waning, the sounds around him fading further away, and his consciousness was becoming increasingly blurred. Just as he was about to perish, a sudden cracking sound erupted from the depths of his body. It was not a sound from the outside world, but an upheaval from deep within his soul. It was as if the ice that had been sealed for countless years shattered in an instant. A surge of immense power coursed through his limbs in an instant. In the next second, the heavy wall that had been crushing him was inexplicably flung away several meters. All the debris around him levitated for a moment before crashing down to the ground. His spatial abilities had been unlocked in this inexplicable manner. No one taught him, no one guided him, he didn't need to practice or adapt. 1 second, he was an ordinary person awaiting death, and the next he could perfectly control the power of space. In those chaotic years, people died every day, and surviving was already an immense effort. At that time, he simply thought he had awakened his abilities purely by chance under extreme circumstances. But as he encountered more and more extraordinary beings, he gradually realized something was amiss. Everyone else who awakened their abilities needed to spend a lot of time to adapt, practice, and hone their skills, otherwise they couldn't control their powers. Only he had been able to use his powers effortlessly from the very first moment, without any clumsiness. However, during the years of war, he had no time to dwell on these doubts. Now that the situation had stabilized, the doubts he had buried for years resurfaced. Jin opened his eyes, returned to the table, and opened his right hand. Then a thin spatial crack quietly appeared. He did not release his power outward. Instead, he controlled the crack to probe into his own body. Soon he saw his spatial source core. A deep blue orb mixed with dark golden light slowly flowed within him, the source of power that had accompanied him through 2 lives. In the past, he had only used it for fighting and defense, never taking a good look at what the source core looked like. He penetrated the outer layer of flowing energy and delved deep, reaching the very core of the source. At the very center, there was an ancient dragon pattern embedded. The lines were simple, the design peculiar, unlike any dragon pattern in existence, appearing particularly old and heavy. The most crucial part was that this pattern was not inscribed later. It was an integral part of the source core, as if the entire core had been condensed around this dragon pattern. At the moment he saw the pattern, Jin suddenly understood. In his past life, he had visited an extremely hidden ancient relic. Within that relic was a huge door of remarkable hardness. Back then, several top-tier King Realm powerhouses had teamed up to hammer away for several days, yet they couldn't even create a gap in the door. And on that door was carved the exact same dragon pattern. From afar he had felt it looked familiar, but he could never understand why. Now he fully comprehended. This ancient pattern had been hidden deep within his soul from the very beginning. Jin retracted his abilities, his hand returning to normal. For all these years he had believed he was just an ordinary person. He had awakened purely by chance and reached the pinnacle during the chaotic times and returned through sheer luck. But now all the clues lay before him: the blank childhood, the ancient pattern deep within his soul, the top-tier abilities that required no adaptation, and the unbelievable rebirth. Once is coincidence, but a series of coincidences stacked together is undoubtedly a certainty. He finally understood completely. His abilities were not talents born from desperate circumstances. This power was innate, merely sealed within his soul. The near-death situation in 2039 had simply triggered the unsealing of that seal. Including his rebirth, it was not a stroke of luck. After meeting all the hidden conditions, this rebirth was the predetermined result. From the moment he appeared in this world 10 years ago, everything had long been arranged. He did not happen to catch the revival of spiritual energy. He was from the very start meant to be born for this great upheaval of heaven and earth. The next morning, Jin went directly to Zhou Zhengshan's office. Zhou Zhengshan was having soy milk for breakfast when he saw Jin enter. He immediately set down his cup and noticed at a glance that Jin was not in a good state, clearly having not slept all night. Still thinking about that document. Jin nodded and pulled out a chair to sit down. I figured it out. It's not that the document was incorrect. Before I turned 10, there was no record of my past in this world, which is equivalent to me appearing out of thin air 10 years ago. Zhou Zhengshan fell silent for 2 seconds, his expression becoming serious. Either the document system has made a huge mistake or your identity has hidden secrets from the very beginning. It's the latter. Jin recounted the scene he had recalled last night. Last night, I examined my source, and deep within the source core lies an ancient dragon pattern. The stone door from the ancient relic in my past life, which no one could break, is inscribed with this pattern. Zhou Zhengshan fell silent, lowering his head to quietly digest this overturning piece of information. My abilities are the source of power unleashed after the seal is broken. Jin stated plainly. The near-death experience in my past life was merely the opportunity to unlock my ancestor's seal. This rebirth was also an early arranged arrangement. Zhou Zhengshan raised his head to look at Jin, pondering for a moment. If that's the case, there might be other people in the world bearing the same special marks, and the revival of spiritual energy cannot be considered a natural disaster. Exactly. Jin affirmed, even before we were born, there were unknown entities secretly orchestrating all of this. Zhou Zhengshan immediately took out a pen to record. You suggest the investigation direction, and I will arrange personnel to proceed. Divide into 2 directions, and expand comprehensively. First, investigate people. In the past 15 years nationwide, especially around 2039, register everyone who has experienced spatial anomalies, physical mutations, or inexplicably awakened abilities, leaving no one out. Second, investigate materials. All local chronicles, ancient texts, folk legends, and old secret documents that mention spatial anomalies or strange phenomena should be retrieved. Zhou Zhengshan frowned. The volume of miscellaneous records is too vast, and the workload is terrifying. No matter how many there are, we will thoroughly investigate. Jin's attitude was very firm. I want to find others like me, clarify the origins of the dragon pattern, and completely verify that the revival of spiritual energy has been an orchestrated grand scheme from the beginning to end. He looked at Zhou Zhengshan earnestly and said, we have always been passive, struggling to respond to various disasters. But in reality, the arrival of the secret realm, the emergence of beasts, and the revival of spiritual energy are all predetermined trajectories. My appearance, my powers, my rebirth all fall within someone else's plan. Zhou Zhengshan's expression changed instantly. This matter involves too many departments, and the permission requirements are extremely high. Just advance it under the name of the Shadow Plan. Zhou Zhengshan put away his notes. I'll coordinate, but the workload is massive, and it will take at least several months to uncover effective clues. I understand that. You need to be aware of this. Zhou Zhengshan looked at him and said, if we dig deep into this, the scale of this matter has long exceeded the original plans of training troops, building bases, and defending the homeland. Chen Jin stood up and walked to the door, placing his hand on the doorknob and pausing for a moment. From the moment I saw that dragon pattern, the scale has completely changed. After saying that, he pushed the door open and walked out. In the office, Zhou Zhengshan wasted not a second, immediately picking up the phone to dial and dispatching personnel overnight, initiating a nationwide trace investigation. Old Han had just stuffed a biscuit into his mouth when an urgent report was delivered to him. He glanced down at the report in his hand trembled, and crumbs spilled onto the table. The contents of this report were very strange. The construction team underground was drilling holes, and every time the drill reached the same depth, the machine would jam and stop. The electronic signals on hand would vanish into thin air for 3 to 5 seconds. Even the precision-strong magnetometer detected regular pulse fluctuations that mirrored a human heartbeat, steady and rhythmic. Old Han casually tossed the biscuit onto the table and grabbed the phone to call Zhou Zhengshan directly. After hearing the situation, Zhou Zhengshan replied succinctly, "Call Chen Jin over." Within 20 minutes, Chen Jin arrived at the mountain shaft site. Su Wanxing followed behind him, carrying a heavy sampling box and holding a portable detection device ready to record data at any moment. The diameter of this shaft was less than 3 meters, pitch black and bottomless. The construction elevator rumbled as it descended with only the two of them in the cramped cabin. "How are the magnetic field readings?" Chen Jin asked. Su Wanxing stared at the flickering instrument screen, reporting in real time. Low frequency fluctuations 0.3 to 0.7 Hz, pulsing rhythmically. About every 40 minutes, each pulse lasts 3 to 4 seconds. It first appeared the day before yesterday, became more frequent yesterday, and has pulsed 6 times today. Chen Jin nodded, not asking further questions. The elevator came to a steady stop 200 meters underground, and several construction workers were gathered at the entrance, each looking increasingly pallid, clearly terrified. An older foreman crouched in a corner smoking. Seeing Chen Jin approach, he immediately extinguished his cigarette and stood up. "When did the problems start? Let's get straight to the point." The foreman wiped the dust from his face, his tone laced with fear. "It started the afternoon before yesterday. We dismissed the first jam thinking it was just a worn drill, so we replaced it with a brand new one, but then things got stranger. The equipment's signal completely cut off, the screen went black, and after a few seconds it returned to normal. I've worked in underground engineering for decades and have never encountered anything like this." "Did you hear any noises when the drill jammed?" The foreman was momentarily stunned, and a young worker next to him interjected, "Yes. It sounded like distant drumming beating in time with the drill's jammed rhythm." Chen Jin stepped forward and placed his hand against the cold rock wall. An invisible spatial force surged down through the rock layers, penetrating the thick granite. In an instant, he grasped the situation below. He immediately understood the root of the problem. The magnetic field fluctuations detected by the outside instruments were not caused by the internal rock layers. The source was hidden behind this rock, concealing another layer of independent space. The spatial barriers of the two worlds were slowly converging and rubbing against each other. This micro-level spatial collision produced subtle vibrations, resulting in the pulse signals that the instruments detected, akin to a heartbeat. Having figured all this out, Chen Jin withdrew his hand and turned to reassure everyone. "Don't panic, it's not an earthquake, and there won't be a collapse." Su Wanxing approached quickly, holding the detection device, her eyes filled with confusion. "Instructor, what exactly is this abnormal fluctuation?" "A secret realm entrance," Chen Jin stated candidly. "Number 001, Kunlun, Su's secret realm. According to the original timeline, it won't fully open for several more years. Right now, it's just making noise, breathing, if you will." "Breathing?" Su Wanxing looked baffled. "The secret realm is alive, not just a pile of dead rocks," Chen Jin explained casually, making it easy to understand. "Its internal spatial rules are completely different from our world. As the two worlds slowly approach and compress against each other, this pulse fluctuation occurs. It's akin to the secret realm inhaling and exhaling. Each time it exhales, the magnetic field spikes, which is the anomaly you've detected." Su Wanxing looked down at the constantly fluctuating data on the screen, somewhat grasping it, yet still confused. Nearby, several workers exchanged glances, and the young worker who had spoken earlier couldn't help but interject, "So what you mean is, we've dug to the entrance of the secret realm. That's pretty much it." The young man grew tense. Will it suddenly open? We're still working down here. Not for now, the entrance is still sealed. Upon hearing this, everyone quietly sighed in relief. The young man touched his hard hat and muttered softly, "That's good. Ew, I don't want to be drilling," when something inexplicable suddenly emerges from the other side. The foreman beside him gently tapped him on the shoulder. "Stop talking nonsense." Chen ignored their chatter and raised his hand to touch the rock wall again. This time he didn't probe deeper, but carefully swept along the surface of the rock wall. The rock patterns, tiny fissures, and underground river veins all unfolded in his mind. Soon he noticed something amiss. "This isn't just magnetic field fluctuations," Chen reminded. "The secret realm breathing is not only releasing waves, but also leaking other things." He gestured for Su Wanxing to come over, pointing to an extremely fine crevice in the rock wall. "Take a sample." Su Wanxing immediately crouched down, taking out a long tweezers and a sealed bag from the sampling box, carefully rummaging through the crevice. Before long, a few small stones the size of soybeans were extracted. The small stones were translucent, glowing softly with a faint milky white light under the miner's lamp. Su Wanxing held them in her palm, examining them curiously for a long time. "What kind of stone is this? I've never seen it before." "Natural spirit stones." Chen picked one up and studied it for a moment. The spiritual energy from within the secret realm seeps through the barrier's gaps, accumulating over the years to form these spirit stones. We don't need to wait for the secret realm to officially open. Just from the spiritual energy leaking now, we can come collect regularly and gather a good amount. Su Wanxing's eyes lit up instantly as she carefully placed the spirit stones into the sealed bag, diligently labeling the depth and location of the samples. "Instructor, does that mean we can start collecting early?" "Yes." Chen nodded, his gaze sweeping over the entire rock wall. "And it's not just this crevice. Kunlun's breathing has a fixed cycle. Each time it exhales, spirit stones will condense in the crevices of the rock wall. Mark all the leakage points, and we can come harvest them regularly." He looked at the spirit stone in his hand, a hint of sentiment in his eyes. In the past life, everyone was foolishly waiting for the secret realm to open, rushing in to snatch resources, while no one noticed the treasures leaking out at the entrance. By the time someone figured it out later, it was already too late. The team members immediately dispersed, carefully searching along the rock wall. Before long, they found a dozen or so spirit stones of varying sizes, and the tunnel suddenly grew lively. Su Wanxing was about to help, but turned to find Chen hadn't moved. He remained crouched next to the previous crevice, his gaze fixed intently on the depths of the crack, motionless. Su Wanxing hurried over and softly called out, "Instructor." Chen did not respond. He took a long cotton swab from the sampling box and slowly extended it into the deepest part of the dark crevice, gently dipping it. The moment he pulled it out, a faint odor wafted out. The tip of the swab was coated with a drop of viscous black liquid that was still slowly writhing, looking particularly eerie. Su Wanxing instinctively took half a step back, her brow furrowed. "What is this?" Chen quickly sealed the drop of black liquid into a test tube and tightened the lid. "Beast secretion." The 5 short words caused the scene to fall silent instantly. Su Wanxing's face was filled with disbelief. "But the secret realm entrance hasn't opened yet. The barrier is completely sealed. The door is sealed, but it can't prevent minute seepage." Chen held the test tube up to the light, examining it closely. The gap is too small for humans or large beasts to pass through, but spiritual energy can seep through, and these tiny bizarre substances can as well. Moreover, this isn't natural seepage. His tone grew serious. It's the beasts on the other side deliberately squeezing through. They are testing our world. The entire tunnel fell into a deathly silence. Su Wanxing lowered her voice, a hint of caution in her tone. "Instructor, does that mean the things on the other side know we're here? Not necessarily humans, but they can sense that there is a whole new space beyond the barrier." Chen carefully stored the test tube in the sampling box and closed the lid. "From the moment they began probing, the invisible battle between us and the secret realm beasts has all the construction personnel stood frozen in place, not daring to breathe." At some point, Old Han had also descended to the underground via the elevator. He stood at the tunnel entrance, staring at the sampling box in Chen hands, his expression grave to the extreme. Old Han casually slapped a stack of documents onto the table, while Chen gaze was fixed intensely on the secret realm map on the wall, his expression remarkably calm. After the coordinates of Kunlun Void had already been marked, several glaring red circles appeared densely on the map, clearly indicating that the breaches of spiritual energy leakage from the secret realm were far more numerous than they had anticipated. "There has been an incident in the southwestern mountainous area." Old Han pointed to a spot in the corner of the map and spoke. "The village at the foot of the mountain reported that a wild boar has entered the forest and injured people. 1 person died and 2 were injured among the villagers who went hunting." Chen quickly flipped through the report on the table, The content was recorded very succinctly, only containing basic information about the time, location, and casualty figures. Only the eyewitness testimony at the end was particularly striking. All survivors told the same story: the wild boar was larger than a water buffalo, and ordinary rifle bullets simply could not penetrate its hide with its tusks sharp as scythes. Outsiders think this is just a crazed wild animal. Chen Jin closed the report. Isn't it? Old Han retorted. It used to be, but it has long since changed. Chen Jin stood up slowly. The spiritual energy leaking from the secret realm has permeated the entire forest. This wild boar, having absorbed this energy for a long time, has begun to transform into a demon beast. Although it is not fully formed, yet it is no longer comparable to an ordinary wild animal. Old Han stopped talking nonsense and immediately called Zhou Jingshan. The next morning the approval results came back: a top-secret mission officially named Beast Extermination. In the briefing room, 30 elite team members stood in formation. Zhou Hong stood at the front of the line, Zhao Wufeng beside him, while Su Wanqing sat quietly alone in a corner, her notebook spread open on her lap, patiently waiting for the task assignment. Chen Jin projected the case file onto the large screen on the wall. The fierce beast's appearance, as reconstructed from the eyewitness descriptions, was vividly presented before everyone. The creature was as large as a rhinoceros, towering over an adult's waist, its entire body covered in thick, rough hide. Its tusks were protruding and menacing, exuding a terrifying sense of oppression. For this operation, Zhou Hong will lead the charge. Chen Jin's gaze swept over everyone present. I will not intervene. The entire battle will be handled by you. The convoy quickly reached the edge of the forest, and the 30 team members swiftly divided into 3 groups, fanning out cautiously as they slowly advanced into the depths of the dense forest. The entire forest appeared exceptionally quiet and serene, yet there was an indescribable eeriness lurking everywhere. Zhou Hong walked at the forefront, gripping a specially made alloy long gun, its tip engraved with a 3-sided armor-piercing groove designed specifically to penetrate tough beast hides. Zhao Wufeng followed 2 steps behind, holding the same type of long gun. There are footprints here. Zhou Hong crouched down and brushed aside layers of fallen leaves, revealing a massive hoof print clearly visible in the mud, larger than an adult man's palm. He raised his hand to signal and turned to look at Chen Jin, who was leaning leisurely against a large tree, empty-handed and unarmed, then gestured for everyone to move forward. The team advanced another 200 meters. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly changed. The previously intermittent sounds of birds and insects had completely vanished. Zhao Wufeng was the first to stop, the keratin layer on his legs tightening instantly. His perception of spiritual energy far exceeded that of the ordinary team members, and he felt a feral aura approaching. Before long, a heavy panting sound echoed from deep within the woods. All team members halted their advance at once, instantly becoming alert and raising their long guns. In the next moment, the dense trees were violently smashed apart. The beast, despite its heavy build, charged with a speed that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Its gray-black hide covered its entire body, resembling a thick layer of stone armor, and its exposed tusks were caked with dirt and dried blood, exuding a fierce demeanor. A cold gaze swept over everyone, sending a chill racing up their spines. A few team members instinctively took a step back, their bodies completely out of their control. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out. 3 bullets struck accurately on the beast's shoulder, embedding shallowly into its hide, with the tips still protruding and swaying slightly. They couldn't penetrate its defenses. The beast merely shook its body lightly, then suddenly turned its head, violently charging madly toward the team member who had fired. In a critical moment, Zhou Hong dashed out and yanked the dazed team member back. Don't panic. Its weak point is beneath its neck. All guns down, switch to cold weapons, and charge with me. As his voice fell, he led the way with the long gun. Zhao Wufeng immediately sidestepped and flanked, while the other team members quickly spread out to form a siege. The subsequent bullets fired only struck the beast's hide, sparking, but not leaving even a white mark. This completely enraged the beast, which suddenly lowered its tusked head and charged fiercely at the nearest team member. In that life-and-death instant, Zhao Wufeng dashed forward and pushed his teammate to a safe area. His legs braced firmly against the ground, body leaning forward, he assumed a defensive stance. A tremendous crash erupted. The beast's massive body slammed directly into his chest. In an instant, the Xuanwu armor activated in full force, the keratin on his legs glowing faintly, and Zhao Wufeng managed to withstand this violent impact. The enormous force pushed his feet, carving 2 deep grooves in the ground, and he slid back a few meters. However, he emerged from the collision relatively unscathed. Yet it was precisely in this brief moment of distraction. Zhou Hong had successfully circled to the beast's side, and immediately raised his specially made alloy long gun, aiming at the most vulnerable spot on the beast's neck, and with all his strength he fiercely pierced through. The gun tip instantly broke through the flesh, directly penetrating the giant beast's throat and plunging into its heart, causing its massive body to stiffen before crashing heavily to the ground. A shrill, ear-piercing roar echoed throughout the forest, and the entire perilous battle had lasted a mere 32 seconds. Zhou Hong steadily withdrew the long gun, standing beside the beast's corpse, gasping heavily. Zhao Wufeng slowly straightened his body. A tear in the combat suit was left by the beast's tusk across his chest, a faint red mark appearing on his skin, but fortunately the Xuanwu keratin protection had blocked the fatal damage, leaving him without cuts or bleeding. He casually brushed the dust off his body, glanced at the mark on his chest, and then looked at the beast's corpse on the ground, standing quietly, without saying a word. The other team members gathered around. Some, mustering their courage, reached out to touch the beast's hard tusks, only to retract their hands the moment they made contact, unable to suppress their low exclamations. This thing is no longer an ordinary wild boar. In the returning off-road vehicle, Chen Jin slowly stood up and said the strength of this beast is less than 1/10 of even the lowest tier demon beast. His tone was calm, yet his words clearly reached everyone's ears, and no one interrupted. They all listened earnestly. But your cooperation and on-the-spot adaptability were quite impressive. After finishing, he turned to Zhao Wufeng beside him. You did well to protect your teammates by sacrificing yourself, but when you braced against the impact earlier, your right leg's timing was half a beat slow. You'll need to practice your stability stance for 500 hours when we return. Zhao Wufeng's expression grew serious as he immediately responded, understood. Chen Jin sat back, down lazily, leaning against the chair. This first mission of the pioneering team had truly taken the first step towards hunting the mutated beast. At 3 a.m, Zhou Zengshan's encrypted phone suddenly rang. This encrypted line was extremely special, rarely being activated throughout the year. The late-night call signaled that something significant had occurred. He picked up the phone, and after just 4 or 5 seconds he abruptly sat up in bed. Say that again. The person on the other end quickly recounted the urgent situation, prompting Zhou Zengshan to roll out of bed hastily, putting on his clothes. Notify Chen Jin immediately. Oh, I'm heading back to the headquarters right away. At the same time, all confidential monitoring stations, space satellites, and underwater sonar devices around the globe collectively captured a bizarre pulse signal. This signal had never been seen before, ruling out characteristics of earthquakes and solar storms, with no corresponding data in any databases. The resonance lasted a full 7.2 seconds, penetrating the entire blue planet. From the northern ice plains to the southern ocean landmass, penetrating from the surface to the Earth's core, nothing could obstruct it. Following closely, all previously marked anomalous coordinates in various countries responded with synchronized tremors. The alarm lights at the Kunlun monitoring station were flashing frantically, the underwater sonar in the South China Sea emitted a piercing alarm, and the magnetic instruments in the western landmine area completely malfunctioned, registering off the charts. In just 10 minutes, the encrypted phones of high-ranking officials around the world were overwhelmed, as all major powers were bewildered by this sudden phenomenon. The head of the Intelligence Bureau of the Northern Island Alliance was urgently awakened in the middle of the night. He rushed into the underground command center, his eyes fixed on the large screen, displaying hundreds of synchronized red dots, sternly questioning the duty analyst. What is happening? The analyst trembled as he retrieved data, repeatedly ruling out all known disasters. Nuclear explosions, geomagnetic reversals, solar storms. All ruled out, and no matching records in the database. He spoke with a hint of panic in his voice. The signal strength has reached 17 times that of a solar storm. The director fell silent for a moment, quickly dialing the encrypted line to the highest echelon. A scene of identical chaos unfolded simultaneously across the globe's core institutions. 2 hours later, all countries issued a perfunctory statement claiming that the detected anomaly was an unknown ray burst, with specifics still under investigation. In short, none of the countries could comprehend the source of the anomaly and could only temporarily placate the populace. At 3:07 in the morning at the Special Affairs Bureau of Long Nation, the sleeping Chen Jin was jolted awake by a series of urgent knocks at the door. He opened the door to find Zhou Zengshan standing at the entrance, holding a phone with an unprecedentedly serious expression on his face. Something has happened. Without asking more questions, Chen Jin casually threw on a coat and swiftly followed him out the door. The conference room was already filled with people. Over 20 high-ranking officials, experts, and military officers had arrived. On the central giant screen in the conference room, a world map was displayed with hundreds of red dots pulsing in unison. Kunlun, South China Sea, Northern Ice, Southern Ocean. All the anomalous regions marked by Long Nation were now resonating in synchronization, the frequencies perfectly aligned, while the monitoring data in the lower right corner refreshed rapidly. Chen Jin stepped up to the front of the screen, quickly scanning all the real-time data before turning around. Zhou Jingshan sat beside him with a laser pointer, feeling restless, while Zhao Kejian leaned slightly forward silently, awaiting the interpretation. The data is 100% accurate. Chen Jin's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly across the room. This 7.2 seconds of global resonance marks the first complete stir since the birth of the planet's spiritual energy. The conference room fell silent instantly. The white-haired general who had previously applauded Chen Jin now bore a serious expression. An elder expert nearby couldn't help but ask, "What exactly is this pulse?" Everyone has long held a misconception, believing that the revival of spiritual energy was merely a special energy appearing in the air. Chen Jin directly overturned this entrenched understanding. Everyone is mistaken. Spiritual energy has never been generated out of thin air. Its source lies deep within the Earth's core. The planet is alive with a breathing cycle that occurs once every 10,000 years. Each time the Earth inhales and exhales, it releases vast amounts of cosmic energy pulses. The recent anomaly was the planet's first intake of breath during this 10th Sandier cycle. Chen Jin pressed the remote, and the screen displayed a geological profile with a clear stratified structure. A red line ran from the core to the surface, fully illustrating the path of energy conduction. Energy from the Earth's core spreads layer by layer, passing through the mantle and crust, ultimately saturating the entire expanse. Wherever the energy flows, everything will be transformed and revitalized. Ordinary ores will transform into spiritual mines, common plants will evolve into spiritual herbs, and beasts will gradually become demonic as they absorb energy. The secret realms we discover are the tears in the fabric of space caused by the planet's breath, and the demonic beasts are the symbiotic monsters that survive off this cosmic energy. Everyone in the room was utterly stunned as a new worldview shattered their previous understanding. In the past, humanity was ignorant. Only when the demonic beasts breached cities and disasters spread did they finally grasp this rule. Chen Jin spoke in a calm tone, but this time we have grasped the complete truth of the revival 9 years in advance. At this point, the white-haired general adjusted his glasses and slowly stood up. How long will this complete cycle of the Earth's breath last? In terms of 10th Sandier intervals, the range is vast. In the past, no one could calculate the precise value until the end of the apocalypse. Then how long will this alteration of heaven and earth last? Chen Jin paused for 2 seconds before truthfully answering. From this moment on, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth will only continue to rise, never to fall. All subsequent secret realms, emerging demonic beasts being born, and spiritual minds reviving will all stem from this breath. In the past, this transformation lasted a full 10 years with no signs of ending. The old general nodded and sat back down. Then Chen Jin walked over to a nearby experimental station, where a sealed culture dish contained the viscous black demonic liquid collected earlier from the fissures of Kunlun, alongside a fragment of a spirit stone and a small guiding array woven from silver thread. He placed the culture dish on the table and poured the black liquid into the heart of the array. All eyes in the room instantly focused on the small array, and a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. As the black liquid fell into the heart of the array, the fragmented spirit stones emitted a faint glow, and then an eerie scene suddenly unfolded. The drop of black liquid began to proliferate and split wildly, turning one drop into two into four, and within seconds coalescing into a mass of ink-like colloid. Countless thin black tendrils stretched out from around the colloid, rapidly expanding into a fist-sized monstrous shape, lacking facial features and limbs, yet radiating a vibrant, yet chilling life force. The conference room was instantly filled with gasps of shock. Before anyone could recover from their fear, Chen Jin casually raised his hand, and an inexplicable heavy pressure immediately descended. With a loud thud, the eerie monstrous shape along with the array was completely crushed into powder. Chen Jin dusted off his hands as if brushing off non-existent dust, and then spoke. From today onward, mutated monsters will be born globally in batches every 3 months. All living beings in water, land, and earth, as long as they absorb enough spiritual energy, will transition into such demonic forms. The secret can no longer be hidden. The earlier pulse was captured and recorded by all nations globally. The top teams in each country will soon analyze the truth and piece together the complete narrative of spiritual energy revival. From tonight onward, a silent undercurrent will surge globally, marking the official commencement of an invisible struggle for resources and survival. With that, the meeting concluded, and the attendees left burdened with heavy thoughts. Chen Jin walked alone to the end of the corridor, gazing at the electronic countdown screen on the wall. The numbers in red on a black background ticked down second by second 9 years, 11 months, and 16 days, until April 17, 2039. Zhou Jingshan approached him looking at the countdown and quietly remarked, "There's still over 9 years of preparation time, enough for us to strategize." Chen Jin silently stared at the ticking numbers, not responding. No one understood better than him that this official countdown had long since become inaccurate. In the past, everyone was convinced that 2039 was the starting point for the emergence of secret realms and the onset of the apocalypse. Yet the rhythmic pulses from beneath Kunlun, the awakening of spiritual energy years in advance, reminded him constantly. The revival of the spiritual veins occurred 7 years earlier than the public emergence of the secret realm. The signs of activation deep within the earth, along with the hidden spatial fluctuations, all prove that the colossal entity that had slept for countless ages had already shaken off its slumber and was slowly awakening. The real crisis was arriving far earlier and more terrifying than anyone had anticipated. The global synchronous anomaly lasted a full 7 days. Zhou Jingshan summoned all the key members to the conference room, where about 20 people were seated. Chen Jin sat at the head with a thick stack of intelligence summaries from various countries piled in front of him. He flipped through a few pages, and then with a serious expression said, "As we estimated, everything is in chaos." Zhou Jingshan pointed his laser pen at the large screen, which was densely filled with the movements of various countries. The Beidao Alliance has named this incident the Global Synchronous Energy Pulse Event, and is pushing for the establishment of a joint investigation team at the United Nations, having garnered several countries' signatures. Let them investigate. Chen Jin tossed a piece of intelligence back onto the table. Even if they dig until death, they won't uncover the truth. Zhou Jingshan enlarged several news headlines on the screen. All major media outlets reported on this pulse event on their front pages with images of signal waveforms and photos from geological stations. He read them one by one. On the side of the Beidao Alliance, several deep geological laboratories were urgently closed, officially labeled as equipment maintenance. In reality, they recorded the most abnormal signals. During the global 7.2 seconds, their monitoring network captured the most data. But what good did it do? They couldn't make sense of it at all. The head of the Intelligence Bureau was relentlessly questioned for 40 minutes during a congressional hearing, and by the end, he was drenched in sweat, managing to stammer out, "Preliminary judgment suggests an unknown source of cosmic ray storm, which poses no immediate threat to national security." No immediate threat. Chen Jin repeated this phrase, continuing to speak. On the side of the Bear Nation, things were even more chaotic. In the Siberian wilderness, there was a massive, abnormal migration of animals, with tens of thousands of reindeer circling aimlessly in the wild, deviating entirely from their normal routes. The military dispatched 3 research teams to enter, but only half returned. Those who came back could not clarify what had happened, bringing back only one report stating it might be a new geomagnetic anomaly. Chen Jin flipped through the report and placed it on the table. "That is the first stirring of the Siberian secret realm. Let them continue guessing." Meanwhile, the underwater monitoring network of Sakura country recorded periodic tremors deep in the trenches, matching the frequency of the earlier incident in the South China Sea. Their chief scientist appeared on television, seriously stating, "This could be a precursor to a new type of underwater earthquake. Our country is closely monitoring the situation." Chen Jin leaned back in his chair and continued, "That will be their biggest nightmare in the future, an abyss-level secret realm housing entities far more troublesome than the sea-swallowing serpent. However, it is still early. Let them treat it as an earthquake to study for a few years." As for the European Union, various emergency meetings have been held for 7 days, issuing 12 joint statements. Zhou Jingshan projected one of them onto the large screen, densely packed across several pages, with the core highlighted in red being just 4 words: under investigation. Zhou Jingshan switched the screen to a special report on information warfare. The Beidao Alliance's Eagle Eye plan had been fully activated, deploying at least 20 spies hidden in China to rearrange their intelligence collection directions, focusing on monitoring the Kunlun Mountains and the South China Sea. Chen Jin casually asked, "What have we been feeding those doves on the list?" Zhou Jingshan smiled knowingly and replied, "Following your suggestion, we had them accidentally discover a gene biology laboratory under construction." "Exactly. Let them circle around in the dead end of genetic engineering for a few more years." Chen Jin nodded in agreement. However, there is a new development. Zhou Jingshan switched the screen to a set of satellite images where several facilities at the foot of the Kunlun Mountains were marked with red circles. The Beidao Alliance seems to have noticed large-scale construction activities in the Kunlun direction. They have begun to intensively photograph that area with commercial satellites. Chen Jin leaned closer to the screen and glanced. "What can satellites capture?" Surface facilities disguised hydrological monitoring stations, ecological research stations, and a few access roads. Then let them take photos. The real things are underground and cannot be captured. Moreover, Chun-Jin enlarged several satellite images on the screen, pointing at a few construction areas. Have the publicity department cooperate and release a few soft articles on ecological protection in Kunlun along with some photos and interviews with a few environmental experts. Zhou Jingshan wrote down 2 words: environmental protection. Yes, just say we are conducting ecological research in the Kunlun Mountains to protect endangered species, letting them ponder over a few flowery photos of plants. After Zhou Jingshan finished writing, he switched the large screen to another set of data. The internal progress of the Pioneer Plan indicated that 3 secret training bases had been established nationwide, in Kunlun, Tianshan, and Xinling. The first batch of 30 core seeds had undergone 3 months of training, with 6 individuals breaking through to the first level of Discovery Realm, and 17 developing a sense of qi. Among these 6, Zhou Hong and Zhao Wufeng were the first to break through, with 3 of the remaining 4 having military backgrounds, and 1 being a former weightlifting athlete selected from the civilian sector. Additionally, Su Wanqing also broke through. She secretly practiced the breathing method and suddenly developed a sense of qi one night during her shift. When Chun-Jin learned of this, he merely nodded. As expected, her innate talent from her past life is evident. Chun-Jin looked at the list, his expression not relaxing. The speed is still too slow. Only 6 out of 30 have broken through. While that is relatively fast under the current concentration of spiritual energy, we are still far from our goal. Next we will expand to 1,000 people. As the concentration of heaven and earth spiritual energy continues to rise, the breakthrough rate will increase, but for now, we must rely on resources. He then brought up the global resource layout map. On the western wasteland, mining rights for 7 spiritual mines had already been secured, and 3 more are in progress in the Nanyang continent. The largest one in the northern ice field was snatched by the Bear Nation, but they do not know what lies beneath. For now, they are treating it as an ordinary rare earth mine for exploration. The northern ice field can be approached from the perspective of technical cooperation. Chun-Jin pointed at the coordinates on the map. They lack funding and equipment. We can provide exploration technical support in exchange for joint development rights. After all, they will just mine it as an ordinary mine, which is purely a waste. Zhou Jingshan did not idle, jotting it down. I will arrange for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to negotiate. It's crucial to act quickly. After the global anomaly, the concentration of spiritual energy has already begun to slowly rise, and the activation of the first batch of spiritual mines will occur sooner than we anticipated. After the meeting, the others left one after another. Zhou Jingshan did not move. Once the last person exited and closed the door tightly, he took out a new document from his briefcase and handed it to Chun-Jin with a brown paper, cover no number and no seal. The matter you asked me to investigate concerns children who exhibited anomalies nationwide around 2039. Chun-Jin opened the document. On the first page was a photograph of a 10-year-old boy, thin and small, standing by the sea. The picture seemed to have been taken from a student ID with low resolution, but the boy's eyes caught Chun-Jin's attention. This child was born in a coastal fishing village. At the age of 3, he suddenly could accurately state the locations of underwater reefs with his eyes closed down to the meter. The villagers said he could talk to fish. Later, the child was regarded as a freak. He is now in the 3rd grade at the local elementary school, very reclusive and seldom speaks to anyone. Chun-Jin stared at the photo for a long time. Immediately send someone to bring him here. What is his name? Wenyang. Chun-Jin remained silent for a moment. Wenyang. I've never heard this name in my past life. This suggests he may not have lived to the day he was discovered in his past life. Chun-Jin did not respond. He closed the document and tucked it into his chest. At the Kunlun base, 150 meters underground, this low-frequency vibration monitoring station was constructed 3 months ago at the behest of Chun-Jin. At that time, he presented the blueprints to the construction team, pointing to a red circle on the diagram, instructing them to dig here and install a set of monitoring equipment with 24-hour duty. The construction team followed his instructions, and the monitoring personnel had been sitting in this underground cavern for 3 months, staring at the steady curve on the screen, with no anomalies detected during this entire period. But tonight an anomaly occurred. The curve on the screen suddenly jumped, and after 2 seconds it jumped again, beginning to fluctuate rhythmically, one pulse after another, as if someone was drumming beneath the ground. At this moment the monitor leaned closer to the screen. Having spent most of his life in monitoring, he had witnessed seismic waves hundreds of times, and had seen geomagnetic disturbances, yet nothing had ever been like this. He hurriedly picked up the internal phone. Report anomalous low-frequency signal 12 times per minute frequency with a highly regular waveform. This is not a seismic wave, this is a heartbeat. When the encrypted signal reached Chun Jin's terminal, he was in his office reviewing training reports. He glanced at the waveform graph, then threw the report onto the desk, and stood up. Notify Zhou Jingshan, I need to go underground. What exactly is it? Chun Jin did not respond immediately, placing his hand on the cavern's rock, while his spatial ability, probing down through depths never reached by human drilling, sensing deeper, until he encountered that thing near the boundary between the Earth's core and mantle. As the elevator rumbled downward, Zhou Jingshan stood beside Chun Jin, holding the printed waveform graph, flipping through it repeatedly. Lin Guotao also accompanied them, carrying a thermos. Old Zhou, could you stop flipping through that? Lin Guotao nudged him with his elbow. If you keep flipping that paper, it will tear. Zhou Jingshan ignored him, and Chun Jin remained silent, leaning against the elevator wall with his eyes closed. The monitoring station was built in a natural cavern. The duty officer saw Chun Jin enter and stood up. Chun Jin waved his hand for him to sit down before walking to the large screen, staring at the waveform graph for several seconds. When did it start? At 23:47. It hasn't stopped since, and the frequency has not changed. The duty officer solemnly reported the anomalous situation. Zhou Jingshan stood beside him, lowering his voice. What exactly is this? Chun Jin did not answer immediately, placing his hand on the rock wall, again his spatial ability probing deeper, reaching an unprecedented depth, where he encountered that entity near the boundary of the Earth's core and mantle. This entity was a pulse emanating from a deep, distant place, carrying some ancient rhythmic pulsation, as if the planet itself was slowly breathing. Each pulse radiated energy from that depth, passing through the mantle and crust, making its way to the surface. Chun Jin opened his eyes and looked at Zhou Jingshan. It is the source of the spiritual veins deep within the earth, close to the boundary between the core and mantle. Zhou Jingshan was momentarily stunned. What? The planet is breathing. The previous 7.0 seconds was the first global inhalation. Now its heartbeat has stabilized at 12 beats per minute. This is the source of the revival of spiritual energy. All secret realms, beasts, and treasures are products radiating from this source to the surface. Lin Guotao paused with his thermos in hand, looking at the waveform graph on the screen. Zhou Jingshan was about to speak when Chun Jin suddenly withdrew his hand from the rock wall. No, there's more below. As the pulse from the source of spiritual veins radiated upward, an energy wave passed directly beneath the Kunlun base, colliding with the underground spirit stone mother vein. Another sensor window popped up on the large screen, indicating that the spirit stone mother vein 100 meters below was reacting violently. The vein has been activated by the pulse. We need to go down for sampling immediately. 10 minutes later, a freshly sampled piece of spirit stone mother was delivered to Chun Jin. Originally dull, the stone now glowed with fluorescence, radiating waves of spiritual energy that even Zhou Jingshan could feel. This is an early activated spirit stone, 3 times the quality of ordinary spirit stone mother. Zhou Jingshan stared at the glowing stone. Is it usable? Chun Jin remained silent, directly picking up a piece and holding it in his hand. After closing his eyes, he opened them. 5 minutes later, a flash of brilliance appearing in his gaze. The spiritual energy reserves in this piece are sufficient for 10 people to complete a round of discovery phase refining. The eyes of everyone present lit up. Chun Jin moved to a corner and sat down, holding 3 activated spirit stones in his hands, closing his eyes and activating his breathing technique. The soul of the King Realm had an almost greedy demand for spiritual energy. The energy from the 3 spirit stones was being rapidly absorbed, flowing into Chun Jin's dantian through his meridians. His 17-year-old physique was being transformed at an observable speed. His meridians widened, his dantian expanded, every cell was being permeated by spiritual energy, and the light from the 3 spirit stones dimmed until they finally crumbled into a pile of powder. After a while, he opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. I broke through. I am now at the 3rd layer of the discovery phase. It only took a few months since my rebirth, at least 3 times faster than expected. If these activated spirit stones can be supplied continuously, I could recover to the extraordinary realm in 6 months, push back to the returning origin realm in a year, and reach the true One realm in 2 years. Once at the true One realm, the domain of the King realm can be initially unfolded. Zhou Jingshan approached and glanced at the powder in his hand. What was that you just did? Chun Jin stood up, casually punched the cavern wall, and stated, useless spatial ability, pure physical strength. In the next second, a basin-sized hole caved into the rock wall. Zhou Jingshan was stunned for 2 seconds. What layer are you at in the discovery phase? 3rd layer. It's acceptable. You call that acceptable? Lin Guotao leaned over from behind, glancing at the hole, and then at Chun Jin's fist, said, Old Zhou, if he calls that acceptable, how many do you think I could take on if I practice to that realm? You. Zhou Jingshan glanced at him. You should put down that thermos first before we talk. Back at the command center, Qinjin marked all the spirit stone mother veins on the national map. From today on, we will establish the same monitoring stations at every vein. As long as the source of the spiritual veins releases pulses again, we will capture it at the first moment and activate the spirit stone mother. This batch of activated spirit stones is the most critical strategic resource of the Pioneer Plan. With it, the cultivation speed can increase 3 to 5 times. Zhou Jingshan immediately inquired, what is the production capacity? Qinjin calculated in his mind. The first batch should be enough for about 3,000 people to break through to the discovery phase. The subsequent amount will depend on the pulse frequency of the source of the spiritual veins. Conservatively estimating, we could have a 3,000-person discovery phase army within a year. Zhou Jingshan was silent for a while. 3,000 warriors capable of shattering stone slabs with one punch. If this were a few years ago, it would be called science fiction. That night, Qinjin sat alone in his room, using his spatial ability to create an imperceptible crack in his hand and probing inside. The dragon-shaped patterns deep within the source core were still there, but today it seemed to have brightened a bit. It was nearly undetectable unless observed closely, but it was indeed brighter than last time. The pulse from the source of spiritual veins seemed to have awakened it. Qinjin stared at the pattern for a long time, suddenly chuckling. What exactly are you? There was no answer, but he had a premonition that this answer would emerge sooner than he expected. The first batch of yin-yang crystals arrived at the port at 3 o'clock in the morning. The ship was flying a third-party flag and had changed to 3 different cargo ships along the way, with the customs declaration stating industrial refractory, or weighing 3,600 kilograms. The crystals were packed in over 100 sealed wooden boxes wrapped in moisture-proof cloth, looking no different from ordinary mineral materials. Qinjin personally arrived at the port. Zhou Jingshan initially suggested sending someone to pick it up, but Qinjin declined, stating that this item was more precious than anything else. Workers hoisted the wooden boxes onto the truck one by one while he stood by watching, and only turned to get in the vehicle after the last box had been placed down. Upon arriving at the military-industrial laboratory, Qinjin pried open the first wooden box, removed the moisture-proof cloth, and took out a fist-sized yin-yang crystal. It was dark red and semi-transparent, with the light reflecting off its surface, revealing flame-like patterns slowly flowing within, resembling magma encased in amber. He handed the crystal to Lao Song, the military-industrial officer beside him. As Lao Song took it, his hand sank, slightly surprised at its unexpected weight. This is the most critical material for future equipment, Qinjin stated. Weapons and armor forged from this can directly slay mid-tier monstrous beasts, something conventional weapons cannot achieve. Lao Song examined the crystal from every angle, his eyes filled with excitement. Having worked in military industry for most of his life, it was the first time he had encountered such a material. The next moment he was dumbfounded. The melting point of yin-yang crystals reached 3,800 degrees Celsius, which conventional furnaces could not handle. Lao Song and his team tried 3 different heating methods. Switching from an electric arc furnace to an induction furnace, and then to a plasma furnace, proved futile. The worst part was that once the crystals were heated near their melting point, the internal spiritual energy would go out of control, causing the furnace to explode. When the third furnace was rendered useless, Lao Song crouched in the corner of the workshop, covering his face, his hands trembling. What the hell is this thing? I've spent my whole life refining steel, and I can't even melt a piece of rock. The engineers nearby remained silent, the floor littered with shattered crucible fragments and discarded heating components. When Zhou Zingshan's call came in, Qinjin was at the training ground. He picked up the phone, and the other end simply said, 3 furnaces have exploded, we can't control the temperature. Without asking much, Qinjin went directly to the laboratory. When he entered, Lao Song was still crouched in the corner, while several engineers stood beside the destroyed furnace, their faces filled with disappointment. Qinjin glanced at the debris on the floor, said nothing, and walked straight to the pile of yin-yang crystals, picking one up in his hand. 3 minutes later, as the spatial bubble began to dissipate, the yin-yang crystal had transformed into a short spear about a meter long, the streamlined dark red patterns extending from tip to tail, with the spear. 3 minutes later, as the spatial bubble began to dissipate, the yin-yang crystal had transformed into a short spear about a meter long, the streamlined dark red patterns extending from tip to tail, with the spearhead faintly glowing red. Throughout the process, no fire was seen, nor was there any sound of hammering. The entire area was. Lao Song stood up and walked over to Qinjin, first glancing at the wreckage of the furnace on the ground, then looking at Qinjin's hands, which bore no signs of burns, before finally gazing down at the spear. Young man, can you teach us? You won't be able to learn. Qinjin passed the spear to him. But you can learn a simplified version. I will use spatial power to simulate the forging process, and you can record the data to design a specialized cold processing solution for extraordinary materials later. Lao Song adjusted his glasses on his nose. Is it feasible, eh? This is how the equipment will be made in 10 years. Lao Song did not ask further, turning to shout at the engineers behind him. What are you all doing standing there? Get the recording boards. Under Chun Jin's demonstration and guidance, the military factory began to attempt the first trial production of extraordinary equipment. The first yin-yang crystal long knife was completed 3 days later. The blade was dark red with a layer of ghostly light shimmering along the edge, flowing when the light hit it. During the testing phase, Zhou Hong took the knife and walked in front of a standard bulletproof steel plate. He had previously tried a regular military knife on a steel plate, which had ruined the knife and left only a mark on the plate. Taking a deep breath, he swung the knife down. The steel plate shattered with a sound that cut smooth as a mirror. Zhou Hong looked down at the blade, which was intact with not even a rolled edge. He remained silent for a moment before looking up at Chun Jin. Instructor, if this thing is armed to the entire army. That's why I said we must secure the yin-yang crystals. Not a single piece can leak out. At the same time, news also came from Su Wangqing's side. She had made 18 improvements to the body tempering solution, increasing its efficacy by 20% and reducing side effects by half, which was no small feat. After going through the inventory of medicinal materials, she developed a simplified version of the body tempering formula, replacing several rare auxiliary materials with more common ones. The efficacy was at 70% of the original version, but it could be mass-produced. After reading her experimental report, Chun Jin nodded. Not bad. Use the original for core seeds and promote the simplified version to the entire army. Su Wangqing's eyes instantly lit up. Then, instructor, can I apply for a project? I want to compile a guide to extraordinary medicinal materials. Yes, but it is for internal use only with the highest confidentiality level. Su Wangqing stood at attention and saluted. Understood. Zhou Zhengshan placed the equipment testing report and the medicinal mass production plan together, pacing back and forth in the operations room. He stopped after the third round. With equipment, potions, and a cultivation system, isn't this an extraordinary industrial revolution? We still have a long way to go, but Long Nation now has its first batch of extraordinary equipment and potions. The first step from 0 to 1 has been completed. That night, Chun Jin received a piece of encrypted intelligence. The North Island Alliance's Eagle Eye project had made new progress, discovering unusual heat emissions from the Kunlun underground facilities through satellite infrared scans. Although it was still unclear what it was, the Kunlun area had been classified as a top priority monitoring target. After reading the intelligence, Chun Jin immediately went to find Zhou Zhengshan, who was still in the office with a cup of strong tea on the desk, already cold. It's time to feed the Eagle Eye a bigger piece of false intelligence. What do you plan to do? Chun Jin smiled slightly and said, let them think we are developing a new type of nuclear fusion reactor. Zhou Zhengshan was silent for a moment before smiling. He'll arrange it over at the desert. After the construction of the desert mock laboratory was completed, Chun Jin went for inspection, accompanied by Zhou Zhengshan, as they toured the area deep within the western no man's land. On the surface, there were only a few buildings, cooling towers, and transmission networks, but the underground structure was fully equipped, resembling a genuine large-scale research facility. In reality, it was filled with old instruments and fake data. Several large generators operated day and night, creating a facade of high energy consumption. Chun Jin inspected each room and paused at the door of an empty laboratory where there was only a chair and a table inside. How is it? Zhou Zhengshan asked. Not bad. Everything that should be here is present, Chun Jin said, looking around. It just lacks a scientific atmosphere. What do you mean? Chun Jin pulled out a white lab coat from his space and casually hung it on the back of the chair. All right, now it's complete. Zhou Zhengshan stared at the lonely lab coat hanging on the chair, remaining silent for several seconds. Are you serious? It's fake, but the people from the Beidao Alliance will believe it. A month ago, a low-level spy codenamed Sparrow was flipped and received secret orders 3 days later to investigate high-energy consumption facilities in the Kunlun direction. He was secretly escorted deep into the desert, visiting the fake laboratory under the guise of an external technical consultant. The person guiding him wore a crisp military uniform, signaling at each corner with a gesture of this way, please, presenting an imposing demeanor. In the corridor, people in radiation protection suits hurried past occasionally, and a researcher whispered to a colleague as they passed, saying the 7th round of data is out, let's meet in the conference room later, and then they quickly walked away. Sparrow's eyes followed them all the way to the end of the corridor. He heard several lab coats discussing plasma confinement ignition conditions for fusion and deuterium-tritium ratio optimization in a half-open laboratory nearby, their tone reflecting a unique fatigue and excitement after a long night. The photos he secretly took included several blurry images of experimental setups and a cover page of a document on the table titled Deuterium-Tritium Fusion Experiment Data Summary, with a small line at the bottom stating internal document strict prohibition of external dissemination. When he sent out the intelligence, he was so excited that his hands trembled. In an encrypted communication, he told his superior, "I got it, they are working on nuclear fusion on a large scale, definitely not at the laboratory level." What he didn't know was that those researchers discussing terminologies were actually disguised agents from the Intelligence Bureau, and that document cover was printed by a copy shop. Even their fatigue and excitement were rehearsed in advance. Sparrow's superior, a deeper undercover spy codenamed Owl, was also excited after receiving the intelligence, and immediately forwarded it to the headquarters of the Beidou Alliance. After receiving this intelligence, the Intelligence Bureau of the Beidou Alliance held an overnight meeting where the intelligence chief projected the photos taken by Sparrow onto a large screen, the images being terribly blurry. However, the outline of the high-pressure container and the layout of the cooling towers highly matched the engineering drawings of nuclear fusion experimental devices. We previously thought that Longhua was working on human enhancement technology. The intelligence chief stood up and walked to the screen, pointing at the photo of the document cover with his hand. But now it seems their real goal is controllable nuclear fusion. Analysts began to murmur and discuss. Some said that Longhua must have made significant breakthroughs in nuclear fusion secretly, otherwise they wouldn't have built such a large facility deep in the desert. Others mentioned that they had been acquiring rare minerals worldwide, which just happened to be the cooling medium for nuclear fusion devices. All the timelines matched up. Some even said no wonder there are high-energy consumption facilities in the Kunlun direction. That might be a backup energy station for the nuclear fusion project. In the end, the intelligence chief made a decisive call. Redistribute resources and intensify infiltration into Longhua's nuclear fusion plan, lowering the monitoring priority for the Kunlun direction by 1 level. Let the satellites focus on the desert area. Oh, I want to know when that cooling tower starts smoking. Meanwhile, 30 Seeds were running laps at the Kunlun base training ground, with Zhou Hong leading the pack, while Zhao Wufeng cursed him for speeding up again. The drilling machines in the underground construction area roared, and Old Han squatted in front of the rock wall taking samples with a geological hammer before turning back and shouting the direction of this, or vein, matches the blueprint. Everything was proceeding as usual. When Zhou Jingshan reported the results in an internal meeting, he rarely smiled, projecting the internal assessment report from the Intelligence Bureau of the Beidou Alliance onto the big screen, using a laser pointer to circle one-line assessment conclusion. The desert facility of Longhua is highly likely to be a nuclear fusion engineering validation base. Currently, at least 5 foreign intelligence agencies have been misled towards the nuclear fusion direction, significantly alleviating the pressure on the Kunlun base. Advisor Chen, your fishing tactic is indeed quite interesting. It's not fishing, Chun Jin replied calmly. It's feeding fish who once their wealth they want swim in other directions. Someone in the meeting room chuckled, and an intelligence officer sitting in the back couldn't help but interject, but what if they discover the truth? Chen Jin quickly responded, they won't. Nuclear fusion itself is the story they want to see the most. They've poured decades of effort into nuclear fusion without success. What they fear the most is that someone else succeeds first. This is a cognitive blind spot. They will continue to chase down their most familiar path until we discover it. After the meeting, Zhou Hong stopped Chen Jin in the corridor, scratching his head, his ears slightly red. Instructor, there's something I want to ask for advice on. Speak. My dad keeps asking me to go home for blind dates, saying that if the apocalypse comes in 10 years, he needs to have a grandson first. Chen Jin looked at him and remained silent for 2 seconds. Tell him that in 10 years you'll likely be too busy to raise children, but you'll be one of the strongest people in Longhua. Zhou Hong was taken aback. Will that convince him? It won't, but at least it will shut him up for a few days. I've tested it, and it's effective. Zhou Hong looked puzzled. How do you know that? Chen Jin did not answer, only patted his shoulder and walked away. That evening, Chen Jin received new intelligence from a certain civilian martial arts heritage site in the country, stating that recently an old master claimed to be able to feel the chi of the universe. Disciples said that when the old master practiced his martial arts, the air around him vibrated and the sand on the ground would jump on its own. One disciple recorded a segment with his phone showing the old master finishing a set of movements, causing a circle of sand around his feet to all bounce outward. Chen Jin rewound the video and watched it again. It wasn't cultivation. The old master's movements had nothing to do with breathing techniques, but each time he landed, the spiritual energy indeed moved along with him. It wasn't him guiding the energy, but the energy was following him. This was a different path, devoid of theory or techniques, relying solely on physical training for decades, turning himself into a human-shaped magnet. It's not cultivation, but he inadvertently touched the edge of spiritual energy. Send someone to make contact and see if it's a talent awakening or something else. Zhou Jingshan took the intelligence and looked it over. If this old man were 30 years younger, then his name would definitely be in the ranks of kings in the past. Chen stood up. Go arrange it, but don't scare him. In the yard of a martial arts school in a small town in the south, an old man in his 60s was practicing Tai Chi. His movements resembled those of elderly people in the park. Each move was performed slowly and leisurely, yet the three disciples around him noticeably felt the air vibrating, with even the tiny pebbles on the ground slightly bouncing. After completing his set, the old man exhaled deeply, and his breath formed a white line in the air, dispersing half a meter away. One disciple cautiously approached and asked, "Master, is this Qigong?" The old man waved his hand, saying, "I know nothing of Qigong. Recently, while practicing, I feel like there's something more around me, and when I draw it in, my body feels warm." The disciples exchanged glances, having experienced similar feelings while practicing with their master, although not as pronounced as his. The old man did not realize that it was spiritual energy. He was unaware that deep underground in his small town was a small spiritual vein node, where the concentration of spiritual energy was higher than outside. Having practiced here for 50 years, he had effectively soaked in the slowly leaking spiritual energy, unwittingly achieving the foundation establishment stage. 2 days later, an inconspicuous black car stopped outside the martial arts school. As the door opened, two plainclothes individuals got out and revealed their credentials. The old man was instructing his disciples in stance training when he saw the national emblem on the credentials and instinctively stepped back, nearly knocking over the disciple behind him. "I'm just a martial arts instructor. I haven't committed any crimes, have I?" One of the plainclothes agents smiled and tucked away the credentials. "Old man, it's not a criminal matter. We would like to ask you to participate in a test, compensated a national project." The old man skeptically scrutinized them, wondering what a national project would want with a Tai Chi instructor. However, their polite demeanor and the authenticity of their credentials made him hesitate for a moment before he briefed his disciples and got into the car. He was taken to a temporary testing site, an unassuming 3-story building with a sign reading Physical Rehabilitation Center. Once inside, he discovered a bustling environment filled with individuals in white lab coats and various humming instruments. Then he met a very young consultant appearing no older than 17 or 18, dressed in a black t-shirt, standing out among the white coats. What puzzled him was the demeanor of those in white coats towards the young man. They would glance at him before speaking, as if waiting for his nod. "You are the consultant they mentioned." The old man assessed Chen, asking, "How old are you?" Chen did not answer the question. "Old man, could you perform another set of movements?" The old man looked at the nearby plainclothes agent, who nodded at him. He stepped back a few paces, assumed his stance, and performed a set of Tai Chi. Having practiced this for 50 years, he could complete it with his eyes closed, but today felt different. All the instruments around him were buzzing, and the data on the screens was fluctuating rapidly. Chen stood nearby, releasing his spatial abilities to sense the flow of spiritual energy within the old man's body. To an outsider, this set of movements appeared as ordinary Tai Chi, but to him, each move carried the trajectory of spiritual energy circulating through the old man's meridians. After finishing, the old man noticed the entire room had gone quiet, with all the white coats staring blankly at the screens. He felt a surge of anxiety and asked, "What's wrong? Did I make a mistake?" Chen remained silent for a few seconds before speaking up. "Old man, how many years have you been practicing?" 50 years, since I was 13, without stopping." "Did you know that you have already reached the first level of the foundation establishment stage?" The old man looked puzzled, asking, "What stage?" "It means your current physical state has surpassed the limits of an ordinary person. The strength of your punch is approximately double that of a 20-year-old Special Forces soldier." The old man looked down at his calloused hands. "Are you saying that this old body of mine is stronger than a Special Forces soldier?" "Yes, and you discovered this on your own, without any techniques or potions. Purely through 50 years of hard work, you have forcefully cultivated yourself to the first level of foundation establishment." Chen paused before continuing, "It's a pity I didn't meet you in my past life." The old man didn't quite understand the concept of past lives, but he grasped one thing: the state recognized his martial arts. Having practiced for a lifetime, he had been dismissed as a mere showman, an old fool, a fake. Yet today, for the first time, someone in uniform told him that what he had was real, even more genuine than real. After a moment of silence, the old man asked, "Can my disciples learn this?" "They can, but they don't need to practice for 50 years. We have a better method, provided that you and your disciples sign a confidentiality agreement." The old man did not hesitate, replying, "I will sign it." At the same time, in a coastal fishing village primary school, a 10-year-old boy sat in the last row of the classroom, head down, drawing fish in his textbook. He was sketching a deep-sea anglerfish with details precise down to the texture of its fins, the structure of its bioluminescent lure, and the fine teeth in its mouth, oblivious to the homeroom teacher standing beside him for a full 2 minutes. "Wenyang, you're drawing again during class." Wenyang remained silent, flipping to the next page, which depicted a great white shark, its gill slits arcing exactly like the illustrations in marine biology textbooks. The homeroom teacher sighed, saying, "What will you do if you continue like this?" Wenyang still said nothing, suddenly lifting his head to look out the window. The homeroom teacher thought he finally realized his mistake and was about to continue educating him when she noticed that when Yang's gaze wasn't on her, he was fixated on the direction of the school gate, his expression not that of a typical 10-year-old, but rather alert, much like a cat sensing movement. Just as the homeroom teacher was about to ask him what he was looking at, a knock on the door interrupted. Two plainclothes individuals entered the classroom, showing their credentials. The homeroom teacher was taken aback, glancing at the credentials before turning to Wenyang, who was already packing his bag. One of the plainclothes agents squatted down, speaking softly. "Are you Wenyang?" Wenyang nodded. "Someone sent us to pick you up. Would you like to go to a place where there are many people like you?" Wenyang remained silent for a long time before asking, "Is there an ocean there?" The agent hesitated for a moment, then smiled and replied, "Yes, and many things you haven't encountered before." Wenyang stood up, closed his textbook, glanced at the cover where he had drawn the deep-sea anglerfish, and bowed to the homeroom teacher, saying, "Teacher, I won't draw fish anymore." 3 days later, Wenyang was taken to the Kunlun base, where Chen personally met him. Wenyang stood in the spacious office looking up at Chen, remaining silent, but not intimidated. Chen got straight to the point, saying, "You can sense what's at the bottom of the sea, right?" Wenyang looked at him, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Since when did this start?" "Since I was 3. My mom said I loved staring at the ocean from a young age." Wenyang paused, then added, "I'm not daydreaming, I'm looking at what's below. The reefs, the schools of fish, the sunken ships. I can see them without using my eyes." Chen was silent for a moment. Awakening extraordinary perception at the age of 3, even in an era when spiritual energy had not yet revived, this child's soul inherently possessed a remarkable affinity for certain things. If he were to embark on the path of cultivation in the future, he would likely awaken a special physique related to water. Then he took a spirit stone mother from his drawer and placed it in Wenyang's hand, saying, "Hold it," and close. Wenyang followed the instruction, and 5 seconds later a faint blue light flickered within the spirit stone mother. It was subtle, but Chen saw it. He retrieved the spirit stone mother, took out a folder from the drawer, opened it, and wrote a line at the very end of the list. "From today onwards, you are the A0017 seed of the Pioneer Project 4th batch." Wenyang didn't understand what the number meant, but he felt a presence from this person that he had never experienced before, like the depths of the ocean, unfathomable, standing in front of him. He recalled the feeling of seeing the underwater reefs for the first time at age 3, not realizing he was different from others, believing that all children could see what was beneath the sea. After handling matters regarding the old martial artist, and Wenyang, Chen returned to his office, where Zhou Zhengshan delivered a new intelligence summary, placing it on his desk. In the past 2 months, there has been a sudden increase of 17 cases nationwide of spontaneous chi sensation, compared to 0 at the same time last year. After reading the list, Chen remained silent for a while, saying, "The concentration of spiritual energy in the world is accelerating upward." Zhou Zhengshan dragged a chair over and sat down, asking, "How much time do we have left?" "Less than we previously thought, but it's not all bad. More individuals like the old martial artist and Wenyang will begin to emerge." The concentration of spiritual energy in the world continued to rise, and the data from the monitoring station was increasing month by month. After reviewing the latest monitoring report, Chen placed the report on the table and said to Zhou Zhengshan, "The selection window has opened." The original 30 core seeds had been training for several months, with Zhou Hong reaching the 3rd level of Discovery Realm, Zhao Wufeng at the peak of the 2nd level, and Su Wanqing steadily standing at the 1st level. However, these 30 individuals were the elite among the elite, the first batch of sparks, and relying solely on them could not support the impending army of millions. The Pioneer Plan was officially expanded, selecting candidates simultaneously from the entire army, the national sports system, and the special talent pool in the civilian sector, aiming for 3,000 recruits, with training bases in Kunlun, Tianshan, and Qinling being activated simultaneously. The news was transmitted through encrypted channels to military districts in various provinces, levels of sports bureaus, and the special talent archives of public security systems nationwide, initiating a large-scale silent selection process across the country. The old boxing master brought 3 disciples to enlist, and Zhou Zhengshan personally welcomed him at the door, assigning him to the special consultant group responsible for training in physical fitness and basic boxing techniques. The old boxing master stood on the training ground of Kunlun base, watching the thousands of individuals lining up in the distance, and turned to Zhou Zhengshan, asking, "Are these kids all my soldiers?" Zhou Zhengshan nodded, and the old boxing master rolled up his sleeves, saying, Then let's start with standing meditation. On the training ground, 3,000 people practiced breathing techniques and basic physical conditioning in groups featuring a diverse range of individuals. A retired weightlifter discovered after 3 days of practicing breathing techniques that he could easily lift 3 times his previous maximum weight, leaving him stunned as he told the person next to him, "I've never lifted such a heavy weight in my life." A middle school physics teacher was selected due to his exceptional physical test data. Despite being someone who spent all day in an office grading papers, his physical abilities were comparable to those of special forces. He couldn't understand how this happened, so he took notes daily trying to explain the flow of spiritual energy through physics. A Tibetan girl who grew up on the plateau developed a sense of chi by the 3rd day of training, becoming the first student to break through to the first level of discovery realm among the 4th batch. The old boxing master observed her training and told Zhao Wufeng, "This girl has a better foundation than any of you." Zhao Wufeng replied, "Old man, that's a bit hurtful," but the old boxing master ignored him. A small restaurant owner was selected for reasons he couldn't believe himself. It was due to his knife skills. He had run a small restaurant in his hometown for 10 years, cutting vegetables and meat daily, honing a knife technique precise to the millimeter. When the selection group dined at his restaurant and ordered a plate of shredded potatoes, they measured the width of each strip after it was served, finding the error in width did not exceed 0.3 millimeters. He was then assigned to the equipment forging group to learn the polishing techniques for extraordinary weapons. Old Song, after examining the first piece of yin-yang crystal scrap he cut, remarked, "Your knife skills are steadier than our workshop's CNC cutting machine." The old boxing master stood by the training ground watching the young individuals rapidly improve under the guidance of breathing techniques, muttering to himself, "I've practiced for 50 years, and they've only trained for 3 months. Heaven is too unfair." Zhao Wufeng, standing beside him, chimed in, "Old man, the foundation you've built over 50 years can't be replicated by them. The instructor said that your skills honed purely through hard work are the most stable." The old boxing master's eyes lit up. "Really?" Zhao Wufeng replied, "Honestly, really. He also said that when you break through to the extraordinary realm, he will treat you to a drink." The old boxing master burst into laughter, saying, "That kid, how old is he to treat me to a drink? Has he ever even had a drink?" Zhao Wufeng remained silent, thinking to himself, "He has probably had more than you've ever seen." When Yang did not train with the main group, due to his young age, he couldn't participate in the physical training for adults. Chen Jin arranged a special regimen for him, using spirit stones to guide him in sensing spiritual energy, focusing not on breaking through realms, but on cultivating his intuition regarding the flow of qi. The training method resembled a game. Chen Jin hid a spirit stone in a corner of the training room, and asked Wen Yang to close his eyes and find it. Wen Yang consistently located it within 30 seconds, achieving a 100 accuracy rate. Once Chen Jin deliberately hid the spirit stone in a spatial rift, and Wen Yang searched for a long time, without success, having checked every corner. Finally, he stopped, opened his eyes, and pointed at Chen Jin, saying, "Big brother, you hit it on yourself." Chen Jin, incredulous, asked, "How did you know?" Wen Yang replied, "Because the spiritual energy fluctuations in the spot where you're standing are different from the rest of the room." Chen Jin fell silent for 2 seconds. "Very good, your perception is stronger than I expected. No need to search for stones anymore, just look for me directly." Wen Yang immediately asked, "What do I get if I find you?" Chen Jin replied, "I'll reward you with a spirit stone. Collect 10, and I'll teach you something." Wen Yang inquired, "What is it?" Chen Jin responded, "The ability to retrieve objects across space." Halfway through the training cycle, Chen Jin took the latest data to Zhou Zhengshan's office. Among the 3,000 seeds, 120 had already broken through to the first level of discovery realm, and over 900 had developed a sense of qi. 6 individuals had broken through to the second level of discovery realm: Zhou Hong, Zhao Wufeng, Su Wanqing, along with 3 highly talented soldiers. The old boxing master at 65 years of age was the oldest among those at the second level. Upon learning this, the old man performed a brick-breaking demonstration for his disciples, smashing 3 bricks with a single palm strike. Afterward, pretending nothing had happened, he secretly shook his hand behind his back. Zhou Hong led significantly at the 3rd level of discovery realm, with Zhao Wufeng at the peak of the 2nd level following closely behind. Zhou Zhengshan leaned back in his chair, observing the data. This progress has increased more than 5-fold compared to 3 months ago. Chen Jin nodded in agreement. The concentration of spiritual energy in the world is rising. At this rate, at least 800 people will break through to discovery realm by this time next year, and within 3 years the combat power at this level will exceed 10,000. Zhou Zhengshan switched to the large screen, displaying the latest summary of global anomalous events. In the past 3 months, there had been 37 instances of spatial tremors worldwide, 5 times more than the entire previous year, with 9 occurring within the Dragon Kingdom, all within the coordinates Chen Jin had marked beforehand. Various civilian scientific groups from multiple countries began to hype the theory of Earth's energy field mutation, claiming that the Earth was entering a new period of energy activity. Conspiracy theories proliferated while the mainstream scientific community reiterated that there was insufficient evidence to confirm anything. After reading the report, Chen Jin said, "Let them continue to argue. The longer they argue, the more time we have. By the way, the North Island Alliance should also soon see the emergence of the first natural awakener. We need to monitor them closely but avoid contact for now. I want to see how they handle extraordinary events for the first time." Zhou Zhengshan glanced at him, asking, "Are you looking for a joke?" Chen Jin replied, "No, I want to observe their response speed, as it will determine the strategy for the next phase of our information warfare." That night, Chen Jin received an encrypted communication, an urgent report from the Westland Wilderness Spirit Mine, worded with urgency. While extracting yin-yang crystal, an underground cavity that had never been detected before appeared deep within the vein, showing signs of unknown biological activity. The footprints are about 1 meter long and 30 centimeters deep, initially judged to belong to a creature at least 10 meters in length. Requesting instructions. After reading the report, Chen Jin's face became serious as he said, "Monsters have started appearing near the spirit mine 5 years earlier than in my previous life." After receiving the report, Chen Jin slammed the intelligence onto the table. "I need to go there." At that moment, Zhou Zhengshan was drinking tea, his cup paused at his lips. "You are the Zero Advisor, it's too dangerous. You can't. If that thing is indeed a beast currently on Earth, I'm the only one who can deal with it." Chen Jin immediately interrupted him, saying, "If you send in special forces, it would be like sending them to their deaths." Zhou Zhengshan fell silent for a few seconds and put down his cup. "At least bring a small team. Take Zhao Wufeng and Zhou Hong, they should gain some experience." The private jet was disguised as a cargo flight flying directly from Kunlun Base to the Western Wilderness. Inside the cabin were several boxes of yin-yang crystals. Zhou Hong sat next to the boxes, repeatedly polishing his long gun. Zhao Wufeng leaned against the opposite side, eyes closed, lost in thought. Chen Jin sat at the front, flipping through the drone footage from the mining site, watching it 3 times from start to finish. They arrived in the deep night with lights illuminating the mining site. All mining operations were halted, and the workers had retreated to the safety zone. A few engineers were squatting in a temporary command shed, staring blankly at the screens. The mining site manager, surnamed Zheng, in his 40s, had spent his life in exploration. At this moment, his face was filled with anxiety as he saw Chen Jin get out of the car and hurriedly approached. "Advisor Chen, over here." He led Chen Jin deep into the mine, pointing to a newly blasted rock wall. "Last night, the drilling team conducted directional blasting at this location and uncovered a cavity that had not been detected before. We sent in drones and captured these images." Chen Jin opened the tablet, and the image displayed was very blurry, but it could barely be seen. Inside the cavity were several huge claw marks, each about 1 meter long, deep enough to bury an adult's calf. There were also grooves on the rock wall, as if a giant beast had been sharpening its claws. Zhao Wufeng stared at the screen, his tone tinged with tension. These footprints are larger, much larger than the last wild boar we encountered. That wild boar's footprints were only the size of a palm." Chen Jin returned the tablet to old Zheng, saying, "This footprint is 1 meter long. It's simply on another level." Then Chen Jin walked up to the rock wall opening, peering inside. The cavity was very dark. The light from the mine only illuminated a few meters before being swallowed by darkness. A foul odor wafted from the opening, similar to the black secretion collected from Kunlun Su, but much more intense. "You two come in with me, everyone else stay outside the mine." Zhou Hong raised his long gun, Zhao Wufeng stepped forward, and Chen Jin was the first to cross the opening. His spatial abilities silently unfolded, sensing every inch of the cavity's structure. Beneath them were soft gravel and sediment, the ceiling soaring over 20 meters high. The headlamp's light could not reach the top. In the center of the cavity was a massive depression resembling a nest formed by some giant beast's prolonged presence. Scattered within the nest were numerous pieces of devoured yin-yang crystals, indicating that something was consuming them. Zhao Wufeng lowered his voice and asked, "Instructor, what kind of beast is this?" Chen Jin squatted down, measuring the distance between the claw marks on the ground. "It's a rock-armored earth dragon, a mid-level beast. An adult measures 12 to 15 meters in length with tough skin and dense flesh. Ordinary yin-yang crystal weapons barely scratch it. It possesses a special ability to move freely underground, faster than a cheetah running on the surface." Zhou Hong tightened his grip on the long gun. "What are its weaknesses?" "Its mouth. Its skin is covered in rock armor, but the inside of its mouth is soft. To kill it, one must penetrate it from the inside when it opens its mouth, but it typically won't do so in front of prey unless it believes you are dead. Zhou Hong and Zhao Wufeng exchanged glances and said nothing. Chen Jin stood up, sensing the residual aura within the cavity. It's not here, it must have gone out to hunt. He withdrew his hand from the rock wall, saying, let's prepare a little surprise for it first. Chen Jin chose not to confront it head-on, but instead laid a spatial trap in the center of its nest, weaving an invisible cutting web with his spatial abilities. The spatial blades were densely arranged above and around the depression in the nest. Once triggered, the cutting web would tighten within a fraction of a second. This is a binding type ability of the spatial system. The more it struggles, the tighter the cutting web will become. Zhou Hong watched Chen Jin finish the setup, puzzled, and asked why not just kill it. A living one is worth more than a dead one. A complete rock-armored earth dragon can provide at least 5 tons of high-density beast materials. Its hide can be made into armor, its bones can forge heavy weapons, and its core is at least mid-tier. The first batch of extraordinary heavy armor relies on it. Zhao Wufeng scratched his head. Instructor, you make it sound as simple as buying vegetables. You'll learn to do. After the setup was complete, the three retreated behind a rock shelter at the entrance of the cavity. Chen Jin leaned against the rock wall, resting his eyes, while Zhou Hong squatted beside him, glancing at the opening from time to time. Zhao Wufeng stood motionless outside the shelter. After waiting for a few hours, the ground suddenly began to tremble. The rock wall on one side of the cavity exploded, sending debris and dust flying in that direction. A massive shadow emerged from the rocks. The rock-armored earth dragon, larger than Chen Jin had anticipated, nearly 18 meters long, with its body covered in dark gray rock armor. On either side of its head were 2 degenerated compound eyes, and it held half a bleeding prey in its mouth. It emerged from the rock layers as effortlessly as a fish swimming out of water. The hard rock wall crumbled like tofu before it. Zhou Hong and Zhao Wufeng witnessed a true beast for the first time, holding their breath in unison. The earth dragon dropped its prey beside the nest and lowered its head to sniff the ground, detecting an unfamiliar scent. A low growl resonated from its chest, and its tail angrily swept against the rock wall, shattering a section of it. Then it began to circle the edge of the nest, sniffing and taking a few steps, growing increasingly unsettled. Then it stepped into the spatial trap. With a buzzing sound, the spatial cutting web was instantly activated. Invisible spatial blades converged from all directions, and the earth dragon let out a deafening roar of pain, struggling wildly as its tail swept through the nest, sending debris flying everywhere. Yet the spatial cutting web tightened even more, embedding deeper into the seams of its rock armor. The more it struggled, the deeper the cuts became, dark blood seeping from the gaps in its armor. Chen Jin stepped out from behind the shelter, one hand maintaining the spatial cutting web and the other behind his back. He walked up to the earth dragon, his pace unhurried. Upon seeing him, the earth dragon began to thrash more violently, opening its mouth to let out a hoarse roar. However, the king-level aura radiating from Chen Jin instinctively froze it in place. It was a force ingrained in the very bones of beasts, a suppression of higher levels over lower ones, not something courage could overcome. Lie down. 2 words spoken without force, but the earth dragon seemed pressed down by an invisible force, slowly lying down, closing its mouth, and keeping its tail flat against the ground, motionless. Zhou Hong and Zhao Wufeng emerged from behind the shelter, watching the giant beast lie there like a tamed dog. Neither spoke for a while, until Zhou Hong broke the silence. Is this it? What did you expect? I was ready to fight to the death with my gun. Chen Jin glanced. Can your gun pierce its skin? Zhou Hong looked at the yin-yang crystal long gun in his hand, then at the thick rock armor on the earth dragon, falling silent for a moment. Probably not. So fighting is useless. Use your brain. That night, heavy transport equipment was dispatched to the mining site to pull the rock-armored earth dragon out of the cave. Old Zheng stood at the cave entrance, watching as the beast longer than his mining truck was gradually hoisted onto the transport platform. He fumbled through his pockets 3 times before finally retrieving a cigarette. The earth dragon was alive and intact, a mid-level beast worth more than any ore. Chen Jin personally sealed its acupoints, ensuring it could not escape underground. The transport plane was urgently dispatched from Dragon Country to airlift the earth dragon along with the sealing device back to Kunlun base. Chen Jin said to Old Zheng, your mining site likely has more creatures. I will arrange for a special team to be stationed here equipped with yin-yang crystal gear. Next time a beast is detected, report it directly, without waiting for me. They have a standard procedure for dealing with it. Old Zheng took the cigarette from his mouth, inhaled deeply, and then replied, understood. On the return flight, Chen Jin leaned against the window, resting his eyes. Zhou Hong sat beside him, polishing his long gun for a long while before speaking. Instructor, this earth dragon, according to your description, is not supposed to appear until around 2033. It's only 2030 now. It has emerged at least 3 years early. What does this mean? Chun-Jin slowly opened his eyes, saying, "This means that the pulse of the spiritual veins mother body has not only activated the spirit stone mother, but has also accelerated the incubation cycle of the beasts. The previous secretions from Kunlun Su and this earth dragon indicate the same thing. The countdown has shortened compared to my past life." The rock-armored earth dragon was transported to the Kunlun base, and Chun-Jin decided to dismantle it on site, recording the entire process as the first practical lesson in extraordinary materials science for future internal teaching use. As news spread, the processing center was packed with people: research personnel, seed pioneers, military representatives. Even the old martial arts master brought 3 disciples to occupy the front rows early. Zhou Zhengshan sat in the front row with a group of old generals, each holding a small notebook, their demeanor resembling that of attending a battle deployment briefing from years past. Chun-Jin stood before the corpse of the earth dragon, holding a short blade made of sunfire crystal. He circled around the earth dragon, squatting down, one hand pressing on the seam of the dragon's head shell, while the other began to cut. The blade cut into the natural seams of the shell, each stroke precisely landing at the soft cartilage connections between 2 shell pieces, as the dark gray shell was completely peeled off piece by piece and placed on the canvas spread beside him. Zhao Wufeng nudged Zhou Hong with his elbow, whispering, "He indeed has done this countless times." Zhou Hong's eyes were fixed on Chun-Jin's hands, responding, "How do you know that? Just look at where he places the blade. He doesn't even need to think. How many monster beasts must he have dismantled to hone this skill?" Zhou Hong did not reply, watching Chun-Jin's steady hands, recalling how just moments ago in the underground cavern Chun-Jin walked up to the struggling earth dragon and made it lie down, with just 2 words, pondering what this person had experienced in his past life. As Chun-Jin continued to dismantle, he began to lecture. The rock armor weighs about 4 tons with a hardness exceeding any known natural material. After cutting, it can be made into heavy armor with a unit area defense equivalent to 12 times that of a tank's frontal armor, weighing only 1/3 of steel armor. The first batch will consist of 100 sets of light armor to equip the core combat force among the pioneers. An old general in the front row quickly jotted down notes in his notebook. Monster core. Chun-Jin retrieved a yellowish crystal from the earth dragon's chest cavity and held it up to the light. This is a mid-level Earth-type monster core containing high-density Earth spiritual power, which can be used to drive spiritual energy arrays, refine Earth-type pills, or embedded in weapons as an energy core. The monster core is the most valuable part of a monster beast because it can be used for many purposes. After handing the monster core to his assistant, Chun-Jin continued to cut deeper. The skeletal structure weighs about 2 tons with extremely high density and 5 times the toughness of steel. It is ideal for forging heavy cold weapons such as spears, battle axes, and heavy swords. Ordinary steel weapons merely scratch the surface of monster beasts, while weapons forged from monster bones can break through the defenses of similarly ranked monster beasts, attacking with one's own spear against one's own shield, the first principle of extraordinary materials science. Zhou Hong instinctively looked down at the sunfire crystal spear in his hand, recalling how it couldn't even pierce the skin of the earth dragon in the cavern, causing him to involuntarily gasp. Muscle tissue weighs about 8 tons, is high in protein and energy, and can be processed into military rations. A piece of palm-sized dried earth dragon meat can provide an adult with energy for 3 days. More importantly, if consumed regularly, monster meat can gradually enhance physical fitness with the side effect of possibly causing excessive heat and nosebleeds. Blood can be used to make spiritual energy ink and runic pigments. Chun-Jin handed a collection bottle to his assistant, pointing at the dark red liquid inside. Su Wanqing has discovered that certain components in monster blood can promote cell regeneration. She is researching whether it can be used to create a healing agent that accelerates wound recovery. Seated in the second row, Su Wanqing, upon hearing her name, did not feel prideful, but continued to take notes on useful information. Internal organs and glands: the gallbladder, liver, and certain special glands of monster beasts contain high concentrations of spiritual energy and are important auxiliary materials for refining high-level pills. Chun-Jin gently lifted a thin membrane from the head of the earth dragon, revealing a small gland behind a pair of degenerated compound eyes. The substance secreted by this gland can enhance night vision. If extracted and diluted, a single drop is enough for a person to maintain night vision for 72 hours. Su Wanqing's eyes lit up immediately as she wrote down 2 words in her notebook: night vision. The disassembly took nearly 4 hours from start to finish. After it was completed, Chun-Jin called over Old Song and handed him a list. Within 3 months, established the first production line for extraordinary equipment using the rock armor and bones of the earth dragon as raw materials. The target for the first batch of products is 100 sets of Rock Dragon light armor and 50 Earth Dragon bone spears to equip the core combat force among the pioneers. Old Song took the list and frowned. Comrade, how do we process this? We tried using industrial machine tools for cutting, and the blade broke immediately. The hardness of the rock armor, as you said, is harder than tank armor, and conventional tools simply can't handle it. Chen Jin took out a bottle of freshly extracted Earth Dragon blood from his space and handed it to Olds. Dilute the blood and apply it to the cutting tool's blade. The blood of monster beasts has a natural corrosive effect on similar materials. It's not a chemical property, but a conflict of spiritual energy attributes. The blood of Earth-type monster beasts can soften Earth-type materials. This is a basic principle of extraordinary industry. Old Song took the dark red blood bottle, examining it repeatedly. Is there really such a method? There will be more such methods in the future. The greatest difference between the extraordinary industrial system and the modern industrial system is that it is not purely physical processing, but rather the interaction between spiritual energy and materials. Right now you do not need to understand the principles, but just follow the process I provide. Su Wanqing will compile the textbook on the principles later. After the disassembly, Zhou Zhengshan found Chen Jin outside the processing center. It was already dark and Zhou Zhengshan pointed to the distant ridge saying, "One monster beast is enough to equip a small team." How many monster beasts are there in that secret realm? Countless, but most are low-level, with those above mid-level being less than 5%. Chen Jin leaned against the wall. But even the materials from low-level monster beasts are worth more than any modern materials. Armor made from the skin of a low-level monster beast has 6 times the defense of Kevlar. In my past life, modern material industry was gradually phased out, not because it wasn't good, but because it wasn't even in the same league. Zhou Zhengshan fell silent for a moment. So the secret realm is not just a threat. Of course, the secret realm is both a crisis and a treasure trove. In my past life, countries vied for control over secret realms, not just for territory, but for the resources within. Whoever controls a secret realm controls the source of extraordinary resources. Our current advantage is that I know the location, level, and yield of every secret realm, allowing us to arrange control plans before they open. In other words, we need to control all the secret realms we can within 10 years. Yes, we must encompass all that can be encompassed, and for those we can't, we mustn't let others take them away. That night, Su Wanqing worked overtime until deep into the night. While observing samples of Earth Dragon blood under the microscope, she discovered a type of active cell that did not belong to any classification within modern biology. It appeared to have an independent energy metabolism system, maintaining its activity even after separating from the Earth Dragon's body, slowly swimming in the culture dish. After stimulating these cells with a trace of spiritual energy, they began to replicate wildly and released a substance that accelerated the regeneration of surrounding tissues. When a drop was placed on a damaged tissue sample, the wound healing speed increased at least tenfold. The next morning, as Chen Jin approached his office door, he saw Su Wanqing squatting by the door, holding a stack of experimental data. "Instructor, there is an active substance in the Earth Dragon's blood that does not fit any category within modern biology. It can accelerate wound healing at least tenfold." Chen Jin took the data and flipped through it. When he reached the second page, he paused his movements. "Are you sure? I validated it 3 times, and the results were consistent." Chen Jin remained silent for a long time, staring at the pages of data, before saying something that left Su Wanqing stunned. "In my past life, this substance was not discovered until 2038. Your discovery is 8 years ahead of my past life." In a small city in the western part of the North Island Alliance, a college football game is underway. Mike is the running back for the school team, 19 years old, standing at 6 feet 3 inches and weighing 200 pounds, resembling a small tank on the field. However, today this tank has malfunctioned. During a 4th down offense, as he charged forward with the ball, he collided with an opposing defender, sending the opponent flying 10 meters into the air, crashing into the barrier at the sidelines and fracturing bones on impact. The entire stadium fell silent for a few seconds before everyone simultaneously raised their phones. Mike himself was dazed. He reached out to steady himself against the nearby metal barrier, but as he applied pressure, 5 clear fingerprints were left on the steel pipe. Looking down at his hand, his expression resembled that of someone who had seen a ghost. Thousands of phones in the stands were simultaneously recording, and within a few hours the video's views surpassed 10 million, with various headlines on social media. "Is Super Soldier Serum real? Mutant? Alien parasite? Is this the Hulk?" An audience member slowed the video down and took screenshots. In the moment of impact, Mike's muscular contours were unnaturally bulging beneath his jersey, as if something were writhing beneath his skin. The North Island Alliance's intelligence agency reacted swiftly, locating Mike's position within 6 hours. They dispatched a team to take him from his college dorm and issued a standard statement: the student suffers from a rare endocrine disorder and is receiving treatment. The online video has been technically verified as edited and synthesized. However, privately Mike was taken to an underground laboratory surrounded by a group of lab coats who drew 17 vials of blood and conducted full-body CT scans, MRIs, and genetic sequencing, performing every test imaginable. Mike sat in a confinement chamber wearing a restraint suit, his arms covered in needle marks from blood draws. He asked, "What is happening to me?" The lab coats were busy examining data, not one of them looking up at him. A week later, a top-secret report landed on the desk of the president of the North Island Alliance, with a straightforward title: confirmation of unknown human enhancement phenomenon. Core content: the young man exhibited bodily function mutations without external stimuli. His muscle density had surged to several times that of an ordinary adult male, and it was still increasing. The cause remains unknown. It is recommended that a special research group be established. After reading the report, the president asked the chief advisor, "Is this a genetic mutation or a biochemical weapon?" The chief advisor was equally perplexed. "We don't know, but it's not something we created, nor is it achievable by any known technology." The president fell silent for a moment and said something profound: "Are we falling behind?" No one could answer that question. In the Intelligence Analysis Center of the Dragon Kingdom, Chen finished watching Mike's video and reviewing the internal intelligence, placing his tablet down on the table. As expected, the first person from the North Island Alliance has emerged. I didn't expect it to happen on the football field, which is quite dramatic. Their spiritual energy concentration has also reached a critical point. Zhou Jingshan asked seriously, "Will they discover the truth from this?" Chen Jin shook his head. "They don't have a cultivation system, no knowledge of secret realms, and no samples of otherworldly beasts. Relying solely on an accidentally awakened child, they will at least need to wander through the maze for several years. All they can do now is draw blood and test genes, attempting to find a biological explanation. But what they can't find is that spiritual energy is not a chemical substance, nor is it a genetic mutation. It is something that modern science has yet to touch upon. Without a theoretical framework, no amount of experimental data will do anything but gather dust on hard drives." An intelligence analyst nearby asked, "Should we intervene?" Chen Jin thought for a moment before responding, "Not for now, but I'm curious how they will treat their first extraordinary being. Will they train him as a weapon or use him as a lab rat for research? This will determine whether they can retain awakened beings in the coming years." The North Island Alliance eventually split into several extraordinary factions because the initial batch of awakened individuals was treated as experimental subjects and later collectively defected. Zhou Jingshan asked in surprise, "You know about this too?" Chen Jin did not answer, but simply said, "So we must treat our awakened beings well." At the Kunlun base, the old boxing master was teaching new recruits to punch the bag, surrounded by a group of young people who were laughing and learning boxing techniques. The old master shouted with more vigor than the young ones, "Bend your knees lower. Are you squatting or just standing there?" After scolding, he corrected their movements one by one. Wen Yang was meditating in a corner, a row of used spirit stones beside him. He had just successfully moved a pin from the table to the windowsill, startling Su Wanqing as she passed by the floating pin. Zhao Wufeng sat in a wheelchair. He had pulled a muscle in the previous training session and was temporarily unable to walk. He was currently guiding the newcomers in breathing techniques. When you inhale, imagine there's a balloon in your chest expanding, not a specific kind of ball, so don't think too concretely. The scene shifted to the underground laboratory of the North Island Alliance, where Mike sat alone in a cold confinement chamber, clad in a restraint suit, his arms covered in needle marks from blood draws, staring vacantly at the ceiling. He asked, "When can I go home?" No one outside answered him. Lab coats passed by in the corridor, yet none looked his way. After Chen Jin finished reviewing the intelligence summary, he closed the report and said to Zhou Jingshan, "Don't worry about them. They will eventually push their talents away." It happened this way in the past. The North Island Alliance initially viewed awakened beings as threats to study. By the time they realized they should cultivate them, those individuals had already lost trust in them. However, we need to prepare for something. Zhou Jingshan scratched his head and asked, "What matter?" Once the population of awakened beings in the North Island Alliance grows to a certain level, they will inevitably discover the truth, uncover the cultivation system, find secret realms, and realize the existence of spiritual energy. By that time, they will certainly come looking for us, whether to cooperate or to oppose. Which one do you prefer? It depends on their attitude. If they are willing to sit down and discuss, we could share some low-tier secret realms for joint development. But if they try to seize them forcefully... Chen Jin did not finish his sentence, but Zhou Jingshan understood. After the meeting, Chen Jin returned to his office, where a new report on an anomalous event was placed on his desk. On a certain uninhabited island in the Pacific, fishermen discovered a large number of dead fish on the beach, which bore unexplained bite marks, and the nearby waters had detected faint spatial fluctuations. After reading it, Qin noted on the report Pacific Atoll Secret Realm Group, numbered PA-001 to PA-007. This is the first sign of the leakage of marine secret realms. The level is not high, but the quantity is significant, making it suitable as a practical training ground for pioneers. He then circled the area on the map, drawing a circle around several small islands, which currently had no actual control by any nation. Qin immediately said to Zhou Jingshan deploy people to establish a hydrological monitoring station as soon as possible. Zhou Jingshan glanced at the map. This place is unregulated, so building it won't cause any diplomatic disputes. But what do you mean? To first secure control of the secret realm. Whoever occupies the coordinates first will take the first step. The materials and marine spiritual mines from the sea creatures inside are worth more than the combined value of the few mines in the Westland's wasteland. Send someone to build a hydrological observation station quickly. A map of the Pacific Ocean unfolded on the large screen in the strategic planning room, with 7 red dots concentrated in an area about 200 nautical miles in diameter. Qin stood in front of the screen, pulling up the data for each coordinate and listing them in a row from top to bottom. PA-001 to PA-007, 7 small oceanic secret realms concentrated in the same area. The realm levels are low, ranging from beginner to intermediate, but the density is extremely high, a rarity worldwide. Qin pressed the laser pointer, and next to each red dot appeared the corresponding resource estimates. Special outputs: ocean blue crystals, water-type spirit stones with a purity at least 30% higher than those mined on land. Deep-sea marrow, a precious medicinal material, the core component for refining bone repair pills, as well as various materials from marine beasts, shells, bones, demon cores. Underwater combat equipment relies entirely on these resources. The conference room was packed with people. Zhou Jingshan sat in the front row with Zhao Kajian beside him and 2 Navy generals present. Everyone's gaze followed Qin's laser pointer as it moved over the ocean area. In his past life, this cluster of secret realms was first discovered by an exploration team from the North Island Alliance. They established an overseas extraordinary base here, controlling the entire resource chain of secret realms in the Pacific, living off this legacy for the next decade. Then Qin turned off the laser pointer and turned around. In this lifetime, we cannot let them benefit from this. No country currently has actual control over this area of ocean, and according to international law, first come, first served. We must establish the first overseas extraordinary base here before anyone else officially labeled as an ocean ecological research station. At that moment, the conference room fell silent for a few seconds, and the Navy general spoke. First, this area is surrounded by submerged reefs. The hydrological conditions are complex, and it is very difficult for large vessels to dock. The North Island Alliance has never sent anyone up there also because of this. The reefs are both a problem and a benefit. Qin pointed to several marked areas on the map. They can't get in, but we can. This place is a natural barrier. Zhou Jingshan put down his teacup and leaned forward. 3 questions: what to build, how to build it, and how to keep it. Base functions: a comprehensive overseas outpost integrating secret realm monitoring, beast hunting, extraordinary material collection, and ocean training, with the main base built beneath the largest reef, leaving only a small building disguised as a meteorological observation station above ground. The underground main structure will reference the standardized modules of the Kunlun base, built using spiritual energy reinforcement technology, resistant to level 8 earthquakes and intermediate beast attacks. Qin switched to the next image, which marked the logistics transportation routes. Personnel will be selected from the existing pioneers and dispatched under the guise of a training base for employees of an oceanic fishing company. Logistics will use military auxiliary ships disguised as ocean freighters. What the satellites can capture are a few metal shacks, a dock, and several fishing boats. What lies underground is invisible to anyone. The construction team will be composed of troops with experience in underground engineering from Kunlun, working in complete secrecy. Qin added, additionally, this area has unformed spiritual veins. After the base is established, we will simultaneously lay out the Spirit Stone Mother Collection devices. Once the secret realm officially opens, we will already be waiting at the door. The Navy general raised his hand. What if fishing boats from other countries mistakenly enter? Standard procedures, but if they intentionally approach, then it depends on their intentions. There are many reefs nearby, and the hydrological conditions are complex. Our maps are more detailed than theirs, and we have ways to make them take a detour. After the personnel selection notice was sent out, Zhou Hong was the first to enter Qin's office, placing an application on the desk. Instructor, I want to lead the team to the reef base. Qin glanced at him, noticing he was at the 3rd level of the realm, adept with the yin-yang crystal spear. Although it was of little use when facing the rock-armored earth dragon in the underground cavern, he did not retreat, even once. He considered for a moment and nodded. Zhao Wufeng quickly signed up as well. His Xuanwu body had a natural advantage in underwater environments, and the keratin layer was completely unaffected by seawater. Instead, the buoyancy of the water lightened the burden on his legs. Along with 15 other pioneers who had broken through to the Discovery Realm equipped with the latest batch of yin-yang crystal gear, they formed the first stationed island team. The old boxing master also arrived. When he pushed the door open, Chen Jin was looking at the list. After a while, Chen Jin looked up and saw the old man standing at the door holding his knee pads. The old boxing master immediately spoke. Advisor Chun, I also want to go. Old man, you can't swim. The old boxing master slapped the knee pads on the table. I'm 65 and I can still fight at the second level of the Discovery Realm. Learning to swim is nothing. Chen Jin put down the list in his hand. The training intensity at the sea base is too high and the humid environment is not good for your joints. Let the young ones go. The old boxing master still wanted to argue, but Chen Jin looked at him and said, the position of the National Training Base's chief instructor is meant for you. If you leave, who will guide the 3,000 new recruits? Can you trust someone else with their training? The old boxing master fell silent, looking down at his calloused hands, then picked up the knee pads from the table. All right, then I'll take care of these kids back home. If any of them slack off, I'll deal with them on behalf of the instructor. A month later, the first group of the advanced team arrived at the target reef with the transport ship anchoring at the edge of the reef before switching to small boats to reach the shore. The reef was small, revealing less than 2 football fields worth of area at low tide, and only half remained at high tide, with only sparse bushes and jagged coral rocks on the ground. Chen Jin followed to the reef, and after landing he immediately changed into diving gear and entered the water. Chen Jin's spatial perception unfolded underwater, revealing a slowly forming spatial fissure about 40 meters deep at the bottom of the coral reef nestled between the reef and the seabed. The fissure was small, less than 2 meters long, but the biological density in the surrounding waters far exceeded normal levels, with schools of fish so dense they nearly obstructed visibility, and the coral reef was covered in shellfish and seaweed, with sea urchins even crammed in the crevices of the rocks. Spiritual energy was seeping out from the fissure, attracting nearby marine life. He collected the first batch of naturally formed ocean blue crystals from the rocks beside the fissure. The purity of this crystal's water-type spiritual energy was higher than any spirit stone mother he had collected on land, with a quality close to 1/3 of a finished spirit stone. Holding it in his palm, Chen Jin felt a cool sensation traveling up his meridians, completely opposite to the burning sensation of the yin-yang crystal. Then he discovered the deep-sea marrow, a gelatinous organism, semi-transparent, clinging to the rock crevices near the fissure, moving slightly, resembling a close relative of sea cucumbers. Chen Jin gently pinched a piece with the sampling tweezers and placed it in a sealed container. In his past life, this material could be exchanged for 10 spirit stones per gram and was a core ingredient for refining high-grade bone repair pills. It was abundant in this untouched sea area. After a while, he resurfaced and handed the sealed container to Zhou Hong, who was waiting on the boat. With these materials, the progress of the Pioneer Plan can be shortened by half. Zhou Hong took the box, glanced inside at the densely packed samples, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Instructor, is there anything you don't know?" Chen Jin removed his diving mask. "I don't know if we can hold on in 9 years, but at least for now we are winning." Zhou Hong did not ask further. He placed the box in the ship's cabin and turned to help Zhao Wufeng carry the second batch of samples. On the way back, the transport ship sailed steadily through the night. Chen Jin stood on the deck when suddenly his communicator rang, an encrypted message from the Kunlun base containing only one line. Advisor 0, an abnormal signal has been detected in the Kunlun virtual realm. The magnetic field fluctuation frequency at the secret realm entrance has suddenly accelerated, currently exceeding the previous average by 7 times, suspected to be a prelude to an accelerated opening. After reading the message, Chen Jin's expression remained unchanged as he tucked the communicator away. Zhao Wufeng came out of the cabin and saw him still standing on the deck. "Instructor, it's nothing, we'll talk about it when we get back." The transport ship continued sailing westward. Beneath the ship in the deep sea, a faintly visible spatial fissure was slowly expanding, with the fluctuations of spiritual energy at the fissure's edge causing the surrounding seawater to form rippling distortions. A nameless deep-sea fish swam past the fissure, suddenly pulled in by an invisible force, disappearing into the darkness as the fissure continued to expand by a few inches, as if it were breathing. The transport aircraft jolted through the clouds as Chen Jin leaned against the window, a tablet resting on his lap, the screen displaying real-time monitoring data of Kunlun Void constantly fluctuating. He flipped through the pages, repeatedly reading one page, and then flipping back to reread it. Zhou Jingshan sat across from him, wanting to speak several times, but each time he saw Chen Jin's expression, he swallowed his words. When the plane landed, the sky was still dark. Chen Jin jumped down the ladder and headed straight for the monitoring station. The duty officer froze for a moment when he saw Chen Jin turn the corner. The person who had been on the Pacific Island yesterday was now standing right in front of him. Inside the monitoring station, several technicians were gathered in front of the large screen silent. The curve on the screen was one Chen Jin had seen yesterday on his tablet, its peak height 3 times higher than usual. Now it had transformed into a wildly fluctuating serrated line exceeding 20 times the usual height. The previous rhythm of 12 heartbeats per minute was still there, but it was now layered with chaotic high-frequency pulses. The duty monitoring officer's voice trembled as he spoke. Advisor 0, the data has been abnormal since the day before yesterday. The frequency has been increasing 3 times the average yesterday, and this morning it surpassed 7 times. The 20 times was just 10 minutes ago. Chen Jin stared at the screen for a full 10 seconds, everyone waiting for him to speak. It's 4 years earlier than in my past life. Back in the ground operations room, Chen Jin pulled up the complete data on Kunlun Void onto the large screen, page after page, from the secret realm coordinates to geological profiles and internal ecological estimates. Everything unfolded. Kunlun Void, an advanced secret realm covering an area of approximately 3,000 square kilometers, equivalent to a small prefecture-level city, with an ecological type of alpine ice and snow environment, housing over 40 known species of monsters, including a Lord-level monster named Ice Crystal Chi Dragon, an adult in the initial phase of the King Realm. Chen Jin flipped to the page about the Chi Dragon, where the screen displayed a restoration image drawn from his memories of the past life, its body twice the length of a rock-armored earth dragon, covered in ice crystal-like scales, which caused several people in the conference room to change their expressions. If the entrance to the secret realm opens early, Kunlun Void will become the first fully open advanced secret realm on Earth. Given our current strength as pioneers, sending people in to explore would be tantamount to sending them to their deaths. Moreover, the things inside will come out. If the Ice Crystal Chi Dragon emerges, there will be no one in the Dragon Kingdom apart from me who can confront it. Heathen. Zhou Zingshan's expression immediately tightened as he asked urgently, how long do we have? Chen Jin recalculated in his mind. In his past life, it usually took 1 to 2 years from the appearance of the acceleration signal to the official opening of the secret realm. However, the frequency of the magnetic field fluctuations in Kunlun Void was rising far faster than the data from his past life. This curve was not following the usual patterns. Conservatively estimating, it will be 6 months to a year, provided the rate of increase in fluctuations does not continue to accelerate. But if the trend of the last 3 days continues, it might be even shorter. The entire operations room fell silent at once. Chen Jin didn't let the silence linger for long. He turned off the data and pulled up a topographical map of the area around the entrance to Kunlun Void. The plan consists of 3 layers. The first layer is external defense. We will build a circular defensive structure within a 5-kilometer radius centered on the entrance to Kunlun Void. On the ground, we will deploy a spiritual energy array network driven by a mixture of sunfire crystals and spirit stones, which can trap mid-level monsters and slow down high-level monsters. I will draw up the core array diagram tonight, and the construction team can start tomorrow. Chen Jin picked up a pen and drew a circle on the map, marking several key nodes inside. The second layer is core suppression. After the secret realm's entrance opens, I will personally oversee the entrance. If the Ice Crystal Chi Dragon comes out, I will be the only one who can restrain it in a heated confrontation. But let me be honest with you, based on my current physical recovery speed, I will most likely reach the peak of the returning origin realm by the time the secret realm opens, while my soul will be at the king realm, capable of briefly manifesting my domain. However, my physical body cannot withstand it for long, at most I can sustain one high-intensity battle. Regardless of the outcome, I may not be able to stand after that. Zhou Jingshan was about to speak, but Chen Jin raised his hand to stop him. The third layer is internal exploration. Once the secret realm opens, we won't send a large force in immediately. I will first lead a small team deep inside to prioritize hunting the Ice Crystal Chi Dragon and seize control of the core of the secret realm. Once we obtain control, this secret realm will no longer be a threat, but the greatest extraordinary resource area for the Dragon Kingdom. The 3,000 square kilometers will house over 40 types of monsters, and at least a dozen natural spirit or veins sufficient for our extraordinary industry for several years. Chen Jin put away the laser pointer and said with a serious expression, the problem now is that we don't have enough personnel. If Kunlun Void opens this year, I need at least 100 pioneers of the second level of Discovery Realm to form the outer blockade. Currently, we only have 6 Zhou Zhao Wufeng Su Wanqing 3 seed candidates from military backgrounds plus Old Master Quan. Zhou Zhengshan paused for a moment and flipped to a new page in his notebook. Accelerate the Pioneer Program. Can your body-tempering liquid formula increase production? Yes, but I need more spirit stones. Have the Shilu mine and the Pacific Island base work at full capacity to mine spirit stones, prioritizing supply for Kunlun Void's preparations. After the meeting ended, Chen Jin was stopped in the corridor by Zhou Hong, who had just been transferred back from the Pacific Island. Zhou Hong's gaze was steadier than 3 months ago. The arrogance he had when he first arrived at the base was nowhere to be seen. Instructor, if Kunlun Void opens, let me go in with you. Chen Jin looked at Zhou Hong and said, do you know the Ice Crystal Chi Dragon initial phase of the King Realm? I heard you mention it at the entrance. Do you know what the King Realm signifies? Zhou Hong paused for a second. It means you might not win if you fight it, but I want to see how you fight it. If I come out alive, I will know how to handle it in the future. Chen Jin looked into his eyes, silent for a few seconds, then nodded. The premise is that you need to break through to the extraordinary realm before the secret realm opens. 6 months' time from the 3rd level of Discovery Realm to the extraordinary realm is not a small challenge. Think it through for yourself. I have thought it through. Zhou Hong showed no hesitation. Chen Jin patted his shoulder, turned, and walked toward the monitoring station. Zhou Hong stood in place, watching Chen Jin's figure turn the corner at the end of the corridor, hearing him throw back a line, his voice not loud, but Zhou Hong heard it clearly. In my past life, you didn't get to see the scenery in the secret realm. In this life, I will take you there. Less than 48 hours after the report of the accelerated anomalies in Kunlun Void was submitted, the encrypted phone call from the superior reached Zhou Zengshan's office, asking only one question: where is Comrade Chen Jin now? Zhou Zengshan replied that he was at the monitoring station, and the superior requested for him to come along. The location of this closed-door meeting was still at the underground command center, but the number of attendees had nearly doubled since the last time. In addition to several veteran generals from the military commission, the highest officials from the departments of Foreign Affairs, Economy, Industry, Agriculture, and Education were also present. As someone entered, they quietly asked the person next to them, "What is the agenda for today?" The other person shook their head, saying they didn't know, but the notice stated it was a level 1 emergency. Chen Jin came directly from the monitoring station, holding a tablet. He stood at the door for a second, scanning the familiar faces in the conference room that he had only seen on television before walking to the front of the screen. The frequency of the magnetic field fluctuations in Kunlun Void is now over 30 times the normal value and is still increasing. The countdown I provided during the last meeting was 9 years. That number is no longer valid. The gate to the first advanced secret realm may open as early as this year. The conference room fell silent, and Chen Jin connected his tablet to the large screen, pulling up 4 sets of data. 4 things. First, the concentration of spiritual energy across the planet has doubled over the past 6 months and is still accelerating. This is not a fluctuation, but an irreversible trend. Second, there have been over 100 confirmed spatial anomaly events around the globe, nearly 30 of which are within the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, all within the coordinates I marked earlier. Third, the North Island Alliance, Bear Country, Cherry Blossom Country, and the European Union have all noticed abnormal signals. Although they do not yet know the truth, the first awakened beings will appear within 1 to 2 years at the earliest. Fourth, our window for advanced preparations must be shortened from 10 years to the immediate present. The superior sitting at the opposite end of the long table fell silent for a moment after Chen Jin finished speaking, then spoke up. "Comrade Chen Jin, if Kunlun Void opens tomorrow, can we hold it back?" Chen Jin replied honestly, "Currently, I am the only one in the country who can directly confront the demon beasts at the Seal King level. Give me another 6 months, and the Pioneer Plan can yield 100 combatants at the 2nd level of Discovery Realm or above. With the assistance of the Spiritual Energy Array Network, we can block most threats except for the Lord-level demon beasts. Leave the Lords to me." The superior nodded, and then turned to the left, asking, "Economic Department, can the acquisition progress for global spiritual or mining rights be accelerated?" The Minister of Economy stood up and directly reported the data. The target or veins in the Western Continent and the Southern Ocean Land have acquired the vast majority of mining rights. We are negotiating technical cooperation for the North Ice Plains, and the agreement may be signed as early as next month. The Pacific Island Reef Base has been completed, and the Hylon Crystal has begun stable production. Dozens of spiritual or sites in the country have completed nationalization and storage. At the current mining speed, it is sufficient to support the Pioneer Plan's expansion to a scale of 10,000. Education Department, is the plan for universal extraordinary education ready? The Minister of Education stood up. This usually cheerful old man on television now had a serious expression, as if he were in an examination room. The plan has a draft. Considering confidentiality needs, it will initially be promoted under the guise of new sports education reform and traditional martial arts revival, piloting spiritual energy perception enlightenment courses in primary and secondary schools. The actual teaching content will be approved by the Extraordinary Technology Research Institute, with a unified external narrative of fitness training and health preservation methods. After listening, the superior looked around the room, his gaze sweeping from the Minister of Economy to the Minister of Education, then to several veteran generals in the military commission, and finally landing back on Shinjin. Since it is ready, let's speed up. Each department must complete the transition plan from secret preparations to semi-public mobilization within 3 months. Our goal is not just 1 or 2 secret realms, but the survival of the entire Dragon Kingdom in 10 years. The training ground at the Kunlun base expanded 3 times its original size within a month, and a new batch of 5,000 seeds began training. This batch is different from the first 30. The first was selected from the elite, while this batch was selected from the entire army and national sports system. Their physical qualities vary, but with a larger base, the probability of producing good talent increases. The old boxing master stood in the center of the training ground, facing the mass of new recruits, thrusting a bamboo pole into the ground. Breathe. Breathe. Are you here to practice, or just to take a walk? I am 65 years old, yet I still have a surge of heat in my dantian. You young folks in your 20s don't even have a sense of chi. How can you shamelessly eat? The new recruits were embarrassed and red-faced from the scolding, but not one person withdrew. After the old boxing master finished scolding, he walked with his hands behind his back through the ranks, stopping in front of a young man and pressing down on his shoulder by 2 inches. Lower your stance a bit more. Yes, like that. You have a foundation. Have you practiced before? The young man said he had practiced Sanda for a few years. The old boxing master nodded, patting him on the back. Sanda is Sanda, and standing post is standing post. Practice well. In the workshop of the Tianshan base, the first production line for the Rock Dragon light armor officially went into operation. Old Song led his team to tackle the cold processing technology of the Haiyang crystal, working tirelessly for nearly a month. The temperature range of the cutting tool was always hard to control. If too high, the tool would soften, and if too low, it wouldn't cut through the rock armor. After more than 20 failures, each time a piece of rock armor was scrapped, Old Song's face grew darker. On the 27th attempt, it worked. When Old Song picked up the armor plate, his hands trembled. The apprentice beside him said, "Master, your eyes are red." Old Song replied, "Nonsense, it's sweat." On the day the first qualified standard light armor rolled off the line, Old Song placed the armor plate on the workbench, stepped back 2 paces, and stared for a long time, saying to his apprentice beside him, "I've never made anything so difficult in my life, but it's worth it." In the Extraordinary Technology Research Institute at the Qinling base, Su Wanxing and her team successfully isolated a spiritual energy active factor from the blood of the Earth Dragon. It was a semi-transparent gel-like substance that glowed under the microscope. After being activated by a small amount of spiritual energy, it began to divide rapidly, and the metabolic products released could stimulate the regeneration of surrounding tissues. She dropped a drop of the extract onto a sample of damaged tissue in a petri dish. Seconds later, the edges of the wound began to contract, healing at several times the normal speed. Su Wanxing wrote in her experimental log, "This is the starting point of extraordinary medicine." After finishing writing, she put down her pen and stared at the line for a long time before flipping to the next page to continue writing the process for the next experiment. At the Pacific Island Reef Base, Zhou Hong led the advanced team in underwater weighted stealth training. He wore a modified version of the Rock Dragon light armor, specifically thinned for underwater environments and enhanced for joint flexibility. Underwater, he pierced a composite material board simulating demon beast skin with a Haiyang crystal spear. Surfacing, he threw the spear onto the boat and said to Zhao Wufeng, "Next time, let's try a live one." Zhao Wufeng leaned against the side of the boat, wiping his calloused leg with a towel. Living ones swim. On the diplomatic front, long-term mining agreements were silently signed one after another. The diplomats of the Dragon Kingdom engaged in light-hearted banter at the negotiation table, exchanging infrastructure aid and medical cooperation for mining rights to a poor mine, with the other party feeling they had gained an advantage, smiling brightly when signing. The number of civilian awakened cases reported from various places has increased to dozens, and the Special Affairs Bureau's consolidation operations are accelerating. Each province's intelligence station received an internal list detailing the targets that needed to be. The old boxing master was officially appointed as the liaison officer for civilian awakeners, specifically responsible for contacting and persuading ordinary people who felt something was different about them. His name quietly spread in the civilian awakened circles. "That old man can tell you what has happened." Wen Yang helped the old boxing master organize the files of civilian awakeners from various regions, flipping to a file from Sichuan that read, 16-years-old male can ignite a lighter with his finger. It's not that the lighter is leaking but ignites just by touching the head of the lighter with his finger, verified multiple times. Wen Yang handed this file to Chen Jin. Chen Jin glanced at it and said, "This is a spiritual fire physique. Such talent was rare in my past life. If trained to a high level, it can condense into real fire with temperatures exceeding that of lava. Send someone to fetch him immediately." Wen Yang nodded, somewhat understanding, and placed the file into the priority processing stack. In the deep night, Chen Jin returned from the training ground and saw a figure at the end of the corridor. It was Wen Yang, a 10-year-old boy sitting cross-legged on the floor, with several used spirit stone cores in front of him, eyes closed, surrounded by spiritual energy flowing slowly and rhythmically around him. Chen Jin did not interrupt, leaning against the door frame to watch him for a while. In his spatial perception, the spiritual energy within Wen Yang was circulating spontaneously, sometimes slow, sometimes fast, as if testing something. This was a precursor to physique awakening, but it was completely different from Su Wanqing's trajectory when she awakened her healing talent, and it did not align with the paths of Zhou Hong and Zhao Wufeng. Wen Yang's talent might be even higher than he had anticipated, and a physique of this type had never appeared in his past life. Chen Jin picked up the communicator and sent a message to Su Wanqing. Arrange a comprehensive physical examination for Wen Yang tomorrow. The data should be filed separately with the highest confidentiality level. Su Wanqing flipped through the physical examination report of Wen Yang 3 times. His heart rate was normal, blood pressure was normal, and his muscle density was within the standard range for a 10-year-old boy. All the physiological indicators were unremarkable. She almost thought the equipment was malfunctioning, so she used a backup device to conduct another round of tests with the same results. Then she changed the testing environment from the regular examination room to the indoor underwater training pool. Wen Yang stood by the edge of the pool, took off his outer jacket, revealing his sun-kissed skin. Growing up in a coastal fishing village, he was naturally at ease with water. He jumped into the pool, barely causing a splash, and glided into the water like a little fish. Su Wanqing squatted by the poolside, staring at the monitor. At first the data was normal. After 30 seconds, Wen Yang's heart rate began to drop from 72 to 68, then down to 62. Heart rate decreasing. Su Wanqing looked up at Wen Yang, who was quietly suspended at the bottom of the pool, thinking a 10-year-old child, holding his breath underwater with his heart rate decreasing instead of increasing. This contradicts physiological common sense. Even more bizarre was that the spiritual energy concentration monitor in the pool began to rise. Before Wen Yang entered the water, the concentration of spiritual energy in the pool was at a normal atmospheric level. 3 minutes after entering the water, the concentration surged to 3 times the normal value and continued to rise. The spiritual energy was actively converted from the surrounding environment into the water by Wen Yang's own body. Su Wanqing pulled up the lung capacity data. Wen Yang had already exceeded the breath-holding record of an ordinary adult, approaching the level of a professional freediver. And his heart rate remained steadily in the low 60s, as if he were dozing off in a chair. Then Su Wanqing wrote a line in her notebook. Subject A0017. Wen Yang displays a different affinity for spiritual energy compared to all existing samples, speculated to be a specific environmental-dependent constitution requiring further observation. After finishing, she put down her pen, thought for a moment, and picked it up again to add, "It is recommended that Consultant Zero personally evaluate." Chen Jin remained silent for a while after reading the report. Su Wanqing thought he would provide some professional analysis, but he simply said, "I have never seen anything like this in my past life. So how do you plan to test it?" "Just go into the water." The indoor underwater training pool was 15 meters deep. Chen Jin instructed to turn off all auxiliary lights, leaving only a few dim emergency lights on the pool walls. Below, the water surface was dark with visibility of less than 2 meters. Wen Yang was alone at the bottom of the water, eyes closed, sitting cross-legged and completely still. The monitor at the poolside displayed his real-time data: heart rate, blood oxygen, spiritual energy concentration. Chen Jin stood in front of the monitor, his eyes fixed on the curves. For the first 5 minutes, everything was normal. Wen Yang was like a little stone statue at the bottom of the water, breathing, stopped, body completely still. After 10 minutes, the spiritual energy concentration curve began to rise. First it rose slowly, then faster, forming an ever-expanding high-density spiritual energy region centered around Wen Yang. The attributes of the spiritual energy were transforming. The originally attributeless thin spiritual energy became water attribute upon entering that region with increasing purity. At 15 minutes, Wen Yang opened his eyes underwater. The surveillance camera captured a close-up shot of him. Wen Yang's pupils changed color from black to deep blue with faint bright spots slowly swirling around, resembling bioluminescent jellyfish in the deep sea. The water around him began to flow autonomously. First the water near his hand started to swirl around his fingers, then his entire palm, and finally his whole arm. Several small vortices slowly rotated around his body from his shoulders to his knees like transparent ribbons floating around him. Wen Yang seemed oblivious to what was happening. He simply floated quietly in the water, watching the vortices swirl around him. He reached out to touch one, and the vortex instantly slipped past his fingers, then gathered back. Chen Jin spoke into the underwater communicator. That's enough. Wen Yang, come up quickly. Wen Yang surfaced, wiped the water off his face, and looked at Chen Jin in confusion, saying, "What's wrong? I'm not at my limit yet." Chen Jin handed him a towel, crouched down to meet his gaze. "What did you feel?" Wen Yang took the towel and placed it on his head, pondering for a moment. "The water is talking to me." Chen Jin's expression remained unchanged. "What did it say?" "It said it wants to play with me." Chen Jin organized Wen Yang's physical characteristics into a detailed report, adding a new classification to the internal physical constitution chart. This report was marked as top secret only for the core circle of the Pioneer program to access, with a cover printed with a number and a title: Water-Dependent Special Constitution, Child of the Ocean. The report defined Wen Yang's constitution as prolonged breath-holding underwater passive gathering of water spiritual energy, initial water flow control, with a potential rating of S-level. This was the first officially recorded S-level talent in the extraordinary constitution chart of the Dragon Kingdom. The end of the report also included a handwritten note. "Never seen a similar type in my past life. The developmental direction of this constitution has a high degree of uncertainty. It is recommended to assign a dedicated trainer for long-term tracking. The current training direction is tentatively set for deep-sea exploration and underwater combat." Su Wanqing looked at the S-level mark on the report and couldn't help but exclaim, "S-level. We just formulated the standard for classifying constitutions, and you set your own standard, giving the first case an S." Chen Jin did not look up. "Every owner of an S-level constitution in my past life eventually became a king, as long as they could live to that day." Su Wanqing fell silent for a moment, looking down at the ID photo of Wen Yang on the report, her eyes slightly anxious. Then Wen Yang. "He will live to that day. This life is different." From that day on, Wen Yang's training plan was completely rewritten, and Chen Jin moved the training location to the newly built indoor underwater training pool. The first official training session only included the two of them. Wen Yang stood in waist-deep water, and Chen Jin squatted at the edge of the pool, pointing at the water surface. "Make the water swirl around you." Wen Yang tried several times, waving his hands in the water. The surface only created a few weak ripples that quickly dissipated. He tried a few more times, but still couldn't do it. He stopped, feeling a bit dejected. "I can't do it." "But you just did it underwater, didn't you?" "That's different. At that time I wasn't thinking about anything. The water just swirled on its own." "Then just think of nothing. Empty your mind, and consider yourself a part of the water. You don't need to command it." Wen Yang closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and sank into the water, leaving only half his head above the surface. The water remained calm for a few seconds before ripples began to appear. Spreading out from near his shoulders, circles after circles, becoming increasingly steady, a perfect circular water ring formed around him, slowly rotating and speeding up. Wen Yang opened his eyes, looking at the vortex he created, smiling happily. "It really played with me. Yes, play with it more in the future." After the training ended, Wen Yang changed clothes and prepared to return to his dormitory. Chen Jin called to him from behind and handed him a blue stone, a seawater crystal, the first batch of high-quality water spiritual stones collected from the Pacific Island Reef base. Wen Yang took the stone, his eyes brightening. "It feels so good. From now on, hold it and meditate for half an hour before bed each night. It will accelerate your physical growth." Wen Yang nodded seriously, then carefully placed the seawater crystal in his pocket. After taking 2 steps, he turned back to look at Chen Jin and said, "Big brother, will I become a strong person like you in the future?" Chen Jin looked into his eyes and answered seriously, "You will become stronger than me because you have something I didn't have in my past life, time." Nearly 4 months have passed since Zhou Hong told Chen Jin, "Give me half a year." In these 4 months, Zhou Hong seemed like a different person. He was the first to arrive at the training ground every morning at 4 and the last to leave after lights out at night. The training program set by Chen Jin had an intensity 4 times that of ordinary trainees, requiring him to run with weights across the snow line of Kunlun Mountain every early morning. In the morning, he performed extreme sprinting with breathing techniques in a high-concentration spirit stone environment, inhaling a volume of spiritual energy close to the upper limit of his meridians. Any more would tear them apart. In the afternoon, he engaged in combat practice against Zhao Wufeng, where they practiced with yin-yang crystal weapons. Zhou Hong took the offensive, while Zhao Wufeng focused on defense. Each practice session left their protective gear in tatters, prompting Old Song to send someone to specifically set up a repair line for their gear. Zhou Hong trained until he was utterly exhausted, sometimes being carried back to the dormitory by Zhao Wufeng only to reappear at the training ground promptly at 4 the next morning like a clock. Old Master examined Zhou Hong's training log and approached Chen Jin, slamming the log onto the table. If you train him like this, you'll exhaust his foundation. I've trained for 50 years and seen too many eager seedlings end up ruined. Zhou Hong is good material, you can't squander him like this. Chen Jin, while checking the monitoring data from Kunlun Su, did not lift his head. He knows the consequences. He chose to fight for half a year for a chance to keep up with me. Old Master fell silent after hearing this. He stood by the window watching Zhou Hong, as he did weighted deep squats in the training ground. After watching for a while, Old Master turned to leave, but paused at the door to say this kid has the same temperament as his father. Chen Jin glanced at him, but Old Master had already left. Outside the Kunlun base at an altitude of 4,500 meters, Zhou Hong ran, while carrying a weight equivalent to 1/3 of his body weight, on a rocky slope above the snow line. With each step the loose rocks slid down, and he needed to maintain his balance on the unstable slope. Zhao Wufeng followed closely behind, carrying the same weight and maintaining the same pace. They spoke not a word, only the sound of their even breaths and the rolling stones echoed. As they reached the last 500 meters, Zhou Hong suddenly accelerated, nearly increasing his pace by half in the oxygen-depleted environment. Zhao Wufeng gritted his teeth to keep up, but the gap still widened by a few steps. Zhou Hong crossed the turning point, first gasping heavily. After catching his breath for a while, he looked back at the pursuing Zhao Wufeng and teased, "You were a beat behind. Well, add extra practice at noon." Zhao Wufeng caught up, breathing heavily before lifting his head. His weight was the same as Zhou Hong's, and the old injury in his leg throbbed painfully in the cold, yet he did not slow down. "Did you take some stimulants today?" Zhou Hong chuckled. "My dad called last night and said if I can't break through to the extraordinary realm within half a year, he would come to Kunlun himself to bring me home for a blind date." Zhao Wufeng was stunned for 2 seconds before bursting into laughter. The two of them, desperately running on the plateau at an altitude of 4,500 meters, laughed heartily. On a night in the 5th month after the Kunlun Su acceleration signal appeared, Zhou Hong, after completing his extreme training for the day, did not return to the dormitory. He sat alone at the edge of the training ground, eyes closed, holding 2 dim spirit stones. At that moment, an unprecedented change occurred in his dantian, a feeling that was indescribable. It felt as if something deep within his dantian had cracked open a fissure. A scorching airflow surged out from the crack, spreading through his meridians to his limbs. Zhou Hong immediately sat cross-legged, operating the breathing technique to guide the airflow. The surrounding spiritual energy was being rapidly drawn away, and the spirit stones in his hands visibly dimmed. The influx of spiritual energy was on an entirely different scale. If the previous flow was like a water pipe feeding into his dantian, now it was like a river. His body was on the verge of a breakthrough, taking a crucial step from the discovery realm to the extraordinary realm as the spiritual energy began to manifest as tangible force. The cyclone within his dantian started to transform into a physical form, and the spiritual energy ceased to be mist-like, beginning to coalesce into visible force. In the monitoring room, Su Wanqing was sipping coffee while staring at the screen when an alarm suddenly blared. The spiritual energy concentration in Zhou Hong's training area plummeted by 70% in just a few seconds. She nearly choked on her coffee, quickly setting the cup down to pull up Zhou Hong's life signs data, where the meridian signal strength had skyrocketed. The peak signal in the dantian area far exceeded any samples recorded before, including the peak when Zhao Wufeng awakened the Xuanwu body. She hurriedly grabbed the communicator and dialed Chen Jin in haste. "Instructor, Zhou Hong is breaking through. Come quickly." Chen Jin almost pushed the door open before the call ended. He glanced at the data on the screen and slightly smiled at the time. When Chen Jin arrived at the training ground, Zhou Hong was still sitting cross-legged, his training clothes soaked in sweat sticking to his back, where muscles trembled slightly. His body was covered with a thin layer of faint golden force, faintly visible, like a shield not yet fully stabilized, extending from his shoulder to his hand. Chen Jin stood a few meters away in silence, while Zhao Wufeng, who had arrived at some point, leaned against the door to the training ground, quietly watching. Half an hour later, Zhou Hong opened his eyes. He looked down at his hand and extended his right hand to attempt a release. At that moment, a force shot from his hand, striking the alloy target a few meters away, leaving a shallow indentation. He had achieved the first level of the extraordinary realm, transitioning from the 3rd level of the discovery realm to the 1st level of the extraordinary realm in less than half a year. In his past life, Zhou Hong had similar breakthroughs, but spent over a year without any guidance medicines or spirit stones. He almost damaged his foundation due to his eagerness. In this life, his foundation was as stable as the stance practiced by Old Master for 50 years. Zhao Wufeng walked over from the doorway, glancing at the still, unfocused force in Zhou Hong's hand. They exchanged a brief gaze. "It's your turn." Zhao Wufeng did not reply, sensing that the spiritual energy within him was also stirring. The breakthrough method of the Xuanwu body was different from that of ordinary cultivators. It didn't require a forceful push, only accumulation. When the accumulation reached a certain critical point, the breakthrough would occur naturally, like water overflowing when it is full. Chunjin approached Zhou Hong and said lightly, "The first level of the extraordinary realm is much stronger than when your father was young." Zhou Hong, rarely shy, asked, "Instructor, when did you break through to the extraordinary realm in your past life?" Chunjin thought for a moment. "The year after the secret realm descended. No medicines, no techniques. I broke through while being chased by monsters." Zhou Hong fell silent for a moment, then looked up, a smile on his lips. "So I'm stronger now than you were in your past life?" Chunjin glanced at him without directly answering. "Starting tomorrow, your opponent will be me. Let me see how strong you are." Zhou Hong's smile froze on his face, while Zhao Wufeng chuckled maliciously from the side. Zhou Hong turned to glare at him, and Zhao Wufeng innocently turned away. News of Zhou Hong's breakthrough spread throughout Kunlun Base in just one morning. Old Master with a bamboo pole was pounding the ground at the training ground, shouting at the new recruits, "See that? Zhou Hong, extraordinary realm. From the discovery realm to the extraordinary realm in half a year. Do you think he relied on talent? Nonsense. He gets up every morning at 4 to train. And what about you? You think waking up at 6 is too early?" The new recruits were too intimidated to breathe, but after training ended, many stayed behind to practice more. He was the first to break through the extraordinary realm within the regular training system of the Pioneer program, marking that Chunjin's training program was feasible from the discovery realm to the extraordinary realm. The path is clear now. The next morning, Chunjin called Zhou Hong to his office, where a topographic forecast map of Kunlun Su was spread out on the desk. When Kunlun Su opens, you need to have the ability to survive independently in the secret realm. This isn't about being a hero inside. It's about surviving and bringing back what you see and learn to share as experience for those who come after. Mike had been confined for months. How many he could no longer recall. His isolation chamber had no windows. Fluorescent lights blazed overhead 24 hours a day, erasing all distinction between day and night. Each day brought blood draws, diagnostic scans, and identical interrogations. When did the anomalies first manifest? Does your family have a history of similar conditions? Have you encountered any suspicious substances? He answered every question, repeatedly, insistently, insisting he knew nothing. He'd merely played a game of rugby, then collapsed. No one believed him. They administered untested compounds, affixed electrode patches to his skin, and forced him onto treadmills until muscular failure, then demanded he continue meticulously recording his physiological limits. Needle marks from one blood draw had yet to heal before fresh catheters pierced his veins. He never imagined his body could yield so many vials of blood. His muscles continued to strengthen imperceptibly, his body instinctively absorbing ambient spiritual energy, but without a formal breathing technique to guide it. This passive enhancement was spiraling beyond control. His burgeoning strength now outstripped his nervous system's capacity to regulate it. Lifting a glass would shatter its handle, turning in bed would tear the sheets apart. One day, seized by violent convulsions within the isolation chamber, he involuntarily gripped the steel rail of his cot, and the metal buckled instantly beneath his fingers. He willed his hand to release, but his muscles refused to obey, clenching tighter instead. Security personnel burst in, brandishing stun guns and sedative darts. Amid the spasms, Mike swung his arm instinctively, sending several guards flying like rag dolls into the concrete wall. Staring at the devastation he had wrought, he whispered, voice trembling, "I only wanted to let go." No one listened. He was forcibly injected with a potent sedative, plunging him into unconsciousness. When he awoke, heavy restraints bound his wrists, tighter, more unforgiving than before. From that day onward, no one entered the chamber to speak with him. Not even for blood draws, which were now conducted solely through a narrow service hatch in the door. He was utterly severed from human contact. Unbeknownst to Mike, he was not the sole awakened one. 2 more cases had already emerged within the North Island. A homemaker during a kitchen fire lifted a collapsing cabinet barehanded. A miner buried beneath a cavian held back tons of falling rock with his own body until rescue arrived. Fragments of these incidents drifted through encrypted corners of the internet. An anonymous forum, Altered, sprang up, dedicated to those whose bodies had undergone sudden, inexplicable transformation. One user stood out, Bruce, who claimed to be an energy sensor, able to perceive subtle shifts in ambient chi, and posted tirelessly urging fellow awakened ones to remain hidden. They will not hail you as heroes. They will treat you as specimens. Though denied internet access, Mike's blood samples were distributed across multiple research facilities, one eventually landing in the hands of an underground hacker collective. They breached an encrypted memorandum from the North Island Alliance Intelligence Bureau, a draft protocol titled Awakened Individual Containment Strategy, citing long-term isolation, biochemical analysis, and military integration. Mike's designation, M.K., appeared under Case Alpha, the first documented instance. The hackers anonymously leaked a summary to the forum. Bruce posted M.K. is alive, held in some subterranean facility. In their hands, the Intelligence Bureau ordered Mike's transfer to a high-security laboratory. En route, the convoy traversed remote wilderness. Then all navigation signals vanished. The vehicles halted. Guards disembarked to investigate, only for the central transport van to overturn violently, propelled by an unseen force. It was not Mike, but Bruce and several other awakened ones. They had orchestrated the ambush. Not soldiers, not trained operatives, but beings endowed with abilities no conventional force possessed. Transcendence. Bruce stood beside the upturned van and extended his hand toward Mike inside him. "Okay, come out. We're taking you away." Mike crawled from the mangled cabin, still shackled at the wrists, clad in a patient gown. He gazed at the strangers before him, his voice weary. "Who are you?" "People like you, altered." Mike glanced at the fallen guards sprawled on the ground and clenched his jaw. "Did you?" Bruce shook his head. "Only stun them. We do not kill civilians, even those who drew your blood." Standing alone in the barren expanse, Mike paused, gazing back at the overturned vehicle and motionless guards, then walked silently toward the waiting pickup truck. That evening, the Longwa Intelligence Center received urgent intelligence. Mike of the North Island Alliance, an Awakened One, had been intercepted mid-transfer by a civilian Awakened network, his current whereabouts unknown. The North Island Alliance Intelligence Bureau formally designated the Altered Forum a national security threat and initiated full-scale surveillance of its members. Chen Jin read the report in silence for several seconds, then uttered just 2 words: "A pity." Zhou Zhengshan asked what he meant. A pity for the boy named Mike. He might have become North Island's Zhou Hong, if they'd given him the chance. Now he'll trust no official institution ever again. In the previous timeline, the schism among North Island's transcendent cultivators began precisely with such incidents. Authorities viewing awakened ones as threats, awakened ones perceiving authorities as enemies. Once that fissure opens, healing it proves harder than forging an entire legion of transcendent warriors. Zhou Zhengshan fell silent, then asked whether they should attempt contact with this awakened network. Chen Jin considered it. "Not yet. Observe, but wait until they're cornered, desperate, and record the ID." He perceives fluctuations in chi and coordinated a rescue. His sensory acuity must reach at least the 2nd tier of the perception realm. I've never heard of him in the prior timeline. Likely he never lived long enough to be discovered. Mike sat in the rear seat of the battered pickup, fleeing the western wastelands, staring at the desert blurring past the window. His voice tightened with tension. "Where are we going?" Bruce, driving, did not turn first to a safe house. Then, to find someone. "Find who?" Bruce remained silent for a long while, then said, "I don't know. But for months I've sensed the air's energy shifting. In one direction, the concentration rises steadily, toward Longwa." Su Wanking's work log extended late into the night. The operation of the Extraordinary Technology Research Institute relied on her. She was always in the laboratory, and her office light was the last to be extinguished in the entire building. Yet she never complained. In her past life, she was discarded as a burden during chaotic times, the military doctor that everyone despised. In this life, Chen Jin personally promoted her from her position as an ordinary military doctor to the vice-director, granting her the utmost trust and authority. She felt indebted to this trust, so she devoted all her time to work, including the time that should have been used for cultivation. On the day Zhou Hong broke through to the extraordinary realm, the training ground was in an uproar. Zhou Hong was surrounded by a group of people. Zhao Wufeng rarely smiled, revealing his teeth, and even Lin Guotao came over with his thermos to join the excitement. Su Wanqing glanced down from the laboratory window, and then quietly turned back to her workstation. The healing spray in her hand still required one last round of data. Zhao Wufeng had somehow followed her, leaning against the laboratory door. Su Wanqing glanced at him. "Director Su, aren't you going to have a drink with Zhou Hong? He was just asking where you went. The experimental data isn't finished yet, so you all go ahead and drink." Su Wanqing didn't even raise her head. Zhao Wufeng stood for a few seconds without lingering too long and turned to leave. Su Wanqing's breakthrough came without any warning and was unrelated to combat power. It was an ordinary late night, and she was alone in the laboratory observing a new batch of Earth Dragon blood samples under the microscope. Her gaze unconsciously fell on her hand, and she suddenly noticed a faint glow shimmering on it. At first she thought it was a reflection from the experimental equipment and rubbed her eyes, but the glow persisted. She looked back at the sample under the microscope, and the active cells in the sample suddenly began to divide wildly. Within seconds they multiplied several times over, far exceeding the proliferation speed of any active factor under normal experimental conditions. She was stunned, then pulled her hand away from the microscope stage, and the cell division speed immediately slowed. She placed her hand back down, and the division speed surged again. It was her presence affecting these cells. The spiritual energy within her was accelerating their regeneration in a way she had never realized. Su Wanqing picked up the encrypted communicator and dialed Qinjin. "Instructor, I seem to have awakened some kind of healing ability. My spiritual energy can accelerate cell regeneration. Just now a contaminated sample beside me, upon contact with the spiritual energy I unconsciously emitted, had its contamination cleared." Qinjin was silent for a moment on the other end of the communication, then his voice came through slightly slower than usual. "Use the standard testing procedure for self-checking. What realm have you reached?" "2 levels, but my sensitivity to qi has always been weak. I thought I had no potential for a breakthrough." That's typical for healing-type extraordinary individuals at the discovery stage. The qi sensitivity isn't obvious and combat ability is almost zero, so they can easily be overlooked in routine physical tests. However, once you begin to interact with biological samples, your physique will automatically activate. Your ability is not for combat, but for saving lives. In your past life, your healing ability could repair broken bones within an hour, stopping the bleeding of a dying person in 3 minutes. And now you have just begun to awaken. Su Wanqing fell silent, staring at her hand that was still glowing faintly, something that would easily go unnoticed without a close look. The next day, Qinjin flew directly from Kunlun Base to Qinling. Su Wanqing waited for him at the laboratory entrance, already prepared with a complete set of self-check data. After reviewing the data, Qinjin had her conduct 3 rounds of active cell tests on site. Watching the rapidly proliferating cell clusters in the petri dish, a rare look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Su Wanqing's healing-type spiritual energy could directly affect damaged cells with an effect equivalent to several times that of a natural healing agent. Currently, it was still in the early stages, only able to accelerate the healing of external wounds and tissue repair, temporarily unable to affect bones and internal organs. But the potential is far beyond that. More importantly, she was the first healing-type extraordinary individual in Longhua. Prior to her, everyone in the Pioneer program was either combat-oriented or defensive, with ordinary doctors and researchers with modern medical backgrounds handling medical duties. Su Wanqing's awakening filled a critical gap. An extraordinary army cannot rely solely on spears and shields, it also needs those who can heal. There will be injuries inside Kunlun Void. It could be me, it could be Zhou Hong, it could be Zhao Wufeng. Qinjin placed the test report on the table and looked at Su Wanqing. "When you awakened your healing ability, I knew that we finally had someone who could enter the secret realm with us." Su Wanqing looked at him, whispering, "You mean I can go in with you? If you don't go in, how can you save people out?" Su Wanqing's eyes reddened, but she did not cry. After awakening, her workload increased rather than decreased. Qinjin assigned her a new task to take the lead in establishing Longhua's first extraordinary medical system. This system includes 4 parts: a database of physiological indicators for extraordinary individuals, which has recorded data from 120 samples above the discovery stage, a medicinal atlas of monster materials, with Earth Dragon blood healing factors as the first officially recorded active component. Research on the mechanism of interaction between spiritual energy and the human body with the theoretical framework provided by Qinjin, and experimental validation conducted by Su Wanqing. Guidelines for treating extraordinary battle injuries, specifically targeting treatments for injuries caused by monsters, including lacerations, venom, erosion, and spiritual backlash, types of injuries that modern medicine cannot handle. On the title page, Su Wanqing wrote a line. "This system is based on the practical data of the Pioneer program. All content is recorded for the first time. If there are revisions in the future, I hope we are all still alive." Qinjin noticed this line while reviewing her draft. He did not comment, but simply set the manuscript down and said, "Once you finish writing, this material will become the first textbook for all future extraordinary doctors. Your name will be written in it." Su Wanqing nodded earnestly. That evening, Su Wanqing unusually left the laboratory early and went to the cafeteria at Kunlun Base. Zhou Hong and Zhao Wufeng were sitting in the corner devouring their food. Having just completed a day of combat training, Zhou Hong saw her, waved her over, and spoke with his mouth full. "I heard you awakened. What ability do you have?" Su Wanqing sat down with her tray and calmly said, "Healing type. I can accelerate the healing speed of wounds several times over." Zhou Hong's eyes instantly lit up. So if I get hurt in the future, I can just come to you. Su Wanxing glanced at him and replied, yes, but if you get hurt because you were showing off, I will first treat your wound, then let Zhao Wufeng beat you up. Zhao Wufeng interjected, happy to serve. Late at night, Su Wanxing organized the data from the day in the laboratory, and her hand still occasionally emitted a faint glow, something she had grown accustomed to. At 4:09 in the morning, all the instruments at the monitoring station simultaneously malfunctioned. Alarms blared throughout the station and dozens of sensor windows popped up with red warnings. The magnetic field fluctuation curve on the large screen suddenly soared vertically, without warning, surpassing all preset monitoring limits, and a series of loud bangs echoed from the underground rock wall. Chen Jin appeared at the monitoring station within seconds. He glanced at the data on the large screen, where the curve continued to surge upward. The peak had already reached 120 times its usual height. As the duty officer opened his mouth to report, Chen Jin had already picked up the communicator. The door is open, or it happened months earlier than expected. Notify everyone to execute the Kunlun Void contingency plan. Zhou Zhengshan's voice came through the communicator, tinged with suppressed tension. Can we stop it? Chen Jin had already turned to walk outside, indicating without looking back, activate the formation net, position the outer blockade, and leave the inside to me. Deep underground, the original rock wall had vanished, replaced by a massive spatial rift. The edges twisted irregularly, emitting an unnatural cold white light from within the rift. The temperature plummeted suddenly, and the white mist exhaled by everyone crystallized into tiny ice shards at their lips. Snowflakes drifted out from the rift, landing on the rock wall. Without melting, the ice and snow world inside the secret realm was merging with the reality. Chen Jin stood before the rift with Zhou Hong and Zhao Wufeng behind him, followed by 10 pioneers of the second realm, and above all equipped with yin-yang crystal weapons and rock dragon light armor. Old Song personally inspected each set of armor pieces, discarding the unqualified ones. Su Wanxing remained at the rear medical station with her mass-produced Earth Dragon blood healing spray on the shelf. Chen Jin turned to Zhou Hong. Do you remember the promise you made to me? Zhou Hong tightened his grip on the yin-yang crystal spear and replied seriously, I reached the first level of the extraordinary realm. We will meet inside. Chen Jin then looked at Zhao Wufeng. With your Xuanwu body, you must hold strong this time. It's not just about your own life, but the lives of those behind you. Zhao Wufeng said nothing more, simply nodding and stepping forward to stand at the front of the line. Chen Jin took one last look at the 4 words sent by Zhou Jingshan on the communicator. Formation net opened. Then he put away the communicator and took the first step toward the rift. Let's go. As they crossed the spatial rift, an intense cold air rushed towards them. In the next moment, they found themselves in a vast world of ice and snow. In the distance were rolling glaciers and snow peaks with an abnormal pale blue light hanging in the sky, the spiritual energy dome of the secret realm. There was no sun, but that blue light enveloped the entire space in a quiet yet eerie cold white tone. The snow beneath their feet reached their calves, making a sound that was crisper and harder than the snow in the real world, as if walking on shards of glass. Zhou Hong looked around. The white mist he exhaled crystallized on his visor. This place is completely different from the outside. The secret realm is an independent space with its own ecological system and rules. That blue light is the core of this secret realm, the spiritual energy dome. Everything in the secret realm operates in dependence on it. If the dome collapses, the secret realm will collapse too. Chen Jin glanced up at the blue light, pausing for a moment. But that is a matter for the future. Zhao Wufeng squatted down to touch the surface of the snow. Beneath the layer of snow was an incredibly hard ice layer. In the depths of the ice, he could vaguely see the remains of ancient buildings frozen in time. Angular and stone-like, entirely different from natural rocks. He looked up at Chen Jin. Someone has built something here. Chen Jin also saw the remains beneath the ice. By the time this secret realm was discovered in his previous life, the ruins inside had already been nearly destroyed by ferocious beasts. The remnants of certain structures proved one thing: the secret realm was not entirely natural. Someone had been here a long time ago. Chen Jin did not stop his steps. The ice crystal Chi Dragon's lair is in the core area about 40 kilometers from here. We will encounter other ferocious beasts on the way. Maintain formation and do not scatter. After proceeding about 3 kilometers, Zhao Wufeng suddenly raised his hand to signal the team to stop. His Xuanwu body made him more sensitive to ground vibrations than anyone else. He felt the snow beneath his feet trembling slightly, growing increasingly intense. In the next second, the snow layer ahead suddenly exploded, and 3 frost giant scorpions emerged from underground, each over 3 meters long with shells of semi-transparent ice blue. Their tails arched high and the tips gleamed with a ghostly blue light. They are the most common guard-type ferocious beasts in Kunlun Void, serving as the sentinels for the ice crystal chi dragon. The three giant scorpions swiftly spread out, encircling from three directions. Chen Jin stepped back, leaving the battlefield to Zhou Hong and Zhao Wufeng. Zhou Hong charged ahead first, his yin-yang crystal spear's tip glowing dark red under the enhancement of the aura as he aimed for the gap in the head shell of the first giant scorpion. In the moment of the clash between ice and fire, the giant scorpion emitted a sharp screech, and then its shell exploded. An ice-blue liquid gushed out from the shell's gap, instantly freezing into ice crystals in the air. Within 3 strikes, this giant scorpion was killed. Zhao Wufeng stood in front of another giant scorpion, his Xuanwu body withstanding the piercing of the tail. As the tail penetrated about half an inch into his shoulder armor, it became lodged in his muscle. Zhao Wufeng then used his shield to bash the giant scorpion back a step. The 2 pioneers behind the giant scorpion took the opportunity to attack its abdomen from the side, and together, they killed the giant scorpion. The last one attempted to ambush from the left flank, but was suppressed by the crossfire of 3 pioneers, while Zhou Hong directly struck its throat from the right. In less than a minute, the 3 suffered minor injuries with no serious wounds. Zhou Hong gasped and looked at Chen Jin. Chen Jin merely nodded slightly, then pulled out a sealed bag from his pocket, crouching down to retrieve some samples of the frost giant scorpion's tail toxin and handed them to the accompanying personnel. The ice crystal chi dragon sentinels had 2 less than in his previous life, indicating that it had not yet fully taken control of this secret realm. After advancing for about half an hour, the terrain began to change. Glaciers replaced the snowfields, and the temperature dropped even lower, causing their breaths to sting. Subtle ice crystals began to float erratically in the air, a manifestation of the spiritual energy leaking from the ice crystal chi dragon's territory. Suddenly, a massive ice hole opened in the glacier ahead, the entrance measuring several dozen meters in diameter with ice spikes several meters long hanging from the edges. Deep within the cave, heavy breathing echoed, each inhalation causing the surrounding air to tremble. Zhou Hong tightened his grip on the spear, lowering his voice. "Is it?" Chen Jin nodded, then turned to everyone and said, "You guard the cave entrance. You must stop anything that runs out from inside. If you can, I will deal with it first." Then Chen Jin entered the ice cave, and in the next second darkness swallowed his figure as spatial abilities unfolded around him, the soul of the King realm completely unfurling at this moment. His voice emerged from the darkness, echoing throughout the ice cave. "Are you awake? I have arrived." The ice crystal Qilong slowly emerged from the darkness, its body extending over 30 meters, covered in translucent ice crystal scales. Its vertical pupils locked onto Chen Jin, not attacking like an ordinary beast, but observing and assessing, while Chen Jin held its gaze. This was a confrontation between 2 beings at the king level, a first on this planet. The Qilong let out a dragon's roar, resonating on a soul level. If an ordinary transcendent being stood here, that roar would be enough to shatter their meridians, yet Chen Jin showed no reaction. A spatial barrier silently unfolded around him, dissipating the shockwaves of sound layer by layer. "In my past life, I fought you for 2 hours, paying with half my life." Chen Jin raised his right hand, concentrating spatial power in his palm. "This time, let's settle it quickly." The Qilong initiated the attack first, opening its massive mouth, unleashing a torrent of ice-blue dragon breath, a chilling surge of spiritual energy. Where the dragon breath passed, the air instantly crystallized, and the ground cracked under its chill, shards of ice flying from the fissures. Chen Jin did not evade. He simply pushed both hands forward, and the spatial barrier expanded instantaneously. A translucent spatial barrier stood in front of him, and the dragon breath collided with it, ice blue and transparent forces clashing violently, shaking the entire ice cave. This was a struggle between domains, the Qilong's ice domain clashing heat-in with Chen Jin's spatial domain, the 2 forces entwined in the center of the cave, neither retreating. The ice layer at the cave's ceiling began to collapse, extensively massive chunks of ice crashing onto the intersection of the 2 domains. The Qilong sensed that the strength of the spatial barrier exceeded its expectations, and then it ceased its breath attack, opting for physical strikes. Its massive tail swept across the ice crystal scales at the tip, fanned open. Each scale was sharp as a giant blade, sweeping across the entire width of the ice cave, leaving no room for evasion. Chen Jin executed a spatial shift, instantly disappearing from his original spot. In the next moment, he appeared above the Qilong's head, his right hand coalescing into a spatial cutting blade aimed directly at the connection of the dragon's neck. The spatial blade sliced through the Qilong's ice crystal scales, causing them to crack instantly. A torrent of blue dragon blood erupted, splattering on the ice surface without freezing, instead melting it into numerous pits. The dragon blood, carrying an extremely high density of spiritual power, the temperature far exceeding the freezing point. The Qilong let out a pained roar thrashing its body, and Chen Jin used the momentum to retreat, landing on a piece of shattered ice 10 meters away. This strike was effective. Blood was gushing from the wound on the Qilong's neck. The blue blood flowed down its scales, but fine threads of blood seeped from Chen Jin's right arm. The peak of the returning origin realm, he withstood the output of king-level strength, the muscle fibers stretched to their limits. He calculated in his mind, if he continued to brute force it like this, he could last a few more rounds at most before his meridians couldn't take it anymore. Chen Jin then changed his strategy. He no longer chose to clash Eden, instead, using spatial shifts to repeatedly evade the Qilong's attacks, each time appearing accurately in the blind spots outside its attack range. The Qilong's attacks grew increasingly frenzied, turning the area it swept with dragon breath into an ice field, the ground collapsing several meters. Where its tail struck, almost a third of the ice cave was destroyed. But Chen Jin moved like a bird weaving through a storm, each evasion quick by a half-beat. He was awaiting an opportunity. At the moment the Qilong unleashed its breath for the third time, his spatial perception swept through the depths of its open throat, capturing the thing he had been searching for, the dragon crystal. The ice crystal Qilong's dragon crystal was embedded deep within its throat, the most vulnerable spot on its body and the core of its spiritual power. As long as he could strike there, the Qilong's spiritual power circulation would collapse instantly. Chen Jin took a deep breath, compressing all his spatial power into his right fist. In the next second, a basketball-sized spatial bubble gathered in his hand, then compressed to the size of a grain of rice, the surrounding air collapsing towards that point. Chen Jin raised his hand, aiming at the Qilong's throat, projecting it forward. The spatial bubble continued to collapse during flight, moving so swiftly that it could only be seen as a fleeting shadow. The Qilong seemed to sense danger, attempting to close its jaw to protect its throat. But the spatial bubble had accelerated beyond the speed of sound, precisely threading through the gap before it could close, burrowing deep into its throat, then rapidly releasing the spatial collapse. A miniature spatial explosion occurred within the Qilong's throat. A brilliant white flash erupted from its neck. Dragon crystal fragments blasted out from inside the Qilong. The Qilong let out a deafening wail, its entire body's ice crystal scales dimming, instantly followed by its massive form crashing to the ground. Blue dragon blood gushed from its mouth and nose, soaking the ice beneath it. It was still alive, but had lost its combat capability. Chen Jin landed on the ice, kneeling on one knee, gasping heavily. Fine threads of blood had appeared in the meridians of his right arm, the entire arm trembling uncontrollably. This body of Chen Jin could not yet endure such a collapse-level output. If it happened again, the meridians in his right arm might rupture, but he didn't care at all, gazing at the fallen Qilong. In my past life I fought you for 2 hours, paying with half my life. This time it only took a few minutes. He stood up and walked to the near-death Qilong's head. Its massive vertical pupils were still looking at him, the ice-blue light in its eyes dimming little by little. But the Qilong showed no fear. It seemed to know it was dying. Chen Jin reached out and pressed his hand against the Qilong's forehead, the spatial power probing its core, finding the mark of the master of the secret realm. The control of Kunlun Void now belonged to him. He extracted the fragments of the dragon crystal from the Qilong, each glimmering with a blue light, their value immeasurable. When collecting the dragon blood samples, he was especially careful to use the specially made sealed containers from Su Wanqing. She had instructed, don't use ordinary test tubes. The density of dragon blood spiritual power is too high, ordinary glass will shatter. Finally, he stored the enormous body of the Qilong into a spatial storage, a complete king-level beast enough for the Dragon Nation for several years. After completing all this, he walked out of the ice cave. Outside the cave, Zhou Hong and Zhao Wufeng stood ready with the entire team, and when they saw Chen Jin emerge, everyone fell silent. They first noticed the blood on his right arm, then the slight upward curve of his lips. Zhou Hong was the first to speak. What about the dragon? It's dead. Zhao Wufeng stepped forward. Did you kill it alone? Chen Jin glanced at him. Did you help? The entire team fell silent for a moment, then erupted into long-suppressed cheers. The Kunlun Void battle was over. The ice crystal Qilong was dead, and the control of the secret realm had been acquired by Chen Jin. From this moment on, this high-level secret realm was no longer a threat to the Dragon Nation, but rather its greatest source of extraordinary resources. All frost-type beast materials, ice attribute spirit stones, Qilong dragon blood, and dragon crystals would be strategic resources exclusive to the Dragon Nation. Su Wanqing had been busy all night at the medical station, handling 7 wounds in total, all minor injuries, with no life-threatening damage. She collected a vast amount of clinical data on the beast injuries from this operation, meticulously documenting each type of frostbite caused by the residual cold of dragon breath. The performance of the healing spray in actual combat also satisfied her greatly. After spraying on 3 minor lacerations, bleeding stopped within seconds, and the healing speed was even faster than in laboratory data. Zhou Hong leaned against the ice cliff outside the cave looking up at the pale blue spiritual energy sky, saying to Zhao Wufeng, "Next time we enter the secret realm, I want to personally kill one. You go first." Zhao Wufeng replied, sitting on a nearby boulder as he wiped his shield. I said it. I said it." Chun Jin stood under the spiritual energy sky of Kunlun Void, holding a freshly extracted fragment of the dragon crystal. In his past life, the roar of the Kunlun Void's dragon was the first time humanity heard the voice of a king-level beast. That day, everyone realized how insignificant they were. In this life, before the dragon's roar could echo from Kunlun Void, it had already ended. The entire list of spoils from the battle at Kunlun Void was projected onto the screen in the war room, and the meeting room fell into silence for more than 10 seconds. A complete corpse of a king-tier ice crystal Chidragon, its value immeasurable. This single item alone surpassed any previous achievements from secret realms in his past life. No one had ever managed to slay a lord-level beast upon their first entry into a high-level secret realm. There were 11 fragments of dragon crystal within the Chi Dragon's body, all of high purity and ice attributes, serving as the core energy source for crafting top-tier extraordinary weapons. Each fragment of dragon crystal was sufficient to power a complete spiritual energy array or be embedded into a top-tier weapon. 11 fragments were enough to equip all the defensive nodes surrounding Kunlun Void with some leftover. 3 corpses of mid-tier frost scorpions and more materials from low-tier ice attribute beasts could be distributed as training materials for the equipment forging team and the practical training of new recruits. The control of the Kunlun Void secret realm has been secured. From now on, the Dragon Nation can periodically enter the secret realm to collect resources and conduct practical training in a safe environment. There is no need to worry about beast overflow, as the entry and exit of the secret realm are entirely controlled by the Dragon Nation. A vein of ice attribute spiritual or lies beneath the core area of Kunlun Void, its reserves yet to be explored, but with great potential. Such veins on planets outside the secret realm need the spiritual vein mother body to release pulses to form, whereas within the secret realm, they have already naturally formed. Several fragments of ancient ruins, remnants of ancient structures beneath the ice layer, await archaeological analysis. Chen Jun added a note at the end: these relics, materials, and patterns do not match any known civilization outside of Kunlun Void. Zhou Zhongshan stared at the screen puzzled and asked, after this battle, by how many times has our extraordinary resource reserve increased? Excluding the dragon crystals and ice attribute spiritual, or just the Chi Dragon's corpse and the scorpion materials are enough to equip an extraordinary unit. If we include the dragon crystals and spiritual, or we can sustain ourselves through the resource shortage for the next few years. Kunlun Void is our first true extraordinary resource base. The Chi Dragon scales were allocated to the equipment forging team. When Old Song received the first scale sample, he tested it with a hardness gauge. After seeing the data, he couldn't believe it and tested it again. The defensive power of a single Chi Dragon scale was several times that of the Rock Dragon light armor, yet its weight was less than half of that. He hurried to find Chen Jun holding the scale sample. "Comrade, this material is light and has great toughness, far superior to rock armor. I want to make a batch of special operations armor." Without waiting for him to finish, Chen Jun immediately said, "Do it. The first batch is for the 11 who entered the secret realm, this time 1 set for each. The second batch will be for the core strength of the pioneers." Old Song turned to leave with the scale, but then turned back after a couple of steps. What should we use to cut the scales? The Earth Dragon's blood might not be suitable for ice attribute materials, their attributes conflict. Use the diluted dragon blood. Chen Jun took out a small sealed bottle from his space and handed it to him. The blood of the ice crystal Chi Dragon has a natural affinity for its own scales. It won't corrode, and will actually cause the scales to self-seal after cutting. It's different from Earth Dragon blood, it is synergistic. Blood from beasts of the same attribute provides a protective effect on similar materials. Old Song accepted the sealed bottle, looking at the light blue liquid inside, and carefully tucked it into his coat. After obtaining a sample of Chi Dragon blood, Su Wanqing worked overtime for several days. She placed the sample in a low-temperature incubator and adjusted the images under them. After obtaining a sample of Chi Dragon blood, Su Wanqing worked overtime for several days. She placed the sample in a low-temperature incubator and adjusted the images under the microscope, discovering that the ice dragon blood retained high activity even under low-temperature preservation. Although the cellular metabolism rate was slower than at normal temperatures, it had not completely stopped. A certain component in the Chi Dragon blood could resist the damage of low temperatures to biological tissues. Then she wrote a line in her notebook: unknown glycoprotein, discovered in Chi dragon blood, tentatively named dragon blood antifreeze factor. This factor may be related to the survival mechanism of Chi dragon in extremely cold environments. The medicinal potential is extremely high. Preliminary estimates suggest applications in anti-frostbite medications, low-temperature combat protection, and extending the preservation technology of other extraordinary materials activity. After writing that, she put down her pen, thought for a moment, and picked it up again to add: it is recommended to prioritize developing low-temperature combat protection. The internal temperature of Kunlun Void is extremely low, and personnel entering the secret realm will need this type of protection. The distribution plan for the 11 dragon crystals was immediately decided by Chun-Jun in the war room, with 3 allocated to reinforce the spiritual energy array at the entrance of Kunlun Void, ensuring the secret realm is permanently controllable. 4 blocks were reserved for the energy systems of future core weapons, while 2 were allocated to the Extraordinary Technology Research Institute for Su Wonqing's team to conduct spiritual energy research. 1 block was allocated to the Pacific Island Reef Base for developing underwater spiritual energy detection devices. The last block was reserved for himself. When Zhou Hong received the first set of Chi Dragon Scale armor, Old Song personally helped him try it on. The fit of the armor pieces was perfect, with a wider range of motion at the joints compared to Rock Dragon light armor, and it felt as light as wearing a thin jacket. Zhou Hong walked around the training ground in it, jumped a few times, and performed several thrusting movements, then stopped to look down at the piece of Chi Dragon Scale armor on his chest, touching the cold surface. Chun-Jun stood at the edge of the training ground, watching him. Is it comfortable to wear? Zhou Hong chuckled happily. Comfortable. It's so light it feels like I'm not wearing anything. It's good that it can withstand attacks, but your goal isn't simply to withstand, it's to kill. I know. Then tell me, what is the weakness of the Ice Crystal Chi Dragon? Zhou Hong thought for a moment, and answered without hesitation: the weakness of the Ice Crystal Chi Dragon is the dragon crystal inside its throat. Its external scales are too thick and frontal attacks are inefficient. We must break through from the inside. Next time you encounter a similar king-tier beast, how do you plan to break through from the inside? Zhou Hong fell silent for a few seconds. Lure it to open its mouth, attract its attention with bait, make it actively open its mouth to unleash attacks. Dragon breath, roars, anything will do. Then at the moment it opens its mouth, swiftly dive into its oral cavity. Chun-Jun nodded in satisfaction. The direction is correct. We will refine the specific tactics in the next training session. This set of Chi Dragon armor is yours now, don't let it down. Zhou Hong stroked the cold scales of the Chi Dragon armor and nodded, saying nothing grandiose. After the inventory was finished, Chun-Jun rarely appeared in the base cafeteria. He quietly lined up at the end of the queue without notifying anyone. The cafeteria lady, not recognizing him, and thinking he was a new recruit due to his young age and slender build, gave him 2 extra chicken legs, while muttering, "Eat more to grow." Zhou Hong and Zhao Wufeng sat across from him with their trays. Zhou Hong, while munching on a steamed bun, sighed, "How long can we eat from one dragon? The Chi Dragon meat is about 6 tons. If we consider a pound per person per day, that would be enough for a battalion to eat for 2 months. Su Wanqing also brought her tray over and sat down. It was rare for her not to eat boxed meals in the lab, but one hand held chopsticks while the other was flipping through the temporary analysis report of the Chi Dragon blood samples. Chun-Jun glanced at her tray, noting that her food was nearly untouched, and reached over to pull the report away. "Eat first." Su Wanqing tried to snatch it back. "I just want to take a look at the data." "The data won't run away, but the food will get cold." Chun-Jun placed the report beside him. Seeing this, Su Wanqing had no choice but to say nothing more and lowered her head to eat. Zhou Hong and Zhao Wufeng simultaneously focused on their meals, pretending they didn't see anything. That evening, Zhou Zhengshan came to find Chun-Jun with a new piece of intelligence. The intelligence indicated awakened individuals from the North Island Alliance, Mike, and members of the mysterious organization The Changed were recently spotted in a certain country in the South Seas, suspected of attempting to cross the border into the Dragon Nation. The purpose was unclear, and the North Island Alliance's Intelligence Bureau had classified this group as international fugitives initiating a transnational pursuit program. After reading the intelligence, Chun-Jun returned it to Zhou Zhengshan. "They want to come to us." Zhou Zhengshan placed the intelligence on the table. "Why?" "Because the person named Bruce sensed an anomaly in the spiritual energy concentration towards the Dragon Nation. He is a sensing type awakened individual and can perceive the direction of spiritual energy flow globally. The Dragon Nation is becoming the most densely concentrated area of spiritual energy on the planet, because we have the most activated spirit stones and the most cultivators. For homeless awakened individuals, this place is like a lighthouse in the dark." He isn't coming to seek refuge with us. It's his instinct that drives him towards the direction of the densest spiritual energy. Should we accept them? Shinjun pondered. We can accept them, but not unconditionally. We need to understand the specific circumstances of the awakened individuals from the North Island Alliance, as well as this person named Bruce. If they sincerely want to cooperate, we can provide shelter. But if someone intends to take advantage of the chaos— He didn't finish his sentence, but Zhou Jingshan understood. The second global pulse occurred exactly 3 months after the conclusion of the Kunlun Void battle. On that day, Chen Jin was watching Zhou Hong and Zhao Wufeng practice in the training field when his communicator suddenly rang. He glanced down and replied with 3 words, "Got it." Then Chen Jin stood up and left. His pace nearly doubled compared to usual. Zhou Hong, having put away his gun, asked what was wrong, but Chen Jin didn't look back and simply said, "It's the second time." All global monitoring stations captured the same signal at the exact same second. This time it was much stronger than the first, lasting from 7.2 seconds to over a full minute, with intensity increased several-fold. The data from the Earthquake Bureau, Meteorological Bureau, and observatories all went haywire at the same time. Emergency hotlines in various countries were all busy, and all marked mystical coordinates within the Dragon Kingdom responded. The spiritual energy sky of Kunlun Void brightened dramatically at the moment the pulse occurred, and the sound of rock layers cracking echoed from deep within the ice cave. Later, when the exploration team went down to investigate, they discovered previously undetected vein branches emerging from beneath the ice. The output of aquamarine crystals around the Pacific Island reefs skyrocketed overnight, and the quality of the fiery sun crystal veins in the western wilderness also increased. Shinjin stood before the large screen in the command center, reviewing global data from start to finish. The second pulse came several years earlier than in my past life. All timelines are accelerating. The breathing rhythm of the spiritual vein mother body is accelerating. The reason is unknown, but whatever the cause, the window of opportunity left for us is rapidly shrinking. This time we can no longer use excuses like equipment maintenance to cover it up. The mainstream scientific community in various countries is still desperately claiming this is a natural phenomenon, but the online uproar has already erupted. Some captured a brief halo in the sky, some felt an indescribable tremor in the wild, and others suddenly discovered they could crack walnuts with their bare hands on the day of the pulse. The president of the Northern Island Alliance stated at an emergency press conference, "This is a new type of cosmic ray storm posing no threat to public health." However, according to intelligence agents lurking there, his chief of staff had privately begun an urgent investigation into how many spontaneous awakening cases existed domestically. Preliminary reports indicated that there might already be dozens of cases. What troubled the Northern Island Alliance's Intelligence Bureau even more was that the user activity on the Changed Individuals Forum had surged several times after the pulse. Things were even more lively over in the Bear Country, where a spatial rift was forming in the uninhabited area of the northern ice field, prompting the military to urgently seal off that region. But they lacked knowledge about mystical realms and didn't know when this door would open or what it would reveal. They sent in a group of scientists equipped with Geiger counters and thermal imaging devices to investigate, believing it to be some sort of radiation anomaly. In the Cherry Blossom Country, large-scale underwater tremors were detected beneath the deep-sea trench, with the epicenter's depth exceeding any known geological structure. The Oceanic Bureau issued a tsunami warning, but nothing happened, as it was not an earthquake at all. Zhou Jingshan reviewed the summaries of responses from various countries and placed the report on the table. "Aside from us, no one truly knows what is happening. They are all trying to fit something they don't understand into concepts they do." During an internal meeting, Zhou Jingshan outlined the current capabilities of the Dragon Kingdom using data. "The Pioneer Plan, we have officially surpassed 3,000 in combat strength for the Discovery Realm and 11 in the Extraordinary Realm. Approximately 600 individuals are above the second level of the Discovery Realm, and our training system has transitioned from being elite-focused to large-scale, beginning to be promoted throughout the entire military. Extraordinary equipment, the first batch of Qilong-scale armor has been completed with over 80% coverage of standard fiery sun crystal weaponry, and monthly production of Rocky Dragon light armor is stable, becoming the standard configuration for pioneers. Resource reserves, the Kunlun Void Ice Attribute Spirit Mine has begun stable output. The aquamarine output from oceanic island reefs continues to grow. The quality of fiery sun crystal veins in the western wilderness has improved, and the coverage of spirit stone production and storage has encompassed all major mining points in the country. Intelligence advantage, the Northern Island Alliance's intelligence network is still misallocating resources in the wrong directions of genetic engineering and nuclear fusion. The list of traitors is largely under control, and the Dragon Kingdom possesses an absolute information advantage regarding global spirit mine veins, mystical realm coordinates, and beast species. Base layout: the three domestic bases of Kunlun, Tianshan, and Xinling have formed a complete chain of training equipment and research, and the overseas base on the Pacific Island Reef has been put into use. An old general, after listening, made a classic summary: the heavens are putting on fireworks for the world, and only we know how to set off the fireworks. For the first time, laughter emerged in the conference room. Chen Jin did not laugh. He then laid out the next phase of tasks point by point on the table. The Pioneer Plan will be expanded to a scale of 10,000, while simultaneously launching a comprehensive screening for extraordinary perception throughout the military. Testing the affinity for spiritual energy and the strength of souls for all active military personnel, screening out all gifted candidates. The training cycle will be compressed, but the minimum standards will not be lowered. Extraordinary equipment will be mass-produced, establishing an industrial production line centered around Kunlun Void and Western Wilderness mining resources. High-end equipment like Chilong scale armor will be prioritized for core combat forces, while standard Fiery Sun crystal weaponry will be distributed to all pioneers, and Rocky Dragon light armor will be promoted to all special operations units in the military. Overseas bases will be expanded, with the Pacific Island Reefs upgraded from monitoring stations to multifunctional bases. They will be responsible for the control and resource extraction of oceanic mystical realms, while 1 or 2 overseas bases will also be set up on the southern continent. The information war will escalate, using the fractures between the changed individuals organization and the Northern Island Alliance's officials to contact and absorb willing awakeners at the appropriate moment, continuing to feed false information to keep them locked in the wrong direction for at least a few more years. National preparations will begin to infiltrate basic breathing methods and spiritual energy perception training into the public under the semi-public names of National Fitness Promotion and Revival of Traditional Martial Arts, paving the way for a future era of universal cultivation. After he finished speaking, he paused for a moment and added, Kunlun Void has proven that we can now fight and achieve victory in advanced mystical realms. But not every mystical realm will be as lucky as Kunlun Void. We knew all its information in advance. In the next mystical realm we open, there are some I didn't even enter in my past life. And when facing unknown realms, that is when the true test of our preparations will come. After the meeting, Chen Jin stood alone before the large screen in the command center, where the world map was densely dotted with red points, with mystical realm coordinates nearly covering every continent and every ocean. Zhou Zhengshan walked over to him and handed him a cup of tea. During the first pulse, we only knew we had to prepare for battle. Now with the second pulse, we already have an extraordinary legion, several bases, production lines, and a global resource network. Do you think that is enough? Chen Jin took the tea, but did not drink it. He stared at the jumping red dots on the map, silent for a few seconds. Not enough, but at least now we have the qualification to say the words not enough. Then what are you most worried about next? Chen Jin pointed to a dot on the map, though across the Pacific it was. The most dangerous thing about him is not his abilities, but that he does not know what he is doing. An awakener without a cultivation system guiding him is being hunted by a government with no understanding of the extraordinary. This is something that happened in my past life, and the outcome was dire. At the end of the interstate, in an abandoned car factory, the ground for miles around was littered with wasteland and heaps of scrap metal. However, beneath the ground in the third layer, there was a different scene. Over 30 individuals were crammed into this underground space, a mix of various people, including veterans and college students. Their only commonality was that they had all been labeled as monsters due to their awakening. One worker caught a fellow worker who had fallen from the scaffolding with his bare hands. Instead of gratitude, the fallen worker showed fear and immediately turned to report him. They all came from different cities and were found one by Bruce, who brought them here. Bruce's method of finding people was simple. He posted on forums and went to those who responded. Mike asked him why he didn't wait for the other party to send a photo to confirm their identity, to which Bruce replied that those who could send photos were mostly traps. At that moment, over 30 people were seated in the conference room on the third layer underground. Mike, I've heard some news. Bruce, sitting in the corner, spoke first. It seems something is off in the Dragon Country. The concentration of spiritual energy has been steadily rising much higher than here. There's a rumor that they already know what's going on. What are you trying to say? Maybe we can send someone to take a look, even if just to scout the way. Mike disagreed with his approach. Our greatest advantage right now is hiding in the shadows. Once we go out and make contact with any country, we will be exposed. The North Island Alliance's intelligence agency is still hunting us. At this moment, if we actively knock on another country's door, what if they harbor malicious intent? I no longer trust any government, including the Dragon Country. When we were locked in a basement by the North Island Alliance and had our blood drawn, where was the Dragon Country? So are we just going to hide forever? At that moment, a big guy stood up from the back row. He had previously worked in demolition at the mine, and after awakening could punch holes in rock walls. If you ask me, instead of hiding here, we should take the initiative. We should respond to the government as they have treated us. Mike disagreed with the big guy's words and immediately retorted, our goal is not to become terrorists, but to provide all awakened ones with a place where they don't have to hide. If we blow up a government building, then what? All awakened individuals will be treated as enemies, and we will be hunted down, causing more deaths. And those who have yet to be discovered will be uncovered, registered, controlled, and locked away in the same kind of basement we escaped from. Have you thought about them? The big guy fell silent for a few seconds and sat down. Mike stood up, looked at the 30 people in the room, and then spoke words that had been taught to him during the months of fleeing. We are the remnants of a fractured era. The old world does not accept us, and the new world has yet to arrive. We can only rely on ourselves, not aligning with any country, nor actively confronting any official power. We must first survive. Once we are stable, perhaps one day we can become a refuge for those awakened ones who are being hunted, but first we must stand firm. After he finished speaking, the room fell silent. Bruce stood up from the back row, walked to the whiteboard, and picked up a marker. What should we call it? Fracture, meaning the era has split from us. Mike finally spoke after a long pause. Bruce wrote the word fracture at the top of the schedule. After writing, he stepped back to take a look, and added 3 more lines below, which were the 3 rules Mike had stated. Do not actively harm any ordinary people. Do not force anyone to stay. They do not use abilities for internal conflict. The first training class of fracture was taught by Bruce. In the cluttered workshop, over a dozen people sat cross-legged on the ground, while Bruce stood in front without any teaching materials. Close your eyes and use your heart to sense your surroundings. Feel that lightness in the air, like standing by the sea with your eyes closed, knowing which direction the waves are pushing without needing to see. Spiritual energy is that pushing sensation. Close your eyes, and each of you tell me what you feel. The first person to speak hesitated. I feel that coming into contact with this makes me feel very comfortable. The second person said, I feel that after absorbing it I seem to have inexhaustible strength. The third person shook his head and expressed, I can't feel anything, or perhaps I don't have this talent. Everyone has it, it's just a matter of degree. Keep your eyes closed. Perception is the foundation of everything. Lacking the ability to sense is like jumping off a cliff with your eyes closed. No matter how fast you jump, you won't know if you hit a mountain or air until you collide. After the training session ended, Bruce kept a few promising individuals with good sensing talents for extra practice, while the others dispersed. Mike stood at the workshop door for a while, then turned to count supplies. Late at night, unable to sleep, Mike sat alone on the steps at the exit, gazing into the distance. At that moment, he heard Bruce's footsteps approaching from behind, and he recognized the rhythm. What are you thinking about? Bruce asked curiously. Thinking about my parents. They might think him dead, eh? Mike's eyes were fixed on the direction of his hometown. Bruce didn't respond, sitting down on the step next to Mike. Maybe one day, when I'm no longer seen as a monster, I can go back to see them. Suddenly, Bruce went silent. He closed his eyes, extending his senses like radar, capturing a set of unfamiliar signals moving rapidly in the air. It was encrypted military communication on military frequencies. The frequency was changing, the number of signal sources was increasing, and they were quickly approaching the factory. Mike, Bruce whispered. How many? Mike had also sensed something was off. At least dozens, fully armed. It's the military. Mike immediately stood up, turned, and shouted down the entrance of the underground passage. Everyone get ready. When the special operations team from the Intelligence Bureau surrounded the factory, the sky had not yet brightened, and 12 armored vehicles had their lights off, parked at the end of the road. The assault team tactically spread out in a line, launching tear gas canisters one by one towards the factory, and in an instant thick smoke billowed out from the shattered windows. Commander Miley stood in the command vehicle, fixated on the thermal imaging footage transmitted by the drone. On the screen, there were over 30 moving light spots in the underground level 3 of the factory, moving swiftly, not resembling the panicked trajectories of ordinary people fleeing. They seemed to be resisting. He took a sip of coffee, a look of disdain in his eyes as he said to the advisor next to him, the target is a group of fugitives likely possessing abnormal physical abilities. We need to end the fight within 2 hours. We need to leave survivors. The higher-ups want to study samples. As the first tear gas canister rolled into the underground passage, Bruce was on night duty. His senses were quicker than the alarm. The concentration of chemicals in the air surged instantly, and he quickly covered his mouth and nose, shouting into the depths of the passage gas. Everyone exit through the emergency exit. The assault team split into 3 routes to breach. In the first route, broke through the front door, using flashbangs to clear the way, while assault rifles provided covering fire. The second route descended from the west ventilation shaft, attempting to cut off the exit of the underground passage. The third route circled to the rear of the factory, sealing off the emergency escape door. In standard special operations formation textbook style encirclement, they believe their opponents to be a group of unarmed civilians at most with a few possessing abnormal abilities. But they were wrong. Inside the factory, Mike charged forward against the tear gas. The thick smoke stung his eyes so much that he could barely open them, yet his lung capacity was several times that of an ordinary adult, allowing him to hold his breath long enough to traverse the entire gas-covered area. He grabbed hold of the iron gate at the front door and pulled with all his might, wrenching the gate from the concrete wall. He tossed the gate aside and shouted back this way. Emily stood at the west passage entrance, her awakened ability being a force field type capable of concentrating her thoughts to form a barrier around an object. She knocked over several rows of shelves stacked in the passage. The next moment, the metal frames and scrap parts collapsed, blocking the side door. The assault team's bullets struck the shelves, sparking, but could not penetrate through. But there were still too many bullets. The assault rifles unleashed fire from multiple directions, hitting the miners who were covering the retreat. He instantly fell to the ground, blood gushing from his thigh, while teammates hurriedly dragged him to cover. None of the awakened had died yet, but many were injured. They had been hunted in the factory for months, and this was their first direct confrontation with fully armed regular troops. Mike was crossing the firefight zone towards the west passage, when suddenly a figure charged out from the left through the smoke. It was Miley, clad in full heavy body armor, wielding an assault rifle. The two met face to face in the narrow passage, just a few meters apart, as Miley quickly raised his assault rifle and fired at Mike. The first bullet struck Mike's right shoulder, blood immediately splattering from the wound. Mike glanced at his injury. His expression remained unchanged, but his gaze shifted. Miley was startled by this scene, breaking into a cold sweat, and hastily fired a second shot at Mike. Mike did not dodge. He braced himself against the second bullet with his injured shoulder, then moved swiftly to stand before Miley, gripping the collar of his body armor with one hand and lifting him off the ground. Miley weighed nearly 200 pounds, and with his gear he exceeded 250 pounds. Mike raised Miley to eye level, his voice filled with hatred, yet every word was clear. Go back and tell your people we are not criminals, we just don't want to be treated as monsters. But if you continue to treat us as monsters, we will become the kind of monsters you fear. Then he put Miley down on the ground, released his grip without harming him, and then pulled the radio from Miley's tactical vest, pressing the talk button to all channels, saying, "Everyone step back, we have injured here. One more step forward, and it won't be about negotiating anymore." Miley sat on the ground, seemingly still recovering from the shock. He watched Mike turn and vanish into the smoke, and as Mike's figure disappeared, he revealed a complex expression. The assault team received the order to retreat, carrying the injured out of the factory. The last footage captured by the drone was of awakened individuals evacuating through the emergency exit. They moved swiftly, supporting each other, and before dawn, they vanished into the alleyways of the abandoned industrial area. The fault line counted casualties in their new hideout, with many injured and 2 killed in action. The first name on the list was a boy who had just turned 17, known to everyone as Little Ghost. He had awakened auditory enhancement, able to discern unusual sounds from several kilometers away in noisy environments, and each time there was a warning task, he was the first to detect the situation. This time was no exception. He heard the footsteps of the assault team first. After sounding the alarm, he did not retreat, but stood at the passage entrance, buying time for others. A bullet penetrated the metal partition he was hiding behind and struck him. The second was a recently joined miner who was hit in the abdomen by a stray bullet while helping Emily push shelves to block the door in the west passage. His teammates dragged him to cover, but the bleeding would not stop. When Bruce arrived, the miner could no longer speak, only gripping Bruce's hand and pointing in the direction. Mike stood silently beside them for a long time. He crouched down, gently closed their eyes, and then stood up. He walked to the whiteboard, picked up a marker, and wrote 2 new lines beneath the regulations. "They died for us, oh we must live for them. Always remember today." Mike set down the pen and turned around, facing over 30 pairs of eyes looking at him. No one cried, but everyone's eyes were red. "From today on, the fault line will no longer be mice hiding underground. We are the living beings whose names are engraved on tombstones." At the Intelligence Bureau headquarters, Miley stood in the conference room, his body armor placed on the table, with 5 clear fingerprints imprinted on the collar, the Kevlar fiber deformed. The bureau chief picked up the body armor, examined it for a few seconds, then set it down, and asked the technical director, "Do we have any weapons capable of dealing with this kind of thing?" The technical director was silent for a moment, and honestly replied, "No, all our weapons are aimed at ordinary people, and these are not ordinary people." That night, the fault line transferred to an abandoned cold storage facility located in a more remote area, surrounded by several kilometers of wasteland, offering a broad view and less susceptible to surprise attacks. Bruce scanned for electronic signals and personnel activity within several kilometers using his senses, confirming there were no tracking devices before allowing everyone to enter. The cold storage facility had no heating. The exhausted individuals wrapped in blankets huddled together and fell asleep. Mike sat on an empty shelf in the corner while Bruce used tweezers to clean the shrapnel from his shoulder, the fragments clinking as they fell into the metal tray, but Mike remained silent throughout. They will come again. I know. Bruce extracted the last piece of shrapnel and placed the tweezers beside. Next time they come, they will not face 30 fugitives. Next time we are the warriors of the fault line. In the second week of the new semester, the class schedule for primary and secondary schools across the province included a new subject. The schedule printed youth physical fitness training, which included breathing rhythm exercises and a set of slow-motion gymnastics. Parents barely glanced at it while signing to them. It seemed similar to radio calisthenics. The physical education teachers were the first to be sent for training located at the provincial capital's sports school, with a sign at the entrance reading Martial Arts Fitness Instructor Training Course. The instructor, dressed in ordinary sportswear, stood at the podium and taught the breathing rhythm. Inhale for 3 seconds, hold for 1 second, exhale for 4 seconds. The physical education teachers, sitting below, followed along. After a few rounds, a young teacher raised his hand and asked, "Is it normal for my palms to feel warm after doing this?" "It's normal." After a few more rounds, another teacher commented that his back felt warm as well. "Remember this feeling when you go back. Teach your students to follow this rhythm." There were murmurs in the crowd, with someone saying that practicing Tai Chi before never gave this feeling, and another person replied that what they practiced before was Tai Chi exercise, while this was genuine internal cultivation. A boy in the second year of middle school had his physical education teacher teach them this exercise during class. He found it quite interesting and sneaked home to practice it several more times. After finishing the exercise, he ran into the kitchen and told his mother, "Mom, it feels like there's a little sun in my belly." His mother, who was cooking, reached out to touch his forehead. "You don't have a fever, did you? Sneak some cold water again." "No, really, there's a little sun, it's warm." His mother turned off the gas stove and turned around. "Then do it again." The boy immediately did it again, and after watching him for a while, his mother remarked that his complexion seemed much healthier than before. The next day, she signed up at the Community Sports Center for the Middle-Aged and Elderly Health Cultivation class, initially organized by the neighborhood committee, to gather a group of retired workers to meet the required number. A lady attended 3 classes and was astonished to find that the pain from her knee arthritis had significantly reduced. She told everyone this new method promoted by the state is really effective, more so than ointments. Her husband boasted to his chess buddies in the park, "It's state promoted, it must be effective. I've been feeling warm all over after just 2 days of practice." When his chess friends asked what the method was, he couldn't explain and awkwardly demonstrated a few movements. The nearby elderly men all laughed, and by the next day there were several more people following along beside that chess table. Eventually a space was opened in the park where several elderly men and women stood each morning practicing breathing exercises. When passers-by asked what they were doing, the leading lady replied, "It's a new health cultivation method promoted by the state." Skeptical, a passerby stood at the back of the line and tried it out. After trying it, he returned the next day. By the 4th week, over 20 people were already practicing in that open area, with some individuals even riding electric bikes from neighboring communities to join in. When the neighborhood committee director wrote a report to the higher-ups, he scratched his head for a long time before finally writing a line, "The enthusiasm of the public is extremely high, and I suggest adding more teaching points. No one knows what lies behind this method, but the seeds have already been sown." When the North Island Alliance's foreign ministry sent a diplomatic note, Zhou Zhengshan was brewing tea. The note was very polite, essentially inquiring whether the Dragon Kingdom had observed any unusual abilities within its borders, and if it was willing to engage in international academic exchanges. After reading the note, Zhou Zhengshan handed it to Chen Jin, who glanced at it briefly before returning it. The reply used a pre-prepared template worded impeccably. "We have noted the related unusual phenomena and are organizing scientific monitoring. So far, no clear cases of extraordinary abilities have been discovered." Zhou Zhengshan read this portion of the reply aloud at an internal meeting. Lin Guotao leaned back in his chair with a thermos cup. "This template is well written. Every word is true, but put together it's another matter." Chen Jin remarked that they should let them ask, while they continued with their own affairs. A few days later, the North Island Alliance sent another diplomatic note expressing the hope of sending a scientific investigation team for exchanges, mentioning jointly addressing global scientific challenges. Zhou Zhengshan threw the note onto the table. They even came up with a name for the investigation team. Chen Jin calmly replied, "Just respond with 2 words, welcome, and arrange for them to visit a desert experience." Zhou Zhengshan couldn't help but laugh. This trick has been used before. It only works after being used. Last time they were so excited to see the cooling tower. This time, Let's show them something even more thrilling. What's more thrilling? Last time it was nuclear fusion. This time, well, add some biological genetic engineering elements, making them run back and forth between two dead ends. Zhou Jingshan took a sip of tea. You may seem honest on the surface, but you have quite a devious mind. The discussions about the Dragon Kingdom on the Fault Line Forum have never ceased. Some claimed to sense spiritual energy gathering in the east, while others speculated that the Dragon Kingdom might be secretly researching, but all were mere speculation without solid evidence. The only account with some substance was one called Shuri, occasionally posting basic tutorials on energy perception, simplified breathing methods, and basic sensing techniques, worded neutrally, without any organizational background. Even these basics were treasured by some on the forum, with individuals practicing them for 2 weeks returning to posts saying, "I can feel something in the air now," followed by a string of envious replies. A few days later, someone started a new thread saying that after practicing according to that tutorial, they could sense whether someone was in the adjacent room with their eyes closed, achieving an accuracy rate of over 60%. Bruce reviewed these tutorials multiple times, noticing that this breathing rhythm bore similarities to his own sensing method, but was more systematic. Inhaling for 3 seconds, holding for 1 second, exhaling for 4 seconds was different from what he had devised. The results seemed to be better. Bruce didn't respond on the forum. He took screenshots of the tutorials and stored them, harboring a suspicion in his heart this account might be the Dragon Kingdom's official probing, deliberately releasing some basic content to observe the forum's reaction. Bruce saved the screenshots in an encrypted folder, dated it, and then shut down his computer. When Zhou Jingshan pushed open the door, Chen Jin was looking at the training data. Zhou Jingshan placed a summary on the table, and Chen Jin looked up at him, putting down his pen. Something has happened in Sakura country. The deep-sea fissure has expanded nearly half in the past week, with dead fish drifting several kilometers in the surrounding waters. Zhou Jingshan pushed over satellite photos which showed the sea covered in white, filled with belly-up dead fish. The floating debris extended several kilometers from the fissure, coordinates resembling a pale scar on the satellite image. The Ocean Department claims it's red tide. They're organizing a global sports event next month and are afraid of causing panic at such a critical moment. Chen Jin looked at the photos for a few seconds before setting them aside. JP001, they did the same in the past. When the fissure first began to expand, they kept it under wraps. By the time it completely opened, the entire capital bay of Sakura country was stained red. We won't interfere. This is the path they chose, but we need to prepare personnel in advance. When the day comes that they can no longer contain it, someone will have to take over the resources in that sea area. Abyss-level secret realms, the things inside are 10 times more troublesome than the sea-swallowing flood dragon. Zhou Jingshan didn't respond. He opened his notebook, turned to the latest page, and wrote a line. JP001, deep-sea fissure continues to expand. Surrounding fish populations are dying en masse. If it's kept under wraps after the event, the consequences will be severe. The radio broadcasted the live proceedings of the hearing with a lot of static noise. Bruce raised the antenna to the window, barely stabilizing the signal. In the cold storage, no one spoke. There were more than a dozen awakened ones sitting quietly beside the shelves, all listening to the intermittent sound. On the radio, the senator presiding over the hearing was stating, "We are facing an unprecedented national security challenge." An expert tried to speak on behalf of the awakened ones, cautiously saying, "What we are discussing is not about weapons, but about people, about citizens." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by another senator. "If there is someone in your child's school who can break steel bars with bare hands, would you still remain this calm?" At that moment, the radio was filled with applause, and the expert who had just attempted to speak for the awakened ones fell silent. Bruce, feeling disheartened, turned off the radio. The cold storage fell silent for a few seconds, and then someone cursed. The core provisions had been leaked on the 5th day, and someone had posted the full text on the forum. All those with extraordinary abilities must register their personal information, including address, workplace, and family members. Refusal to register could lead to a sentence in federal prison. Once registered, these individuals could not become teachers, nurses, drivers, or work in government. The next second, the forum exploded. Mike squatted by the shelves and calmly said, "The bill will definitely pass, but what we can do is not to desperately try to stop it, but to wait for it to pass and ensure we are still alive." Then Mike stood up, facing the awakened ones, and publicly established 3 core survival principles for them. First, never publicly confront official agencies, never create large-scale conflicts, and do not give them a complete excuse to encircle and slaughter us. Second, everyone must firmly maintain their bottom line, never voluntarily register, never enter the federal database, and never entrust their fate to others. Third, actively reach out, contact scattered awakened ones across various states, build a dedicated information network, and band together for warmth, no longer fighting alone. The awakened ones listened quietly, having firmly committed these words to memory. Mike looked at everyone and uttered the most profound and realistic statement. One person registering is merely a controlled experimental subject, an isolated anomaly. 10,000 people registering is an undeniable collective force. They can control individuals, yet they dare not casually eliminate a group. They must consider how to manage and balance us. The number is our only trump card. That night, after establishing the strategy, the Awakened Ones swiftly took action to build a dedicated communication network. Bruce led the construction of the entire communication system, completely abandoning all internet mobile signals and social media. These channels were entirely monitored by authorities, leaving no privacy. Instead, they adopted the oldest and safest system: shortwave radio, encrypted transmissions, dynamic frequency, hopping keys, and human land messenger triads. Completely disconnected from all network surveillance, it formed a closed communication system. The encryption system was solely managed by Emily, who discarded all conventional digital passwords and letter keys, opting for the oldest and most unassuming original edition of Moby Dick. Using fixed page numbers, line counts, and word counts in the book as dynamic initial keys, the decoding rules would change every 3 days. Even if outsiders intercepted the radio signals, they would never be able to decipher the information contained within. After the communication system took shape, Bruce was specifically responsible for training the land messenger teams. All messengers could only rely on foot travel across the wilderness, catching interstate cargo rides, or stealthily crossing state borders with freight trains to deliver core confidential messages. Though this seemed clumsy and slow, it was undoubtedly safe and entirely discreet. Within just a few days, this rudimentary, yet incredibly sturdy communication network had initially covered the scattered Awakened strongholds in the 5 surrounding states. Mike looked at the gray communication nodes lighting up on the screen, and he was deeply aware. What they were building now was not just a communication network, it was the skeleton of the Awakened Ones. The skeleton had already stood firm, and gathering manpower, consolidating strength, and expanding influence was merely a matter of time. As long as the foundation was not scattered, one day it would flourish. In the deep of night, Mike stood alone in front of the whiteboard, quietly gazing at the 2 lines he had written down earlier. They died for us, and we shall live for them. Always remember today. He stared at the 2 lines, and deep within his thoughts were undergoing a profound transformation. The Rift. As the name suggests, they are the ones who have been torn apart, abandoned, and excluded by the old world. Defined as anomalies by the authorities, regarded as hazards by the law, and completely rejected by normal society. In the past, everyone's obsession was merely to survive, to avoid being captured, and turned into experimental subjects, just to live in peace. But at this moment, looking at the impending control bill and the life their comrades had exchanged for, Mike suddenly understood many things. Then he began to speak to himself. The reason we are called the Rift is that we have been cast out by the old world. But the Rift is never the end. After the Rift, one either collapses completely or builds a bridge with one's own hands to forge a new path. Footsteps approached from behind, and Bruce, wearing a coat, walked over, having heard what he said. Mike slowly turned his head. In his eyes there was no longer just the persistence of survival, but an extreme determination and ambition. Not just a bridge. I want to build a city. A city that belongs solely to the Awakened Ones, without control, without registration, without discrimination, where we govern ourselves and control our own fate. Bruce was taken aback by what he said and fell silent for a long time. He understood better than anyone how absurd and dangerous it was to want to establish independence and create a dedicated stronghold in front of the national machinery. Then Bruce spoke the most brutal reality. This path will cost many lives. Mike gazed out the window, recalling the fallen figures in the factory, the miners, and the nights spent hiding in exile. His tone was calm, yet resolute. I know, but since that night the gunfire erupted in the factory, all of us owe our comrades and ourselves. Merely surviving is not redemption. Standing firm is the best tribute to the deceased. Bruce looked at him deeply and ceased to dissuade him. Bruce picked up the chalk beside him and wrote 2 words on the whiteboard. Build a city. At the moment he put down the chalk, the shortwave radio beside him transmitted the latest encrypted message. The human messengers had transmitted intelligence from several southern states overnight. In the wilderness, small towns, and abandoned industrial areas of the 3 southern states, multiple mutual aid communities of Awakened Ones had already spontaneously emerged. These people were not sent by the Rift and had not received any directives from it. But they communicated through the encrypted network established by the Rift, sharing news, banding together for warmth, spontaneously gathering, and providing mutual protection, forming small stable strongholds. They followed in the footsteps of the Rift, learning to survive discreetly and to band together against pressure, quietly taking root before the control bill arrived. Mike glanced at the entire piece of intelligence, fell silent for a moment, and then softly sighed. So we were never alone, and we are no longer the only rift. The fissure deep in the ocean trench of the Sakura Nation has widened again, and in the main control hall of the Dragon Nation Monitoring Center, the previously stable data curve has gone completely out of control, skyrocketing towards its peak. In the past 72 hours, the length of the fissure in the deep-sea secret realm of the Sakura Nation has expanded nearly twice, with the width continuously stretching without any sign of slowing down. The probes diving 10,000 meters underwater have transmitted energy readings that have long surpassed the instrument's capacity. All monitoring equipment can no longer detect its true terrifying intensity. Zhou Zhengshan stood in front of the large screen, his face grave as he spoke to the duty technician. How much longer can the underwater probes hold out? The duty technician's face was extremely grim, his tone betraying an undeniable panic. Several sets of probes have completely lost contact. It's highly likely that a super strong energy pulse burned out the core components, and a part of them simply vanished, likely swallowed whole by the expanding fissure. He paused for a moment and added the worst-case prediction. This means that the speed of the fissure's expansion far exceeds all our previous estimations. The anomalies at the bottom of the sea are not only hidden in the 10th-meter abyss, the entire surrounding marine area is rapidly heating up. The water temperature around the fissure has surged by several dozen degrees within 3 days, completely disrupting the marine ecological balance. Large schools of fish at the bottom of the sea were unable to escape, boiled alive by the scalding water. The originally scattered dead fish drifting in the water have spread over dozens of nautical miles in just a few days, stretching endlessly. A fishing boat operating at sea accidentally ventured into this area. The captain stood on the deck, gazing at the vast white expanse of the sea, with the sea breeze carrying a strong fishy stench sweeping towards him. A young crew member beside him looked at the sea full of dead fish, feeling regretful, and casually asked if they could scoop up a few nets of fish that were in good condition. The captain raised his hand to extinguish his cigarette, his eyes heavy, shaking his head in rejection. Don't touch them. These fish didn't die from disease, they were boiled alive by the seawater. The crew member wanted to ask for more details, but the captain did not explain further and immediately ordered a return to shore. At this moment, Qin was in the office reviewing the latest training report of the Vanguard team. After receiving the synchronized deep-sea data from the monitoring center, he immediately pulled up the real-time waveform graph and recalled the records of the anomalies from his past life regarding the JP001 deep-sea fissure. The two curves overlapped for comparison, and the difference was glaringly evident. In his past life, this deep-sea fissure took several months from accelerated expansion to complete rupture, giving humanity a brief respite. However, in this life, the revival of spiritual energy occurred earlier, with the underground pulses continuously driving it, and the speed of the fissure's expansion has far exceeded that of his previous life. Qin quickly reviewed and re-evaluated all the timelines in his mind, fell silent for a few seconds, and sent a brief message to Zhou Zhengshan. We won't last until next spring. In the Sakura Nation's Ocean Research Department, an old scientist, Sato Masaru, who had been in the field for over 40 years, sat at his desk, holding the freshly printed test report, struggling to control his emotions. This thick report concluded with a single cold statement: the giant fissure in the deep sea may completely rupture in the short term, revealing an unknown deep-sea secret realm, and all consequences are unforeseeable. Sato had thought that this warning, which concerned the safety of millions along the coast, would immediately trigger the highest national emergency plan, convening an urgent cabinet meeting to deploy coastal evacuations overnight. But all he received was a secretary from the chief cabinet secretary. The secretary politely took the report and invited him into a small sealed conference room in the prime minister's residence. In the conference room, there were only 3 people: the prime minister, the chief cabinet secretary, and him, the frontline research head. The chief cabinet secretary wore a gentle smile, his tone polite, yet unyieldingly firm. The global international sports events are approaching, and athletes and tourists from around the world have begun. At this critical moment, issuing a coastal evacuation order would result in devastating international public opinion, ruining the national credibility we have built over decades. Once the events are successfully concluded, we will immediately initiate follow-up research and evacuation plans. There is no rush at this moment. The prime minister seated beside him had remained silent throughout, effectively tacitly agreeing to all the statements. Sato instantly felt his heart sink. He stood up and slammed the report heavily on the table, his voice suppressing extreme anger. By then it will all be too late. The fissure won't wait for us to finish the events. The sea won't give us time. You are trading the lives of millions for the face of the nation. Before he could finish his words, the door to the conference room was pushed open, and 2 security personnel quickly walked in, forcibly escorting him out of the meeting. The most realistic disaster warning ultimately fell victim to a matter of face. In the Dragon Nation's Intelligence Command Center after the Ministry of Foreign Affairs staff reported the deep-sea anomalies in the Sakura Nation and the cabinet's concealment of the disaster, the conference room fell into prolonged silence. Then someone suggested, should we issue an official note? Even if it's just a humanitarian reminder, it's our duty as a neighboring country. Shinjin, who had been quietly reviewing documents the entire time, calmly replied, no need. Even if we remind them, they won't believe us. Even if they do, they won't remember our good intentions, only turning to suspicion of our ulterior motives. You all remember the initial outbreak of the Beast Tide in the last life. While we fought the Beast Tide as a nation holding the borders and suffering heavy casualties, they took advantage of our difficulties to attack us from behind, stabbing us in the back. They used our disaster information and secret realm data to secretly trade with the North Island Alliance, exchanging resources, technology, and bargaining chips for self-preservation. In this lifetime, we will not give them a single soldier, nor a single ounce of support. Zhou Jingshan questioned with confusion, what if they proactively send requests for assistance later? Chen Jin did not answer this question. He simply pushed the stored diplomatic records from his previous life in front of everyone. On the screen, there were densely packed archival records of requests for assistance and responses from various countries, each brief and cold, yet piercing to the heart. Just reply according to this template. Chen Jin calmly recited the official phrase, we are currently organizing ongoing scientific monitoring and have not yet grasped effective countermeasures. We suggest your country seek assistance from other friendly nations. The elderly leader seated in the main position had listened silently throughout the entire process without interjecting a word. When all eyes turned to him, he slowly set down the teacup in his hand, his voice steady and heavy, making a final decision. Proceed with this plan. The extraordinary power of the Dragon Nation, the protection of the Dragon Nation, is only for the citizens of the Dragon Nation and for friends who treat us sincerely. The Sakura Nation is not on this list. Deep within the fissure of the Sakura Nation, a shadow was slow. A massive claw emerged from the endless darkness on the other side of the fissure, the curved and sharp claw gently gripping the hard rock layer at the edge of the fissure. Wen Yang had been at the base for nearly 2 years, and his son of the ocean physique had fully awakened, allowing him to hold his breath underwater for much longer than the average person and to freely control the direction and pressure of the water. That morning, Shinjin called him to the office and said to Wen Yang, there's a cleanup mission this afternoon in the reef area, and you will lead the team. Wen Yang looked at Shinjin in shock and said, I lead. Yes, you will lead 5 people. Wen Yang fell silent for a moment. Instructor, you've always led while I followed. Why the sudden change? It's your first time leading independently. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to accompany you. Shinjin pushed a nautical chart over to him. Choose your team members and show me the mission plan before departure. I will monitor your live feed from the base's control room. If there are any issues, I will remind you, but you must make the decisions underwater. Wen Yang picked up the nautical chart and studied it for a while. He had been to the reef area at least dozens of times, and he could locate every rock underwater with his eyes closed. However, he still reviewed the chart thoroughly before folding it and placing it in a waterproof bag. I will give you the list of team members by noon. As he turned to leave, Shinjin added, be mindful of your selections. Don't choose all fast swimmers. You need someone to keep an eye on the periphery. Understood. Wen Yang didn't look back. He left the office and headed directly to the training ground to find. At the training ground, the old master was leading the new recruits in standing drills. Wen Yang scanned the area and spotted a soldier with a buzz cut practicing weighted pull-ups in the equipment area. He walked over to him, and the soldier was hanging from the bar, his expression as if negotiating with gravity. Buzzcut, you're coming with me on a mission this afternoon. What mission? Buzzcut jumped down from the bar and wiped his face with a towel. Clean up in the reef area. Just the 2 of us. No 5 people are you in. Buzzcut tossed the towel over his shoulder. You leading? Yes. Buzzcut looked at him for 2 seconds before grinning mischievously and saying, all right, if you mess it up, I'll say you forced me. Wen Yang ignored him and went to find 4 others who were the best swimmers. After writing down the list, he took it to Shinjin's office. Shinjin glanced at the list and paused at Buzzcut's name. You chose Buzzcut. Although he talks a lot and is a bit off, he's quite observant. If I leave the perimeter watch to him, he can notice any disturbances on the surface right away. Shinjin placed the list on the table. What about the plan? Wen Yang spread the nautical chart out, which already marked each person's positions and advance routes. Shinjin reviewed it from start to finish without saying a word, then nodded. Wen Yang folded the chart and went out. At 2 in the afternoon, the 5 team members gathered at the pier. Wen Yang walked up to them and opened the nautical chart. 2 for perimeter watch responsible for monitoring surface disturbances, and 3 for the cleanup in the reef area advancing from east to west. I will handle the deepest part of the water. Captain, that deep area is at least several dozen meters deep, right? Buzzcut raised his hand. 80 meters or more. You alone. I swim fast. If you go down, I still need to turn back to retrieve you. Buzzcut had nothing to say and awkwardly lowered his hand. At the end of the pier, Chinjin sat on a mooring post. He claimed he wouldn't follow but still felt uneasy and eventually came along. At the pier, Wenyang pulled down his diving mask and waved to his team. Into the water. Before long, Wenyang swam into the deepest water area where low-tier sea beasts usually poked their heads out from the gaps in the rocks. However, today it was unusually quiet, so Wenyang slowed down, moving his body along the edges of. Then he saw a sea snake swimming from the deep water direction. This sea snake was significantly larger than the low-tier sea beasts he had cleaned up before. Wenyang had seen it in the bestiary. It was a mid-tier sea demon beast, poisonous and liked to chase moving targets. In the next second, he pressed the communicator. Everyone pay attention, there's a sea snake in the deep water area coming up. Stick close to the nearest rocks, don't move, don't run. The sea snake will chase moving objects. Before long, Buzzcut's voice came through the communicator. Copy that, what about you? I'll draw it away. After Wenyang finished speaking, he slanted his way past the sea snake from behind, slowing down after closing the distance, deliberately letting the water flow create a tail behind him. At that moment, the sea snake's head stopped, and its entire body turned. Wenyang swam in the opposite direction, maintaining a speed slightly faster than the sea snake, but not too fast. If he swam too fast, the snake would give up. Too slow, he would be caught. This rhythm was learned from Chinjin. After passing two groups of rocks, he led the sea snake to the preset capture net location, swimming right through the center of the net opening, and the sea snake followed in. Then Wenyang immediately commanded to close the net. The 5 team members emerged from behind the rocks, following the training procedure: 2 at the head and tail, 2 with backup strikes, and 1 monitoring from the side. The sea snake rolled a few times, and then became still. Wenyang surfaced, pushed his diving mask up to his forehead, and gasped for air. In the communicator, Buzzcut shouted the loudest, "Captain, you said the snake chases moving things, and then you went to be that moving thing. The plan didn't include this snake, someone had to be the bait." Buzzcut fell silent for 2 seconds before responding, "Are you out of your mind? I'm not crazy, I swim faster than all of you," Wenyang said seriously. After returning to the base, Wenyang dragged the sea snake to the disassembly area. The logistics team weighed the demon core and said it was the largest single task in an independent mission. Buzzcut chimed in from behind, "Big is big, but it almost cost the captain his life." Wenyang didn't reply. He took off his diving suit, changed into training clothes, and walked toward the cafeteria. On the way, he passed the training ground, where Chunjin stood on the sidelines with a tablet in his hand. Wenyang stopped. "Instructor." Chunjin's gaze shifted from the tablet to him. "In what minute did you spot that sea snake today?" "About 10 minutes after entering the water." "What was the first thing you did after spotting it?" "I had everyone stay close to the rocks and remain still." "And the second?" "Swam behind the sea snake to create a tail." "Why from behind?" "Because the front could get bitten and the water flow behind is too scattered. The side rear is the most suitable." Chunjin set the tablet aside. "Plans are meant to be broken. The key is how you react after breaking them. Keeping everyone close to the rocks was correct, and using yourself as bait was also right. Your speed is several times faster than theirs, so it would have been a waste not to use yourself as bait." Wenyang listened quietly, not daring to smile. "In the future you can lead teams independently, but there's a condition: every time you return from a mission, you must handwrite a 500-word summary report." Wenyang's face immediately darkened. 500 words. Any objections? No. The news of the opening of the secret realm arrived in the early morning as a mid-level secret realm fissure unexpectedly tore through the ground in the desolate desert of Central Asia. Swarming desert monsters surged out of the fissure, crossing the Gobi, and in the course of a single night, several pastoral settlements were completely flattened, with the casualty figures continuously rising. These desert monsters were covered with a layer of natural hard keratin, far more defensively capable than ordinary beasts. Most bullets only managed to graze the skin, unable to penetrate vital areas. The firepower was insufficient, and the defense-breaking capability was inadequate, failing to suppress the frenzied advance of the monster horde. The local station troops rushed to the scene to seal off the area, but after a round of fire coverage, the army was forced to retreat, helplessly watching the monsters rampaging outside. In front of the command center's large screen, Shinjin pulled up the long-sealed files from his past life. The records on the screen meticulously replicated the protracted battle in the foreign secret realm from years ago. This newly opened fissure was a standard mid-level secret realm. The core of the secret realm was guarded by its lord, the sand-scale giant lizard. An adult specimen exceeded 20 meters in length, its body covered with heavy earthen-colored scales, layered and hard as fine steel. Regular machine gun armor-piercing rounds barely left a few white marks, utterly incapable of breaching its defenses. The only fatal weakness was the soft tissue on its upper jaw. In his past life, the North Island Alliance was the first to detect the existence of this secret realm. They deployed a large number of elite mercenaries and expedition teams, taking a full 3 years. Through massive ammunition expenditure, rotating personnel, and relentless attrition of equipment, they finally managed to kill this lordly giant lizard. During those 3 years, the North Island Alliance lost 2 elite expedition teams, suffering hundreds of casualties and paying an extremely painful price. And now, this desert secret realm, which had caused countless strong individuals to falter in the past, had only just been completely opened. The Lord remained unscathed, and the resources of the secret realm were preserved entirely, all in their most primitive and bountiful state. Chen Jin expressionlessly closed the file page with no ripple of emotion in his eyes, only absolute calm. We cannot wait. By the time they realize this secret realm will be beyond our reach. He raised his hand to pick up the encrypted communicator on the table, addressing the person inside. Notify Zhou Jingshan to arrive at the command center immediately. Within just 10 minutes, Zhou Jingshan pushed the door open and entered briskly, instantly shedding all relaxed demeanor. His instincts from years of commanding made him acutely aware of the severity of the situation. Which direction is the problem? Central Asian Desert. Chen Jin pointed with a laser pen at the red fissure coordinates in the center of the screen, slowly speaking. A mid-level secret realm has emerged, and the Lord remains intact, having suffered no damage. The local military's firepower is insufficient to suppress them. They have already issued a humanitarian appeal globally. The North Island Alliance is mobilizing high-altitude satellites to conduct screening and monitoring. However, their current understanding is limited. They have only determined it to be a sudden geological collapse, a desert disaster, without associating it with a secret realm or extraordinary monsters. Zhou Jingshan instantly understood the pros and cons. This was Dragon Country's only window of opportunity. While the global nations were still in ignorance, we could monopolize the resources of the foreign secret realm. What identity do we enter with? A humanitarian rescue team. Chen Jin spoke steadily, clearly outlining a complete and covert deployment plan. All personnel will change into civilian clothing, and all equipment will be completely depersonalized. The yin-yang crystal weapons will have all production numbers polished off, and the Qilong armor will be fully covered with standard-issue bulletproof vests. Military transport planes will erase military markings and replace them with temporary international rescue shipping labels. Flight paths will detour through third-party neutral airspace, avoiding all monitoring. Upon mission completion, all equipment remains, and traces that cannot be brought back will be thoroughly destroyed on-site. Unified external statement: cross-border humanitarian rescue. If encountered with information tracing, let them investigate a non-existent overseas rescue organization. Zhou Jingshan inquired. What about the United Nations report? No need for communication. By the time they complete their processes and verify the information, our mission will have ended, and the personnel will have long since withdrawn. Zhou Hong will lead the team. He has already stepped into the extraordinary realm with enough strength to counterbalance a mid-tier lord. Zhao Wufeng will accompany his Xuanwu body, capable of withstanding the giant lizard's tail strikes. A selection of 20 elite personnel will be assembled, all starting from the extraordinary realm, equipped with Qilong armor and yin-yang crystal standard weapons. At this time, Zhou Hong was practicing gunfire with Zhao Wufeng. Suddenly, the communication prompt sounded, and Zhou Hong opened the message. Central Asian secret realm with a lord giant lizard. Zhao Wufeng leaned in, clearly seeing the task details. Mid-tier monster lord, tough nut to crack. Zhou Hong glanced at Zhao Wufeng. Are we fighting? Of course we are. Zhao Wufeng confidently shouldered his heavy alloy shield. You excel in assault and breaking through defenses. I'll focus on harvesting, while my Xuanwu body helps you bear all damage and control perfect division of labor. The national machinery operated at full speed with astonishing efficiency. In just 4 hours, all 20 extraordinary elites had gathered. Everyone spontaneously surrounded the equipment area, using polishing tools to meticulously refine their weapons and battle armor. Every number, every exclusive pattern, and every detail that could be traced was thoroughly polished away. Fully armed, yet there was not a single trace of military standard. On the airport runway, the modified transport plane quietly stood by after completion. The prominent military markings on its fuselage were completely covered, replaced with a new, clean, and unfamiliar rescue paint job devoid of any identifying features. Before boarding, Zhou Hong looked up at the makeshift rescue logo on the plane's fuselage and turned to Zhou Jingshan beside him. Is this rescue organization truly registered? Zhou Jingshan replied coolly. Temporarily fabricated, no registration, no data, no records, nothing to trace. The plane slowly taxied and took off, completely plunging into the vast night sky, detouring through thousands of miles of airspace, discreetly crossing borders. Inside the sealed cabin, the atmosphere was quiet and solemn. Zhou Hong sat in the front row, spreading out the printed desert terrain map and the surrounding sand table diagrams on his lap. His hand repeatedly traced the terrain undulations, sand dune distributions, and fissure entrances and exits, constantly simulating combat routes, encirclement tactics, and retreat paths in his mind. How do we engage upon landing? Zhao Wufeng quietly asked from the side. Zhou Hong's gaze remained fixed on the diagrams as he quietly assigned tactics. Upon landing, split into 3 groups, each with their own roles. The first group will accompany me deep into the secret realm to directly engage the Lord Giant Lizard. The second group, led by you, will maneuver to the flanks to intercept the Giant Lizard's movements and bear the main counterattack damage. The third group will seal off the entire fissure area from the outside, eliminating all low-tier monsters escaping, leaving not a single one behind, preventing any leaks. The entire operation must be quick, precise, and ruthless. Once completed, withdraw immediately, without leaving any traces. Zhao Wufeng nodded and fell silent. Hours later, the transport plane approached the target airspace at low altitude. The entrance to the secret realm lay atop an endless expanse of desiccated salt flats. The earth had been torn asunder, revealing a massive fissure from which the aura of spiritual energy continuously surged. Surrounding the fissure were giant monster paw prints and dragging marks scattered across the sandy terrain. Hong stood at the edge of the fissure looking down. The Lord is still inside. Group 1, come down with me. Group 2, stand by on the flanks. Group 3, seal off the perimeter. Any creature trying to escape from inside must be intercepted, not letting a single one out. He then jumped into the fissure first, closely followed by Zhao Wufeng. The internal scenery of the secret realm was a world apart from the outside, with swirling yellow sand and a dark red light sphere hanging in the sky, creating a spiritual energy canopy. The sandy ground was littered with monster tracks, and in the distance a massive sand dune was slowly shifting, indicating something was breathing beneath it. In the next moment, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the secret realm as a colossal creature over 20 meters in size emerged from beneath the sand dune. The sand-scale giant lizard revealed itself, its thick scales layered upon each other so hard that it was nearly immovable. Its eyes were filled with killing intent as it viciously stared at the intruders. Zhou Hong's mind flashed with all the monster data, accurately pinpointing its only fatal vulnerability, the soft tissue on its upper jaw, unprotected by scales. Zhao Wufeng had already taken a step forward, his knees slightly bent, feet sinking into the sand body, leaning forward, shield held in front. At that moment, the giant lizard launched its attack, its tail swinging toward Zhao Wufeng. The tail struck the shield with force, sending Zhao Wufeng flying 3 or 4 meters, yet he remained standing. The keratin layer of his Xuanwu body emitted a faint glow upon impact, the scales on the shield remaining utterly unmoved. Zhou Hong had already circled to the giant lizard's left flank, sprinting across the sand, with the Qi-Long bone spear, each step taken in the gaps left by the giant lizard's tail swing. Just after the giant lizard finished swinging its tail, its body had yet to regain balance, and was slightly gasping with its mouth slightly ajar. Now was the moment. Zhou Hong leaped onto the giant lizard's forelimb, using the momentum to flip to its side, gripping the spear, tightly aiming the tip at the soft tissue of the giant lizard's upper jaw, and thrusting with all his might. The spear tip pierced into its cranial cavity, causing the giant lizard to let out a thunderous roar, its body twitching violently as its tail thrashed wildly against the sand. Zhou Hong clung tightly to the spear, his knee pressed against the giant lizard's head, pushing the spear tip further inside. The giant lizard's roar abruptly ceased, and its massive body crashed down onto the sand, convulsing a few more times before going still. Zhao Wufeng pulled his leg from the sand pile, walked over to the giant lizard's head, and glanced at Zhou Hong, whose hands were covered in black blood. Next time you go first, I'll take the hits. You said it. Zhou Hong pulled out the spear, then began to dismantle the giant lizard's scales and monster core, packing them piece by piece into the spatial storage device. After dismantling, he used a yin-yang crystal incendiary bomb to incinerate the remaining remains, as Chen Jin had instructed not to leave any traces that could point to Dragon Country's technology. The 3 outer groups simultaneously eradicated the low-tier monsters that surged from the fissure, all being killed, with the remains also incinerated on site. 2 days later, international media began reporting on the Central Asia unidentified biological attack incident. Witness accounts varied widely. Some herders claimed to have seen flying giant lizard survivors reported being attacked by a group of monsters that emerged from the sand, and a child said that night he saw angels in black robes on the sand dunes. The North Island Alliance's Intelligence Bureau dispatched analysts to visit the area, bringing back a pile of contradictory testimonies and a few blurry cell phone photos, with a final report concluding with a single line unable to determine any verifiable parties. Chun Jin, upon reviewing the summary of international reactions in the command center, set the report aside. Let them keep guessing. The more absurd their guesses, the safer we are. He stood up, walking to the world map in the operations room, where a row of small flags had already been inserted. Kunlun Void Oceanic Islands, Western Land Mineral Veins, each flag represented an operation. He removed a thumbtack from the Central Asian location and replaced it with a new small flag. Chen Jin stared at the map for a moment, his gaze shifting towards the East China Sea. The position of the fissure in the Sakura Kingdom had yet to receive a flag. It wasn't forgotten, but the time had not yet come. When the time arrived, that flag would be inserted. Duansang's ranks had swelled rapidly over the past few days. What had once been just over 30 people had now grown to 100. Awakening individuals scattered across the regions were contriving ways to reach this abandoned mining town. Some formed squads and drove along back roads to evade every checkpoint. Others, who could not afford a ride, simply trudged across the wilderness on foot. Some even clambered onto interstate freight trains riding to the state border, where drivers from Duansing would pick them up and bring them in. Their methods of arrival were varied and ingenious, but their purpose was singular: to find a place to settle where they would not have to hide or flee. The mining town had lain derelict for decades. The houses on the surface were mostly collapsed or split. Only a handful remained remotely habitable. Beneath the ground, however, the mine shafts were intact, deep, convoluted, and tucked into the mountains, so that from above there was no sign of life. It was an ideal refuge. Make summoned all his core members to the deepest section of the tunnels, where an abandoned storeroom, hidden and soundproof, served as a suitable place for a meeting. Make produced a hand-drawn map and tacked it to the rock wall. "Come and look," he said. A circle of people gathered, flashlight beams converging on the paper. The map Make had sketched through sleepless nights was not elegant, yet every division was clear: which areas to clear for crops, where to collect and store water, where to live, and where to set up outer buffers. Everything was marked. Pointing at the map, Make explained the plan slowly. "Leave the surface as it is. Let it appear utterly abandoned. No building of walls, no erecting of houses, no traces of human alteration. The barren wild will be our natural shield. Only 2 underground passages will be left for entry and exit, controllable and sealable, so outsiders cannot wander in. Assign the planting zones to those with growth-accelerating abilities to ensure food self-sufficiency. Entrust water sources to those who can condense water, so our supply remains stable without relying on outside resources." Bulusi stared at the plans for a long while before his gaze fell upon another sheet of paper, the internal charter of Duansing. Originally, there had been only 3 simple rules: do not harm ordinary people, do not forcibly detain anyone, and no settling disputes within the group by using abilities. Now the page was filled with dozens of new regulations. How to distribute supplies, who would stand watch at night, how to accept newcomers, how to handle quarrels within the team, and how field operations should be reported. Every petty and necessary detail was recorded clearly. Make pressed the last tack into the wall. "The government is busy with its own crises and cannot attend to us right now," he said. "By the time they have the capacity to react, we will no longer be a few dozen scattered people. When that time comes, we will negotiate if negotiation is possible. If not, we will defend. I have prepared for both outcomes," he added. He turned to the group behind him. Some stood with arms folded, some leaned against the rock to rest, and the hands of those holding flashlights trembled ever so slightly. None of them were naively brave. This band of long-displaced awakeners had never dared to hope. And yet, for the first time, they truly possessed a territory of their own. Make spoke in a steady voice. "The awakened do not need anyone's permission to claim a foothold. We decide for ourselves." Silence fell in the storeroom for several seconds. Everyone understood that this marked their true beginning. The first internal meeting after they settled in quickly erupted into argument. They were not bickering over supplies or duties, they were fighting over the path their future should take. As expected, the group split into 2 camps. Leading the radicals was a large man who had once worked as a bouncer in a southern bar. After awakening, his body had become devastatingly strong. One punch could shatter brick, and his temper was explosive. He could not bear to lie low. He slammed his palm on the stone table. "There are now over 100 of us. What are we hiding for? Last time at the factory, we drove back the official task forces. They cannot crush us. We should go take territory, seize a few outer strongholds, and expand our sphere of activity." On the other side, Emily immediately voiced her opposition. "Last time we won because they underestimated us and did not take us seriously," she said. "Next time they will deploy heavy forces and enact a meticulous encirclement. To expose ourselves rashly now would be to gamble the lives of everyone here. It's too risky." The dispute grew fiercer. The radicals derided the conservatives as cowardly, content to hide underground. the conservatives accused the radicals of hot-headedness and suicidal recklessness. Throughout the quarrel, Make remained silent, sitting in a corner and listening quietly until everyone had finished. When the room finally calmed, he stood and said, "Our greatest enemy has never been the authorities. It is ourselves. If we splinter from within first without any external hand, then we will collapse by our own doing." The big man lowered his head in shame upon hearing this. Make continued, "Wanting to strike out is not wrong. Wanting to hold and protect is not wrong either. They are merely different positions. Neither has absolute right. But differences in stance are no excuse to dismantle our own home." He established a new rule. "From now on, all major decisions will be made by anonymous vote, including me. I have only one vote. If you all decide I am unfit, you may vote to replace me at any time." When he said that, a hush fell over them. From that day, the anonymous voting system was formally written into the covenant once a week, completely secret. No one would know who had voted for whom. Belusi joked that it was to prevent dictatorship. Make did not bother to explain. The rule itself was sufficient. In that moment, Make's mind was filled with Duansang's survival and its future. He knew nothing beyond the tunnels. Unaware that across the ocean in Longwa's superhuman forces were already coalescing into armies. He did not know that Kun Lunx's harvest of Lonkai had filled warehouses and been fashioned into complete suits of armor. He did not know that on a distant island base a boy was repeatedly writing after-action reports and steadily maturing. He was ignorant of the catastrophe soon to descend upon the world, far more terrifying than any darkness he had faced. All he knew was that Duansing was the only home for which he would fight with everything he had. He never regretted his decision to refuse the offer to go to Longwa. In Longwa's command center, Chinjin had just finished reading all the intelligence on Make and Duansing and casually closed the file. Zhou Zhengshan sat across from him. "His path is entirely different from ours," Chinjin said calmly. "He is the most promising seed in that region, but regrettably the environment there cannot contain him." Zhou Zhengshan said nothing, quietly filing the intelligence into a sealed classified archive. Late at night, the mining town fell utterly silent. Make climbed alone to the top of the abandoned transmission tower over the mining area, thinking of many things himself, as a boy running on the field himself, confined in laboratories himself, risking his life in the factory to protect others. A life of constant displacement and struggle. He put his hands in his pockets and murmured to himself, "Those who follow this road after me will not have to live in the same fear I once did." Having said that, he turned and descended. Tonight it was his turn to stand guard. He watched over the small settlement that had just taken root, and over this band of homeless awakened. The darkness was long, but at last they had somewhere to defend. The complete collapse of the deep-sea rift came without any warning. On the monitoring station's screen, the energy curve marked as JP001 suddenly spiked vertically at a certain moment. It broke through all preset measurement limits, and at the same time all probes lost their signals. On the large screen of the Long Country Monitoring Center, the data of that sea area turned into a blank as the probes were instantly destroyed by the energy pulse generated by the rift's expansion. The technician turned to look at Zhou Jingshan, who had already picked up the communicator. JP001 has been completely torn apart, notify Chinjin. The moment the seawater began to enter the interior of the rift, a massive vortex was clearly visible, forming on the sea surface from the satellite imagery. Within a few minutes, the diameter of the vortex expanded from dozens of meters to hundreds of meters, as if an invisible giant hand had pierced a hole beneath the sea. Immediately afterwards, a surge of black energy erupted from the rift, dyeing the incoming seawater black. The black seawater spread outward along the currents, causing fish to turn belly up and float to the surface, thickly covering the sea with a layer of floating corpses. The abyssal sea demon crawled out of the rift with its tentacles stretching out first. Dozens of deep-sea black-scaled tentacles simultaneously emerged from the center of the vortex, each ending in a cold blue eye. Then came the head of the main body, semi-transparent and chitinous, within which a pulsing organ structure could be faintly seen. The sea demon was over 200 meters long, its scaled armor shimmering with a gloss between black and deep blue on the satellite image. It opened its mouth and a surge of black mist erupted from its cavernous throat, instantly corroding the dead fish floating on the surface into a pool of black sludge. Following closely were hundreds of medium and small-sized abyssal monsters pouring out from the rift behind the sea demon, their sizes ranging from a few meters to several dozen meters, rushing in all directions along the currents. The nearest group was headed directly towards the coastline of Sakura Country. The Sakura Country Maritime Self-Defense Forces escort fleet arrived first with 3 escort ships, forming a combat formation a few kilometers from the vortex's perimeter. The captain's voice was recorded in the communication channel. Direct hit. No effect. Two conventional torpedoes were launched from the ship's side firing tubes, trailing white wakes directly towards the sea demon's body. The torpedoes hit the sea demon accurately, sending a water column soaring dozens of meters high. When the water column fell, only 2 shallow scratches remained on the sea demon's scales, with not even the gaps between the scales being blown apart. 2 fighter jets that had taken off from the shore soon arrived, launching anti-ship missiles that accurately struck the end of one tentacle, severing a segment about a few meters long. The severed tentacle rolled a few times on the sea before sinking. The sea demon emitted a low-frequency rumble, a sound wave capable of penetrating the steel hull of a ship. The sea demon began to retaliate, extending one tentacle from beneath the surface, which tightly wrapped around the midsection of the outermost escort ship. In an instant, hundreds of tons of warship hull plates were dented inward under the tentacle's twisting force, and weld seams burst apart. The crew on board did not even have time to lower the lifeboats. The entire warship was dragged into the sea within a very short time, leaving behind only a dissipating vortex and a patch of spreading oil slick. The voices of other captains in the communication channel changed completely. It took it down the whole ship. Requesting retreat. Repeat, requesting retreat. At that moment, the Self-Defense Force Command realized that they were facing an enemy that could not be countered with conventional military means, but it was already too late. The medium and small-sized abyssal monsters that emerged from the rift began to land on coastal cities, with the Jinghan Port District being the first to bear the brunt, quickly being overrun by the monsters. These monsters varied in size, some resembling fish with legs, while others looked like armored crustaceans, all rampaging across the docks. The container yard in the port area was smashed to pieces, with containers collapsing like building blocks. Ground forces attempted to suppress them with heavy machine guns and rocket launchers. Bullets sparked off the monster's scales, but could not penetrate. Only a direct hit from a rocket launcher at close range could kill the weakest individuals. Coastal residents began to evacuate urgently, but the evacuation routes were already blocked by panicked traffic. Long lines formed on every major road out of the city, with car horns blaring. Some people were still waiting at home for official notifications on television, only to realize that disaster had arrived at their doorstep when they heard the sound of shattering glass and screams from downstairs. On the rooftop of Jinghan Port District, a reporter stood at the edge, the camera sweeping over the sea covered by monsters. Then he saw a tentacle taller than the buildings slowly rising from the sea, the cold blue eye at its end staring directly at the camera. This scene was broadcast live worldwide, with television screens in countries all over the world cutting to one image along the coast of Sakura Country's capital Bay area. The seawater was turning red. The president of the Northern Island Alliance was awakened from his sleep. He stood in front of the screen in the war room, watching the satellite images in silence for a long time before asking his chief of staff, "Where is our fleet? Our fleet is on its way, but to be honest, we don't know what weapons to use." The president did not ask again. Everyone in the war room was watching the screen in silence. The UN Secretary-General issued an urgent statement, the wording almost pleading, "Any country capable of dealing with this matter, please take action immediately." At the Dragon Country Command Center, Chen looked at the screen, which displayed the real-time satellite images of the sea, the tentacles, and the spreading black vortex. Zhou Jingshan quietly asked beside him, "Should we?" Chen interrupted him, speaking with certainty. "No rescue, not a word in return. Let Sakura Country bear it themselves." Then Chen flipped to a certain page in the records of his past life and pushed it in front of Zhou Jingshan, which listed dates and events during the Mystic Era. Sakura Country took advantage of Dragon Country being overwhelmed by the beast-tide backstabbing and using Dragon Country's intelligence to bargain with the Northern Island Alliance. Each entry in the records was written briefly, yet each one silenced the room. How they treated us in the past life, we will treat them the same in this one. Zhou Jingshan did not speak again. The Dragon Country fleet remained motionless, with all extraordinary powers defending the homeland and existing overseas bases. The Pacific Island base entered a Level 3 combat readiness status, and Zhou Hong led the Vanguard squad on standby at the base. The teams that had just cleared the Mystic Realms in Central Asia were also recalled, all overseas operations halted. Chen wrote a line in the log, "JP001 has erupted, no intervention." At this moment, the seawater in the Sakura Country capital Bay area was completely dyed red, the port area engulfed in flames, with the fire ignited after the oil tanks were breached by the monsters, illuminating half the sky. Several tentacles of the sea demon slowly rose in the glow of the fire, its cold blue vertical pupils gazing down upon the city beneath it being ravaged. In the ruins, a rescued survivor squatted in a corner of the temporary shelter, later writing in a diary, "That night the sea died. After the sea died, the things that crawled out of its belly came ashore. No one came to save us. The whole world was watching the live broadcast, but no one came. After the sea monsters rampaged along the coast for an entire day, the beast hordes began to spread simultaneously to the north and south along the coastline. The port area outside Haisikayo had completely fallen, with Zhongjing port burning throughout the night. The port facilities in Kansai Bay were repeatedly assaulted by small to medium-sized beast hordes, causing the dock cranes to collapse into the water like building blocks. The self-defense force vessels at Yokosuka Naval Base attempted to set sail to intercept the route of the beast horde spread, but the sea monster's tentacles unexpectedly emerged from the deep waters. A destroyer was struck on the bridge by a tentacle during an emergency evasive maneuver, resulting in the captain's immediate death. The remaining vessels were forced to retreat back to the port, no longer daring to set sail. The self-defense force's ammunition stockpile was visibly dwindling. An army brigade held its defensive line in the coastal industrial area for a full day, fighting from dawn until deep into the night, repelling the beast horde's assaults over a dozen times. The northern islands and southern regions suffered relatively less damage, but the main island was severed into several sections, completely cutting off transportation between the Heisei Circle and the outside world. After the coastal power plants were destroyed by the beasts, the imbalance in the power grid triggered a chain reaction of outages, plunging the night from the coastal industrial area to the inland cities into darkness. The communication base stations relied on backup power for less than a day after the power outage, and then the mobile network began to experience widespread failure. The water supply system halted after the power outage, and survivors in some areas began drawing water from rivers, but the coastal rivers had already been contaminated by beast bodily fluids and seawater. Survivors who drank river water experienced widespread diarrhea and vomiting as the disaster zone transformed from a battlefield into ruins. An emergency meeting of the United Organization was held on the second day after the disaster, with the expressions of the representatives from various countries grave, and the order of speaking followed the usual protocol. The representative from the Northern Island Alliance spoke first, promising to send a fleet for support, while the representative from the Bear country stated that they were assessing the situation, and the European League representative suggested establishing an international relief fund. The representative from the Cherry Blossom country sat at his seat with disaster reports laid out in front of him, but he did not open them throughout the entire meeting. He knew what these promises meant. The fleet would hover at a safe distance, the assessment report would be submitted weeks later, and the funding process for the relief fund would take months. But his country was being devoured by the beast horde, and it could not wait for weeks, let alone months. The representative from the Dragon Kingdom spoke with precision and brevity, each word carefully polished. We expressed deep concern over the disaster faced by the Cherry Blossom country, and we are organizing relevant scientific monitoring and data collection, willing to share relevant experiences with all countries. Regarding specific rescue actions, we currently do not possess effective countermeasures against such anomalous creatures, and we suggest the Cherry Blossom country seek assistance from other friendly nations. In plain terms, it means we see it, but we won't intervene. The Northern Island Alliance fleet arrived at the perimeter of the beast horde after the meeting, launching multiple missiles and taking down several small to medium-sized beasts. The explosions from the missile strikes were clearly visible on satellite images, with water columns shooting into the sky and beast remains drifting on the surface of the sea. However, when faced with the main body of the sea monster, the ammunition consumption from consecutive rounds of attacks was immense, leaving only a few white marks on its scales. After assessing the losses and remaining ammunition reserves, the commander ordered a retreat to a safe distance, publicly stating it was a reassessment. The fleet retreated far from the coastline, with sailors on board still able to see the distant glow of flame. The transport aircraft from Bear Country circled over the designated airspace before airdropping a batch of relief supplies, including tents, medical supplies, and drinking water. However, the transport aircraft did not land throughout, and the disaster relief supplies fell onto open ground outside the disaster area, with some landing in areas active with beasts, making them impossible to recover. The Prime Minister of the Cherry Blossom country addressed the citizens via broadcast from a temporary shelter. We are facing unprecedented challenges, and the international community is paying attention to us. He paused, seemingly choosing his words, and then repeated, the international community is paying attention to us. What he did not say was attention does not mean rescue. Attention is just the world's satellites pointing at your city, watching your citizens being torn apart by beasts. The elderly scientist who had been taken out of the meeting room was now curled up in a corner of the shelter, continuing to record data with a portable device. A reporter crouched down to ask him if he had anything else to say, but he did not look up, continuing to type on the keyboard. I've said it all before, nobody listened. Does it matter what I say now? A young mother was hiding in an elementary school gymnasium with her child. The gym floor, covered with sports mats, moved from classrooms, each mat occupied by people. The child looked up at her and asked, "Mom, are we going to die?" She replied, "No, someone will come to save us." She pressed the child's head against her shoulder, gently patting his back. Discussions about the disaster in the cherry blossom country appeared on the Dragon Kingdom's internet, with someone posting, "Why aren't we helping?" The most liked reply was concise and sharp: "Help with what? We haven't even fed our own people yet, and there are also anomalous events happening at our doorstep that the country is dealing with. As for the cherry blossom country, let the Northern Island Alliance take care of it." The official guidance on the internet was very precise, not suppressing discussions or deleting posts, but always steering the direction towards the safety of the Dragon Kingdom comes first. Topics of public livelihood and the progress of handling extraordinary events domestically surged to trending status, swiftly shifting the focus of public opinion. Zhou Jingshan reported the public sentiment monitoring data in an internal meeting, with the support for non-intervention consistently overshadowing the dissenting voices on the curve graph. Public sentiment is stable, with the majority supporting the country's decision not to intervene, though a small minority expressed humanitarian concerns, but their proportion is very low. After listening, Chen Jin put down the data. Continue to maintain public opinion guidance. We do not need to apologize for not rescuing the cherry blossom country. That night, Chen Jin opened the memories of his past life. In the third year of the era of secrets, agents from the cherry blossom country intercepted coordinates of several secret realms from the southern intelligence station of the Dragon Kingdom. The intelligence station had just been hit by a beast tide, with several station personnel killed, and the people from the cherry blossom country seized the opportunity to copy the data. When the Dragon Kingdom attempted to seize those secret realms, the cherry blossom country's exploration team had already planted their flag. In the same year, a sea blue crystal vein near the eastern coast of the Dragon Kingdom was discovered by an exploration vessel from the cherry blossom country. The Dragon Kingdom's extraordinary legion was engaged in a tug-of-war with the beasts inland and could not spare hands to guard the offshore mine. The cherry blossom country directly dispatched an armed fleet to transport mining equipment, mining for several months near the territorial waters of the Dragon Kingdom, and by the time the Dragon Kingdom discovered it, the vein was already depleted. In the fifth year of the era of secrets, a coastal bay city of the Dragon Kingdom was breached by beasts, and before the beast tide had fully receded, the armed fleet from the cherry blossom country arrived. They claimed it was humanitarian aid, with disaster relief supplies piled on the deck and the cabin stuffed with exploration teams and mining equipment. They came to seize the resources of the secret realm, and the Dragon Kingdom's defense team could not stop them. The defense line had just been breached by the beast tide, and the surviving soldiers could not fully guard the positions. He then closed the memories and said to Zhou Jingshan, "This is the path they chose for themselves, to block information, conceal the truth, and exchange lies for face. We owe them nothing." Zhou Jingshan did not refute, remaining silent for a moment before asking a pragmatic question. "After all this is over, when will we take over the secret realm resources in that sea area?" "We'll talk about it after they're all dead." After the outer port area fell, the remnants of the self-defense forces retreated to the edge of Heisei City, establishing the last line of defense at Odeba. Tanks, armored vehicles, and all available heavy firepower were deployed, forming 3 rows at the entrance of the cross-sea bridge, with ammunition supplies continuously sent forward from the rear warehouses. As the beast hordes surged from the port direction, it was met with fire from the tank battalion stationed at the bridge. When armor-piercing shells struck the leading medium-sized beast, its scales exploded, splattering black bodily fluids everywhere, while the beasts behind charged forward over the corpses. The loader pushed one shell after another into the cannon. The squad leader fired 3 rounds, killing 2 beasts, but the third still reached the front line of the defense. A soldier dashed out from the cover, clutching explosives and diving into the mouth of the beast, which had its head blown open, collapsing to the ground and twitching before falling still. On another section of the defense line, soldiers out of ammunition were engaged in close combat using bayonets and entrenching tools. Their defensive line had repelled several waves of the medium-sized beasts, but before the soldiers could catch their breath, the next wave surged forward. And new beasts continued to appear, their numbers ceaseless. Before long, a gap was torn in their defense line, and the horde of beasts desperately surged into Heisei City, pushing westward from Odeba, leaving ruins in their wake. At the moment the defense collapsed, the accumulated panic in the city erupted completely. The civilians who had been ordered to stay at home for safety finally faced this catastrophe. The streets had long lost any semblance of a city, the main roads blocked solidly by collapsed buildings and abandoned vehicles. The crowd trying to escape was squeezed into narrow alleys, the sounds of crying, screaming, and the thunder of collapsing buildings intertwined, crushing everyone's hope. The local fire and emergency teams had rushed to the front line when the port fell, and now nearly all had perished in battle. In the city, only a handful of grassroots police officers and ordinary citizens offering voluntary assistance remained wielding fire extinguishers and iron rods in futile attempts to save themselves. A residential building collapsed as it was struck by a beast. Half of the structure, hanging in midair, trapped residents clinging to broken window frames cried out for help, while those below exerted all their strength to lift steel and concrete, but the heavy debris wouldn't budge. A refugee dialed the emergency number, but all that came from the receiver was an endless busy signal. The official rescue channels had completely collapsed. A mother sheltered her child beneath her, hiding at the entrance of a subway tunnel, watching the shadow of the advancing beast in the distance, tightly covering her child's mouth, afraid to make a sound. An injured young man slumped by the roadside, his leg pierced by debris, bleeding profusely, with no medicine or doctor around. He could only watch helplessly as blood soaked his clothes, feeling his body temperature gradually dissipate. The convenience store on the street was completely emptied. The city, now without water and electricity, had come to a complete standstill. Communication bases were being destroyed one after another. People were entirely cut off from the outside world, trapped in shattered streets, passively awaiting the verdict of fate. The sporadically arriving logistics personnel of the self-defense forces attempted to divert civilians and set up temporary shelters, but the gaps were widening and the speed at which the beasts advanced exceeded everyone's expectations. Just as they managed to evacuate a group of elderly and children, the streets behind were completely sealed off by the beasts, and the civilians who couldn't escape could only scatter and flee, ultimately engulfed by the clouds of dust and roars. No one was the savior of this city, everyone was deeply trapped in a helpless deadlock. No matter how hard they tried, they could not stop the disaster from overwhelming them. After expending a large amount of ammunition, the Northern Island Alliance fleet decided to retreat, with the commander writing in the retreat report, "The target is too large. The effectiveness of conventional weapons is extremely low. Remaining in this sea area poses unacceptable risks." On the deck of the retreating fleet, sailors silently watched the coastline illuminated by flames in the distance. Just moments ago, they could still see the silhouette of the Odeba Ferris wheel, but now that direction was left with nothing but ruins. The sea demon's main body slowly approached Heisei Bay after the beast surged into the city. Its tentacles first destroyed the Odeba Ferris wheel. That landmark building, which once shone with colorful lights, was like a toy before the sea demon's tentacles snapped in half, with the cabin and steel frame crashing into the sea. Then came a bridge, its deck lifted in the middle by the tentacles, steel cables snapping one by one, the bridge deck falling into the sea like torn paper. After wreaking havoc, the sea demon retreated, possibly because the shallow waters of this area could not support its massive size for too long. Sakura Nation lost several major ports, coastal counties suffered devastating blows, and the final death toll exceeded over 100,000, with direct economic losses incalculable. Yet this nation had not completely perished. The northern islands and southern regions had not entirely turned to ruins, but from this day forth Sakura Nation was no longer the same. At an international press conference after the war, a reporter asked the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation, "Do you believe the international community has fulfilled its obligations?" The Prime Minister paused for a moment before uttering a statement destined to be recorded in history. "We thought we had many friends, but today we learned that we only have ourselves." This statement was reprinted by media worldwide, with some commenting that it was the lament of Sakura Nation after disaster, and others saying it was a moral interrogation of the international community. However, no country changed its policies because of this. The Northern Island Alliance did not apologize, nor did the Bear Nation, and even less so the Dragon Nation. The United Nations Disaster Relief Agency arrived the day after the war, discovering that the Sakura Nation government had essentially collapsed, with relief supplies piling up at the airport, unable to be distributed as the coastal roads were completely severed. The airport runway was filled with tents and medical supplies boxes labeled with the flags of various countries, but no one could bring these items in. Volunteers from several international relief organizations squatted at the side of the runway, arguing with their headquarters over satellite phones, saying, "What good is it to send more supplies? There are no roads, and the convoys can't get in." Chen Jin watched the entire replay of the event in the operations room, dozens of windows on the screen simultaneously showing satellite recordings from different angles. The sea demon's tentacles, the horde of beasts' advance routes, the spread of the city's fires, and the self-defense forces' gradual loss of defense. He wrote in the final evaluation report, JP-001 Abyss Rift has not fully closed. The sea demon has not been killed. It has only temporarily retreated to the deep sea. This rift will become a long-term regional threat. It is recommended to maintain ongoing monitoring of this sea area, but not to intervene actively. If Sakura Nation encounters another beast attack in the future, continue to remain inactive, If the beasts spread towards the Dragon Nation, immediately activate the East Sea Defense Plan. Zhou Jingshan finished reading the report and asked, why don't we take the opportunity to hunt the sea demon? Its materials are not worth less than the ice crystal dragon you killed before. Scales, demon cores, and the nerve tissues at the tips of the tentacles, any one of them is worth more than a mid-tier beast. Chen Jin thought for a moment and set down his pen. Not yet, wait for it to come out again. Wait until Sakura Nation is completely exhausted and wait for the international community to lose all interest in that sea area. By then we can handle it in the name of maintaining the safety of international shipping lanes. Sakura Nation is not worthy of pity. After the devastating blow to the Sakura Nation, the power dynamics in the East Sea were reshuffled in a remarkably short time. The military presence of the Sakura Nation in that maritime region, including escort fleets, land-based anti-submarine aircraft, and port radar stations, was nearly obliterated under the onslaught of the Beast Horde. The Dragon Nation became the only country in the East Sea with a complete extraordinary military capability, and this change occurred not long after the rift erupted. The All Blue Star Sports event, originally scheduled to be held in the Sakura Nation, was indefinitely postponed, with the organizers issuing a brief statement on their official website. Due to recent force majeure events, the event will be postponed, with specific dates to be announced later. No one questioned the specific dates any further. Everyone understood that the Sakura Nation was no longer capable of hosting the event. Although the venues did not collapse under the assault of the Beast Horde, the surrounding traffic, electricity, and communications were all paralyzed. Even if the venue remained intact, no audience could walk through those doors. Moreover, after experiencing such a disaster, countries tacitly acknowledged that the Sakura Nation was a dangerous zone, and after all, they could not protect their own citizens, let alone foreigners. The economic collapse followed closely behind, with the coastal industrial belt destroyed, port trade halted, and the exchange rate of Sakura currency plummeting after the disaster, effectively reducing the Sakura Nation to a third-rate country. The speed at which the disaster occurred and the international standing fell left everyone unable to adapt. The strategic value of the Pacific Island reef bases was greatly enhanced. Originally, it was merely a forward outpost of the Dragon Nation responsible for monitoring the marine secret realms and gathering marine azure crystals. Now that the Sakura Nation's maritime power was gone, a significant power vacuum emerged in this sea area, and the island reef base just happened to be at a critical node of the Pacific secret realms. Zhou Jingshan pointed at the base coordinates on the sea chart with a laser pointer during an internal assessment meeting, saying 4 words: heaven sent opportunity. Under the guise of maintaining the safety of international shipping lanes, the Dragon Nation began regular patrols in the waters near the Sakura Nation. The public mission statement of the patrol fleet was grandiose, claiming to ensure smooth shipping, prevent the spread of beasts, and maintain regional stability. In essence, it was to bring the JP-001 Abyss Rift under the actual control of the Dragon Nation, with the patrol fleet composed of a mix of Vanguard teams and conventional navy. The Vanguard was responsible for eliminating underwater beasts, while conventional vessels handled surface patrols and logistics. The Sakura Nation was powerless to stop them. Their maritime strength had been severely crippled, and the surviving vessels could barely defend their coastal areas, let alone intercept the Dragon Nation's patrol fleet. Although the Northern Island Alliance issued several verbal protests through diplomatic channels, their wording escalated from expressing concern to strong dissatisfaction. However, their fleet had long since evacuated after the disaster, leaving them unable to engage the Dragon Nation directly in the East Sea. Between verbal protests and actual military presence lay an entire Pacific Ocean. The Dragon Nation also signed a series of long-term resource cooperation agreements with the Sakura Nation under the pretext of assisting with post-disaster reconstruction. Reconstruction materials, tents, medical supplies, water purification equipment, and building materials were shipped out in endless streams from Dragon Nation ports, with the fleet flying the flags of international humanitarian aid, their decks piled high, with containers bearing the Dragon Nation's emblem. The Sakura Nation urgently needed these materials. Survivors waited in shelters for disaster relief supplies, and the government was reconstructing the administrative system amidst the ruins. Each bag of grain and each box of medicine was a matter of life and death. However, the assistance from the Dragon Nation was certainly not free. Each batch of reconstruction materials was exchanged for equivalent resource extraction rights. Multiple spiritual mineral veins and azure crystal extraction rights off the coast of the Sakura Nation were acquired by the Dragon Nation at extremely low prices during post-disaster negotiations, with the contract terms clearly stating the Dragon Nation provides reconstruction assistance, and the Sakura Nation offers resource extraction rights in return. The negotiation representative of the Sakura Nation hesitated for a moment while signing the contract, but his country had no bargaining power, and disaster victims were never seated at the negotiating table. Jin summarized the gains from this incident during an internal meeting with data. The Sakura Nation suffered a major disaster, while the Dragon Nation did not deploy a single soldier for rescue, nor did it expend any extraordinary resources to combat the sea demons, yet it obtained strategic benefits far beyond expectations. The power vacuum in the EC was filled by the Dragon Nation. The JP-001 rift came under actual control, and resource extraction rights near the coast of the Sakura Nation were secured, doubling the strategic value of the Pacific Island Reef base. He closed the report and said, "This is the benefit of not intervening. We'll let them bear it themselves, and we will clean up what remains after they can't handle it." Various voices emerged on the Sakura Nation's internet, with some posting on social media to question the Dragon Nation is our neighbor. Why didn't they lend a helping hand? Their fleet is nearby. They know better than anyone what happened. If they had intervened earlier, perhaps there wouldn't have been so many deaths. This post sparked widespread controversy, with the most liked rebuttal in the comments being short and incisive, striking a nerve. Why should they save us? Our own government withheld information about the rift for months. Scientists couldn't stop them from covering it up. They only told the citizens to evacuate after the rift opened. It's better to blame ourselves than others. An article widely shared on social media was titled "Reassessing the World in Disaster." The article was written by a survivor, and every word struck a chord. "We always thought someone would come to our rescue in times of difficulty. This time proved that no one will come to save you. Only you can save yourself, and we have let ourselves down." The government sealed off information after the rift appeared. Scientists were taken out of the conference room, and emergency alert messages never reached us. We were killed by our own people. The Dragon Nation's intelligence department translated this article and submitted it to Jin, who approved it with 4 words: "Deserved no rescue." As the Dragon Nation's regular patrols advanced, the waters surrounding the JP-001 rift became another extraordinary material collection zone for the Dragon Nation. Although the abyssal beasts were dangerous, the rift was slowly expanding, and small to medium-sized beasts occasionally slipped out. However, the residual beast cores and materials were of extremely high value. The scales and shells of abyssal beasts contained a dark attribute, spiritual energy component, that land-based beasts did not possess. Su Wanking's preliminary analysis indicated that this component might have special uses in the refining of anticorrosive pills. Wen Yang's underwater capabilities played a huge role in the collection tasks. He regularly patrolled the waters around the Abyss Rift, eliminating small abyssal beasts that slipped out, while marking the locations of high-value beast groups for the vanguard teams to hunt. Jin inserted a small blue flag at the location near the Sakura Nation on the world map in the operations room, representing a resource control zone. He then took a step back to look at the wall full of flags stretching from Kunlun Void all the way to distant island reefs, western land, mineral veins, Central Asian secret realms, and the EC Rift, indicating that the Dragon Nation's extraordinary power was steadily expanding globally. Each flag represented an action, and each action left a blue mark on the map. Zhou Zhengshan approached and handed him a cup of tea. "What is our next step?" Jin took the tea, his gaze sweeping over the position of the Northern Island Alliance on the map. He did not answer immediately, took a sip of tea, and then placed the cup on the table. "How is Mike doing?" The number of people in the fissure has been increasing after taking root in the mining town, with groups arriving from different states every few days. Some took the Greyhound bus, others hitchhiked on freight trains, while some walked through the wilderness carrying backpacks and holding the contact codes they had copied from the internet. They were personally picked up by Drake, who would always ask them one question: "Why are you here?" A girl from the West Coast, after awakening, could shatter glass, but lost control of her strength and broke all the windows of her house. As a result, her neighbor called the police, and when her father sent her off on the Greyhound bus, he stuffed a few $100s into her hand and said, "Don't come back. If you do, they will take you away." She did not cry as she recounted this, while Drake gently comforted her, saying that there was no need to run anymore. A middle-aged man from the south, who had been a truck driver before awakening, lifted a car along with its occupants on the highway during a rear-end collision, saving a family inside. Local news reported the incident, and the next day someone knocked on his door asking if he would cooperate with research. He fled the city overnight, driving for 2 full days. When Drake asked him why he came, he said he was not afraid of being captured, but of being treated as a weapon. The number of people grew from 30 to 50, then from 50 to over 100, and then from over 100 to more than 300. Mike's hand-drawn map could no longer accommodate all the red circles. Mike took down the map from the storage room in the mining tunnel and brought it to a central open area in the town where many awakened individuals from all directions stood. "We're going to build things on top of this. We are constructing on the ground," Mike said, opening the map and pointing to the location of the living area. "The first phase of residential buildings will be constructed for habitation using scrap steel and concrete precast components taken from the mining tunnels." Strength-based abilities will handle the transport. The agricultural area will be moved from the mining tunnels. There are now several growth enhancers enough for shifts. He looked at these people, and then wrote 3 words at the top of the map, new starting point. The name means that everyone who comes here can start anew. Thus the construction of the city began with strength-based individuals responsible for transporting heavy building materials. Concrete precast slabs and scrap steel beams that previously required cranes could now be carried by a single person. A former mason who had worked on construction sites could lift a mixer with one hand after awakening. He used this ability all day to pave the muddy road at the entrance of the mining town into a gravel road suitable for vehicles. Plant growth enhancers built an indoor farm deep in the abandoned mine. Using hydroponics and relying on their abilities to provide light and nutrients, the first batch of lettuce sprouted within days, their tender green leaves standing out in the dim light of the mine. Perception-based individuals took turns monitoring the areas surrounding the mining town, with Bruce providing each perceiver with a shortwave radio. On the day of the groundbreaking, Mike did not say much. He simply made a brief statement in front of the group of awakened individuals. We are the ones who were driven out, and we are building this city to have a home for ourselves. In the future, more people will be driven out, and this door will always be open for them no matter where they come from. The intelligence agency discovered new starting point a few weeks later when a commercial satellite's routine scan captured changes on the surface of the mining town. Originally, there were only ruins and wild grass in that mining town, but now there were regular building outlines. Their thermal imaging showed a significant concentration of heat sources underground, prompting the analyst to immediately call his supervisor. When the assessment report landed on the director's desk, the wording was very cautious, but the conclusion was unequivocal. The number of awakened individuals in the mining town had far exceeded the scale during the factory wars, with preliminary estimates in the hundreds, established settlements, basic living facilities, and defensive capabilities all in place. A forceful crackdown will require at least a battalion, and casualties will be significant. The director read the report several times, with the casualty data from the factory wars still buried in his drawer. Finally, he wrote a line in the directive section: no military action for now, strengthen surveillance, expedite the legislative process for the registration bill, and resolve it through legal means. When Mike learned this news, he was in the farm helping growth enhancers move a new batch of cultivation tanks, stacking them neatly and brushing off the dirt from his hands. They are not taking action because they are not ready. Once they are ready, they will come. We need to become stronger before they are prepared. Then let them prepare. We are not idle either, Bruce said as he retracted the shortwave radio antenna leaning against the mining tunnel wall. In the Dragon Country at the offshore island base, Wen Yang had just sent off another group of trainees from the international training camp. This group of trainees came from several countries with various backgrounds. A Nordic flower farmer could grow tomatoes in saline-alkali soil, while a South American miner could carve standard tunnel profiles into rock walls with his fists. A yoga practitioner from South Asia could enter a deep state of perception while holding his breath, but he just could not learn to control the water flow. After every practice in the pool, he complained to Wen Yang that the water would not listen to him. Wen Yang corrected his gestures several times before finally saying, "Don't think of commanding the water, negotiate with it." The student from West Asia nodded in a way that seemed to understand and returned the next day to practice. The flower farmer planted a circle of young mangroves by the pool, using his growth-enhancing ability before graduating. These seedlings are from seeds brought from my hometown. They can survive in salt water and can be planted along the coastline of the base to break the waves. The South American miner, after learning the basic breathing methods, was so excited that he picked up Wen Yang and spun him around several times. Wen Yang said, "Put me down or I still have to revise homework." The miner replied, "If you revise homework again, you'll become a homework spirit." On graduation day, the student from West Asia finally managed to make the water swirl around him. Even though it only completed less than one rotation before dispersing, he still felt pleased with his progress. Wen Yang wrote in his training log, "Everyone comes feeling like a monster, but when they leave they carry away not just abilities, but also confidence." Sometimes he thought about how great it would be if those awakened individuals from the Northern Island Alliance could come to the training camp. What he did not know was that they had already built their own city. At that moment, Mike was standing in a daze at the top of the transmission tower of New Starting Point, and Bruce had also ascended to the tower's peak, standing beside Mike and watching him. "What are you thinking about?" Looking down at the newly formed shelters, Mike said earnestly, "If I had gone to the Dragon Country back, then none of this would exist. The Dragon Country is wonderful, but I chose another path. This path is harder, but it is mine." Bruce did not respond. The two stood side by side, gazing down at the city. In the distant wilderness, a pair of eyes watched them in the darkness. An unmanned reconnaissance drone, its signal light blinking in the night sky, like a star that did not belong here. Mike glanced up to catch a brief look at it before turning his gaze back. Let them watch and let them see what we have built. On the day the Pioneers program officially broke through the 10,000 level barrier, when Zhou Jingshan projected the data onto the large screen in the war room, there was a moment of silence in the meeting room. Everyone knew that this number was something they couldn't even dare to imagine a few years ago. The first batch of military-wide screenings has been completed with over 10,000 active military personnel undergoing spiritual affinity tests. Among them, several hundred individuals with outstanding talent were directly selected into the Pioneers, while the rest, who met the affinity standards, were organized into local extraordinary reserves. The scope of the screenings is still expanding with the second and third batches already in the queue. The grading system for the 10,000 level Legion has been officially established, divided into 3 levels based on combat strength. First level outer blockade line, composed of pioneers at the first to third stages of Discovery Realm responsible for sealing the entrance of secret realms and exterminating low-level demon beasts. Second level core combat strength, composed of pioneers at the fourth stage of Discovery Realm and above, responsible for hunting mid-level demon beasts and exploring secret realms. Third level special operations unit, composed of individuals at the extraordinary realm or those with special physiques responsible for tackling lord-level targets and high-risk missions. Zhou Jingshan pointed at the grading table with a laser pointer and said, "We now have over 10,000 warriors capable of shattering stone slabs with a single punch. A few years ago this was science fiction." The breakthroughs of the core team progressed simultaneously with the formation of the 10,000 level Legion. On the day Zhou Hong first broke through the second stage of the extraordinary realm, his chi shifted from light gold to dark gold. In the testing ground, he pierced through the alloy target, simulating a mid-level demon beast with 3 shots. The first shot broke the armor, the second penetrated, and the third tore a hole through the buffer layer behind the target. When Zhao Wufeng broke through the first stage of the extraordinary realm, his Xuanwu body underwent a qualitative change. Subtle black patterns began to emerge on the surface of his skin, spreading from his wrist to his shoulder, shimmering with a dark glow under the dim training ground lights. In a combat state, the patterns could be passively activated, enhancing his defense significantly. The next day, Zhao Wufeng sought Zhou Hong to test the effects enduring Zhou Hong's full-force strike with his physical body. Zhou Hong's dark gold chi struck his chest, causing him to step back half a pace, leaving only a faint white mark on the keratin layer on his chest. Su Wanxing was unaware when she broke through the 5th stage of Discovery Realm. She discovered it during a simulated treatment drill for battle injuries, as maintaining continuous treatment for 2 patients was already her limit. That day she casually took on a 3rd simulated patient, surprisingly managing to maintain her spiritual out. Su Wanxing's healing ability expanded over 2-fold, allowing her to maintain treatment for multiple patients in battle, stabilizing the vital signs of a critically injured patient before exhausting her spiritual power. After noting down the data, she set down her pen and looked at the faint green glow on her hand, which was brighter than it had been a few months ago. Wenyang broke through the 5th stage of Discovery Realm underwater. That day he was conducting routine patrols around an oceanic island, when he suddenly sensed a change in the flow of spiritual energy around him. Then the direction of the spiritual energy in the entire sea area began to shift towards him, upgrading his water control ability from passive resonance to active guidance. Previously the water listened to him. Now he could guide the water flow as he wished. He could precisely control the direction and pressure of the water flow within a certain range, and even draw enough moisture from the air in a no-water environment to sustain short-term combat. After surfacing, he stared at his hand for a long time, then opened his communicator to send a message to Chun Jin. "Instructor, I've broken through again." Chun Jin calmly replied with 3 words, "Got it." On the day the old master broke through to the 4th stage of Discovery Realm, it happened while he was running a weighted cross-country drill with the new recruits. He was at the front of the line when the old master suddenly stopped midway, looking down at his hand. On the day of the old master's breakthrough, he was leading the new recruits in a weighted cross-country drill. With a weight equal to that of the new recruits on his back, he ran at the front of the line. Halfway through, the heat that had been swirling in his abdomen for over 50 years suddenly surged. A sudden surge of warmth flowed from his lower abdomen to his hands and feet. He quickly stopped, noticing that his palms were reddening. The new recruits trailing behind caught up, all bent over, panting. A recruit with a crew cut asked him if he was having trouble breathing, to which he replied, "I'm fine, just that warmth in my dantian has surged up a notch." Chun Jin's physical recovery was also progressing in parallel, as he steadily stepped into the 1st stage of the True One realm from the peak of the Return to Origin realm. The domain of the King realm could now be reliably expanded, restoring to the level expected of the King realm. He independently tested the spatial collapse of the King realm in the training ground using a target that was a spirit or mind from deep within Kunlun Void, whose hardness rivaled that of mid-level demon beast scales. As a result, that ore was ground into molecular-level dust in his spatial collapse. Chun Jin retracted his domain, looked down at his hand, and said True One Realm first stage should be sufficient for now, though any further would require too much spiritual energy, and at the current concentration it's not worth it. Let's maintain this level for now, and consider a breakthrough when the third pulse arrives. The news regarding the equipment production line was personally delivered to the war room by Old Song. Qilong scale armor, rock dragon light armor, and blazing sun crystal weapons have achieved assembly line mass production with capacity supporting the 10,000 level legion abundantly. The new generation of equipment began to incorporate materials from the sea demons, which had been scattered in the shallow sea after their tentacles were severed by the bombers of Sakura Nation, secretly salvaged by Dragon Nation's patrol ships. Su Wanxing discovered that they possessed exceptional toughness and could be forged into lightweight armor. The first batch of sea demon scales has been equipped to the core combat strength of the pioneers. On the day the commander first inspected the Kunlun base, the training ground was filled with people. After the commander observed the pioneers' practical training, he stood before the training ground solemnly addressing the people below. A few years ago, we began a secret preparation in this cave. At that time, whether the secret realms would come or whether demon beasts existed, no one could guarantee. Today you have proven with your fists that our preparations were not in vain and our efforts were not wasted. Dragon Nation will not actively bully anyone, but if anything wishes to provoke Dragon Nation, it must first consider the weapons in your hands. The pioneers collectively vowed, shaking the valley with Chun Jin standing not far behind the commander. The commander turned to him and said something only the two of them could hear. Thank you. What you have sustained for Dragon Nation these past few years we have fulfilled. Chun Jin slightly lowered his head. There are more difficult battles ahead. These past few years were just the beginning. After midnight, Chun Jin was alone in the war room updating the combat power data on the wall. The pioneers broke through the 10,000 level. Zhou Hong reached the second stage of the extraordinary realm. Zhao Wufeng broke through the extraordinary realm. He himself stepped into the first stage of the True One realm, and the equipment coverage rate drastically improved. After writing the last number, he took a step back to look at the data covering the wall. He suddenly recalled the first day of his rebirth many years ago when he displayed his spatial abilities at the entrance of the forbidden area and the terrified expressions of the two guards outside the door. At that time I said I had significant secrets about Dragon Nation's future for the next 10 years. They didn't believe me. Now with just a few years left until the 10 years are up, the 10,000 level legion is already here. At that moment Zhou Zhengshan pushed the door open, holding an intelligence report in his hand. He placed the report on the table. New intelligence, there's movement from the North Island Alliance. When the third pulse came, Chun Jin was sleeping, and the sound of the encrypted communicator woke him up. He picked up the communicator to answer. Zhou Zhengshan's voice came through the earpiece, and he skipped the small talk, directly reporting the data. It's the third time. The intensity is several times that of the second, and the duration is longer. All monitoring stations are responding. Chun Jin only replied with 4 words, it's too early. At Greenwich Mean Time, the third cosmic ray pulse was simultaneously recorded by all monitoring stations worldwide, with a signal strength far exceeding the second and a duration breaking the records of the previous 2. After the pulse ended, the spiritual energy concentration curve did not fall, but instead jumped to a new level, stabilizing there. At the moment the pulse occurred, the spiritual energy sky of Kunlun Su brightened dramatically, and the spiritual mineral vein in the depths of the ice cave activated itself, with branches emerging from the rock walls. The yield of aquamarine around the offshore reefs surged several times after the pulse. Team members diving to collect found a large number of newly formed crystal clusters attached to the rocks, with quality significantly higher than those previously collected. The quality of the sunfire crystals in the Westland mine also improved simultaneously, with the mine's manager Old Zheng writing in the report, the quality of this batch of ore is the best since mining began. Chun Jin stood in front of the command center's large screen, reviewing the data from around the globe. After finishing, he wrote a line on the evaluation report. The third pulse has been confirmed. The era of accelerated spiritual energy has officially begun. After the pulse, the number of awakened worldwide surged again, with estimates of hundreds of spontaneous awakening cases within the North Island Alliance. From the initial single case to now hundreds, this process took less than a few years. New posts appeared on the forum every day, with some claiming they could suddenly bend steel bars with their bare hands, others saying they could sense the movements within an entire building with their eyes closed, and some were asking what to do. In the uninhabited area of the northern ice fields of the Bear Country, a large-scale group of spatial fissures appeared, and the military expanded the restricted area several times, but their scientists still did not know what these fissures were. They were still using Geiger counters and thermal imagers to measure the spiritual energy concentration, but the data they obtained was worthless. Several European countries reported unidentified anomalous events for the first time. From the high mountain pastures of the central mountain range to the drilling platforms in the northern seas, the distribution range of the abnormal signals exceeded anyone's expectations. Governments around the world began to hurriedly establish response mechanisms, but they lacked a complete cultivation system and a secret realm database. Not knowing the weaknesses of the demonic beasts, the classifications of the demonic beasts, or the operational patterns of spiritual energy, they were all groping in the dark. Shinjin summarized the global reactions and projected them onto the big screen at the internal meeting. From now on, the whole world will be forced into the extraordinary era. Our advantages still exist, but the window period is closing. He brought up the global secret realm coordinate distribution map, and more than a dozen coordinates previously marked as dormant lit up red simultaneously, about to open, some of which were in the Dragon Country, while others were spread across the globe. Shinjin ordered all overseas bases to upgrade their combat readiness status, and the Domestic Awakeners expansion plan to accelerate expanding the promotion of the basic breathing method to all provinces. These orders were issued one after another, while Zhou Zhongshan beside him meticulously recorded them. When the third pulse arrived, the fault also felt it. That feeling was impossible to describe with precision. It was as if the air itself had thickened with each breath, containing more than before, and the heat in his dantian automatically surged. Mike broke through while on night duty, sitting on the platform at the top of the teleportation tower with his eyes closed, sensing the surrounding movements. Suddenly he felt the heat in his dantian swell violently, a surge of warmth rushing up his spine. He did not intentionally guide it, his body knew what to do, and soon he had broken through to the first level of the extraordinary realm. From the peak of the Discovery Realm to the first level of the Extraordinary Realm, this process required potions and breathing methods for the Awakeners of the Dragon Country to pass smoothly. Mike had no potions and no techniques. His body broke through that threshold on its own in the high concentration of spiritual energy environment created by the third pulse. He opened his eyes and looked down at his hands, where a faint golden aura was condensing in his palm. Bruce's sensing range doubled. Previously, he could only sense a few kilometers around the mining town, but after the pulse, he tried once at the top of the tower, and his sensing boundary suddenly pushed far beyond. Mike held an internal meeting in the storage room of the mine, looking at these increasingly powerful awakened ones, and said meaningfully, "The world has changed, not just us, everyone has changed. This is our opportunity. While they haven't reacted, yet we must solidify the foundation of the city of awakened ones." What he didn't say was that he knew the Dragon Country across the ocean was also taking advantage of this pulse. He didn't know what the Dragon Country was doing, but he was certain that they were a more formidable opponent than the North Island Alliance government, and they would inevitably cross paths. Shinjin updated the global secret realm outbreak timetable in the operations room, and more than a dozen coordinates previously marked as dormant lit up red simultaneously, about to open. He checked the coordinates one by one, and when he verified one of them, his hand stopped. That coordinate was within the North Island Alliance, deep in a mountain range in the central western region. In his past life, this secret realm was called Ashen Canyon, a high-level secret realm, with its lord being a first-stage flame-scaled python. In his past life, Mike brought the core members of the Fault into this secret realm and perished while hunting the flame-scaled python. After his death, the Fault split into several fighting factions and never formed a significant force again. Shinjin stared at that coordinate for a long time. He called Zhou Zhongshan over. Contact Mike using the account Sunrise on the forum and send him a private message. Zhou Zhongshan looked at him and said, "What should the message say?" "Tell him about this coordinate and warn him not to go into that mountain." Zhou Zhongshan was silent for a moment. "That would expose our existence. Mike isn't a fool. He'll guess there's someone behind Sunrise when he sees this message." Shinjin was very confident in his speculation. "No need for explanations. Mike won't know who we are, but he will believe it because Sunrise has never lied. In his past life, he saved many people in that mountain, including some of our Awakeners. Those Awakeners later walked out of the secret realm alive, but Mike himself couldn't make it out. In this life, this piece of information counts as repaying him." Zhou Zhongshan said nothing more, turned, and went out to arrange it. Shinjin sat there looking at that coordinate on the screen, changing it from red to yellow warning color. In the western mountainous region of the Northern Island Alliance, a mid-level secret realm opened after the third pulse. Beasts surged out from the fissures, rushing down the valley, with several towns at the foot of the mountain being the first to suffer. The local police's firepower couldn't even scratch the beast's skin, but the military arrived much faster this time compared to the previous incident in the park. Armored helicopters from the Army Aviation Corps arrived hours after the incident, targeting the beasts one by one with anti-tank missiles. However, the efficiency was extremely low, as each missile fired meant one less in stock, and the beasts continued to pour out. When the news reached the fault outpost, Mike was updating the defense node map in the storage room of the mine. Drake entered holding a copy of the shortwave radio transcript, placing the paper on the table. Mike glanced at it, prepared to set it back down, but then his hand halted. On that paper was written a coordinated time, and 4 words: do not enter that mountain. The cinder was sunrise. Mike stared at those words for a long time, calling in Bruce and Emily. The transcript passed around among the group, before finally returning to Mike's hands. Emily spoke first. Could this be a trap? The intelligence agency knows we're using this communication system. They might have sent false information through unknown channels to lure us into exposing ourselves. Drake leaned against the wall, arms crossed. But what if it's true? The resources in the secret realm are 100 times stronger than those outside. If we get in before the military, we could gather enough supplies to last us several years. Both sides had valid points. Mike did not express his stance immediately. He placed the transcript beside the map, then shifted his gaze to the coordinates marked on the map and the surrounding area. He had driven through that mountainous area once before. There were a few small towns, not many people, but they were very close to the secret realm. If the secret realm truly opened and the beasts surged down, those towns would be the first to be crushed. After pondering for a long time, he stood up and proposed a plan that no one had anticipated. We all go, but not to enter the secret realm. We go to rescue those living at the foot of the mountain. The others were confused by Mike's proposal. Mike knew they had not yet grasped his intention, so he laid out his reasoning point by point. First, if the information is false, we will incur no losses. It's just a wasted trip, and we can return to our town. Second, if the information is true, the most endangered are not the awakened, but the ordinary people living nearby. They know nothing, understand nothing, and the military may not arrive in time. Do you all remember what it was like when we awakened? No one taught us, and no one came to save us. The Fault has established a rule since its first day: do not actively harm ordinary people. This rule is a constraint in peacetime, but a responsibility in the face of disaster. We are not the government's lapdogs, but we cannot turn a blind eye to those in need. Drake and the others remained silent for a long time, and in the end they all raised their hands in agreement with Mike's approach. Then it settled. Mike folded the transcript and put it in his pocket. We are here for those who, like us years ago, suddenly discovered monsters crawling out from underground with no one to save them. On the day the secret realm opened while the military was still en route, Fault had already arrived early at the foot of the mountain. Mike divided the team into 2 groups. Drake led the strength-based ability users to move obstacles, clearing the main roads for residents to evacuate, while blocking possible advance routes for the beasts at intersections. Emily used her telekinetic field to support several houses that were on the verge of collapse after being struck by the beasts, buying time for the trapped residents to escape. Bruce stood atop the highest clock tower in the town, eyes closed, perceiving the entire valley. The direction of every beast's movement, he reported, allowed the 2 groups to avoid danger in advance. Mike himself led a group searching house by house for people. When the military convoy entered the town, the scene they witnessed was beyond everyone's expectations. Hundreds of residents had already been orderly evacuated to the high ground outside the town. The injured received initial treatment, and several main roads leading to the secret realm were blocked by makeshift obstacles. And all of this was accomplished by those they had been pursuing for years. The on-site commander stood beside the command vehicle, watching Drake carrying supplies outside a block, observing Bruce standing with closed eyes atop the clock tower, and seeing Mike searching house by house. After a moment of silence, he picked up the communicator and spoke in a low voice. "Sir, there's a situation here. Those fugitives are evacuating civilians." There was a long silence on the other end of the communication, then a brief response came: "Continue the operation, don't worry about them, saving lives comes first." This was the first time Fault appeared in the public eye with a positive image. Local television reporters captured Mike carrying an elderly person out of a dangerous building. In the footage, Mike had a scar on his face. His pace was quick but steady. The old man grasped his shoulder constantly, saying something that seemed like gratitude. After this news aired locally, it was cited by mainstream media with headlines varying. Some stated volunteer rescue team assists in evacuating geological disaster, believing the beasts were some kind of new landslide causing the destruction. Others reported veterans spontaneously organized civilian rescue. Some said unidentified volunteers participate in emergency actions. No one mentioned Fault, and no one mentioned the awakened. Shin-Jin watched the live broadcast of the rescue operation from the Dragon Kingdom Intelligence Center. Mike's team was captured by drones during the rescue, and his face was now completely different from that of the football youth several years ago. His gaze was steady and resolute, and when directing his teammates his voice was calm, yet commanding. He did not enter the secret realm. There was a hint of barely perceptible relief in Qinjin's tone. In his past life, Mike chose to enter that secret realm and was killed by the Lord Beast with not even a body. In this life he did not go in, he made a different choice. Zhou Jingshan sat beside him, pausing the drone footage on the frame of Mike carrying the old man out of the dangerous building. That anonymous information saved his life. Qinjin looked at Mike on the screen, pausing for a moment. It's not the information, it's himself. In his past life, he charged in alone because no one taught him, no one told him how dangerous the secret realm was, and no one told him that rescue was more important. In this life, he chose a different path. We merely provided him with a coordinate. After the war, Mike watched television news in the New Beginning base. The report on the civilian rescue team was only a short segment, and the host referred to him as an anonymous. He turned off the television and walked to the wall looking at the hand-drawn map. On the map, the coordinate of that mountain was marked with a red cross with the note, "Do not enter." He picked up a marker and added a line beneath those words, "Do not enter the secret realm, only rescue. This is our greatest distinction from the old world." Sunrise's anonymous message printout was pinned to the wall beside the map, and Mike did not attempt to trace who Sunrise was. He knew there was someone across the ocean who did not wish for his death, and that in itself was more important than it. A few days after the third pulse, the private message icon on the forum lit up. Bruce was organizing the perception shift schedule for the day, staring at the table with a headache when a small notification popped up in the bottom right corner of the screen, prompting him to click it. The sender was Shiri. The previous private message warning, "Don't enter that mountain," came from this account, which later proved that the mountain indeed opened a secret realm. Now he was back again with a short message consisting of just a few sentences. He first mentioned the rescue operation in the mountainous area a few days ago, stating that their evacuation efficiency was higher than that of the military, whose reaction time was slower than expected. Then he left a message saying that similar intelligence would be sent in the future, and whether to believe it was up to them. Bruce stared at the content on the screen for a while before shouting outside the storage room, "Mike, come here for a moment." At that time, Mike was squatting in front of the map in the storage room, marking new defense. After the third pulse, they received a batch of new members, and the existing living area was no longer sufficient, so they had to expand further into the depths of the mine. Hearing Bruce call him, he put down the marker and walked towards Bruce. "What's the matter?" Bruce turned the computer screen towards him. After Mike read the content, he did not speak immediately. His mind quickly went through the sequence of events. Shiri was an ID he had remembered for a long time. It was initially a widely circulated perception training tutorial, online, precise, practical, and without any fluff. Later it became a life-saving warning with those 4 characters, as if this person was an observer hidden in the shadows, silently watching the developments and struggles of the rift. Each intervention was at the most critical moment, speaking little, but saving lives with pinpoint accuracy every time. After a few seconds, Mike calmly said, "Reply with 2 questions. Who are you, and why are you helping us?" Bruce typed and sent it. After a moment of silence, the cursor in the input box remained still. Bruce thought the other party had gone offline, and was about to close the page when 2 cold messages were sent from the other side. The first message read, "Your identity need not be known. We are far away, and will not interfere with your development, nor will we betray your whereabouts." The second message stated, "The reason for the help is that awakened ones can survive without relying on the government, and can live well. This is deserving of respect." After reading it, Mike patted Bruce's shoulder. No need to reply. Bruce then printed the chat records and placed them on the table. Soon core members Emily, Drake, and Big Guy all gathered around. They took turns looking at the paper with no one speaking first. Finally, it was Emily, the most observant, who broke the silence. "Coordinates of the secret realm, opening time, military response speed. Aside from the Dragon Country, who else could provide such information?" Mike nodded in agreement with her assessment. "The North Island Alliance hasn't even classified the monstrous beasts properly, and they're still using rifles against armored scales. The Bear Country is still using Geiger counters to measure spiritual energy density, treating the rifts as radiation leaks. The European Union can't even gather abnormal reports from its member states, arguing over who pays every time they hold a meeting. Only the Dragon Country can achieve this level of coordination." Big Guy leaned against the wall, looking confusedly at Mike, saying, "What do they want?" "The Dragon Country is separated from us by an entire ocean, busy with their own affairs. Why would they come to send us intelligence? It's not help, it's acknowledgement." Mike turned the printed paper over and pointed at the second message that Shiri had sent. He said, "We proved something. He saw what we did first before deciding to contact us. It's telling us that there are those who can see our desperate struggle to survive." Emily asked another question. "Could it be that they're using us, treating us as pawns to restrain the North Island Alliance?" Mike replied, "It's possible, but we are also using his intelligence." Mike placed the printed paper back on the table, pointing at the coordinates. He provides coordinates we rescue people. He gives warnings we deploy in advance. No matter what his true intentions are, the result is positive. In this current world, not being an enemy may also mean being a friend. Although this friend comes in a bit oddly, it's still better than having none. Bruce also thought Mike's words made sense. At least he hasn't deceived us. The warning about not entering that mountain was genuine. This time he praises us for doing well, without any attached conditions. If it were me, I couldn't manage such cleanliness. Drake had been silent the entire time, but now he couldn't help but voice his doubts. If he is truly from the Dragon Country, why not send someone directly to make contact? Sending a private message through the forum and going around in such a big circle, they could send any diplomat, and who could stop them? Mike pointed out the key. Because they also don't want to expose themselves. All of the Dragon Country's overseas actions are covert. Cleaning up secret realms, disguised as international rescue teams, resource extraction, disguised as mining cooperation, and public cultivation, disguised as physical education classes and wellness practices. They have concealed the existence of extraordinary powers for several years. Even the North Island Alliance's Intelligence Bureau has been led around by them. They don't want anyone to know how far they've come. Mike fell silent for a few seconds, glancing at the printed paper on the table before saying contacting us is the same. They need a channel they can cut off at any time. Private messages are the best way. They can be ignored at any time and can disappear without leaving any diplomatic traces. As Chen Jin archived the records of this contact, Zhou Zhengshan stood beside him watching the whole process with a teacup in hand. The screen displayed the chat records alongside the Intelligence Department's latest analysis report on Mike's organizational structure. Chen Jin wrote a few lines in the remarks column: contact successful. The other side has confirmed receipt of the intelligence and is using it for rescue operations. Mike's leadership evaluation: excellent, calm, pragmatic, trust-building, speed exceeds expectations, with solid prestige within the core circle. Recommendation: continue maintaining indirect contact, do not expose our identity, and do not proactively propose cooperation invitations. Let them develop on their own. An independent North Island Alliance Awakened organization poses no threat to the Dragon Country, but can instead distract the North Island Alliance's official attention and resources. After reading, Zhou Zhengshan smiled. Are you planning to plant a tree in the North Island Alliance's backyard, occasionally pointing out where the water is? Chen Jin closed the file and put it into the metal cabinet. He can dig his own well. At the new starting point side, Mike added a line to the wall, writing it next to the printed message from Shiri identity, pinning reliable intelligence, maintain contact. After the third pulse, the global anomalies had become so overwhelming that they could no longer be concealed. The mountain rescue efforts of the Northern Island Alliance made international headlines, and the crack clusters in the icy plains of the northern region of the Maoxiong country were captured in high-definition images by satellites. Every few days, mysterious biological attack incidents emerged in various countries of the European League. The high-ranking officials of the Dragon Country determined that the time had come, and the national cultivation practice upgraded from semi-public to officially public. There was no press conference for the public announcement. Instead, a series of special topics titled Exploring Anomalous Natural Phenomena was launched on CCTV. The first episode devoted nearly half of its content to a concept called Qi. The program utilized several animations to explain the principles of Qi in a simple and understandable manner, concluding with a demonstration of the breathing rhythm. There was no mention of cultivation or the extraordinary, but those who watched understood that the substance in the air that warmed their bodies now had a name. Immediately following, the Ministry of Education issued a notification officially renaming the previous martial arts fitness routine to Basic Training for Qi Guidance, making it a compulsory course in all primary and secondary schools nationwide. The middle school physical education representative finally understood that the little sun in the belly was called Qi perception. He was now a formal cultivator at the first level of discovery and was recommended by the school to participate in the provincial youth cultivation summer camp. His mother now boasted to everyone, "My child is a martial arts prodigy." The Community Sports Center also changed the name of its health cultivation class to Standard Course for Health Cultivation, which was open for free to all age groups. The aunt who had recovered from knee arthritis was hired as a teaching assistant responsible for teaching new students the basic breathing rhythm. On social media, the phrase "what does Qi perception feel like?" surged to the top of the trending list, with the comment section lively, as if it were the new year. Some earnestly popularized knowledge explaining the process of Qi condensing in the Dantian in detail, accompanied by hand-drawn diagrams of the meridians, which were shared tens of thousands of times. Some flaunted their achievements, claiming they could feel it after a week of practice. The most liked reply was, "You're not cultivating, you're just showing off." Some, after a few days of practice without feeling anything, posted asking if they were talentless, The most liked response was, "Do you think cultivation is instant noodles that can be done in 3 days?" Someone shared their feelings about their first experience of drawing qi into the body. "My belly felt warm, like having consumed half a gene of white liquor, but not drunk, just a clear warmth." When Su Wanxing came across this comment, she was waiting for the centrifuge in the laboratory and casually commented, "Accurate description, typical manifestation of qi initially condensing in the dantian." Media outlets from various countries reported on the Dragon Country's national cultivation plan. The Northern Island Alliance expressed their bitterness with headlines stating Dragon Country has concealed qi research for many years, now stepping out as a frontrunner. The media of the Maoxiong country took a more pragmatic approach, publishing an editorial the next day asking whether the Dragon Country could share its cultivation techniques. The response from the Dragon Country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs was a pre-prepared standard statement: cultivation is a common need for humanity in the face of new challenges. The Dragon Country is willing to share basic experiences with all countries on an equal and mutually beneficial basis. Specific cooperation matters can be negotiated through diplomatic channels. In plain language, this meant, if you want to learn, come with something to exchange. A few days later, the Northern Island Alliance published another commentary accusing the Dragon Country of engaging in technological monopolies. Zhou Jingshan, after reading it, threw the newspaper on the table, saying, "Aren't they also monopolizing chip technology? Why don't they mention that?" Lin Guitao, holding a thermos, chimed in, saying, "It's different. They monopolize us with chips, while we monopolize them with qi, so they are anxious." Chen Jin reviewed the reactions of various countries displayed on the big screen during an internal meeting, then turned to the others and said, "Now the whole world knows what we are doing, but it doesn't matter. What they know is what we intentionally made public. What is not public they will never know." In the era of national cultivation, the Dragon Country is not a follower nor a peer. We are the frontrunners. Lin Guitao nudged Zhou Jingshan with his elbow and whispered that the kid was becoming more and more like a leader, to which Zhou Jingshan nodded in agreement. With the dawn of the national cultivation era, new issues arose. How to allocate qi resources, how to establish a cultivation education system, and how to construct a framework of extraordinary laws. Each of these was a brand new topic with no reference answers found throughout human history. The Ministry of Education urgently established the Bureau of Extraordinary Education, specifically overseeing the curriculum standards and teacher training for national cultivation education. The first batch of extraordinary education teacher candidates was drawn from the Pioneers program. Zhou Hong was pulled in to give a lecture to the teacher training class. He returned to Chen Jin complaining that standing on the podium was more exhausting than battling demon beasts, and that the eager looks of those teacher candidates waiting to take notes were even more nerve-wracking than facing demon beasts. He couldn't afford to make a mistake. The Ministry of Agriculture expanded the experimental fields for artificially cultivated spiritual herbs several times, and the first batch of spiritual rice had entered the trial planting stage. Old Han was assigned to monitor the qi levels in the soil of the spiritual rice experimental fields. He squatted on the field ridge all day, saying it was much harder than mineral exploration, because in mineral exploration at least the ores wouldn't grow, but the spiritual rice changed every day. Su Wanxing was brought in to test the qi content of the spiritual rice. She examined the rice ears under a microscope for a long time, and told the agricultural expert beside her that the cell wall structure was twice as dense as that of ordinary rice. The agricultural expert asked if that would make it too hard to eat. She replied that they wouldn't know until the first batch of rice was ready for cooking. The Ministry of Justice began drafting the Extraordinary Persons Rights Protection Law. The core principles were just two: to protect the legal rights of cultivators and to prevent the misuse of extraordinary powers. The old master was invited to serve as a legislative advisor, stating that cultivators are also human beings, not weapons, and should not be treated as tools merely because they can fight. The officials of the Ministry of Justice recorded his statement on the first page of the legislative explanation. Chen Jin was hired as a joint advisor by all departments. Old Song came to him to ask about the standardized testing procedures for extraordinary materials, saying that now that production capacity had increased, there was a fear of quality issues without a unified standard. Old Han came to him to inquire about the qi concentration monitoring plan for underground veins, stating that the qi fluctuations in the spiritual rice experimental fields were related to the underground veins, and wanted to build an interactive monitoring system. Officials from the Bureau of Extraordinary Education came to ask him about the design philosophy for cultivation courses for various age groups, noting that the Dantian development levels of middle school students and elementary school students were different and could not use a single standard. Officials from the Ministry of Agriculture came to ask him about the soil qi saturation threshold for planting spiritual herbs, mentioning that in several experimental fields the qi concentration was too high, causing the spiritual rice to grow too quickly and the stalks to collapse under their own weight. Chen Jin sat in the office until late at night surrounded by documents sent by various departments, flipping through each page and writing a few lines in the comments section of every page. One night, Zhou Zhengshan pushed the door open to bring in a new batch of documents while he was reviewing the analysis report on the fallen spiritual rice sent by the Ministry of Agriculture with half a box of uneaten takeout beside him. Are you made of iron? Zhou Zhengshan placed the documents on the table. No, Chen Jin replied, putting down his pen and rubbing his wrist. But I have seen what a world without national cultivation looks like in my past life, and that is not the world I desire. After midnight, only Chen Jin remained in the office. He finished reviewing the last document and wrote in the comments section, "The era of national cultivation is not the end, it is the beginning. The next stage is the extraordinary industrial revolution, transforming cultivation from a personal endeavor into national productivity." Chen Jin stood in the hall of the spiritual vein node beneath Kunlun City with the core of the entire city beneath his feet, a natural spiritual vein spring surrounded by spirit stones. In the hall, Chen Jin sensed the difference in spiritual energy concentration between the air inside and outside. Zhou Zhengshan stood beside him holding the recently measured spiritual energy concentration data. The baseline value outside the city remains the same, while the core area inside the city has exceeded the baseline value by several times. The agricultural, academic, and residential zones have been adjusted in gradient according to their functions, with the academic area being the highest, the residential area moderate, and the agricultural area the lowest, though still significantly higher than outside the city. Chen Jin took a glance at the data. With this concentration, a practitioner at the Discovery Realm could cultivate for a day in the city equivalent to several days outside. He returned the data to Zhou Zhengshan and looked down at the slowly pulsating spiritual veins spring, stating, "A city without spiritual veins is merely a shell of steel and concrete. A city with spiritual veins is truly alive." Zhou Zhengshan noted this down in his notebook. Outside Kunlun City, the first corps of the pioneers was lined up to enter the city with a contingent of 10,000 people passing through the city gate in several batches. They wore standardized rock dragon light armor and were equipped with standardized yin-yang crystal weapons, long guns, battle blades, and short spears, each rigorously tested in actual combat. At the front of the formation were several core combat forces above the extraordinary realm, while the rear consisted of a heavy defense squad with reconnaissance communication units composed of perceptive extraordinary beings in the middle. Zhou Hong stood beside the city gate watching his corps line up to enter the city. Zhao Wufeng stood next to him looking at the entering troops, suddenly chuckling. Back at Kunlun base, there were only 30 seed members in the first batch. Now the first corps has 10,000. What do you think the instructor would feel seeing this scene? Zhou Hong did not answer immediately. He gazed at the soldiers passing through the city gate, each young face resembling his own from back then. "How would I know?" Zhou Hong replied. "But I know he's definitely thinking that this number is still not enough." Zhao Wufeng nodded. "Indeed." Chen Jin stood on the city wall watching the 10,000 troops enter the city, while Zhou Hong's voice came through the communication channel reporting the entry progress of each squad. He did not interrupt, waiting for Zhou Hong to finish before pressing the call button. "The first corps is in your hands. Execute the defense plan as scheduled. You manage the troop distribution for the core area, outer defense line, and spiritual vein nodes. You know this city's every fire support point better than anyone." He paused. "You moved bricks here back in the day." The communication channel fell silent for a few seconds, then Zhou Hong's voice returned with a hint of laughter. "I did third section of the south wall. I built it. I'll go check if it's still there later." After the first corps completed their defense setup, Kunlun City began to receive the first batch of awakened residents with selection criteria established by Chen Jin, recently awakened at the Discovery Realm from the first to the third level, possessing certain professional skills. Priority was given to 3 categories: those who excelled in promoting cultivation among the populace, awakened individuals who were key technical personnel in various industries, and naturally awakened individuals from the community. The first batch of selected candidates from various regions of Longwa lined up at the city gate. The queue extended from the city gate to the temporary registration point set up outside. One young man spoke up first. "Did you all get notified after sensing the chi?" The worker nodded, saying, "I found out during my physical exam at the factory. It startled me at the time, thinking I had some strange illness. The next day someone came to find me in military uniform, and I thought I was in trouble." The young girl spoke softly. "I felt it while drawing. The brush moved by itself while I was painting. At first I thought it was an illusion, but it happened a few more times. My teacher at school had me take a test, and a few days later I received a notification." The young man sighed. "I'm a farmer, and while promoting the breathing method in the village, I was the first to feel my abdomen heating up. Later I found out that it was called sensing chi. My father said I was possessed while my mother thought I was just making excuses to skip farming. It wasn't until county officials came that they believed me. The worker glanced at the spiritual energy array glimmering on the city wall and grinned. No matter what we did before, we're all Kunlun City people from now on. My master said I'm a hereditary craftsman, and maybe my skills will come in handy in the city. The young girl looked up at the giant stone at the city gate inscribed with the words, "Eternal peace of the mountains and rivers," curiously examining it. Did you all feel it? After entering the city, the breath felt different from outside. The other two nodded simultaneously, sensing that they felt significantly younger and more energetic. Inside the city's academic area, the Kunlun Martial Arts Academy's buildings had been completed with all facilities in place. A stone tablet stood at the academy's entrance inscribed with the motto, "Those who walk out from here must return alive." The old boxing master stood in the training hall surveying the surroundings, satisfied as he grunted, "This training room is far better than the courtyard where I practiced boxing back in town." Previously, students would cry out in pain when they fell to the ground because the concrete floor was too hard. Now this floor won't break them. He turned to the few early enrollees behind him and shouted, "What are you staring at? Come in and practice." Su Wanqing was organizing equipment in the extraordinary medical research room, and all the experimental instruments shipped from the Qinling base had arrived. She checked off items on the equipment list, then opened the draft of the extraordinary medical system she had compiled, adding a line in the blank space. Kunlun City Branch, the first clinical base. Chen Jin completed his inspection of the academic area and noticed a map of the entire country hanging on the wall of the principal's office. The map marked the locations of 36 base cities, with Kunlun City being the first completed. He circled it in red ink and wrote a line next to it, "First step." In the evening at the central square of Kunlun City, the patrol team of the pioneers was changing shifts, and the lights in the soilless cultivation workshop in the agricultural area lit up. The sounds of students' calls echoed from the training hall of the Martial Arts Academy. Chen Jin stood in front of the giant stone inscribed with "Eternal peace of the mountains and rivers," tracing the rough engravings with his fingers. Years ago, on that morning outside the Forbidden Zone gate, he was a young man mistaken for a madman by the guards. Now the first city had been built, the first core had settled in, and the first batch of awakened residents had entered the city. Zhou Zhengshan approached him, handing him a list. List of the first cohort of students at the Martial Arts Academy. Take a look. The list included recently awakened farmers, skilled technicians, awakened individuals from the community, and outstanding soldiers recommended by the pioneers. Each page had his own handwritten comments. The promise of universal cultivation made at the Forbidden Zone gate years ago had the first names on this list today. He closed the list and returned it to Zhou Zhengshan. Classes start tomorrow, and I'll be the one to teach On the day the Kunlun Martial Arts Academy officially opened, the streets of Kunlun City were packed with people. The academy is located at the heart of the academic district in Kunlun City, and the main training hall is the largest single building in the entire city. As Chen Jin entered the main training hall, the first batch of students was already seated in an orderly manner. Among them were outstanding soldiers recommended by the Vanguard Legion and ordinary people who awakened in the first wave of the National Cultivation Promotion. They sat together, and those who could be here had all experienced the moment of being awakened by spiritual energy. Chen Jin walked to the center of the training ground, his gaze sweeping over the entire assembly. "My name is Chen Jin. From today onward, I am the principal of the Kunlun Martial Arts Academy." His opening statement was brief and straightforward, without any unnecessary pleasantries beyond the self-introduction. He then began to introduce the team of instructors standing in the training hall one by one. Zhou Hong stood at the forefront, a second-level extraordinary, the commander of the 1st Legion, teaching practical combat. Chen Jin's introduction was not lengthy. "This is Zhou Hong, one of your instructors who will teach you combat skills. Don't underestimate him. The number of people he has knocked down exceeds the total of all of you here. When he first met me at Kunlun Base, he was unconvinced, but I made him concede. Now he can make you concede too. You will understand the meaning of this statement later." Zhou Hong remained silent upon hearing this, while several students in the front row exchanged glances, clearly understanding that this instructor was not to be trifled with. Zhao Wufeng stood next to Zhou Hong, a first-level extraordinary and an awakened Xuanwu body, teaching defensive tactics. Chen Jin pointed at Zhao Wufeng and introduced, "This is Zhao Wufeng, who has faced the onslaught of beasts. He understands many things, enough for you to learn for a long time." Zhao Wufeng nodded, slightly calm as always. Su Wanqing stood next to Zhao Wufeng, a healing-type awakener and author of the Extraordinary Medicine System, teaching extraordinary medicine. She held a syllabus in her arms, the cover emblazoned with the words, "Extraordinary Technology Research Institute." Chen Jin pointed to her, saying, "Whether you can survive long enough to reach her in the secret realm depends on yourselves. Whether you can survive after reaching her depends on how much she has taught you." Su Wanqing nodded slightly to the students, revealing a faint smile. The old boxing master stood beside Su Wanqing teaching basic physical fitness and boxing techniques. Chun Jin's introduction contained a rare hint of teasing. He has practiced boxing for 50 years with legs harder than any of you at 20. His reprimands on the training ground are more effective than any scolding you've ever heard. The old boxing master stood up from the front row and nodded at the students, his voice booming, causing the students in the front row to lean back slightly. "I'm not bluffing you. Those who don't believe should come try after class." The audience finally erupted in uncontrollable laughter. Once the laughter subsided, Chun Jin spoke seriously. "These individuals are your instructors. They have risked their lives in the secret realms and are now imparting their experiences to you. Respect them not because of their high ranks, but because they have survived to come out of the secret realms." He paused for a moment and continued, "The experiences of the living are worth more than the lessons of the dead." The room fell silent. No one laughed or whispered. The words alive and dead might be metaphors in other classrooms, but here everyone understood their true meaning. Chun Jin walked to the center of the training ground, raising his hand to signal for silence. Spatial abilities projected holographic images of memories from his past 10 years of battles in the secret realms. In today's first lesson, I will teach. I won't cover the techniques as your instructors will teach you those later. This is the boundary of a mid-tier beast's territory. It senses intruders through its spiritual energy field. If you step into its territory, the first scene unfolded, revealing a valley covered in ice and snow with cold winds swirling snowflakes across the frame. This is the boundary of a mid-tier beast's territory. It senses intruders through its spiritual energy field. If you step into its territory, it can perceive your spiritual energy fluctuations. The first thing to do in a secret realm: retract your spiritual energy and disguise yourself as a stone. Stones do not possess spiritual energy. The second scene revealed a canyon in a dense jungle flanked by vegetation of various colors. This is the junction between the territories of two different beasts. It is your escape route. If you are chased with no way out, run towards the boundary line. They will fight among themselves, and you can take that opportunity to escape. But don't stay on the boundary line for too long. Once they finish fighting, they will come back to look for you. The third scene revealed a desolate ruin, its broken walls covered with patterns not belonging to any known civilization. The ancient ruins in the secret realm emit residual energy fluctuations that deter beasts from approaching. If you are injured or exhausted of spiritual energy, run towards the ruins, but do not venture deep inside. There may be things more troublesome than beasts. The fourth scene displayed the remnants of a burnt camp, embers of the bonfires still emitting wisps of blue smoke with torn tents scattered across the ground. This is the most common fatal mistake: starting a fire for warmth in the secret realm. The light and heat will attract nocturnal beasts surrounding you while you sleep. Absolutely, do not start a fire in the secret realm. If you are cold, wear more clothes. If you are hungry, eat dry rations. The final image froze on a scene. A corpse that had been torn apart by beasts, a projection of a real memory. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy, and several students instinctively turned their heads away, unwilling to look. Chun Jin retracted the holographic images, stating, "These things are not written in textbooks. They were obtained at the cost of a great deal of time and countless lives." He scanned the audience, locking eyes with each individual. Beasts are not terrifying. What is terrifying is not knowing how to survive in the secret realms. The audience erupted in applause, and Chun Jin stepped back, clearing the center of the training ground. For the next lessons, your instructors will take over. Zhou Hong, take the first group for practical combat. Zhao Wufeng, the defensive tactics class, will be in training hall No. 2. Su Wanqing, the basics of extraordinary medicine, will be taught in the medical area classroom. Old boxing master, the physical training field, is in your hands. Zhou Hong stepped into the central training ground, flashing a grin at the first group of students. The students in the front row instinctively shrank back. Zhao Wufeng silently walked towards training hall No. 2, his steps steady like a moving fortress. Su Wanqing carried the syllabus towards the medical area, muttering the key points of the first lesson. The old boxing master arrived at the center of the physical training field, slapped the floor and shouted, "Don't think that just because you entered the academy you can rest easy. Here, anyone who doesn't meet the standards will have to train extra." The scenes from each training ground unfolded simultaneously as Zhou Hong shouted at the first student he had thrown to the ground. "Get up, fall again." His tone was identical to what Chun Jin had said to him back in the day. Zhao Wufeng stood in the center of the training ground, allowing students to impact his Xuanwu armor, remaining completely unmoved. The students stared in disbelief, with someone whispering, "Is this still a human?" Su Wanqing was in the medical area classroom, explaining the erosion mechanism of beast venom samples to the students. The old boxing master led the students in running exercises on the playground, himself at the front, moving as nimbly as a 68-year-old could. The students behind him were panting heavily. The old boxing master also sneered. You young ones aren't up to par? You're not even as good as this old man. In the evening, Shinjin stood alone in the principal's office flipping through the roster of the first batch of students. Behind every name lies a new path not walked in the past life. He wrote a line on the title page of the roster. First batch from today onward, the extraordinary individuals of the Dragon Kingdom no longer need to learn from the dead. They have mentors now. After a week of operation at the academy, issues began to arise, with Zhou Hong being the first to approach. He spread the training records across Chunjin's desk and pointed at several lines of data, saying, Dean, you need to take a look at this. Chunjin took the records and noticed the data was quite clear. Among the same set of basic combat techniques, those at the first and second levels were practicing with ease, while those at the third level were struggling. Zhou Hong said they felt they could not keep up with the rhythm as they practiced. Zhao Wufeng also arrived. His defensive tactics class utilized the Xuanwu defensive techniques, yet students with water and wood attributes had made no progress after several days of practice. Zhao Wufeng expressed that they reported feeling that the techniques were rejecting them as their spiritual energy attributes did not align. Chen Jin could sense his anxiety.
As levels increased, the gap would only widen further. By the time Fang Han reached level 100, the gulf between him and a legend-grade summoner would be so vast that even the comparison of an ant to a dragon would fall.
After using the existing artificially cultivated herbs for a substitute experiment, the effect was less than half of the original process. She placed the comparison report in front of Chun Jin, stating that while the process was correct, the medicinal materials were lacking. After the three of them finished speaking, Chun Jin examined the three sets of data side by side for a while, and concluded that the problem did not lie with them or the students. The issue was with him. Everything he provided was based on his experiences from his past life, along with the spiritual energy concentration he was familiar with. The resource conditions were different from the present, so naturally problems would arise from directly copying over. He needed to digest it all anew. Zhou Hong asked, Are you going to handle this alone? You're already the dean, and also have to manage the base city and monitor the secret realms. Where will you find the time? Chen Jin did not argue. He knew Zhou Hong was right. That afternoon, Zhou Zhengshan came for his routine inspection. After listening to the teaching feedback, he sat silently on the sofa for a moment. Outside the window, the old boxing master was leading the students in running laps, and it took him a while to speak up. Xiao Chen, I ask you, why did you submit all the secret realm data, beast illustrations, and cultivation system to ensure that Long Country no longer relies solely on me? Then what are you doing now? Zhou Zhengshan stood up and walked to the wall map of the base city, marking the location of Kunlun City with a red pen and writing Step 1 beside it. You should modify the martial techniques yourself, experiment with the processes yourself, and personally adjust the formation algorithms. You are the Zero Consultant, the Dean, and the Commander of the First Legion. Sometimes certain matters can be appropriately handed over to the state. Now that you have submitted the data to the state, you should not take on all the responsibilities yourself. Zhou Zhengshan turned to look at him. Those materials were not submitted just to Zhou Zhengshan personally. Now Long Country has a batch of the best engineers and the best scientists and martial arts inheritors. They have been learning for several years. Let them take part. Chen Jin stared at the red circle on the map, remaining silent for a long time. You are right, I handed over the materials, so they should be utilized. Zhou Zhengshan took out a document from his briefcase and handed it to him. In fact, I have already had someone draft. The document was titled Proposal for Establishing a Martial Arts Research Department at Kunlun Martial Arts Academy. It included 5 sections: martial techniques and principles, body techniques and steps, spiritual energy formations, equipment, forging, and medicinal pills, all of which were complete. The personnel would be selected from universities and schools across the country, with Su Wanqing serving as the overall coordinator. On the last page, the approval section for the dean was already left blank. Chen Jin glanced at Zhou Zhengshan. You were prepared long ago. Zhou Zhengshan lifted his teacup and took a sip, indicating, after being in the military for decades, I still have some skills in making preparations. A few days later, on the 3rd floor of the administration building, the Martial Arts Research Department was officially assigned with 5 words without a signature. A conference table surrounded by the key personnel from the 5 sections. Chen Jin sat beside the main seat, leaving the central spot empty for a stack of documents. The research department is not just mine, Chen Jin continued. I only provide the original materials and directional suggestions. How to research, improve, and implement is up to you. My materials are ready, Taos. Remove those elements that are unsuitable for the present, ensuring that every martial technique and every medicinal formula can be utilized by the current students. The heads of the 5 sections reported in turn. My materials are ready, Taos. Remove those elements that are unsuitable for the present, ensuring that every martial technique and every medicinal formula can be utilized. He began by stating, I have read the original materials provided by the Dean 3 times. The power application methods of that basic combat technique share commonalities with traditional martial arts. My idea is to retain the core while adapting it. I plan to create layered versions of the power application paths for different levels, and there are several incomplete martial techniques labeled lost in the materials that I want to attempt to restore. The Body Techniques and Steps group was led by Zhou Hong, who also recommended a deputy, a retired scout at the 3rd level of the Discovery Realm who ran with the wind. Zhou Hong mentioned that this individual had broken down the body technique system into dozens of basic modules. Chen Jin asked Zhou Hong why he didn't take the lead, as Zhou Hong replied that there was a set of incomplete gun techniques labeled Broken Army in the materials which aligned with his style, and he wanted to specialize in that. In the span of 2 years, the martial arts RD department evolved from 5 divisions with less than 20 people into a core unit boasting dozens of dedicated researchers and over 100 part-time collaborators. Leader He's foundational martial arts refinement plan has now reached its 4th iteration, encompassing a complete tiered system from the 1st to the 6th level of the Discovery Realm. The 4th version of the martial arts requires practitioners above the extraordinary realm for practical verification, yet there are only a handful of such fighters in the entire Kunlun city. Everyone has their own responsibilities, making schedule coordination increasingly difficult. The portable array plates for the spiritual energy formation have now entered their 3rd generation, capable of maintaining stable defense for a period in the wild. The initial batch of prototypes received positive feedback after being distributed for trial use to the Vanguard patrol team. However, the leader proposed a more radical idea to upgrade the array plates from portable to individual units, allowing each Vanguard soldier to carry a small array plate. The problem lies in the fact that testing individual array plates requires coverage of nearly all spiritual energy attributes, and each attribute must undergo thorough pressure testing to ensure that different attribute soldiers do not conflict when activating the plates simultaneously on the battlefield. The scale of this testing has increased several times compared to 2 years ago. The Alchemy Division has successfully developed several modified formulas suitable for current conditions based on the alternative version of body refining liquid. Among them, the alternative body refining liquid and the basic healing powder have passed clinical verification and entered the small-scale trial production phase. The results of the leader's work over the past 2 years are one of the most significant achievements of the RD department. However, in the past 6 months, she has been focused on developing a new formula, the Vitality Pill, which can temporarily replenish spiritual energy consumption during battles. The formula is marked as suitable for the midstage in the original materials provided by Chen Jin, requiring various spiritual herbs that have reached specific ages. Although the artificially cultivated spiritual herbs in the agricultural zone produce stable yields, they lack sufficient age, and their effectiveness always falls short by a crucial margin. Based on the industrial forging success achieved 2 years ago, the Equipment Forging Group has increased the yield of the yin-yang crystal standard parts from an initial low point to over 80%. The old engineer is now one of the most respected figures in the RD department, and he is currently attempting a more challenging topic, the composite forging of multi-attribute monster materials. The ice attribute Jilin materials from Kunlun Su and the fire attribute giant beast materials from the heart of melting fire theoretically can be combined to produce high-level armor with both ice and fire resistance. However, the spiritual energy attributes of the 2 materials repel each other, causing explosive ruptures at the interfaces every time they are forged together. During the weekly meeting, the heads of various divisions reported their progress again. He first spoke, pushing a testing requirement sheet to the center of the meeting table. The 4th version of the martial arts requires practitioners above the extraordinary realm to verify the force application path in combat. I need at least several practitioners of the extraordinary realm with different attributes each to cooperate in multiple practical tests. Moreover, each person has different spiritual energy attributes, and the same martial arts technique feels completely different in the hands of practitioners with different attributes. I need at least several practitioners of the extraordinary realm with different attributes each to cooperate in multiple practical tests. Zhou Hong flipped through the testing requirements before expressing, all the practitioners I can spare have already been assigned to you. The defense tasks are very full, and the frequency of monster activities around the heart of melting fire has increased post-battle. The intensity of patrols and emergency drills has doubled compared to last year. As for me, I am the only one with a soil attribute practitioner at the extraordinary realm. I truly cannot help with others. Leader, he sighed, I know everyone is busy, but the martial arts have reached this stage in the extraordinary realm. Without practical verification, they cannot be finalized. I cannot test unverified high-level martial arts on students. That would be a gamble with lives. The leader of the Spiritual Energy Formation Group then presented his testing requirements. The individual array plates require coverage of all attributes for pressure testing. Each attribute's test needs at least one team of practitioners of the same attribute to simultaneously activate the plates. Testing for same attribute resonance and cross-attribute interference, considering the 5 elemental attributes plus rare attributes, at least nearly 100 participants are needed for the cooperative tests. The old engineer from the equipment forging group spoke, last his tone calm. The composite forging of multi-attribute materials requires extraordinary realm practitioners, with both ice and fire attributes, to inject spiritual energy into the forge, maintaining precise balance between the two types of spiritual energy. Currently, only 2 individuals meet the criteria: the Dean and Johan. The Dean has spatial attributes and can simulate other attributes, but he is not a native ice or fire attribute. Johan's vigor leans towards fire, so we still need to find someone for the ice attributes. Both individuals must be present to forge once. So I've been waiting in line for half a month and have never had both available. Each time one arrives, the other has an emergency task and leaves. The head of the alchemy group's requirements were relatively mild. The vitality pill requires high-age spiritual herbs, which cannot currently be cultivated in the agricultural zone. Although the growth cycle of artificially cultivated spiritual herbs is much shorter than that of wild ones, the age is still insufficient. Spiritual energy accumulation requires time. It cannot be hastened merely with nutrient solution. I need to expand the area for wild spiritual herb collection or develop new experimental fields near spiritual veins to simulate high concentrations of spiritual energy and accelerate the maturation of the herbs. However, the land near the spiritual veins belongs to the defense area and requires military corps approval. Chen Jin listened to all the reports and stacked the testing requirement sheets from each division together. 2 years ago, what you lacked were basic testers, cooperation from academy students, and military corps soldiers resolved that. Now what you lack are high-level practitioners and special resources. There are only a few practitioners above the extraordinary realm in the entire Kunlun city. And for high-age spiritual herbs, there are only a few plots in the entire agricultural zone. This is not a matter of coordination, but rather of production capacity. Chen Jin did not provide a direct coordination plan as he had 2 years ago. He stood up and walked to the nationwide distribution map of base cities on the wall, silently observing for a long time. The map marked the completed base cities, each built at spiritual vein nodes, just like Kunlun City. Each city has a stationed military corps, division of the Martial Arts Academy, and the beginnings of RD sub. Kunlun City was the first to be completed, so establishing the RD department here was correct. But now that the RD has reached a high-level stage, relying solely on the resources of Kunlun City is no longer sufficient. He turned to look at the heads of various divisions. There are only a few extraordinary realm practitioners in Kunlun City, but there are others in other base cities. Tianshan City has stationed extraordinary realm practitioners. Qinling City does, as well, and Donghai City has even more. In Donghai there are many oceanic secret realms. Their practical frequency is not low, and the proportion of extraordinary realm practitioners is higher than ours. For high-age spiritual herbs, they cannot be cultivated in the agricultural zone of Kunlun City, but the surrounding areas of Qinling City and Donghai City are richer in wild spiritual herb resources. Leader, he put down his reading glasses. The Dean means to disperse the testing to other base cities. It's not about dispersing, but linking together. The RD department is not just the RD department of Kunlun City, it is the RD department for all 36 base cities. The branches, station troops, and agricultural zones of each base city can all be incorporated into the RD collaboration network. The RD divisions of each city will collaborate with headquarters to conduct distributed testing. Each city has its resource advantages, and together they form a complete testing system. The leader of the Spiritual Energy Formation Group's eyes lit up. Although Kunlun City cannot gather the full attribute testing for the individual array plates, the combined efforts of several base cities should do the trick. The distribution of attributes among the stationed troops in different cities varies, combining to provide complete coverage of the 5 elements. The old engineer from the equipment forging group asked, can we draw multi-attribute practitioners needed for composite forging from different base cities? Chen Jin considered for a moment. As for ice attribute extraordinary realm practitioners, Tianshan City should have them. Their glacial secret realms yield similar outputs to Kunlun Su, and there is a high probability that stationed extraordinary realm practitioners possess ice attributes. For fire attribute extraordinary realm practitioners, post-battle at the heart of melting fire, the stationed military corps in the southwestern base cities should have trained at least a few fire attribute practitioners. Having both sides extraordinary realm practitioners cooperate for the composite forging testing. Zhou interjected, the issue is the adjustment period. It takes several days to bring someone over from other base cities. Moreover, they also have defense tasks and cannot just leave at a moment's notice. Each testing cooperation requires several days of repeated efforts. How long can they stay? Chen Jin nodded, indicating thus we cannot rely on temporary adjustments. We need to establish a fixed mechanism where the RD divisions of each base city coordinate schedules uniformly to concentrate testing resources regularly. Each quarter we will arrange a concentrated period for high-level practitioners from each city to gather in Kunlun City or the nearest RD division for collaborative testing. Testing schedules will be notified in advance, and the station tasks of each city will be adjusted accordingly. Zhou Jingshan, who was recording on the side, quickly added this mechanism requires signatures and coordination from the commanders of the station troops in each base city, the directors of the academy branches, and the heads of the RD divisions. Cross-city coordination cannot be advanced by a single department of the RD department. It requires the cooperation of the entire base city system. Then let's promote this. The core issue that the base city system needs to resolve in the next phase is not to build more cities. Rather, it is to upgrade from independent operation of a single city to collaborative operation of multiple cities. RD collaboration is the first link in multi-city coordination. After the meeting, Chen Jin stood alone for a long time in the RD department's achievements display area. The display area showcased the main outputs of the RD department over the past 2 years, the teaching manual for the improved foundational martial arts, the third generation of portable spiritual energy array plates. The alternative body refining liquid and yin-yang crystal standard parts were on display, each accompanied by corresponding testing data summaries and signatures of responsible persons. In 2 years, the RD department has transformed from a newly established department into the core engine of the Dragon Kingdom's extraordinary industry. However, as Chen Jin looked at these exhibits, he was thinking of something else. The scope of these achievements is still limited to Kunlun City and a few surrounding base cities. Students in other base cities are still using the old textbooks from 2 years ago. The patrol teams are still using fixed array networks, and the supply of pills is primarily based on the original body refining liquid. Although there are achievements, the pace of promotion cannot keep up with the speed of RD. This issue fundamentally stems from the lack of testing resources. The collaboration mechanism between base cities has yet to be established. Each city operates at its own pace, sharing resources relies on temporary coordination, and there is no fixed process. He stopped at the end of the achievements display area, looking at the recently updated nationwide distribution map of base cities. From Kunlun City to Tianshan City, from Qinling City to Donghai City, and then to the newly constructed base cities in the southwestern direction after the heart of Melting Fire battle. The number of operational base cities has approached 30. With so many cities, if each is still operating independently, the base city system is not a true system. In the evening, Chen Jin opened the draft of the base city RD coordination mechanism proposal draft, drafted by Zhou Jingshan in the dean's office. The core content of the proposal is quite simple: to establish a distributed RD system for multi-city linkage, with each base city's RD division undertaking different types of high-level testing tasks. Sharing testing data and RD achievements, concentrating on cross-city joint testing once every quarter, and uniformly allocating high-level practitioners and special resources. He signed on the last page of the proposal and wrote a line in the remarks section: RD collaboration is the first step. Next, the base city system must transition from independent operation of a single city to collaborative operation of multiple cities. In 2 years, New Starting Point had grown from just a few dozen to over 1,000 people. The abandoned minor dormitories were transformed into residential areas, the underground tunnels were divided into training grounds and supply warehouses, and a few dry fields were cultivated on the outskirts of the mining area. The yield from the dry fields was low, producing just enough to make ends meet, but compared to the days of gnawing on compressed biscuits 2 years ago, it was like heaven and earth. Although supplies were still tight, food was purchased at high prices from the black market through contacts on the outskirts. Every procurement was a gamble. The intermediary could get caught, the funds could be swallowed, and the food trucks could be intercepted on the way. Over the 2 years, several procurement channels had been changed, with incidents occurring in every batch. Mike's greatest challenge in these 2 years was not external threats, but internal conflicts. Those who stole supplies confessed openly when caught claiming their families were starving outside. During training, injuries were caused by fellow members. Both the assailants and the victims were long-standing members who had been around since the factory battle. Mike had the two confront each other directly. In the end, the attacker lowered his head and the victim said to let it go. A suggestion was made to collaborate with the outside world in exchange for resources, proposing that the labor of the awakened could be traded for food. Immediately, someone opposed, stating that collaboration meant exposure, and exposure meant self-destruction. Mike attended every incident, making judgments face to face. Bruce remarked that Mike seemed older over the past 2 years, to which Mike replied that aging was a given, but they first needed to endure the challenges at hand. The signs of division began at a general meeting. The storage room at the deepest part of the tunnel had long been insufficient, and now the general meeting had to be held at the old miners' cafeteria above ground. A middle-aged awakened named Marcus stood up, saying he had something to say. "I've heard some news." He unfolded a printed paper which was a copy of a document with a prominent title. Pilot Program for Registration and Legalization of the Awakened. They are now promoting a reconciliation plan for unregistered awakened to voluntarily report. By accepting an ability assessment, one can be exempted from criminal prosecution and obtain limited legal status. Although there will still be discrimination, at least one won't be hunted like a fugitive. The whispers in the cafeteria immediately rose. Marcus continued, "My daughter is about to start school. I don't want her to write father without identity when filling out parental information. I just want to give her a normal life." In an instant, the cafeteria split into 2 factions. One group supported him, quietly discussing the possibilities of legal status. Some mentioned that at least they wouldn't have to hide from drones anymore. The other group remained silent. Several old members glared at Marcus without expression. Drake stood in the back row, his face already looking very grim. He had just intended to stand up. Emily hurriedly stopped him, gently shaking her head. Mike did not interrupt Marcus. He stood at the front of the cafeteria waiting for Marcus to finish speaking before he began to speak. "Once registered, your information goes into the database. Your name, your address, your type of ability, all stored on their servers. When they take the list and start catching one by one, will you still have the chance to regret? The reconciliation plan is not a lifeline. It is a piece of paper that exchanges freedom for a cage." He then announced a rule: anyone can go for reconciliation. I won't stop you. But once you go, you cannot come back. Returning will expose everyone. If you go, your information will be stored with them. They will use you as a witness to trace back here. This risk is not just yours, but for everyone present. Marcus' expression changed. He folded the printed paper and put it in his pocket, saying nothing further. Someone in the back murmured, "Easier said than done. You don't have children," and the person next to him tugged at his sleeve, silencing him. The division between the reconciliation faction and the independence faction began to spread into daily life. The seating in the cafeteria automatically divided into 2 sections. The tables against the east wall were filled with the reconciliation faction, while those against the west wall were entirely the independence faction, leaving a row of empty seats in the middle. The warehouse shifts were arranged to avoid the same shifts as much as possible. Emily spent more time each day adjusting the schedule, because people constantly told her they didn't want to work with so-and-so. The training ground saw less sparring. The reconciliation faction felt it was unnecessary to practice, since they would have to register sooner or later, and no matter how good they got, they would be monitored on the other side. The intensity of training for the independence faction, on the other hand, doubled. Zhou Hong would likely praise their willingness to fight if he were present. Drake angrily smashed a locker with his fist, staring at the dent for a long while before saying, "Did they forget who treated them as monsters back then? They drew our blood in the lab and treated us as test subjects. Now they present a piece of paper saying it's legal, and you believe it." Emily leaned against a nearby shelf, looking at the dented metal locker. "They haven't forgotten. They just don't want the next generation to be monsters." Marcus' daughter is about to start school, and he is willing to exchange his freedom for a normal life for her. Drake remained silent for a long moment before saying, "But what they get by trading freedom is not a normal life." Mike said something in the core circle meeting: "Our biggest enemy is not the intelligence bureau, but ourselves." This echoed what he had said after the factory battle, when the rift had only dozens of people. Unity was not a problem. Now with over 1,000 people, the concept of unity became. Marcus was reported by someone, a young awakened from the independence faction, anonymously posted on the forum at midnight, calling Marcus the leader of the surrender faction. He even posted his address and schedule. Mike moved Marcus to another safe house overnight. When Marcus was awakened, he had no idea what was happening. He put on his clothes and followed Drake through several tunnels. Only upon arrival did he see Bruce standing at the door, who informed him that someone had exposed him on the forum. "You have disagreements with him. You can argue face-to-face or seek my judgment." Mike continued standing before him. "You posted his address on the forum. The Intelligence Bureau's eyes are watching that place every second. You are not just targeting him, you are betraying the whole town." The young man bit his lips, saying, "I just wanted everyone to know he cannot be trusted." Mike slammed his hand on the table angrily, saying, "You are not a spy for the Intelligence Bureau, but your actions are no different from theirs. You are using the coordinates of your own people as a token of betrayal." He stared into the young man's eyes until the latter looked away. "Go to the supply team and do hard labor alone. For every box you unload, think about what you did today." The young man left with his head down. Bruce leaned against the door, waiting until the young man was far away before speaking. "Do you think he understood?" Mike did not answer. He recalled a sentence he had said long ago at the factory gate to Bruce: our biggest enemy is not the intelligence bureau, but ourselves. The true insider emerged after the Marcus incident. Gregor had transferred from another awakened organization months ago. His background seemed clean, with several old members vouching for him. He was assigned to the patrol team's outer post responsible for the abandoned power transmission corridor on the west side of the mining town. However, he was too inquisitive, asking how the defense tactics were arranged, where the blind spots in the array were, and what the warehouse shift times were. He asked naturally, as if engaging in casual conversation. Bruce mentioned in the core circle meeting that Gregor seemed a bit strange, prompting Mike to advise him to remain cautious. A few days later, a list detailing the distribution of supply storage points went missing. Emily discovered it was missing during inventory and searched the warehouse thoroughly, but couldn't find it. Mike examined everyone at the outer post of the patrol team. When he asked Gregor, he innocently claimed ignorance, his expression entirely natural. Bruce began to secretly observe Gregor. Late that night, Gregor slipped out of the base, traversing the abandoned power transmission corridor, and reached a deserted substation on the outskirts of the mining area. Bruce's sensing network captured his movements as he slipped a sealed bag into a crack in the substation's outer wall. Mike, along with Drake and several veterans, waited outside the substation for him. When Gregor emerged from the substation, he ran straight into Drake's flashlight. He did not run. Mike took the sealed bag from him and opened it. Inside was a hand-drawn layout of the mining base, marking the locations of entrances and supply storage points on the east side, along with a list of core members. The back had a few words written: East Side Entrance, single-person post at night, can be infiltrated, and the signature was actually an internal communication code of the Intelligence Bureau. On the open ground of the mining area, Gregor knelt on the ground, confessing that he had sold information twice. The first time was about the outer patrol routes, and the second time was this layout for which the Intelligence Bureau promised him legal status and money. Drake drew a short knife and placed it next to Mike. The surrounding veterans all looked at Mike. Mike did not touch the knife. He remained silent for a long time, long enough for Gregor to start trembling, then said, "Follow the rules, expel him, and never allow him to set foot in the Rift's control area again. Send his photo and fingerprints to the connection network, and let all awakened organizations know this person has betrayed his own." As Gregor was being dragged out of the mining area, he turned and shouted, "You want win? They will eventually send an army to flatten this town." Mike walked to the entrance of the mining area, watching Gregor being dragged into the wilderness. Under the night sky, the wilderness was pitch black, and Gregor's voice faded in the wind. Mike solemnly stated, "Whether we win or lose is not for you to decide. We have held on for so long to prove that people like you are always in the minority. You can tell them that the east side entrance is a single-person post, but next time you return you will find a whole unit stand." Mike turned and walked back to the open ground of the mining area, where over 1,000 people gathered. He stood before them for a long while. "I won't stop anyone from leaving. Those who want to go can do so tonight. But for those who stay, starting tomorrow, the patrol time will be extended and the ration quotas will remain the same. We will hold out until we can no longer." He looked towards Marcus and the crowd. Marcus stood among the crowd, next to him a 5-year-old girl, his daughter. The little girl didn't understand what the adults around her were arguing about. She just held on to her father's pants and stood quietly. "You want to give your daughter a normal life," Mike said, "but awakened who have registered are prohibited from engaging in most professions and approaching schools. Your daughter's classmates will know that her father is a registered dangerous element. What you are giving her is not a normal life, but a pair of invisible shackles." Marcus did not argue. He bit his lip tightly, his eyes reddening. Mike concluded with a final statement: "The Rift does not harbor traitors, nor does it force anyone to stay. Do not compare who can hide better. If you must compare, let it be who has more dignity." Marcus came to find Mike on the third day after Gregor was expelled. He looked at Mike in silence for a moment before speaking. "I've made up my mind. I will take my daughter to register." Mike did not speak, sitting in his chair waiting for Marcus to finish his words. "Gregor is a traitor. Marcus' voice was calm, devoid of any defensiveness, merely stating a fact. "I have never betrayed anyone, nor have I persuaded anyone to leave with me. But you are right, once we go there is no coming back. I accept that condition." He then took out a neatly folded piece of paper from his pocket and placed it on Mike's desk. It was a list of supplies detailing the inventory of the warehouse he had managed, with each item marked with its storage location and expiration date. He had worked as a warehouse manager for 2 years at the Vault. This was his last job. "The handover is complete. We leave today." Mike picked up the supply list and read through it from start to finish, every item clear and precise. He put down the paper and looked up at Marcus. "What is your daughter's name?" Marcus paused for a moment before replying, "Her name is Lily." Mike took a piece of chocolate from his drawer, placed it on top of the supply list, and pushed it towards Marcus. "For your daughter to eat on the way." Marcus took the chocolate, his lips moved slightly, But ultimately, he said nothing. He turned and walked towards the door, stopping just before he reached it. Mike, I am not leaving because of what you said. Oh, I know what I will lose after registering. But Lily asked me last night why we can't live in a house with windows, and I didn't know how to answer her. Mike stood up, walked behind him, and gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. No need to explain, you have been the warehouse manager here for 2 years, and have never lost a single supply. You are one of us at the fault no matter where you go from here. News of Marcus' departure spread throughout the base. Mike had someone issue him a pass marking the safe route out of the mining area. Gregor seized this opportunity. After being expelled from the fault, he had 1 day to pack his personal belongings according to the rules. During this day, he packed nothing, instead quietly persuading people in the corners of the base. His target was clear: to convince those who were hesitant. Marcus is gone. He has been with Mike since the early days of the settlement. If he has left, why are you still here? I'm not a traitor, I just want to survive. The Intelligence Bureau has promised me a legal identity, and they can promise you the same. They are eager to divide us. Those who are willing to register will not be harmed for now. Once they finish dealing with Mike's group, we will have already obtained legal identities. Do you think Mike can protect you? He has even reduced his own rations to 1 meal a day. The Intelligence Bureau's army will come eventually. Oh, what will he use to defend himself? Those broken guns scavenged from the black market, or his bare fists? A young man was swayed by his words. This young man had only joined the fault last year, had weak awakening abilities, and was always last in drills. He had never been confident about surviving in the fault, and Gregor's words pierced right into his most vulnerable. I will go with you, the young man said, looking down and not daring to meet the eyes of those beside him. Gregor managed to persuade dozens of people in a single day. He painted the same picture for everyone. After registering, they could rent houses, find jobs, and no longer hide under. He did not mention that after registering they would be prohibited from most professions, restricted in their freedom of movement, and subjected to regular checks. He only painted half the picture, the other half hidden behind him. The next morning, more than 300 people gathered in the empty space of the mining area. They pulled suitcases, carried backpacks, and held children standing under the gray dawn. When Mike emerged from the mine, the noise in the empty space ceased. Over 300 pairs of eyes were fixed on him, filled with guilt, fear, pleading, and determination. Mike did not speak. He looked at each of them. You have all made your decision. No one replied, but no one put down their luggage either. Mike did not repeat himself. He walked up to Marcus and said, your pass is still valid, and the route remains the same as yesterday. Head west out of the mining area, avoiding the patrol routes of the Intelligence Bureau. It will take about half a day's journey to reach the nearest registration point. Marcus nodded, his eyes glistening with tears, but he turned around holding his daughter and walked towards the gates of the mining area. As he left, more than 300 people followed suit. No one shouted slogans, no one spoke harshly. They simply walked quietly out together. Mike stood in the empty space watching them leave. After over 300 people left, the mining area became desolate with fewer than 1,000 remaining. Mike walked to the center of the cafeteria and addressed everyone. More than 300 have left, and you have stayed. I want sugarcoat things. The Intelligence Bureau is still outside, food is still insufficient, and patrol duties will be heavier than before. You will fill the shifts vacated by those who left, and the food quotas that have opened up will not be redistributed. We need to build a grain reserve in case the Intelligence Bureau surrounds the city. We must have at least some supplies for a while. No one opposed. They all nodded in agreement silently. And one more thing. Mike scanned the faces of those who have left are not enemies. They have just chosen another path. If one day they can no longer survive outside, the doors of the vault will still be open, but on the condition that they have not betrayed us. After finishing his words, Mike walked over to the wall of the cafeteria, where the rules handwritten by Emily during the establishment of the city were posted. He picked up a pen and added a new line below. Everyone has the right to leave. Those who remain have the duty to protect this city. Then he turned to face everyone. All right, the duty roster is with Drake, and the inventory check is with Emily. Starting tomorrow, patrol hours will be extended, but the food quotas will remain unchanged. You are dismissed. Late at night, Emily was alone in the warehouse counting supplies. With more than 300 people gone, the supplies were temporarily sufficient, but her work had been disrupted. She checked the supply list several times, but always lost focus and never completed a single round. Eventually, she set the list aside, sitting in a corner piled high with boxes, her shoulders beginning to tremble. Mike entered without her noticing. He remained silent, simply moving a supply box to sit opposite her. After a long while, Emily finally spoke, her voice trembling as it emerged from her knees. I advised them for a long time, several women with children. Oh, I told them the authorities cannot be trusted, that registering would lead to control. They retorted, asking me if they weren't being controlled here. 1 meal a day and no medicine, even when sick. I had no words to answer them, and I did not dare to send them off when they left. Mike did not respond. He sat on the supply box looking down at the ground. Emily lifted her head, her eyes still red and swollen. How much longer can we hold on? Mike remained silent for a long time before uttering a phrase he had never said. I don't know, but we will hold on for as long as we can. Previously we said we would hold on until we couldn't anymore, and it is the same now. 300 have left and 700 have stayed. 700 willing to endure are harder to scatter than 1,000 who hesitate. This city still exists. As long as there are those who remain, this city will endure. Gregory stood in the office of the Northern Ireland Alliance base, a brand new identification card laid out before him. The cover bore the Alliance emblem, and the inner pages contained his photo and identification number. He was no longer the patrolling soldier at the outskirts of the fracture mining area. He had now become the captain of the S Squad, a direct action team under the Alliance. He was recruited by Coulson, an official responsible for the organization differentiation and recruitment of Awakened Ones. Coulson was quite satisfied with the more than 300 individuals brought by Gregory. Although most of them had only recently awakened and had nearly zero combat experience, their sheer numbers constituted a resource in itself. The Alliance exchanged legal identities and resource allocations for the registration of this group, and now it was their turn to contribute to their new employers. The core backbone of the S Squad was entirely composed of these over 300 individuals. Coulson selected over a dozen individuals with stronger abilities and higher loyalty to the Alliance to join the direct action team, while the remaining 300 were assigned to various logistics, patrol, and support positions. Gregory picked up the badge with satisfaction and looked at Coulson, asking, "What is the first mission?" Coulson slid a photo to the center of the conference table. Marcus Kane, a peak first-tier ice type, Awakened One, was a former member of the Fracture group. After leaving the Fracture, he failed to report to the registration point on time, and was listed as an avoiding registrant. His ice abilities did not have a corresponding sample in the Alliance's database, and the higher-ups required him to be captured alive for research. Gregory glanced at the photo, then set it down, attaching the captain's badge to his collar. "He'll lead the team. Ooh, I know how to find him." Gregory did not bring ordinary soldiers. He brought warriors, all composed of Awakened Ones from the Fracture. These individuals had shared a meal with Marcus in the same cafeteria just yesterday, and today they stood outside an abandoned factory, wearing Alliance combat uniforms, their expressions varying. Gregory stood at the front of the line and addressed everyone, saying, "Marcus will not surrender voluntarily. He is a peak first year with more combat experience than all of you combined. But I understand him. He has weaknesses. His weakness is his daughter. If we capture Lily, he will not resist." A young Awakened One hesitantly asked, "But Lily is only 5. Gregory looked at him, his tone calm, yet firm. "We are here to carry out a mission, not to discuss emotions. Do you want to return to the Alliance with results, or do you want to go back to being an illegal Awakened One?" The young man fell silent, lowering his head. Gregory divided the team into 3 groups. One group would feign an attack at the front of the factory to attract Marcus' attention, comprising the largest number, but mostly low-tier Awakened Ones who had just awakened, primarily serving as a distraction. The second group would circle to the back of the factory to block the rear door, consisting of several speed-type Awakened Ones. He himself would lead the third group to infiltrate from the side, composed of a dozen or so core members with stronger abilities. The tactics he devised were simple: create a front distraction, side infiltration, and in the battle upon As Marcus was surrounded inside the factory, he froze every window and door with ice, then crouched down to wrap Lily in a blanket and stuffed her into a corner tool cabinet. "No matter what you hear, don't come out, don't make a sound. Daddy will be back." His voice was calm, just like when he usually lulled her to sleep. Lily nodded obediently, and just before the cabinet door closed, whispered, "Daddy, be careful." She didn't cry, as she hadn't cried when leaving the Fracture last time either. She thought this time was just like the last, merely moving. Marcus stood up and walked toward the factory's front door, his arms beginning to be covered with ice crystals, the frost spreading from his fingertips to his shoulders. He pushed open the front door and saw dozens of people in Alliance combat uniforms standing outside. He scanned the faces, recognizing several of them. He said nothing. He merely sealed the front door of the factory with an ice wall and stood in front of it, facing everyone. The ice wall was thick enough that those who wanted to enter the factory would have to get past his body first. The front feint group was the first to attack. The fireballs and wind blades released by several newly awakened low-tier abilities struck the ice wall, leaving only shallow marks. Marcus did not remain stationary to take hits. He took the initiative to strike, using the abandoned vehicles and piles of materials in the stockpile area outside the factory for cover, while constantly changing positions. At the same time, he used his ice abilities to create a slick ice surface on the ground to disrupt the attacker's steps. A first-tier Awakened One lost balance and slipped on the ice, and Marcus took the opportunity to strike his chest with a palm. The ice spread from his palm to the entire body, freezing him in place, rendering him combat ineffective, but not fatal. Another awakened one charged from the left flank. Marcus used an ice blade to horizontally slice and push him back, the ice blade striking the opponent's armor, shattering it to pieces, while the person was flung back and crashed into an old vehicle, falling to the ground. He simultaneously created multiple ice walls on the ground to block the left flank's infiltration route, ensuring no one could bypass him to approach the tool cabinet near the factory. Gregory did not rush to act. He stood on the periphery, observing Marcus' fighting rhythm, waiting for the right moment. After a while, Marcus' breathing began to quicken. His ice abilities were heavily drained in the dry, abandoned factory area with little moisture in the air. Each time ice crystals formed, more energy had to be drawn from his own spiritual energy. Gregory seized the moment and instructed the second group to infiltrate from behind the factory. Several speed-type awakened ones took advantage of the gap, while Marcus was engaged at the front door and broke through a window to enter the factory. Gregory himself mixed in with the second group, using those dozen core members as cover. By the time Marcus sensed the commotion behind him, it was too late. He turned to defend, but was restrained by the front faint group. He watched helplessly as several awakened ones carried the tool cabinet out of the factory. Then the cabinet door was opened, revealing Lily curled up in the blanket. "Lily!" Marcus shouted as he charged toward the factory, ice spikes shooting out madly, knocking down the two awakened ones blocking his path. One was pierced through the shoulder by an ice spike, while the other was slammed against the wall by an ice wall. His attacks grew fiercer, but also more uncontrollable. Gregory was waiting for this moment. He quickly approached Marcus from behind at the instant of his emotional upheaval, and weak while pressing his hand against Marcus' head. The mind control ability activated, not directly controlling the body, but interfering with perception. Suddenly Marcus experienced a fleeting illusion. He saw Lily being pulled out of the blanket and held at knife point. The image lasted only a moment, but was enough to completely throw him into disarray. His ice spikes shot uncontrollably toward the direction of the illusion, shattering the factory's glass. The real attack came from the right flank, where two melee-type awakened ones seized the moment when his attention was distracted and pounced on him, using their abilities to restrain and cuff his wrists. The metal rings embedded into his skin, cutting off the flow of spiritual energy within him. The ice layer shattered and fell from his arms, and his body convulsed violently, kneeling on the ground. Marcus did not fall. He supported himself with an ice blade, lifting his head to look at Gregory. Gregory approached him, looking down. "Your ice abilities hold significant research value. The Alliance does not want your life, we just need your cooperation." He turned and gestured for his subordinates to take Marcus away. As Marcus was dragged toward the transport vehicle, he no longer struggled, only following the tool cabinet with his gaze. When Lily was taken out from the blanket, she did not cry. She remembered what her father said, not to make a sound no matter what she heard. But when she saw her father being dragged into the transport vehicle, she could no longer hold back. She ran a few steps toward the transport vehicle barefoot on the icy ground, but was picked up by a female awakened one. "Daddy! Daddy!" Her voice was high-pitched and hoarse, echoing in the empty, abandoned factory area. Gregory approached her, crouching down to say something. Lily took a step back. She recognized him. He had crouched down to greet her when she was in the fracture and had given her candy, but now he wore a different uniform. "Your father will be fine as long as you behave." She did not respond. She merely bit her lip and looked at him, her eyes showing no fear, only hatred. The 5-year-old child did not understand political stances or mission tasks. She only saw a familiar person bringing people to take her father away. Gregory stood up and said to the female awakened one beside him, "Follow the procedure for placement and send her to the guardianship center." He turned and walked towards the transport vehicle without looking back. Days later, news reached the fracture. Bruce remained silent for a long time on the encrypted channel before passing the intelligence to Mike. The intelligence read: Marcus was captured, executed by the Northern Ireland Alliance's warrior Captain Gregory, with all core members composed of those who left the original fracture. Marcus was defeated while besieged in the abandoned factory area, and his daughter Lily had been sent to the Alliance's guardianship center. The Alliance was investigating all individuals who had not voluntarily registered after leaving the fracture and recommended immediately severing contact with all registered individuals. After reading the intelligence, Mike walked to the wall and picked up a piece of chalk. On the wall was a handwritten set of rules by Emily from the time the city was built. He added a new line beneath: "Everyone has the right to leave. Anyone who harms those who leave is an enemy of the fracture." Drake stood at the door anxiously asking, "What are we going to do?" Mike turned around, his gaze the same as when he had stood at the factory door, holding an iron rod years ago. "First find out where Marcus is being held. Then bring him back." The news of Marcus' arrest reached the Rift, and Mike did not shut himself off. He continued to fulfill his responsibilities. However, late at night the training room lights stayed on longer than usual, often illuminating until dawn. The sounds from inside were audible as patrollers passed by the door. Bruce was the first to discover his breakthrough. That early morning after finishing his night shift he passed by the training room, the door ajar, and no lights were on inside. He pushed the door open and saw Mike sitting cross-legged on the ground surrounded by dozens of metal parts. As Mike waved his hand, all the parts suddenly floated in midair. "What have you achieved?" Bruce asked, leaning against the door frame. Mike flipped his hand, then clenched it tightly, causing dozens of parts to simultaneously collapse toward the center, compressed into a solid iron ball the size of a fist, which fell to the ground. Mike stood up, and the iron ball immediately floated back into his hand. "Within 100 meters I can manipulate regular metals at will. Beyond that it becomes difficult. If I overextend to control large metal objects it consumes a lot of energy." At that moment Bruce took a bolt from his pocket and threw it to him with rough markings inscribed on it. This was taken from the transport vehicle after the factory battle, kept as a memento. You might not remember, but it was the vehicle that brought you out of the factory. Mike caught the bolt in his hand. He could sense every rust mark and stress crack within the metal, though any metal of the same material within 100 meters could not escape his perception. He held onto the bolt for a while before putting it in his pocket. "I remember that day I still had 2 bullets embedded in my shoulder." But to find Marcus' mere ability was far from enough. He needed to know where Marcus was being held. "I need to know which facility Marcus is being held in." Mike stated directly at the core circle meeting, "My ability can only sense metals within 100 meters. Finding him will rely on intelligence." Emily went to find Rosa, one of the 300 who had left, currently working in the Alliance's logistics department. She had known Emily since the Rift days when Emily was in charge of warehouse management, and Rosa was her assistant. After leaving the Rift, she did not join Gregor in becoming an S-Warrior, but was instead assigned to the logistics distribution center as a warehouse clerk. The news of Marcus' last arrest was relayed through her peripheral contacts. When Emily reached out to her through old channels, Rosa replied with a single sentence, "They'll try." She spent nearly 2 weeks sifting through piles of distribution lists page by page. The Iron Mountain Research Institute, designated TS-03, had recently received a fixed order for single-portion detention meals, 1 per day, day after day. The start date of this delivery matched exactly with the date of Marcus' arrest. She also noticed a line in the delivery remarks, "Special detention, delivered separately." This was not standard treatment for ordinary awakened ones. Rosa stuffed a copy of the delivery list into a folder of scrap paper and brought it out of the archives, passing it to Emily through peripheral contacts. The delivery list also included the official address of the Research Institute, approximately 200 kilometers north, originally an abandoned military materials research institute repurposed and reconstructed by the Northern Island Alliance. Iron Mountain Research Institute. Mike marked the location on the map with a red pen, drawing a circle around it. The next question is, what is it like inside? Bruce was responsible for intercepting communications intelligence from the outside. He spent 2 weeks listening to the Alliance's encrypted frequencies. The internal communications of the Iron Mountain Research Institute utilized a separate channel with a high level of encryption, military-grade frequency-hopping encryption. Conventional cracking methods were ineffective, and he could only intercept fragmented signals. Supply vehicles entered and exited every Monday and Thursday, with the longest interval between patrols from 4 to 6 in the morning, approximately 15 minutes. These fragments could not piece together a complete layout, but they provided crucial time windows. The truly groundbreaking intelligence came from Rosa's second venture. She took the opportunity to enter the unloading area while delivering supplies to the Iron Mountain Research Institute. During her break in the scrap area, she encountered a taciturn young mechanic. Rosa recognized him as Eddie, one of those who had left the Rift and joined the Alliance. He had not followed Gregor to become an S-Warrior, but had been assigned to logistics maintenance. He used to be responsible for maintaining the ventilation system in the mine tunnels during his time in the Rift, always crouching in corners, working quietly, without much conversation. The two exchanged brief words while checking the supply list. Rosa did not directly ask about Marcus, but simply chatted about their current situations. Rosa said she would handle the next delivery, and Eddie said little in response, just a grunt, but he did not refuse. After 2 more deliveries, Eddie handed back a small folded piece of paper in the scrap area. It contained a rough sketch of the underground detention area. Every access point's location, the elevator's floor authorization methods, and the general patterns of patrol shifts were all clearly marked. Marcus was held in the detention room on the far east side of the underground second level, with a permanent guard at the door, changing shifts every 4 hours. The rotation of level 1 ability users was not fixed. The back of the sketch had a line that read, "The spare key is in the first drawer of the duty room." Mike unfolded the sketch and studied it for a long time before passing it to Drake, saying one sentence, "This map is worth more than my level 2 ability." Drake took the sketch and scrutinized it several times. Eddie had drawn it in great detail, even marking the locations of the duct shafts and the dimensions of the vents. This kid was always quiet back in the rift, though I didn't expect him to have such a good memory. With Eddie's sketch, the infiltration plan could now be devised. Mike spent several days in the operations room deep in the mine repeatedly pondering over the sketch. The walls were pinned with satellite photos of the Iron Mountain Research Institute, copies of Rose's delivery lists, intercepted communication fragments from Bruce, and Eddie's hand-drawn sketch of the detention area. All the intelligence pieced together finally provided a complete action window. The final plan abandoned a direct assault in favor of stealth, utilizing the patrol gaps in the early hours to enter the Institute through the unloading passage with duct shafts connecting the scrap area and the detention zone. Access control required authorization cards, and the location of the spare key had already been marked by Eddie. The extraction had to be completed before the shift change. The time window was very short. Throughout the process, they had to maintain stealth. If the alarm was triggered early, the entire detention area would automatically seal off, and the operation would fail. This operation is not about taking the Iron Mountain Research Institute by force. Mike was outlining the task at the pre-mission briefing. The operations room in the mine was cramped with over a dozen people, including Corps members and veteran soldiers participating in the mission. He spread the sketch out on the table, assigning specific tasks to everyone. It's about bringing one person out. After bringing him out, there are still Rosa and Eddie inside the Research Institute. If exposed, they will all be implicated, so we must enter cleanly and exit cleanly. Once exposed, retreat is the priority, or do not linger in battle. Drake curiously asked, "Who's leading the team?" "You will lead the infiltration and breakthrough. Bruce will be responsible for external communication monitoring, and Rosa will continue to provide logistical support. Internally, everything will proceed as usual before and after the operation." Eddie will not participate in any direct action. He merely provided a sketch, and after the operation, he will continue to be a logistics maintainer for the Alliance, fixing his ventilation ducts. Mike patiently explained the details to him. Drake then asked, "What about you?" Mike did not answer. He walked to the wall, picked up chalk next to the Research Institute sketch, and wrote a line. "This infiltration operation is not about showing heroism. The goal is singular: to bring the person out alive." In the early morning, the change of guard at the Taizhan Research Institute arrived on schedule, with searchlights sweeping across the outer walls as two patrol teams crossed each other's paths along fixed routes. Mike crouched behind some discarded items outside the unloading passage, followed by more than a dozen members. The assault team, led by Drake, burst into the detention area through the pipe shaft, while the outer team of 4 was personally overseen by Mike, responsible for the frontal breakthrough. The support team of 3 stayed outside to handle retreat logistics and medical needs. These dozen or so individuals were the most formidable fighters in the faction, each possessing mid-stage first-level strength, having experienced the factory battle and multiple encirclements. The patrol has passed the unloading passage to the east, is now. In the next moment, Mike raised his hand, and the locking mechanism of the iron door to the unloading passage was twisted and broken from within under his power. The assault team stealthily entered the unloading passage, their footsteps light and quick, disappearing into the darkness within seconds. The waste room had no lights, only the dim green glow of emergency indicators reflecting the entrance of the pipe shaft. Drake bent down and slipped into the pipe shaft, with his team members following one after another. Meanwhile, Mike rose from behind a large object and walked toward the front wall of the Research Institute. Within 100 meters, all the positions of the metal equipment unfolded in his perception. He could precisely locate every rifle's barrel, every grenade's pin, and the arrangement of each locking mechanism's pins. As soon as the assault team passed through the waste room, the alarm sounded immediately. A new passive sensor had been installed above the entrance of the passage. Eddie's sketch had marked this position, indicating it was a later addition that the logistics maintenance personnel could not access. The response speed of the Research Institute was faster than anticipated. The heavy alloy gate between the waste room and the detention area crashed down with no locking mechanism or handle, a purely physical blockade. "The gate has fallen. We are cut off on the east side of the waste room." Drake's voice came through the earpiece, accompanied by a hint of hurried breathing. At that moment, Gregor, accompanied by his class warrior, flanked from the front entrance of the Research Institute, followed by 7 or 8 awakened individuals. 2 more Alliance firepower teams had set up shooting positions behind cover, unleashing a fierce barrage that sealed off the entire entrance of the unloading passage. In the midst of the intense firepower, Mike recognized several familiar faces. They were the ones who had previously left the faction, with Gregor, now clad in Alliance uniforms, standing in opposition to him. Mike then raised his hand, and dozens of bullets flying towards him suddenly stopped in midair. Then the bullets flew back in the opposite direction, hitting several individuals, and one Fire Element's glass warrior collapsed, unable to fire again. Just as the gap opened, a blazing fire pillar surged directly toward Mike. It was the second fire element awakened, indicating that more than one elemental's glass warrior had been deployed this time. At that moment, Fire Fist, Danny charged out from behind the outer team's cover, a peak, first-level fire element warrior bald, with a half-missing left pinky, a remnant from the factory battle. His fighting style involved concentrating flames on his fists, charging in for close combat. Danny's fists ignited, simultaneously charging toward the opposing fire pillar and striking it in the middle. Instantly, the two flames collided, and the fire pillar was severed in half, sending a scorching wave of air exploding outward. He charged through the blasted air wave and landed a fiery punch on the opponent's chest. The glass warrior was sent flying by the punch, crashing into the cover with armor fragments scattering everywhere as the man collapsed to the ground, losing his combat ability. The flames on Danny's right fist briefly extinguished, but he flicked his wrist, and the flames reignited. "Is that all the fire?" Danny scoffed at the glass warrior lying on the ground. Before they could catch their breath, a storm of fragmented wind from a wind element's glass warrior followed closely. Debris and shards of glass spun in the high-speed airflow, covering a vast area, with sharp, whistling sounds filling the air. Mike's abilities could intercept bullets, but he could not simultaneously block such a dense barrage of non-metallic fragments. He turned to avoid critical hits, but several shards of glass grazed his left arm and ribcage, causing blood to seep instantly from his wounds. At this moment, his teammate, Windblade, Leah, charged out from behind cover, a mid-stage first-level wind element warrior, a short-haired girl barely 20. Her ability was to rapidly unleash wind blades. While the individual power was not as strong as the fragmented wind storm, the firing rate was extremely fast, capable of launching several in a breath. She dashed to the front of Mike, simultaneously swinging her hands, sending a series of razor-thin wind blades sweeping toward the glass warrior's hiding place, shredding the concrete surface. The fragmented wind storm was forced to halt as the glass warrior ducked his head to evade, with several wind blades narrowly missing his helmet. After a short time, Leah's body began to tremble involuntarily. That series of rapid-fire shots had already reached her output limit. Another awakened individual, Steelskin, Parker, blocked the flanking route of the Alliance's melee assault team at the entrance of the unloading passage. A mid-stage first-level Earth Element physique enhancer, his skin turned into a rock-like hard layer when activating his ability. He had previously endured 3 gunshots during the factory battle without penetrating his body. And glass warrior, a strength-type awakened, swung a fist at him, and the two exchanged blows. Parker shattered his opponent's armor with his hardened fist, while the opponent used pure physical strength to throw him against the discarded materials. Parker crawled out, moved his shoulder, and charged back in. After several collisions, he finally dislocated the strength-type awakened's shoulder, causing the opponent to kneel on the ground, unable to continue fighting. This battle gave the faction no time to breathe, and glass Earth Element awakened squatted behind cover, pressing both hands against the asphalt ground. In the next moment, the ground beneath Mike suddenly collapsed, the asphalt layer being uprooted from below. The soil and debris seemed to come alive, wrapping around his legs and dragging him down into the ground. Meanwhile, the Wind-type S warrior unleashed the fragment storm once again, this time with a higher density, mixed with concrete debris scraped off the walls of the research facility. The coordination of the two S warriors was evidently practiced in targeted drills before the battle. One trapped the target, while the other harvested from the front. Mike's legs were bound by the Earth-type ability, facing the incoming fragment storm Hedon. He chose not to confront it Hedon. Instead, he used his ability to layer and compress all available metal within dozens of meters into a heavy metallic shield to block the attacks from the two S warriors. The fragment storm struck the shield, causing a flurry of sparks with countless dents appearing on the metallic surface. The shield was severely deformed but had not been penetrated. Immediately after Mike controlled a segment of the collapsed metal pipeline to fly toward the back of the Earth, the opponent grunted and fell backward, his hands released from the ground, and his Earth-type ability was subsequently interrupted. The soil binding Mike's legs loosened and he leaped out from the half-collapsed pit, while the metallic shield disintegrated and scattered. His breathing became even more rapid. The continuous manipulation of the large volume metallic shield and long-range attacks accelerated the consumption of his spiritual energy. Yet he showed no signs of stopping, as his assault team was still trapped behind the gate, and he had to open it before his spiritual energy ran out. In the debris area, Drake's assault team was engaged in fierce combat with the remaining S warriors. A storm-type S warrior was blocking the end of the corridor, manipulating air pressure to form a low-pressure vortex. Loose objects in the corridor, like torn paper and shards of glass, were all sucked into the vortex and smashed against the walls. Members of the assault team struggled to breathe as the air pressure weighed heavily on their chests, making their bodies involuntarily drawn toward the center of the vortex. Another acid-type S warrior stood guard at the entrance of the pipe, while spraying highly corrosive liquid from his palm. The spray distance was short, but its adhesion was strong, creating smoking pits in the cement wall. Kyle the Airblade user leaned against the wall. He was a mid-tier level 1 wind type belonging to the same wind element as Leah, but from a different branch. Leah was rapid fire, while he was single-shot high power. Each Airblade could cut through bulletproof steel plates, but the recovery time after each shot was long. He exerted all his strength against the low-pressure vortex to unleash an Airblade, compressing the wind blade to tear through the air with a piercing shriek, colliding with the vortex and tearing it apart. The Storm-type S warrior slammed against the wall, and the vortex instantly dissipated, restoring normal air pressure in the corridor. Due to extreme exhaustion, Kyle also collapsed against the wall, gasping heavily. He was unable to fire a second shot, for a while leaving him defenseless during the recovery period. Greg rushed forward just before the acid-type S warrior could spray Kyle. He was a mid-tier level 1 earth type with rocky fists, primarily for offense. His punch surfaces covered in rough rock layers. He accurately struck the opponent's elbow with his rocky fists, interrupting the acid-type S warrior's joint and deflecting the direction of the acid spray. The acid grazed Kyle's left leg and splattered against the wall, causing the cement surface to bubble up as Kyle then used his shoulder to pin the acid-type S warrior hard against the wall. Taking advantage of the opening cleared by his teammates, Drake rushed to the safety gate, shouldering it several times, but it did not budge. The detention area was deeper inside. Marcus was still behind this gate, but brute force alone could not open this heavy alloy. "Mike," Drake shouted into his earpiece. "This door can only be opened by you." As Mike was about to rush into the debris area, Greg finally made his move from the back row. He had been waiting for this moment. Mike's spiritual energy had been pushed to its limit due to the intense battle. Although the defensive array was dense, his control precision had clearly decreased. His breathing rhythm had become erratic, and every motion to manipulate the metal was a fraction slower than before. Greg quickly approached from the back row, accompanied by a speed-type S warrior for cover. The speed-type awakened struck from the left flank like lightning. Mike dodged aside and then single-handedly manipulated a metal plate to smack it away, sending the speed-type awakened crashing against the wall and sliding down. Greg seized the opportunity to close in from the right flank, placing his palm on Mike's shoulder to activate his psychic control ability. Suddenly, a momentary illusion appeared before Mike's eyes. He saw Drake struck by a fireball in the back, his combat suit scorched, collapsing onto the corridor floor. He also saw the outer team's cover being shredded by the fragment storm, with Leah and Danny buried in the debris. The vision lasted only a few seconds, but it was vivid enough to make Mike's heart skip a beat, resulting in a gap in his defensive array. Greg's palm aimed directly at Mike's head, trying to amplify the intensity of his psychic control. Mike instinctively rolled backward to evade the strike. His sense of distance and balance had not fully recovered, but he did not pause his movement after rolling back up. During the roll, his right hand had already controlled a sharp metallic shard from the ground to stab upward from beneath Greg's feet. Greg quickly turned to evade, but his shoulder was still grazed, forcing him to interrupt the psychic control. "Is that all you've got?" Mike straightened up, wiping away the blood that had dripped from his mouth during the roll. "When you promised them the dream, you talked about legal status, stable jobs, and not having to hide underground. But what you're doing now is bringing people to kill your former comrades." Greg did not answer. He clutched his shoulder and retreated to the back row, his expression half in shadow and half in light from the spotlight. Mike ignored Greg any further. He walked straight toward the safety gate in the debris area, with every step causing the surrounding metallic fragments to rise automatically behind him. All moved in accordance with his movement, like a moving storm made of steel. The wind-type S warrior attempted to gather the fragment storm once more to stop him. Mike did not look back. He simply threw a barrage of metal fragments from behind to force the warrior back, causing sparks to fly as the fragments struck the cover, while the wind-type awakened hurriedly ducked behind cover, afraid to peek out. The earth-type awakened struggled to stand, wanting to activate his ability again. As he pressed both hands against the ground, Danny from the outer team sealed his advance route with a wall of fire. At the gate, Mike pressed both hands against the cold alloy surface, his ability penetrating the metal interior, sensing every stress concentration point of the welds and every weak link of the locking mechanisms. This information unfolded in his mind like a detailed perspective drawing, and then he exerted force with both hands, injecting his ability into those gaps. In the next second, the gate shattered, the deformed metal plates blasting apart to either side, and the lights from the detention corridor instantly illuminated the area, revealing the iron door of the detention room at the corridor's end. Drake rushed toward the corridor from deep inside, followed by several teammates who had been propped up. They had just exchanged fire with the remaining Alliance guards at the end of the corridor. Found it. Drake's voice came through the earpiece. He's still alive. Drake led the assault team to smash open the iron door of the detention room, and he was stunned by the scene before him. Suddenly Drake's voice came through the earpiece to Mike. Mike, you better come see this yourself. Mike arranged for the outer team to secure the gate and quickly headed towards. Entering the detention room, he was confronted with a row of monitoring devices, and on the metal experimental bed at the back lay a person, Marcus. At this moment his entire body was restrained on the bed and his hands were covered with needle marks. A row of collection bags hung beside the experimental bed labeled with dates and sample numbers. What made Mike even angrier was the incision on the back of Marcus' neck, where several wires connected from the cut to the electroencephalogram. The waveform on the screen was slowly fluctuating with a label next to it reading monitoring of brain region activity during the release of ice-type abilities' 7th induction experiment. At this moment Marcus struggled to turn his head. He tried hard to look at Mike and managed to say a few words with great difficulty. No. You would come. There were 3 researchers in white lab coats in the lab, and they did not flee when the alarm sounded. They might have been ordered not to leave the experiment table. One young researcher stood by the collection pump holding a clipboard. When he saw Mike enter, his expression turned. What are you recording? Mike's voice was filled with anger. The young researcher was so frightened that the clipboard slipped from his hands. Mike glanced over and noticed a paper recording Marcus' ice-type ability induction reactions, with each induction marked with its method. He also saw several terms: electrical stimulation, pain induction, extreme low temperature exposure. Another record on the floor reads sample reaction threshold, continuously decreasing, recommend, increasing stimulation intensity to maintain ability release. Mike raised his hand, and at that moment the scalpel, scissors, and hemostatic forceps in the lab all hovered in midair. The tips of those instruments were all aimed at the 3 researchers, and in the next second all 3 were simultaneously pierced by several surgical instruments. Mike did not look at the bodies, he walked directly to the experimental bed. A surge of power was unleashed, and the metal restraints holding Marcus were twisted apart one by one. Marcus looked very haggard. They gave me an overdose of anesthetic yesterday, and my heart almost stopped. They said the ice-type ability would unleash its strongest energy when close to death. I've been wondering if Lily would become an orphan. She won't. Mike helped him up from the experimental bed. She is still waiting for you. As Mike supported Marcus out of the lab, the gunfire from the perimeter erupted again, likely signaling the arrival of the Alliance's reinforcements. They brought heavy weapons. Danny shouted from behind cover. Danny had established a firewall to block the eastern passage against the incoming soldiers, but the firewall began to weaken under the suppression of heavy machine guns. Mike glanced at the battlefield and found that the frontal breakout route was blocked by armored vehicles, and there was also heavy machine gun suppression on the eastern passage. He then moved towards the western wall, pressing his hands against the reinforced concrete surface. The rebar embedded inside the wall felt like a skeleton to his perception. He exerted force with both hands, and the rebar instantly peeled away from the concrete, creating a massive breach in the wall. The exit is to the west. Go. Drake, supporting Marcus, was the first to pass through the breach. The breakout team fled north along the abandoned highway. The Alliance's pursuit team set out from the Research Institute with 2 armored vehicles and several firepower teams circling from the east. The first wave of casualties occurred minutes after leaving the Research Institute. The Alliance's mortars began to provide covering fire on the highway, with the first round of shells landing not far behind the transport vehicle, the explosion's shockwave shattering the rear window. The second round of shells landed even closer, with a near-miss shell exploding behind the transport vehicle, shrapnel and debris sweeping across the rear compartment. Greg was sitting in the back, and a piece of mortar shrapnel struck his neck, severing his carotid artery. He pressed his hand against the wound, instinctively activating his petrification ability, but his rock-solid fingers could not stem the arterial spray of blood. Kyle was hit by the same round of mortar fire shortly after Greg fell. A shell exploded in front of the transport vehicle. The blast wave threw him, who was standing guard on the left side of the compartment, into the debris of the opposite bridge pier. The back of his head struck the concrete, his skull fractured, and he was dead on the spot. When Drake dragged Kyle's body back from beside the bridge pier, he found another young member of the assault team had also collapsed in a pile of rubble a few meters away. A piece of mortar shrapnel penetrated his left eye, killing him instantly. The southern bank position was heavily covered by the Alliance's mortars, and a shell directly hit the bridgehead cover, shattering it to pieces. The 2 team members left behind on the southern bank were thrown into the air by the shockwave. Rick was hit in the chest by shrapnel, his lung punctured. By the time Drake dragged him behind cover, he could no longer. He simply gripped Drake's hand tightly, his eyes fixed on the northern direction of the bridge. Cole was thrown into the air by the explosive shockwave, and when he fell his body was no longer intact. Several shells landed simultaneously on the middle section of the bridge. Leah was helping the injured Pike across the bridge when a piece of shrapnel struck her from behind, hitting her left rear shoulder and penetrating her combat suit into her scapula. She was knocked down onto the bridge surface by the shock force, and Pike was also thrown over by the blast wave. When Drake turned her over, she was still conscious, but could no longer make a sound. She was just gripping Drake's sleeve tightly, her eyes fixed on the direction of the northern bridgehead, where the bodies of the fallen soldiers she couldn't bring back lay. Mike ordered everyone to retreat to the north of the bridge, leaving himself alone on the southern side. Then he pressed his hands against the steel truss of the Silver Gate Bridge and closed his eyes. Within 100 meters, the entire steel structure of the bridge unfolded in his perception. Soon he found the load-bearing nodes connecting the main truss to the bridge pier, the greatest stress concentration point of the entire bridge, and also the most vulnerable place. He then began to exert force, injecting his power into the rivet holes of each load-bearing node, simultaneously twisting apart all the rivets from the inside. The load-bearing nodes began to deform. After losing the rivet connections, the steel truss emitted a metallic twisting sound, and a crack split the bridge surface violently. The southern bank's mortars were still firing, and a shell exploded not far behind Mike, striking his right shoulder and back with shrapnel, causing a large amount of blood to flow from the wounds. He did not move, simply putting all his strength into the bridge. Soon the first main truss on the bridge began to break, the second, the third, and the sound of breaking spread from the middle section of the bridge towards the north. Before long, the Silver Gate Bridge was severed in the middle, and the entire section of the bridge began to rotate slowly, supported by Mike's remaining strength. The broken bridge surface pulled the yet unbroken parts to twist along, and the rivets connecting to the southern bank were pulled out in succession. The last batch of rivets snapped, and the entire section of the bridge slowly collapsed into the depths of the gorge. The southern bank's pursuers were blocked by a gap dozens of meters wide. At this moment, Mike was half kneeling on the northern bank, one hand supporting the ground. He had completed the action of severing the Silver Gate Bridge, but had paid the price. His spiritual energy was completely exhausted, and the shrapnel wounds on his back and right shoulder were still bleeding profusely. With the last bit of conscious awareness, he sensed that there were no pursuers on the northern bank, and then he collapsed. The news of the Silver Gate Bridge's collapse spread throughout the Northern Island Alliance within a few hours. The Alliance has sealed off most details of the scene, but the chase on the abandoned highway, the massive wreckage of the collapsed bridge in the canyon, and the armored vehicles forced to stop at the edge of the break are all visible. These images cannot be completely covered up. Blurry videos captured by unofficial channels went viral online, surpassing 10 million views within a day. Aerial footage showing the metal bridge being violently torn in half and the entire deck turning sideways into the canyon left everyone dumbfounded. No one could explain how this was accomplished, and the comments section was filled with panic, awe, and a flood of conspiracy theories. The Northern Island Alliance held an emergency press conference after the incident. Coulson stood behind the podium in the press hall with aerial photographs of the Silver Gate Bridge's collapse and a close-up of Mike's face projected on the giant screen behind him. This was the only clear photograph preserved in the Alliance's archives. Early this morning, the illegal awakened armed organization Fault launched a terrorist attack on the Taizhan Research Institute. They killed multiple innocent researchers, abducted a dangerous awakened individual who was legally detained, and destroyed the Silver Gate Bridge, an important piece of public infrastructure, during their escape. This attack resulted in multiple casualties among the Alliance's security forces, with specific numbers still being counted. Coulson's voice was steady and cold. He did not mention Marcus being used as a test subject. He only released a few pieces of information: the destroyed gate of the Research Institute, breaches in the surrounding walls, the damaged Silver Gate Bridge, and a list of missing researchers with unclear information. From now on, the Northern Island Alliance will use all means to strike against Fault. This includes, but is not limited to, armed purges, targeted eliminations, asset freezes, and criminal prosecutions against all individuals associated with Fault. Anyone who provides supplies, intelligence, or shelter to Fault will be regarded as a terrorist accomplice and held fully accountable under the law. I want to emphasize that several members of the security forces who died during this attack were once members of Fault. They accepted the Alliance's legitimate identity and chose to return to normal society, while Mike and his followers responded to their choice with this broken bridge. At this moment, Mike leaned against a temporary hideout, having simply treated the wounds on his right shoulder and back. He called Greg's group the fallen members of the security forces. Drake sneered and said with dissatisfaction, "What about Danny? What about Greg? What about Kyle? And those at the bridgehead that we couldn't bring back? Their names won't even be mentioned." No one answered him. They all knew that the Northern Island Alliance had always acted this way. Hours later, Bruce intercepted fragments of internal communications from the Alliance, piecing together more complete intelligence. The Northern Island Alliance's aerial reconnaissance had already locked onto the general area of the old industrial zone, with ground search teams encircling from several directions. It is expected to complete the encirclement within 2 days at the latest. Meanwhile, the Northern Island Alliance announced the suspension of all unofficial Awakened registrations. The identity verification for those on the registration list will be restarted. In simple terms, they are beginning to investigate whether there are still individuals like Rosa within their ranks. Mike leaned against the wall in silence for a moment before saying, "We can't stay here." At that moment, Emily's voice came from the communicator. "I am already looking for a new stronghold. There is no place on the continent that is safe." After labeling Fault as a terrorist organization, the Alliance's outer contacts received an ultimatum. Those who continue to assist us will be regarded as accomplices. The few intermediaries who usually help us procure supplies no longer dare to answer the phone. We need to completely leave the Northern Island Alliance territory. The isolated overseas islands are the best choice, as most are outside the Alliance's jurisdiction. Moreover, several islands were previously transit points for smuggling groups, and the infrastructure is still usable. I have filtered a few coordinates. I take a look and see which one is feasible. Mike glanced at the map. Emily had marked 3 options, one of which was a small island isolated overseas far enough from the continent, and not on any shipping routes, with an abandoned lighthouse and several stone houses. The former smuggling group had built a temporary warehouse there with freshwater wells and stone buildings that could be converted into living quarters. Mike did not hesitate for long, and immediately said, "This one." Drake began organizing preparations for the evacuation, dismantling temporary communication equipment, distributing emergency rations, and destroying supplies that could not be taken. No one asked further. Everyone knew that this evacuation meant they were completely abandoning all strongholds on the continent. The photographs of the Silver Gate Bridge and the close-up of Mike's face displayed by Coulson at the press conference were repeatedly aired by major media outlets for several days. He stated that Fault is a terrorist organization, that Mike is the murderer of innocent researchers and fallen security forces, and that the collapsed bridge poses a serious threat to public safety. He also released a list submitted to the Special Military Tribunal claiming that anyone confirmed to be associated with Fault would face life imprisonment. However, what he did not anticipate was that the torn bridge he displayed would become a signal. In the awakened communities across the Northern Island Alliance, the photograph of the Silver Gate Bridge was repeatedly shared. They knew that half of what the Alliance's news said was false. They had been registered, investigated, and restricted in their freedom, and they understood the worth of the Alliance's promises. The bridge was not evidence of a terrorist attack. It was evidence that someone had torn down a bridge to save their own people. A young man who had just awakened saw the rolling news in a rental house in a small town. He had been afraid to tell anyone after awakening, fearing registration, losing his job, being evicted by his landlord. He looked at the blurry photo of Mike on the screen, listened to Coulson say use all means to strike, then turned off the television, opened the dark web forum, and found the legendary contact channel. The next day, he stepped out of his apartment with a backpack and never returned. A middle-aged data analyst working within the Alliance had a low position, but could access the bottom-level communication records. He saw the true casualty report from the Taizhan Research Institute. It was not just those few researchers, but awakened individuals who were treated as test subjects by the Alliance's own people. In the document, there was a line crossed out, but still lingering in the metadata. Sample consciousness is awake, pain response is normal. It is recommended to increase the stimulation intensity. He remained silent for a long time, then copied a copy of this document onto a USB drive and hid it in the sole of his shoe as he left the Alliance building. Days later, he boarded a fishing boat bound for the isolated island. And more people. Coulson's press conference inadvertently provided the best promotion for Mike. The island is not large, with a stone lighthouse whose main structure is relatively sturdy. Next to it are a few similarly built stone houses, remnants of warehouses left by the smuggling group. Mike stood at the top of the lighthouse's observation deck, watching small boats gradually appear on the sea, fishing boats, inflatable boats, and even people rowing skiffs. Each boat was filled with people, supplies, and some belief that had already disappeared from the continent. Drake was on the beach counting supplies and distributing temporary tents with the remaining active team members. Mike walked down from the observation deck and stood at the entrance of the lighthouse. Everyone looked at him, just like the more than 30 survivors after the factory battle stood in the basement of the abandoned factory. He looked at these people and remained silent for a long time. Now the Alliance wants to use all means to strike against us. There is no place for us on the continent, and all who help us are regarded as accomplices. We have been driven to this island with no electricity, insufficient food, and insufficient medicine. We have to build our own houses and fetch drinking water from wells. This is not our first time starting from scratch, nor will it be the last. But there is one thing we have here, that which has already been confiscated by the Alliance on the continent. But here you can live openly. Welcome to Fault. This is our new home. On the 7th day of Chunjin's seclusion, the door to the training room opened, and as he stepped out, a spatial rift began to tear open around him. The moment the rift appeared, the energy array of Kunlun City simultaneously sounded an alarm. The duty officer in the monitoring tower watched the vertical curve rising on the screen and was so startled that he fell from his chair. The officer hurriedly scrambled up, clutching the communicator, his voice trembling. Full node alarm energy readings exceed the design limit by 3 times. Is it an enemy attack? He then felt something was amiss, staring at the completely chaotic waveform on the screen, and he negated his own thoughts. It's just one person, just one person. At that moment, the aura of the King Realm surged from deep underground. By the time that aura reached the outer walls of the base city, the patrolling soldiers found themselves unable to move, feeling a terrifying weight upon their bodies. The old soldier beside him cursed softly, but his own back was already drenched in sweat. What is this? The young soldier asked the old soldier for clarification. The old soldier did not answer. He had experienced the Kunlun Void battle and had seen the ice crystal Chi dragon peek out from the ice cave. But this time was different. The aura of the Chi dragon spread like an avalanche, and when felt it only incited a desire to flee. Yet this aura conveyed the sense that in the face of such power, running made no difference. On the training ground, the new recruits were standing in position. The old boxing master leaned on a bamboo pole as he wandered among the ranks, suddenly stopping halfway. He had practiced boxing for over 50 years and had seen all sorts of opponents, but he had never felt such a sense of oppression. "Master," a student called out to him softly. The old boxing master did not turn around. He gazed in the direction of the underground training room, and after several seconds spoke with a tone entirely different from his usual one. "Don't speak, stand firm in your positions." The old boxing master did not expect that after more than 50 years of practice, he would be the first to feel utterly fatigued. At this moment, Zhou Hong and Zhao Wufeng were tallying equipment at the military camp, when both suddenly straightened their postures and exchanged glances. Zhou Hong's hand had already reached for the handle of his gun, but upon realizing that the aura was coming from the direction of the underground training room, he relaxed his guard and lowered his hand. "It's him," Zhao Wufeng said, his face devoid of tension. Zhou Hong remained silent. He had witnessed Chunjin challenge the Chi Dragon in the Kunlun Void and withstand the Flame Scale Python. But at that time, Chunjin's aura was repressed like a sword ready to be sheathed. Now his aura was freshly drawn. Is this his true strength? Zhou Hong expressed in shock. Zhao Wufeng shook his head. This is just the aura he has yet to fully retract after coming out of seclusion. In the medical area, Su Wonking's detector soared past its limit, and after a brief flicker, 4 words appeared on the screen out of range. She placed the device down and walked to the window. Outside, the halo of the energy array was flashing violently, shifting from blue to white, and then to a light golden hue she had never seen before. Several young researchers behind her were also gazing out the window. One asked softly, "Is it an enemy attack?" Su Wanqing replied it wasn't, as she did not explain who it was, but she was well aware of the reason. In the Academy's library, the cup of water in front of Wenyang suddenly began to turn on its own, forming a miniature whirlpool on the surface of the water that spun faster and faster. He stared at the whirlpool for 2 seconds, and then smiled. A new student who had just entered less than a month leaned over and asked, "Senior, your cup." "It's nothing." Wenyang lifted the cup. The whirlpool continued to spin. "The dean has come out of seclusion." The new student was momentarily stunned. Having enrolled late, he had never seen Chunjin in action, only catching a distant glimpse of the dean at the opening ceremony, as he spoke a few words on stage. At that time, he thought the dean was quite young, not as formidable as the legends portrayed. Now, as that aura surged from underground, he sat dumbfounded in his chair, finally managing to squeeze out a sentence. "Dean. What level is he at?" Wenyang took a sip of water and calmly replied, "What you just felt is merely the aura he is yet to fully." At this moment, Chunjin stood at the end of the corridor, taking a deep breath, and then slowly exhaling, the aura of the King Realm beginning to retract gradually. He silently told himself, finally return to the King Realm, the path ahead will be much easier. Chunjin's aura was retracted completely, but the giant beast that had been asleep for many years in his heart had already opened its eyes. In the office, Zhou Zhengshan placed a stack of documents on the table. He did not speak immediately, but sat down to sip his tea first. "Your emergence from seclusion nearly caused the city's energy array to burn out due to your presence alone." Zhou Zhengshan set down his teacup, his tone a mix of complaint and admiration. "The people over at the monitoring tower still haven't recovered." Chunjin did not respond to this remark. He sat in the chair waiting for Zhou Zhengshan to discuss serious matters. Zhou Jingshan pulled out a few photographs from the documents and slid them across to him. The North Island Alliance has recently publicly announced a comprehensive crackdown on an awakened armed organization called Fault. The leader of this organization is named Mike, who wields second-tier metal manipulation, which is already top-tier over there. The North Island Alliance captured his people for live experiments, and he went to rescue them. During his retreat, he dismantled a bridge and is now fleeing to a deserted island with his people. The photograph displayed a broken bridge, the fracture clean and unlike a demolition. Another showed a blurry image of Mike taken from a press conference, but it was clear to see the scar on his face. Chen Jin picked up the photo, studied it for a moment, and then placed it back on the table. I want to meet them. Zhou Jingshan was not surprised. He had known Chen Jin long enough to anticipate this response. In what capacity? Zero advisor. A King Realm powerhouse. Or the highest authority in the Dragon Kingdom's extraordinary system. Chen Jin's gaze fell once more upon the image of the torn bridge. If I were in that position, I would have done the same. Anyone who can go this far for their own people is worth meeting. As for what identity, we can discuss it later when the time comes. Zhou Jingshan neatly stored the documents, stood up, walked to the door, paused, and turned back to glance at him. With your current cultivation, no one will stop you from meeting anyone. Chen Jin did not answer. He leaned back in his chair, gazing out at the myriad lights of Kunlun City. Outside, on a deserted island separated by an entire ocean, Mike was squatting beneath a lighthouse, distributing compressed cookies to the newly arrived awakened ones. He was still unaware that across the ocean someone had just returned to the King Realm and wished to meet him. Zhou Jingshan did not question him that night. He understood that Chen Jin had just broken through to the King Realm and needed time for his body and soul to recalibrate. He waited until the next morning to knock on Chen Jin's door. At that moment, Chen Jin was standing by the window. Zhou Jingshan entered, placing a compiled report he had organized overnight on the table, and immediately asked a question. Why do you want to meet them in person? He did not refer to him as Number Zero or the Dean. This was a tacit understanding between the two, discussing thoughts aside from their titles. Mike currently has fewer than 1,000 subordinates, most of whom are newly awakened low-level abilities lacking a cultivation system and stable logistics, and have been driven to a deserted island by the Northern Island Alliance. Such individuals cannot even form a reserve battalion in the Dragon Kingdom. Now that you have exited the King Realm, there are far more critical matters waiting for you around the world. The third batch of base city inspections monitoring the East Sea Abyss Rift, and several martial arts modification plans pending approval in the RD department. Is it worth your time to meet with an awakened leader across an entire ocean? Chen Jin did not answer immediately. He walked over to the national distribution map of base cities on the wall and remained silent for a few seconds. What do you think our greatest advantage is? Zhou Jingshan remained silent for a moment, then replied, the information gap. You have given us 10 years of foresight. And what else? A cultivation system. Only we possess a complete cultivation system in the world. Anything else? Zhou Jingshan pondered, but did not provide a third answer. Chen Jin spoke for him. We are a unified whole. From the very first day the Dragon Kingdom discovered the resurgence of spiritual energy, we have been preparing for battle with national strength. 36 base cities, a superhuman legion of 10,000, the martial arts academy system, and the RD department. All of these are built on the premise that the Dragon Kingdom is a unified whole. However, the era of secret realms does not only test who is stronger, it also tests who can withstand attacks from all sides without collapsing. Chen Jin then pointed to several locations on the map. When the secret realms descended en masse in my past life, the problem we faced was not that we couldn't defeat the monsters. It was that we had to simultaneously combat the monsters, defend against the secret realms, guard resource points, and deal with the infiltration from the Northern Island Alliance coming from the sea. Surrounded on all sides, relying solely on the superhuman legion to defend the city is feasible, but what if there are other forces outside the East Sea trying to take advantage of the chaos? Chen Jin pulled out the report from the table, flipping to an aerial photo of the Silver Gate Bridge's collapse, placing it next to the map. In my past life, the Northern Island Alliance did things during the Secret Realm era that you can probably guess, taking advantage of chaos, stabbing us in the back, trading resources for intelligence. They themselves do not have a complete cultivation system, but that does not hinder them from causing us trouble at our most critical moments. Zhou Jingshan nodded. He had seen the first batch of reports that Chen Jin had handwritten years ago. The records about the Northern Island Alliance's petty actions against the Dragon Kingdom during the Secret Realm era were very clear. From inciting awakened ones to creating diplomatic friction over overseas spiritual mineral veins, none were direct confrontations, but each one was aimed at the most tense points of the Dragon Kingdom's defenses. So you want to win Mike over? Zhou Jingshan voiced his confusion. Not to win over, Chen Jin corrected him. It's an assessment. The fracture is currently very weak enough to be shattered by a single encirclement. However, they possess something that has already gone extinct in the hands of the Northern Island Alliance, and they refuse to kneel. Marcus was captured for live experimentation. Mike, with fewer than 20 people, stormed the research institute to rescue him, and in retreat, he demolished a bridge to shake off pursuers. Such individuals cannot be cultivated or bought by the Northern Island Alliance. What Mike lacks is not ability, but time. He himself broke through to the second tier. This ability was honed purely by instinct in this environment. If he can hold on until the secret realms descend en masse. The Northern Island Alliance will have a flame in their backyard that they can never extinguish. This flame does not need to be our ally, it only needs to be their enemy. Zhou Jingshan pondered for a moment, then nodded in satisfaction. So how do you plan to assess him? That will depend on whether his performance meets my expectations. The abandoned lighthouse on the deserted island has been relit, maintained by the ability of a fire element awakened one, with a continuously burning flame at the top of the tower. Mike has transformed the lighthouse into a watchtower and command center, spray painting the words fracture in large letters on the stone walls of the tower. The stone houses around the lighthouse have been reassigned functions. The largest room has been converted into a communal dormitory, the next one is a supply warehouse, and the one closest to the sea has been turned into a training room. Eddie is also on the island. After the Iron Mountain Research Institute incident, he could no longer stay in the Alliance, and Rosa retreated to the deserted island with him. After half a month, the number of people on the island has increased from its previous scale to nearly 1,000. The pressure of scarce supplies constantly weighed on Mike's mind. With each ship that arrived, the water level in the freshwater well dropped a notch, and the rations in the warehouse were getting thinner. But Mike did not order a restriction on receiving supplies. He simply told Emily, rations can be reduced a little more per person per day, but the freshwater allocation remains the same, prioritizing the wounded and children. At the first general meeting on the island, Mike stood on the stone steps in front of the lighthouse and announced 3 new rules of fracture to all new and old members. The first rule: do not kill civilians, regardless of whether they are members of the Alliance, as long as they are unarmed and have not participated in the persecution of awakened ones. They cannot be harmed. The second rule: do not refuse any awakened ones, regardless of their abilities, ranks, origins, or past allegiances. As long as you do not disrupt the rules of the island, there will be a bed for you in fracture. Rosa added a point: those who have left can also return provided they have not betrayed the organization. The third rule: do not actively attack the Northern Island Alliance. The current task is to survive, not to take revenge. This rule sparked some controversy. Some felt that the Alliance had already labeled Fracture as a terrorist organization, and not retaliating would eventually lead to encirclement. Mike's response was brief: retaliating now is a death sentence. We need to survive until the day we are no longer afraid of death. In Kunlun City, 2 documents were placed on Chunjin's desk. One was a summarized intelligence report from the Northern Island Alliance, with Coulson pointing to a photo of the ruins of the Silver Gate Bridge at a press conference, using the term terrorist organization to define a group that had just lit a lighthouse on a deserted island. The other was the latest intelligence from the deserted island, relayed back by Bruce through a secure channel containing brief content. The deserted island is initially stabilized, having received nearly 1,000 new members, and is establishing basic defenses and training systems. After reading these 2 intelligence reports, Chunjin calmly said one sentence: "Let me see how far." On that day, Mike was counting supplies with Drake in front of the lighthouse, when suddenly all the metal within 100 meters emitted a faint tremor. Instinctively, Mike looked up and saw a black dot in the sky above the sea, approaching their isolated island. As the black dot drew closer, he realized it was a person walking through the air, with each step causing visible ripples to spread beneath their feet. As the distance closed, an overwhelming sense of pressure descended from the sky, instilling a presence that made one dare not even entertain thoughts of resistance. The awakened ones unloading cargo on the beach were so frightened by this sight that they dropped their boxes into the seawater. Leah stood up, instinctively gathering a blade of wind in her hand, but as soon as the blade took shape, it dissipated on its own. Parker's hardened skin activated instinctively, but as soon as it hardened, it reverted back to its original state. Parker's body resisted the urge to fight. His instincts told him that hardening was futile. Mike forcibly suppressed the surging fear within him and leaped down from the lighthouse. As he landed, he opened his right hand, and all the available metal on the beach floated, forming a defensive array in front of him. He knew this array could not withstand a being capable of flight, but as the leader of the breakthrough, he had to stand at the forefront, even if it meant being unable to stop them. Before long, the Eastern man landed on the beach. He looked young, around Mike's age. "Who are you?" "Sent by the Northern Island Alliance." Mike's voice hinted at caution as he tried hard to calm himself, striving to appear less tense. Chunjin did not answer. His gaze swept across the beach, taking in the tense and nearly suffocated faces before landing on Mike. Don't worry about who I am. Call out all the capable fighters on your island and attack me with all your might, leaving no room for mercy. Mike did not move. He locked eyes with Qin, trying to find any clue about his intentions within those eyes. But he found nothing. Those eyes held only a calm scrutiny, as if one were observing a colony of ants from a high vantage point. What if we don't attack? Qin did not answer this question. He merely stood on the beach as the aura of the sovereign realm slowly unfolded from within him. Qin gently unfolded a layer of spatial domain, causing the fine sand on the beach to float upwards against the force of gravity. The waves on the sea dissipated before crashing against the rocks, and Mike's defensive array trembled violently at the edge of the spatial domain. At that moment, Mike understood that if he did not act, the floating grains of sand could instantaneously transform into countless bullets piercing through human bodies. At that moment, Mike raised his right hand, and in the next second, all the metal within 100 meters emitted a piercing hum. The rivets on the lighthouse's iron door began to loosen, and a discarded anchor broke free from the muddy seabed. He shouted loudly, his voice echoing across the beach. Everyone, attack! Mike was the first to strike, propelling the suspended iron rod's short blades and anchors towards Qin. Leah swiftly unleashed her wind blades, not attempting to aim for vital spots, but instead using a series of high-speed blades to block all of Qin's escape routes. Parker hardened all over, charged in from the left, creating a deep crater in the sand beneath his feet as he turned himself into a battering ram. Marcus burst out from the right side of the lighthouse, ice spikes coalescing in his hands, leaving white trails in the air. Several newcomers who had joined recently also activated their abilities, launching fireballs, water arrows, and telekinetic blasts. Then everyone witnessed the same scene. All the attacks, metal wind blades, ice spikes, fireballs, suddenly halted when they were still some distance from Qin. Parker crashed into the spatial barrier, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not break through. He knelt in front of the barrier, his hands pressed against it. Mike exerted all his power. He gritted his teeth and increased his output, the veins on his forehead bulging as tools from the warehouse smashed through the wooden door and flew out. The rivets of the lighthouse's iron door burst one after another. All the metal smashed towards Qin, but they all halted outside the invisible barrier, stacking up to form a wall of metal. Qin did not counterattack. He merely allowed the sovereign realm's spatial domain to unfold naturally, without striking at anyone throughout the entire encounter. He simply stood there watching them. Continue. Qin raised his right hand, marking the first time he actively made a motion since landing. In the next second, all the suspended attacks simultaneously lost their power and fell onto the beach. Before Mike could catch his breath, a more terrifying aura began to rise from Qin. The sand on the beach began to rise against gravity. The waves on the sea dissipated before striking the rocks, and a visible ripple in the air formed around Qin. Then Qin casually waved at the distant sea surface. Instantly, a massive rift opened up in the sea, with the water on both sides held back by an invisible glass wall, revealing the rocks and corals on the seabed. Mike gazed at the abyss-like rift in the sea, and he suddenly felt how ridiculous it was that he had previously believed he could dismantle the Silvergate Bridge. He had used all his strength to break the bridge, kneeling at the bridge's edge with his spiritual energy exhausted, nearly fainting. Yet this man before him had merely waved his hand and achieved what he could not. Just when everyone thought the entire island would be razed to the ground in the next second, that overwhelming pressure suddenly vanished. Qin retracted his aura. The domain of the sovereign realm was drawn back into his body, and the suffocating pressure in the air slowly dissipated. The spatial ripples around his body contracted layer by layer, finally merging into his skin's surface, the floating sand gently settling back onto the beach, and the waves resumed crashing against the rocks. Qin stood there, appearing once again as an ordinary young man, without any special aura. He looked at Mike, his gaze calm, his tone flat, as if stating a fact. An organization with less than 1,000 people, a second-tier force lacking a cultivation system, stable logistics, or external support, the Northern Island Alliance could easily encircle this island with a fleet at any time. He paused halfway through his speech, his gaze sweeping over the exhausted faces still holding combat stances on the beach. Yet not a single one of you has retreated. After saying this, Qin turned and walked towards the lighthouse, calmly adding, "Let your people rest first. Some of them have overexerted their spiritual energy, and pushing further would harm their foundation." Mike stood on the beach watching the figure walk into the lighthouse. He truly could not understand this person's. At that moment, Marcus walked up beside him and whispered, "If he were from the Northern Island Alliance, we would already be..." Mike did not respond. He realized two things. First, this person did not come to kill them. Someone capable of parting the sea did not need to walk into the lighthouse to sit down. Second, their training was still far from enough. The stone-paved hall on the first floor of the lighthouse has been temporarily cleared to serve as a meeting place. As Mike followed Shinjin into the lighthouse, he discovered that Drake was already there with Leah, Marcus, and Bruce, the core members, standing on the opposite side of the table. Shinjin casually walked to a long table and sat down, his gaze sweeping over the tense faces, ultimately resting on Mike. Your people are very nervous. Tell them to relax. If I wanted to take action, you would have been dead long ago. Mike pulled out a chair and sat down opposite Shinjin. He looked at Shinjin, his mind repeating a single thought. Just now the entire fracture made a desperate move simultaneously, yet they didn't even brush against this person's clothing. Who exactly are you? Shinjin did not answer his question. You said you could help us. Drake, standing aside, scrutinized Shinjin up and down, half believing his words. Help with what? Help us fight the Northern Island Alliance. If you truly had that kind of power, you could fly to the continent right now and dismantle the Alliance's headquarters. We don't even know your name, nor where you come from. You just dropped down from the sky, knocked us all down, and then said you could help us. How can we trust you? He asked this question with unusual calm. He had seen the promises the Alliance made to the awakened ones. He asked this question with unusual calm. He had seen the promises the Alliance made to the awakened ones: legal status, stable jobs, normal lives. But then Marcus entered the laboratory. Gregor became the pursuer, and 8 people died on the Silvergate Bridge. He no longer believed in anyone's promises, he only believed in costs. Any help comes with a price, and he needed to know what that price was. I want nothing. Shinjin's voice was not loud. What I am willing to give you is up to you to accept or not. At that moment, a silence deeper than that of battle fell over the lighthouse. Drake had originally thought this person would ask for something exorbitant, supplies, intelligence, or perhaps send them to be cannon fodder. But he wanted nothing at all. Wanting nothing made her feel even more dangerous. Even Bruce, who had been silent in the corner, lifted his gaze from the table instinctively, using his perception to scan Shinjin again, yet still sensed nothing. Mike recalled everything that had just happened, fell silent for a moment, then stood up and said to Shinjin earnestly, "Just now on the beach, if you wanted to kill us, we wouldn't have had time to react. You never retaliated against any of us. If you wanted to do something to us, we would have already been gone. What do you want to help us with? Teach you how to use the power within you," Shinjin said in a very calm. You think you have mastered your abilities well, but to be honest, that is just wasting your own talent. You seem to have combat skills, but have not touched the essence of your abilities. You are merely releasing them instinctively, without guidance, structure, or circulation. Every punch thrown wastes at least half of your strength. When Mike heard the word circulation, he suddenly recalled the moment he tore apart the bridge on the Silver. He had used all his strength to snap the bolts of the load-bearing joints, and afterward, he was drained of spiritual energy and nearly fainted on the bridge. According to what this person said, that one strike wasted at least half of his strength. If he could have precisely controlled his output, perhaps those who died while holding the rear could have been saved. Marcus glanced at the ice spikes slowly spinning in his hand. He remembered the researcher saying that his ice ability would unleash its strongest energy when close to death after being cut open and connected to wires in the laboratory. He had always thought that abilities were driven by emotions. Stronger emotions mean stronger powers. Now this person was saying that was wrong. So all the pain he endured in the laboratory, the electric shocks, the pain-induced stimuli, and the extreme cold exposure that forced out his explosive power, did most of it end up wasted on freezing the surface of his skin? Right now you are like a group of soldiers with loaded guns who only know how to hit with the gun butt. Shinjin mercilessly pointed out their shortcomings. I can teach you how to pull the trigger on this gun. It's not to make you stronger, but to stop you from wasting. You are expending your lives in every battle to fill in the wasted strength. 8 of you died on the Silvergate Bridge. If those 8 had been able to precisely control their abilities, at least half of you would have made it back. Why help? Mike repeated the same question. Shinjin did not answer immediately. His gaze passed over everyone present, landing on the pitch-black sea outside the window. Mike noticed something deep within Shinjin's eyes, moving slightly, like some deeper memory-like essence. Because we are the same, Shinjin finally said, his voice carrying a hint of seriousness this time. You think the Northern Island Alliance is the biggest threat, but that is nothing. The real thing that will make it impossible for you to survive hasn't arrived yet. When it does, you will long for the Northern Island Alliance. This statement pierced the hearts of everyone present like a thorn. Mike's eyes suddenly widened. A threat greater than the Northern Island Alliance. What could be more terrifying than? He recalled something Bruce had told him long ago. The world is changing, and the energy concentration in the air. He hadn't taken it seriously at the time, but now this person sitting across from him said that the thing that would truly make it impossible for them to survive had yet to come. What do you mean? Shinjin did not answer Mike. He turned and walked toward the outside of the lighthouse, stopping at the doorway without looking back. Tomorrow morning gather all the awakened ones on your island at the beach regardless of their abilities or ranks, not a single one left behind. I won't help you deal with the Northern Island Alliance. Your own enemies are for you to fight, but I will ensure that when you confront them you are armed. After Qin left, the silence in the lighthouse endured for a long time. Mike stood at the long table recalling every word Qin had said, because we are the same, the real thing that will make it impossible for you to survive hasn't arrived yet. When it does you will long for the Northern Island Alliance. He only said half of what he meant. Mike looked up at the people in the lighthouse. But he didn't say a single thing wrong. If you wanted to do something to us we would have already been gone. That night after Qin walked out of the lighthouse, he did not leave the lonely island. The next morning when Mike gathered all the awakened ones on the beach, he found Qin already standing on the rocks waiting. He jumped down directly from the rocks and walked to the front of the line, observing the awakened ones who had come from various places. From today on I will teach you how to harness the power within you. At that moment no one dared to question him. Everyone knew two things: this person could split the sea, and he claimed they could become stronger. Those 2 points were enough. 2 years passed. Mike stood on the observation deck of the second floor of the lighthouse watching the ability combat training on the beach, which included precision exercises in metal manipulation, the shooting speed and breathing rhythm of wind blades, and advanced applications of ice, from single-point thrusts to area freezing. Each training project was set by that person who in just 2 years transformed a group of awakened ones who only knew how to unleash their abilities instinctively into warriors who understood how to guide spiritual energy with their breath, reduce waste through circulation, and replace brute force with precision. The beach now had designated training zones. 2 years ago there were fewer than a dozen awakened ones capable of participating in high-intensity training on the island. Now, that number had multiplied several times. 2 years ago the entire faction had only one second-tier member. Now those who were leading newcomers in basic breathing exercises had an aura about them that was completely different from 2 years prior. "Are you watching the training again?" Drake's voice came from behind him. The old soldier's footsteps were much steadier now. His ability had recently broken through to the second tier, and the hallmark of a second-tier enhancement system was the autonomous regulation of muscle density. No longer relying on hardening before battle and retreating after, he could freely control the density and power output of any part of his body as needed. Mike did not turn around. "Did Emily force you to do this?" "I just finished. She said I haven't consolidated well since my last breakthrough and might drop back to first tier in a few days." "She is not wrong." Drake seldom disagreed, and Emily was now the chief logistics officer and discipline supervisor on the island. Her words carried more weight than Mike's. The woman who 2 years ago was counting supplies with red-rimmed eyes in the mining tunnel could now discipline a lazy soldier into actively training. As Qin walked past the lighthouse, the members of the faction training around him automatically made way. A young man practicing fire manipulation accidentally misfired his fireball, which grazed Qin's shoulder before crashing onto the beach. Terrified, the young man hurriedly lowered his head, afraid of being reprimanded by Qin. Qin simply walked to the fireball, bent down to pick up the still-burning remnants on the beach, extinguished them with his hand, and then stood up to look at the young man. "Your rhythm of infusing spiritual power is off. Your explosive power is good, but you need to maintain a steady exhalation when injecting the fireball's landing point. If your exhalation is uneven, the infusion will break. Adjust your breathing first next time before adjusting the fire." The young man nodded, eagerly fearing he would be scolded the next moment. Qin did not linger and continued walking forward. Mike, coming down from the lighthouse, happened to witness this scene and silently noted it in his mind. This young man would be arranged to teach newcomers basic fire manipulation in the future. The opportunity to be guided by this person was akin to a chance for a breakthrough in abilities within the faction. This young man would be arranged to teach newcomers basic fire manipulation in the future. The opportunity to be guided by this person was akin to, "Your precision in metal manipulation has already exceeded the upper limit of the second tier, but you still have delays when manipulating small metal objects. That delay is a matter of habit. You are used to exerting force from your arm, and larger pieces of metal require arm conduction." After listening, Mike fell silent for a moment. 2 years ago, when he first faced this person on the beach, he thought he would be killed. Later in the lighthouse, this person said he could help them, and Mike thought he was going to recruit the faction. Later he realized he was wrong. This person never praised anyone on the training field, but only pointed out what was wrong. However, if someone became frustrated due to consecutive failures, this person would keep that individual behind after training and succinctly point out the crux they had been unable to identify. He never admitted to being anyone's teacher, but over 2 years all the awakened ones on the island shared a tacit understanding he could deny it, but we could not. "Teacher, no need to call me that. I know." Mike had become accustomed to this dialogue pattern. Today is the day of island-wide training. Leah said her rapid-fire wind blades have recently hit a bottleneck. Her recovery time has not dropped to the standard you mentioned last time. She asked me to see if you could take a look at her training individually. Shinji nodded and walked past Mike towards the beach training area. Marcus was squatting on the beach teaching a group of newly awakened individuals the basics of ice manipulation. His teaching style was quiet. He first had everyone condense ice crystals into their palms, and then observe the shape of the ice crystals. Marcus demonstrated opening his palm as a standard hexagonal ice crystal slowly formed and rotated from his hand. One little girl managed to form an ice crystal that barely resembled a hexagon, but its edges were very rough. She nervously looked at Marcus, fearing she would be criticized. Marcus glanced at her and gently said, "Better than my first time. When I first tried ice cones in the faction cafeteria, I froze my gloves to my palms, and it hurt for 2 days when I took them off." The little girl laughed at his words, losing the tension she had during training. At noon, the beach training area entered a rest period. Leah sat down on the beach with a bowl of seaweed soup. Her wind blades were the fastest in the faction 2 years ago, but recovery speed had always been her shortcoming. Recently, she had begun trying the segmented output technique that Shinjin taught her. She had attempted it hundreds of times, with a success rate of less than 1/3, but every time she succeeded, the power and precision of her wind blades improved significantly. Parker returned his hardened skin to a normal complexion, picked up a bowl of soup, and sat down next to Leah. After breaking through to the second tier, his hardened skin allowed him to precisely control the density of any part of his body, enabling his palms to maintain the softness of normal skin, while making his fingers as hard as rock. In the afternoon, the stone chamber on the second floor of the lighthouse was rearranged into a martial arts research room, with the walls covered in hand-drawn ability classification charts, breathing rhythm comparison tables, and various attribute ability release path diagrams. Marcus' ice-type release path diagram was particularly intricate. He had crystallized ice to create a complete energy conduction model, marking each node with energy loss rates from the dantian to the palms. Several former researchers who had come from the continent sat on either side of the long table. When they arrived, they thought they would be considered a burden, but Mike, upon seeing their resumes featuring backgrounds in biomechanics and kinesiology, immediately assigned them to the martial arts research room. Shinjin provided the directional framework and core principles, while they were responsible for adapting and modifying based on each member's specific abilities and spiritual energy attributes. Bruce sat in the corner with 3 old computers smuggled from the continent in front of him, displaying his self-compiled ability database. 2 years ago, he intercepted a batch of experimental data while hacking into the Alliance's internal network. He cleaned and reorganized this data to establish an ability database within the fracture. The ability development curves from awakening to breakthrough, comparisons of physical fitness before and after the breakthrough, and the synergistic effects among various attributes were all meticulously recorded. Shinjin glanced at the database and simply remarked, "Your research team is stronger than the North Island Alliance's Research Institute. They only draw blood, while you draw Data's blood." Bruce replied, "Data doesn't scream in pain," and continued typing. This was the first time in 2 years he had taken the initiative to joke in front of Shinjin. Mike stood in front of the whiteboard in the martial arts research room, which featured his own advanced path diagram for metal manipulation. In the early stages of the second tier, he could only sense and manipulate all metals within 100 meters. By the mid-stage, he learned to focus, but now he was stuck at the peak of the second tier, able to accurately control the stress distribution at the molecular level of any metallic object within dozens of meters. However, he was at a loss for how to advance further, and behind the transition arrow from second tier peak to third tier, he drew a series of question marks. Shinjin stood beside him looking at the whiteboard. The key to the third tier is not range nor precision, but the perception of loss. He then picked up a pen, circled the question marks, and wrote a single character inside perception. Right now you are using your abilities to manipulate metals. Metals are your tools. The third tier is about making metals no longer your tools, but a part of you. It's not control, it's resonance. When you first push metal without using any force, but allow it to flow spontaneously according to your intentions, you will have touched that threshold. Mike stared at the character, perception, remaining silent for a long time. The idea of allowing metal to flow spontaneously was something he had never considered before. He placed the whiteboard marker back in the holder and said, "Spontaneous flow. Is it similar to the 2 poles of a magnet, one pushing and one attracting?" Shinjin did not respond, but paused before turning to leave, saying something Mike had never heard before: "If the direction is right, push on your own." Meanwhile, across the ocean, Coulson's laboratory was brightly lit. In the 2 years following the Silver Gate Bridge incident, the North Island Alliance's suppression of Awakeners escalated significantly. The coverage of the Registration Act expanded from known awakeners to all suspected ability users. As long as one was reported caught exhibiting suspicious behavior on surveillance or had abnormal indicators in their medical reports, they would be taken away by Alliance personnel for medical evaluation. Some of those taken away returned, but with a suppression cuff added to their wrists. Some were transferred to research institutes becoming new experimental samples, while others never returned, leaving only a record of transferred to other facilities in the Alliance's database. The Alliance established research institutes in several secret locations specifically for the analysis of abilities and human enhancement experiments on captured awakeners. After the Iron Mountain Research Institute was destroyed, Coulson dispersed the experiments to different locations, with each institute responsible for a single direction blood analysis, neural circuit, mapping ability induction, and replication. In these 2 years, at least dozens of awakeners were tortured to death during experiments, their abilities recorded stripped and cryogenically preserved, dismantled into countless parts, as if disassembling a machine. During an internal meeting, Coulson told the researchers, "The fracture is still active on overseas isolated islands. They are absorbing more awakeners and enhancing their own abilities. If we cannot make breakthroughs in these key technologies when they return to exact revenge, the data you hold won't withstand Mike's metal storm. To keep pace with the fracture's development speed, you must accelerate progress. The loss of experimental subjects is part of the project costs, and do not hesitate to bear the necessary expenses." The researchers complied, stripping enough ability cores, neural circuits, and enhanced tissues from dozens of awakeners, all sent into a single project. The project was codenamed Ancestor. Coulson explained the name as the endpoint of human evolution, the ultimate form, transcending all awakeners. Initially, it was just a body lying in the experimental pod. The abilities stripped from dozens of awakeners were gradually integrated into his body's super physique, flight capability, heat vision, super strength, and super speed. Each surgery was accompanied by the death of an awakener. Coulson did not care, as the amount listed under experimental subject loss in his budget reports increased year by year. However, he did not dwell on it. He only needed one successful product. 2 years later, the product of Project Ancestor took shape. When the experimental subject sat up from the pod, the monitoring researchers collectively fell silent. He had a young face and a tall, well-proportioned figure. When he turned to look at the one-way mirror, a glint of dark red light flashed in his pupils. The first thing he said was, "What is my name?" Coulson answered through the intercom, "You are Ancestor, the savior of humanity." The Ancestor stood up barefoot on the cold metallic floor of the experimental pod. He turned to look at the metallic target in the corner of the testing room. The next moment, 2 beams of dark red heat vision shot from his pupils, instantly melting the metallic target into liquid with the molten residue sizzling on the ground. He turned back satisfied, and then addressed Coulson on the other side of the mirror, saying his second sentence, "Who are the bad guys?" Coulson pressed the communication button, and on the screen behind him, aerial photos of the broken Silvergate Bridge illuminated, along with a close-up of Mike's face and the ever-burning flame atop the lighthouse on the isolated island. His voice was steady and patient, like teaching a child to read. "Your enemy is called Fracture. Their leader is Mike, and they are on this island. They are terrorists, the reason for your existence. You are the savior of humanity, and they are the monsters who wish to destroy humanity. You must find him, and then..." The Ancestor did not listen further. He stepped out of the experimental pod, and outside the corridor's end was a pitch-black night sky. He looked at the stars, suddenly smiling, that smile containing a pure and untainted expectation, like a child finally waiting for the day to unwrap gifts. When he flew out the window, there was no sound. The sonic boom from supersonic flight exploded above the experimental building, shattering half the building's glass curtain wall. Coulson watched the dark red silhouette disappear over the horizon and turned to his assistant, saying, "Notify the PR department, the Ancestor's first combat. Full video recording. I want the entire North Island Alliance to see their savior." In the early morning, Shinjin stood on the observation deck at the top of the lighthouse, gazing at the horizon where the sea met the sky. At that moment, Mike walked up the stairs. "You didn't come to watch the training today," Mike said as he approached Shinjin. After a long silence, Shinjin spoke a phrase that left Mike momentarily confused. "How long have I been on this island?" 2 years. Shinjin repeated the word, then turned to face Mike with a calm tone. "You have entered the ranks. You have reached the peak of the second tier. Leah and Pike have broken through to the second tier, and Marcus can use ice from a single cone stab to a wide area freeze. The Alchemy Research Lab has already begun to develop its own adaptation plan. The air resistance optimization for Marcus ice cone done by that former sports medicine researcher last month. I didn't get involved. You no longer need me to teach you step by step. The path ahead you must walk on your own." Mike did not ask, "When will you return?" nor did he say, "We still need you." He knew that every decision this person made was well thought out, and trying to retain him was meaningless. Mike only asked, "Is there anything to instruct before you leave?" "I never told you where I came from because it doesn't matter. What matters is that you now have your own cultivation system, your own research team, and your own training methods. I never told you where I came from because it doesn't matter. What matters is that you now have your own cultivation system, your own research team, and your own training methods. You no longer need me. In the upcoming battles, even in my absence, you will be able to win. This is your examination." Mike stood still watching Chen Jin's figure disappear into the shadows of the spiral staircase. He lowered his gaze to his hands, then gently clenched them in the air. A subtle resonance echoed from all the metal within 100 meters. 2 years ago, he needed to exert all his strength to achieve this. Now, he could sense the stress distribution of every rivet on the island. Chen Jin was right, they had indeed grown a lot, but Mike still felt a bit of emptiness suddenly envelop the isolated island. At this moment, he felt somewhat unaccustomed to Chen Jin's departure. In the next second, the midday sun was suddenly torn apart by a shadow rapidly approaching from the horizon. As the sound barrier exploded above the island, the members of the faction engaged in combat training on the beach stopped their movements simultaneously. The shockwave surged toward them from the sea, lifting the fine sand of the beach several meters high, and several low-tier ability users were directly knocked to the ground. Leah's wind blade had just solidified halfway when it was shattered by the sonic explosion. She instinctively raised her arm to block the sand and dust rushing toward her, then looked up at the sky. She saw a figure hovering directly above the island with golden hair and blue eyes, tall and well-built, wearing a dark blue tight combat suit with a cape fluttering behind him. A faint dark red glow flickered in the depths of his eyes. Immediately afterward, 2 armed transport ships approached from the sea. Once the ships docked, Gregor, accompanied by a dozen warriors, jumped onto the beach and quickly formed an encirclement. "The ancestor has arrived." All warriors locked down the beach according to the predetermined plan. "Target Mike and the core members of the faction." Gregor's voice echoed through the tactical channel into every warrior's earpiece. The ancestor did not wait for Gregor's command. He quickly descended from several dozen meters in the air, his feet smashing into the beach and creating a sand pit. He stood up, scanning the members of the faction rapidly taking combat positions on the beach, and coldly said, "Which one is Mike?" Upon hearing his name, Mike stepped out from the direction of the lighthouse. Unlike 2 years ago when he floated all the metal at once, he no longer needed to rely on quantity to create intimidation. He opened his right hand, and in the next second, every piece of metal on the beach resonated simultaneously. The sound formed a wall of metallic sound above the isolated island. At that moment, the ancestor's expression suddenly turned pained. His super physique could withstand physical attacks, but the sound waves from the metal resonance would penetrate his eardrums. Now a pain he had never experienced before surged from deep within his skull. "I am." Mike showed no fear, his gaze fixated on him. The ancestor locked onto his target, saying little more than 2 dark red heat rays shot from his pupils. Mike's metallic defensive array automatically formed a rotating metal shield in front of him, with extremely thin air gaps between dozens of layers of compressed iron. The ancestor's heat rays burned through the first few layers, but with each layer penetrated, new metal fragments floated up from the beach to fill the gaps. 2 years ago, Mike could not withstand attacks of the same level. Now he could. The heat rays, after burning through part of the metal layers, lost energy and did not penetrate Mike's rotating metal shield. Instead, the rotating metal fragments scattered into dozens of small beams of light, refracting in all directions and burning countless small smoking holes into the beach. Several beams brushed past the ancestor's cape, burning several small black holes into the fabric. 2 years ago, your kind of attack could penetrate my defenses. Now it cannot. Mike's voice came from behind the metal shield, calm and steady. Not anymore. The ancestor looked at the charred edges of his cape, slowly retracting the curve at the corners of his mouth. For the first time, he encountered someone who could withstand his heat rays Heaton, but he had not been trained to handle setbacks. He only knew to increase the intensity of his attacks. "Everyone execute Plan 2. Mike shouted. Plan 2 was a coordinated tactic developed by the faction under Chen Jin's guidance, specifically for dealing with a single extremely powerful enemy. The core principle was simple: do not give the opponent the chance to deal with multiple targets at the same time. Each person is responsible for only one attack window, strike and retreat, then switch to the next window. Leah acted first. Her wind blades were no longer the one-time rapid fire of 2 years ago. Now she could continuously infuse spiritual power during the flight of the wind blades to adjust their trajectory and speed. She released 3 sets of wind blades at different speeds. The first set sped toward the ancestor's eyes to disrupt his vision. The second set circled behind him to attack the back of his head. The third set hovered slowly around him, creating continuous cutting noises to disturb his hearing. The wind blades left some shallow scratches on the ancestor's body, but the deepest scratch on his eyelid made him instinctively blink. In the moment he blinked, Marcus struck. Marcus activated his ice abilities with full force. In the next second, the beach beneath the ancestor's feet instantly froze with ice spreading from his feet to his knees, immobilizing him in place. At the same time, Marcus condensed dense water mist around the ancestor's body. The mist rapidly evaporated upon contact with the high temperature of the ancestor's body, generating a large amount of steam that obscured his vision. More importantly, the steam diluted the oxygen content in the air, reducing the energy conduction efficiency of the heat rays in the air medium. Marcus, coordinating with Leah's wind blades, continuously cut at the ancestor's cornea and respiratory. At the same time, several ice spikes formed in Marcus' hands, laying a very thin layer of ice film along Drake's predetermined impact route beneath the ancestor. Drake's charge followed closely behind Marcus' ice film. When he charged across the ice surface, the friction was almost zero, doubling his speed. The full force impact, enhanced by his second-tier physique, sent the ancestor sliding backwards several meters from the freeze. Pike swiftly jumped onto the rocks, using the height advantage to strike down on the ancestor's head. His hardened skin shattered on contact with the ancestor, but the impact caused the ancestor's head to turn to the side. Then Pike flipped in the air and landed steadily. The hardened skin on his arms thickened several times at the contact points. Only the outer layer shattered, while the inner layer remained intact. 2 years ago, if he threw the same punch, he would have fractured his bones first. Now his hardened skin could allocate different densities to various parts. The ancestor was temporarily suppressed by this series of coordinated attacks. His super physique could withstand each individual attack, but the assaults came from all directions at various angles and with differing attributes. He felt like a bear trapped in a swarm of bees. Each sting was not fatal, but the cumulative effect made it impossible for him to organize an effective counterattack. Gregor, the ancestor roared amidst the encirclement of steam and wind blades. Upon hearing the cries of the ancestors, Gregor led the soldiers in a left flank maneuver. His mind control attempted to disrupt Leah, causing a brief disturbance in her attack rhythm, enabling the ancestors to break free from the encirclement of mist and wind blades. However, Leah closed her eyes the moment she sensed the mind control significantly diminishing its effect. She continued to unleash wind blades, relying on her tactile and auditory senses to gauge the ancestors' positions. Bruce monitored the battlefield from the lighthouse, providing real-time updates on enemy positions and status changes to each corps member via a secure channel. Gregor is attempting to disrupt Leah. Marcus has blocked his line of sight with an ice wall. The surface temperature of the ancestors is still rising. He is preparing to fire his heat vision. Mike watched the interception point. The soldier's firepower unit is moving toward Pike's direction. Marcus quickly erected an ice wall in front of Gregor, reflecting the sunlight and causing Gregor to squint, forcibly interrupting the mind control. Mike had been waiting for this moment. Just as the ancestors broke free from the ice and mist, the heat vision was just released, and their attention was diverted by Leah and Pike. Mike condensed all metallic fragments within dozens of meters into a high-speed rotating metal drill. He then aimed the drill at the only known weak point of the ancestors, their pupils. Even the strongest steel frame cannot turn the retina into steel. The scratch left by Leah's wind blade on his eyelid revealed this vulnerability. Upon realizing Mike's intent, Gregor shouted to the ancestors, "Close your eyes," but it was too late. The drill pierced his left eye before he could shut it. Blood immediately gushed from his eye socket, and the ancestors let out a deafening scream. Seeing the ancestors' dire state, Gregor instinctively wanted to retreat, but Coulson's mission directive echoed in his earpiece. "You must eliminate Mike. This is an order." He gritted his teeth and did not order a retreat. The members of the Fault on the beach steadied their positions behind Mike, at which point Bruce's voice rang in everyone's earpieces. "He is not dead, yet the surface temperature is still rising, even higher than before. Mike, be careful." Just as Bruce finished warning Mike, the ancestors slowly raised their heads. His left eye was tightly shut, but his right eye was wide open. Deep within that dark red pupil, there was no longer just pure curiosity, but rather an emotion he had never experienced before. Coulson had shown him countless photos of the Fault and played numerous videos of the Silver Gate Bridge's collapse, but no one had told him that the ancestors would resist. He was the savior of saviors, should not be harmed by mortals. His only right eye was fixated on Mike. "You injured me. How dare you injure me?" In the next moment, the ancestor's super physique began to operate at an unprecedented speed, evaporating the ice beneath his feet before it could reconstitute. Marcus' mist was decomposed by the high temperature before it could reach his body. His heat vision was now thicker, brighter, and faster than before. Mike attempted to intercept using 3 layers of metal plates, but all 3 layers were penetrated. The third layer exploded into countless fragments after being pierced by the heat vision, and the shockwave sent him crashing against the lighthouse's stone wall.
Entry Giant Spirit Strength Iron Pet Attack Power is permanently increased by 10. Summon slots 11 1 additional summon slot.
Leah's wind blades desperately shot toward the ancestors in an attempt to distract them, but the ancestors no longer dodged, allowing the wind blades to leave fine bloody scratches on his face. He had only one target. Pike rushed in from the side using his hardened arm to block the ancestor's punch, but a single blow shattered the hardened layer of his right forearm, and Pike was knocked to the ground by the force. After dealing with these individuals, the ancestors turned their gaze back to Mike and immediately flew toward him. At this moment, Mike was lying in the sand pit, unable to lift his right arm. He watched the ancestors dive down from the sky and suddenly recalled the day many years ago when he lost control on the football field and was sent to the laboratory. That morning, standing at the factory entrance with an iron rod against dozens of Intelligence Bureau Special Forces and the tombstones of 8 teammates on the Silver Gate Bridge. After all this time, had he really come to this point? His left hand quietly pressed against the sand where a thick iron stake was buried deep, meant to stabilize the lighthouse base. He remembered the position of each one. As the ancestors dove to the lowest point and prepared to unleash their heat vision, Mike swiftly thrust the iron stake from deep in the sand up through the ground beneath the ancestors' feet. The stake pierced the ancestor's left calf, and blood immediately gushed from the wound. This was Mike's final trump card, the iron stake hidden beyond all metal-sensing blind spots, specifically left for an enemy he believed was out of options. The ancestors, in pain, covered their calf with both hands and fell backward, but they were not dead yet. After a brief struggle, they stood up again. The muscles around the wound on their left leg were tightening at a visible speed, while their right eye burned with an unprecedented, furious rage. On the other side, the members of the Fault on the beach were also nearing their limits. Leah could no longer unleash wind blades. Pike's arms were on the brink of shattering, and Mike was half kneeling in the sand pit, unable to raise his right arm. Just as the ancestors prepared to release their heat vision again, Gregor suddenly heard Coulson's voice in his earpiece. Coulson's voice was as steady as ever, but his pace was slightly faster than usual. Gregor, the vital signs of the ancestors are continuously declining. The wound on their left eye and the penetrating injury on their left leg have caused their temperature regulation system to begin to falter. Withdraw immediately. This is an order. Bring him back. Prioritize preserving the test subject. Mike can be captured next time. After hearing the order, Gregor shouted, "Retreat!" over the tactical channel, and several soldiers helped their injured comrade toward the transport ship. The ancestors struggled to continue their attack, but Gregor's mind control was activated against them for the first time. The ancestors swung their arms in resistance, but Gregor repeatedly activated his ability, wrapping around their consciousness layer by layer, while several soldiers took advantage of their brief loss of consciousness to secure their wrists and ankles with special restraints. "You said I was the savior." The ancestors shouted into the communication channel with the last remnants of their awareness before being suppressed. The transport ship's hatch slowly closed after the ancestors were dragged aboard, and then they departed from the isolated island. The ancestors lay in the detention compartment of the transport ship, their right eye fixed through the hatch glass on the increasingly distant isolated island. At this moment, Mike was kneeling on the beach watching the transport ship vanish on the horizon, and suddenly recalled Chun-Jin's parting words, "This is your test." He did not know if Chun-Jin was watching the battle from somewhere, but he knew one thing: we won. The wound left by his ancestor took Mike several weeks to heal, and the lingering heat from the intense gaze had left a subtle residual warmth within him. During his recovery, Mike repeatedly attempted to guide the residual warmth through breathing techniques, but instead of dissipating, it resonated with the energy. Metal conducts heat. As the thermal radiation flowed through his metallic spiritual energy, it not only did not diminish, but was amplified by conductivity. The spiritual energy heated itself as it circulated through his meridians, becoming faster and denser. Mike's breakthrough occurred one early morning as he stood alone on the beach, eyes closed, perceiving all metallic objects within 100 meters. To his astonishment, he could sense every corroded shell casing buried deep in the sand, every rivet on the iron door of the lighthouse, and the abandoned ship anchor lying on the seabed. He had been able to do this 2 years ago, but this time was different. The internal stresses within the metals were changing spontaneously. The shell casings rotated slightly within the sand, the rivets trembled gently in the iron door frame, and the anchor slowly adjusted its angle in the muddy seabed. They were not responding to his control, they were responding to his existence. After a moment, Mike opened his eyes, and at that moment the iron stake stained with his ancestors' blood burst forth from the sand hovering into his hand. Third stage. The second stage involved controlling metal, using it as a tool to direct as he wished. The third stage is resonance. Metal is no longer a weapon to be manipulated, but seems to be a part of his body. Mike no longer needed to exert force to move the metal. It flowed spontaneously in accordance with his intent. Drake stood at the entrance of the lighthouse, and after a long silence remarked, "What you just did was different. Before you were pushing the metal with your hands, but now the metal moves on its own." Mike merely nodded and then reinserted the iron stake back into the depths of the sand. News of Mike's breakthrough spread quickly. In the martial arts research room, several former researchers immediately initiated the ability assessment program upon receiving the news. The whiteboard was filled with comparative charts. Bruce sat at the computer in the corner, adding a new note to Mike's breakthrough record. Breakthrough catalyst: the symbiotic reaction between residual thermal radiation and metal spiritual energy. The thermal gaze energy from the ancestor was transformed into a catalyst for breakthrough. This is the first observed case of residual external force producing a symbiotic effect with core spiritual energy. Leah leaned against the doorframe. Her wind blade shooting technique had also seen a breakthrough in the past few weeks. She looked at Mike's data curve on the whiteboard and said, "You took 2 years to go from peak second stage to third stage, and am still in the mid-second stage." Mike calmly replied, "You're getting there too." Chen Jin entered Kunlun City without disturbing anyone. Zhou Zhengshan was waiting for him at the back door of the administrative building. After not seeing each other for 2 years, Zhou Zhengshan handed Chen Jin a piece of paper from his coat pocket, without any pleasantries, saying, "I've sorted out the backlog of documents from the past 2 years and divided them into 3 piles based on priority. The first pile is the most urgent, the second pile requires your signature, and the third pile is for after you've read them." Chen Jin took the paper, folded it after reading, and put it in his pocket, saying, "You've worked hard these 2 years." "It's not hard work," Zhou Zhengshan replied as they walked into the administrative building. "In the 2 years you were gone, all 36 cities were completed, and the RD department significantly increased the mass production rate of the third-generation Sea Demon scale armor. Graduates of the Martial Arts Academy have already been assigned to various base cities for defense. Wenyang has been officially appointed as the chief monitor of the Water System Perception Network in EC City. And there's Su Wanqing, who has promoted the resonance healing method to all 36 cities, with the qualification training rate doubling since you left. Those blueprints you drew before you left have all turned into reality over the past 2 years." Chen Jin pushed open the office door and sat down at the desk, then looked at the documents in front of him and picked them up, saying, "There have been quite a few changes while you were away." Zhou Zhengshan walked in from the doorway carrying 2 cups of tea, placing one in front of Chen Jin. He sat opposite him, took a sip from his cup, and asked, "How's it going on the fault line?" Chen Jin picked up his teacup and took a sip. They passed the exam. In the following days, Chen Jin met with several core members one after another. Zhou Hong was the first to come. He placed a thick combat evaluation report on Chen Jin's desk and straightforwardly said, "The combat group of graduates I personally led has a much higher proportion of extraordinary realms than previous years. There are several good candidates in this batch recommended by Wenyang. I've sent them all to EC City to the teaching syllabus of the academy has been updated several times. Chief researcher he and the RD department have revised the basic fist techniques to the 6th edition, significantly reducing the time for new trainees to master them. Additionally, I've finished practicing that set of military gun techniques. Compared to the incomplete version you gave me back then, I've adjusted several power paths according to my current level." Zhao Wufeng was the second to arrive. His report was brief. All recent students in the defensive tactics course have reached graduation standards, and some have mastered the foundational hardening skills of the Xuanwu body. I'm currently trying to expand the Xuanwu Bodis individual hardening to a coordinated defense for small teams. It's still in the experimental stage. If successful, a defensive awakened individual could simultaneously reinforce the armor of the entire. Su Wanqing was the third to arrive. She placed the 3rd edition of the extraordinary medical textbook on Chen Jin's desk. Her eyes lit up as she reported on the significant improvements in the resonance healing method's training qualification rate, speaking more than usual. She also mentioned that the pill group had made breakthrough progress in replacing artificial materials for vitality pills, and it had entered the trial production stage. Wenyang was the last to arrive. He brought the latest monitoring data from the East Sea City Water System Perception Network, detailing the coverage area and real-time monitoring capabilities. After reviewing the data, Chen Jin gave him a suggestion: try extending the perception network deeper into the seabed from the coral reef area to see if we can capture deeper temperature anomalies. Wenyang nodded, seriously taking notes. A week later, the encrypted channel of the East Sea City monitoring station sent real-time footage to Kunlun City. The footage was captured by an underwater detector in the waters around the abyssal fissure. At first the screen only showed deep blue water and occasionally passing deep-sea fish. A few seconds later a blurred massive silhouette appeared in the depths of the image far exceeding any known deep-sea creature, with the outline edges slowly writhing. As the detector approached a certain distance it suddenly malfunctioned, and the footage cut off amidst a screen. On the same day, Wenyang's water system perception network simultaneously detected anomalies that the water temperature in the areas around the fissure was rising not significantly, but sustained over a long period. The activity frequency of marine beasts in the coral reef area had significantly increased, and the number of anomalous signals recorded by the perception network had multiplied several times compared to previous cycles. Chen Jin reviewed all the data sent from EC City in the operations room, and pulled up the historical records of JP-001. It was the same fissure where the sea demon crawled out that year, which was temporarily repelled back into the deep sea. He had written a line in the post-war assessment report: this fissure will become a long-term regional threat, continuous monitoring is recommended. Now the fissure had begun to rumble again, its frequency nearly identical to that year. The tremor frequency is still rising. It has tripled in the last 3 hours. The expansion speed has broken the threshold, exceeding the estimate by 7 times. Hurry and report to the Kunlun Command Center. In the Kunlun City Operations Command Room the communications officer hurriedly entered, his tone extremely urgent. Director, the latest data from the EC Rift shows that the expansion speed is still increasing. At this rate, the first wave of demon beasts will crash onto the shore within 12 hours. Chen Jin slowly traced his pen over the markings of the 5 squads. It finally came to a stop at the 2 characters Guardians. The last line of text was clearly marked in the task allocation section. The high-risk mission at the EC Rift is assigned to the Guardian squad. The other 4 squads are to remain on standby. As soon as the order was synchronized to the terminal in the preparation area, the once noisy preparation area fell silent for a second. Then it erupted into chaos. What's going on? Are we only sending the Guardians? The EC Rift is no ordinary place. The sea monsters are likely to emerge. Can a single squad handle that? All 5 class squads are here. Why should the Guardians take on the high-risk mission alone? Voices of dissent rose and fell, with members of each squad gathering together, their gazes darting towards the equipment rack. Everyone knew that the few captains who could truly make decisions were over there. Zhao Wufeng was the first to speak. Leaning against the doorway of the preparation area with his hands in his pockets, his tone remained calm as always, but each word struck precisely at Zhou Hong's sore spot. During the Molten Heart incident you led the main assault, and the left flank was almost breached by the magma lizards. Who was it that used the Xuanwu body to plug that hole? You. Zhou Hong was adjusting the spare gun head of the Qilong bone spear. So this time I will remain on standby. Zhao Wufeng replied expressionlessly. If they breach it again, don't call me. You could still come over to plug the gap while in the standby zone. It's not far. I won't go. Zhao Wufeng answered decisively. The director said the other 4 squads are on standby. I will obey orders. Zhou Hong, somewhat dissatisfied, replied. Who was it that said there were only a few magma lizards before the last Molten Heart charge? Later, when surrounded in the lava cave, who was it that dug you out? That was intentional on my part. Zhou Hong paused for half a second in his movements. If I don't venture deeper, how can the Lord Beast of the magma lizards show itself? You didn't say that it was to lure the enemy. Zhao Wufeng mimicked his tone perfectly. What you said was just a few magma lizards, and you changed your tune after Lu Zheng dug you out. Before Zhou could think of a rebuttal, Wenyang at the terminal added a second strike. In the eastern deepwater area, there is a group of unmarked underwater rifts. The demon beasts could bypass the main defense line and strike at the back of EC City. Zhou Hong asked, is the Jingheng squad setting up the early warning nodes the fastest? You guys. We are on standby. Wenyang interrupted him. I have already synchronized the coordinates to the Guardian's operational terminal. The water temperature in the east is 6 degrees above normal, and the current is as chaotic as a pot of porridge with unpredictable changes. Zhou, be careful. I can see the data in real time, but I can't go. He emphasized the last 5 words heavily. Everyone present could hear it. The suppressed unwillingness beneath the calm was about to overflow. Zhou Hong was about to speak when Lu Zheng walked past him, slipping to a bench against the wall in the preparation area, looking at Zhou Hong. Using his usual flat and unvaried tone, he delivered a third strike. Last time at the Molten Heart you said there were just a few magma lizards. And then you got surrounded. This time if you say there's just one sea monster again, if you come back alive he'll treat you to soda crackers. Zhou Hong stared at him. Having known him for nearly 10 years, he understood better than anyone that Lu Zheng was not mocking him. He was stating a fact he believed was highly likely to occur. Focusing on sincerity, the harm was still significant. Last time in the northern border ice field who stepped into a crack in the ice, freezing half his body into a lump of ice. Zhou Hong started digging up old accounts. Who spent half an hour digging you out of the ice? It was you. Lu Zheng nodded. But I was pursuing the reconnaissance target. You made a mistake in the main assault. Zhou Hong couldn't help but laugh in anger. Chasing an ice-field wolf, stepping wrong and falling into a crack in the ice, and you still think you have a point. Lu Zheng replied seriously, military orders. Fine. You win this time. Zhou Hong turned his gaze to Wen Yang. During the last South Sea mission, who made 3 wrong early warning node placements, and who had to clean up the mess? At 3 in the morning, who brought you hot porridge? It was due to data deviation, not wrong placements. Wen Yang expressed with a guilty face. And I corrected it myself in the end. The porridge was something you wanted to eat, I just brought an extra portion. Zhou Hong. Fine, they are all talented individuals. He looked back at Lu Zheng. During the last desert mission, who fed all the rations to a nearly dying stray dog? After being hungry for 2 days and nights, who shared half a compressed biscuit with you? Lu Zheng looked at him, his expression serious. The dog was about to die. You shared it. Zhou Hong was short of breath, realizing that this guy thought it was only natural. Just then a head popped out from the pile of equipment. Han Shui smiled sweetly and delivered the final blow. Zhou, last week you demonstrated practical combat for our Wind Chaser squad. Your sliding step forward, tripping over your own leg, and landing hard on the ground was quite a scene. Our squad's new recruits recorded it and sent it to my master. Zhou Hong's face darkened. What did your master say? Han Shui thought for a moment before stating, my master asked me to convey this to you. Basic skills are the foundation. If the foundation is unstable, no matter how high the building, it will still be a dangerous structure. The original words, not a word, changed. Laughter erupted around them, then quickly suppressed. After all, he was in class captain, as some face had to be given. Zhou Hong did not retort or bring up old grievances anymore. He stood still, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, the bit of helplessness from being attacked had vanished. His gaze became sharp, embodying the standard captain mode. He had known these few people for many years. Their friendship was forged from crawling out of piles of corpses. This wasn't about tearing each other down, it was merely concern for each other's stubbornness, and he said no more. He picked up the long spear and turned to walk towards the deck. Guardian squad, assemble. The preparation area fell silent in an instant, and in less than half a minute 6 individuals stood at the center of the deck, with Vice Captain Qin Yu focused on adjusting the armor on his left arm. Assault soldier Feng Rui performed his final warm-up on the deck. He was at the initial stage of the Guiyuan realm, personally excavated by Zhou Hong from the combat unit of the Vanguard Corps. With a hot-headed personality, he was bold and daring. He was a spitting image of Zhou Hong back in the day. Sniper Su Ming had already climbed up to the lookout tower. Wind-type spiritual power gathered in his hands as he loaded the first calibration round, while adjusting the focus of the scope, muttering to himself, Han Shui sent me today's wind speed data. Updated every 15 minutes, accurate to 2 decimal places. Is that necessary? With that, he raised his hand and pulled the trigger. With a swoosh, the calibration round cut through the air, hitting the target on the reef several dozen meters away with precision. He leaned down to take a look. The bullet hole was perfectly centered, precisely embedding itself in the cluster of bullet holes made by Han Shui earlier. Qualified. Tell team leader Han that her wind speed data was not a fabrication. On the deck, Feng Rui was still bantering with Shirtu. Shida, last time during training you had 3% less coverage on your hardened skin. Oh, team leader Zhao is keeping track of that. If you mess up again, team leader Zhao will really skin you alive. Shirtu replied in a low rumbling voice, I won't mess up. Last time was an error. Feng Rui chuckled. You said the same thing last time. And the time before that too. Is it that you keep making mistakes? Qin Yu shot him a glare. Shut up. Warm up. Feng Rui quickly fell silent. Among the whole team, he dared to joke with anyone, but he was afraid of Qin Yu. This vice captain was taciturn, tough, and more ruthless in training than Zhou Hong, who stood at the front of the deck. With his back to the direction of the port, he surveyed the 5 faces before him and got straight to the point. The mission is simple. We will intercept the first wave of demon beasts from the East Sea Abyss Rift Hedon. Based on monitoring data, the sea demon will likely appear. Our job is just one thing: to hold it off. Hold it off until the city's defense spiritual energy cannon completes its charging, and that will count as completing the mission. He called out names to assign tasks. Qin Yu, build a cover on the left flank. Follow the standards that Lu Zheng taught last time. Don't build it like that last time, you won't even pass. Qin Yu nodded, understood. Feng Rui, charge the front with me. Control your fire-type output rhythm. Don't exhaust all your spiritual energy right away. It's like setting off fireworks. Looks lively, but is useless. Feng Rui grinned. Don't worry, team leader Zhou. I know what I'm doing. Zhou Hong shot him a glance. What do you know? Who is it that depleted their spiritual energy last training and stood there taking a beating. Feng Rui rubbed his nose, his smile fading. Shit is stick close to Qinyu. Wherever he builds the cover, push your defense line there. Zhao Wufeng specifically told me to keep an eye on you. If your hardened skin coverage drops another percentage, you'll have to face him when we go back. Shirtu straightened his face. Yes. Su Ming. Zhou Hong looked up at the lookout tower. Did you receive the wind speed data from Han Shui? The calibration round just now is decent. Maintain that when the sea demon shows up, prioritize aiming for its eyes. Su Ming's voice came from the lookout tower. Received. He raised his voice. To watch. The five stood tall, their voices synchronized as if they were one person. Ready. The ship's engine roared to life as it slowly departed from the port, heading at full speed toward the East Sea Abyss Rift. Meanwhile, the tremor data from the East Sea Rift spread worldwide through surveillance satellites. North Island Alliance Intelligence Analysis Center Carlson stood before a massive screen. The screen was divided into two sections. The left displayed real-time expansion data of the East Sea Rift, while the right showed images of troop movements in East Sea City. Carlson stared at the screen in silence for a long time until he suddenly spoke. Issue orders. Redirect all available intelligence resources towards the East Sea. I want to know everything about this team. Everything. In the Bear Country, the war room. The defense minister gently placed satellite images and analysis reports on the president's desk. The president picked up the report and glanced at it. How many people did they send? The defense minister quickly replied, based on the scale of deployment, it's a fully staffed extraordinary combat team. Equipped with specialized anti-demon beast gear and an independent logistics support system. A standard configuration for high-risk missions. The president set down the report and looked at the satellite images on the screen. In the images, soldiers in standardized armor were boarding the ship in an orderly manner. Their movements were synchronized without a trace of panic. He suddenly recalled many years ago when the Dragon Kingdom approached to buy their spirit stone, Mother Mine's mining rights back. Then he thought they were wasting money. A desolate, deserted mine sold for an exorbitant price. He had laughed at their foolishness then, but now watching the scenes on the screen, he could no longer find humor. Sakura Country, temporary shelter of the remnant government. The communications officer held a data report in both hands and presented it to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister took the report and remained silent for a long time after reading it. Beside him, the newly appointed Chief of Staff of the Self-Defense Forces lowered his voice. Back then, we all thought the East Sea was just an ordinary geological anomaly. We mocked them for overreacting and spending so much money to build a base city. Now the whole world knows. Only they were prepared from the very beginning. The Prime Minister still said nothing, only gripping the report tighter and tighter. On the dark web, the Fault Forum. In the encrypted channel, messages were flying rapidly. Screenshots of the East Sea Rift data and blurry images of the troop movements in East Sea City were being shared repeatedly. Each post was followed by a flurry of responses. Someone anonymously started a thread with only one line as the title. The 36 base cities of the Dragon Kingdom are not meant for earthquake defense. The content was brief. The 36 base cities are each equipped with a complete extraordinary army along with a full set of defensive formations. What they are preparing for has never been natural disasters. This wave from the East Sea is just the beginning. The thread received over 1,000 replies within 3 minutes. The discussions erupted. I said something was off. Why build so many underground facilities if everything were fine? Do we really need extraordinary personnel to guard against earthquakes? Some even claimed it was for strategic reserves. Nonsense. Do strategic reserves need everyone equipped with anti-demon beast gear? So the Abyss Rift is a global issue. What if there are others? Why worry? Since the Dragon Kingdom dared to send a team, it means they have confidence. A team? But that's a sea demon. Can a team really hold it off? Who knows, maybe they have hidden cards. Hidden cards? You think everyone is like you, laying everything out in the open? The debates were fervent. No one felt this was an exaggeration anymore. Because on the surface of the East Sea, that ship advancing at full speed had already slapped the answer right in everyone's face. Kunlun City Operations Command Room. On the holographic projection, the positioning signals of 6 members representing the watch team all lit up, forming a standard assault formation. They were steadily advancing towards the core area of the rift. The signals from the remaining 4 teams remained quietly in the standby zone, not moving at all. Chen Jin stood with his hands behind his back in front of the holographic projection, watching the 6 light points. His assistant quietly asked Director, should we send another team for support? Chen Jin shook his head. No need. The watch team is sufficient. The Vanguard team's assault boat halted several hundred meters outside the Fisher 6 boats, scattering to their designated positions. Report position, everyone. Zhou Hong pressed the communicator. Reef area shelter is complete. Qin Yu was the first to respond. He pressed his hands against the reef, earthy spiritual energy, surging forth as stone walls rose layer by layer behind him, complete with drainage channels, a standard construction perfectly fitted. Defensive line is ready. Shirtu replied. The earthy spiritual energy spread along his meridians, 3 layers of hardening enveloping his entire body. Zhao Wufeng had taught him this technique for 3 years. Now he could be as tough as he needed, soft, while running hard when taking hits without a single flaw. Assault position ready. Feng Rui's voice was suppressed with excitement, as if he had won the lottery. A dark red glow flickered in his hand, the high-temperature core of the Burning Heaven technique. Sniper position secured. Su Ming's voice was steady. Wind speed, just updated data from Han Shue's 15th round, has been calibrated. He crouched atop the highest sea-eroded pillar. Beneath him was a precipice of several dozen meters. The chaotic winds made the reef howl, and he had mastered the fine-tuning technique of the wind-following technique, alternating first place with Han Shui for 3 years long ago, perfecting it. Zhou Hong glanced at the time and looked ahead. Several hundred meters away, a black fissure hovered on the surface of the sea, abyssal energy seeping outward. Swarming from below, countless monsters emerged from the depths. Zhou Hong tightened his grip on the long spear, icy blue spiritual patterns illuminating from the tail to the tip, a luminous arc enveloping the entire spear. Back then, during the heart of fiery lava, he hadn't yet mastered his shooting technique. Now he could thrust a dozen times without even catching his breath. Vanguard team ready. The swarm of monsters gathered into a dark mass, then charged forth. Feng Rui moved first. He darted out from between the reefs, launching the second style of the Burning Heaven technique, melting flow. The high-temperature core plunged directly into the seabed. The mud and sand instantly melted. Dark magma surged forth, pushing against the seawater. The outer layer cooled and formed a black shell, while the interior remained molten. Along the way, small monsters that came into contact were obliterated. Those nearby were instantly encased in black stone, floating and swaying on the water's surface. Clearing complete, the small monsters have dispersed. Feng Rui withdrew his hand and shook it. Received. Zhou Hong then commanded Qin Yue. There's a large one flanking from the right, block it. Without hesitation, Qin Yu formed hand seals, and a stone wall erupted from the seabed, perfectly positioned in the path of the large sea beast. Shitu, a group of small ones slipped through in front of the shelter. Clear them. Zhou Hong continued to direct. Shirtu hefted a heavy shield and stepped out, activating all 3 layers of hardening. A sea snake darted in, aiming for a gap to bite his arm. A crisp crack echoed. The snake's fangs shattered. Shirtu grabbed the snake's head, exerting force. Crack. The head was crushed into bits. Su Ming, the large ones that just surfaced in the distance, target the biggest one. Zhou Hong focused on the sea's surface. Su Ming's hand surged with energy, forming a wind blade. The core of the blade wrapped around a small amount of spiritual energy, leaving the end to adjust its direction. The crosshair locked onto the largest sea beast, and the wind blade shot out silently. As it approached, the wind blade suddenly twisted. It drilled into the left eye, directly penetrating the skull. The sea beast let out a muffled groan, then rolled over, floating on the water's surface. Target eliminated. The roars of all the monsters abruptly ceased. The churning sea instantly calmed, and the few beasts that had just surfaced turned and madly swam toward the fissure. The fissure suddenly widened. Tentacles covered in black scales emerged. 1, 2, 3. A colossal shadow rose from the sea, obscuring half the sky. Zhou Hong stood on the assault boat, gazing at the shadow. Back then in Kunlun Su, he watched Qin Jin walk alone into the ice cave. During the heart of fiery lava, he saw Qin Jin single-handedly cleave the lava giant. Now, he twirled his long spear, the icy blue arc even brighter than before. Behind him stood 5 teammates. This time, he wouldn't have to stand at the cave entrance watching others charge into the darkness. Vanguard team charge Hedon. Zhou Hong leaped from the assault boat, the long spear aiming straight for the sea demon's compound eye. With a clang, the spear tip was deflected back. The compound eye was covered with a layer of translucent armor, absurdly hard. However, the ice attribute's spiritual energy burst forth along the armor, frost instantly spreading across most of the compound eye. The sea demon lost vision in half an eye, its tentacles flailed wildly, missing several times. Zhou Hong used the momentum to flip back, landing on the reef, and shouted, "The armor is too thick, can't penetrate." Qin Yue, the third tentacle from the left at the joint, the scales are thinner, target that. He flicked the spearhead, and an icy blue mark accurately pinned at the joint. Received. Earthly spiritual energy surged from Qin Yue. A stone pillar soared from the seabed, spiraling fiercely as it slammed into the marked joint. This spiraling force was a new technique extracted from the basic fist technique by Old He, the newly updated 6th edition of the rock barrier technique. Cracks instantly spread across the joint, dark green fluid oozing out. The sea demon let out a deafening roar, shaking the entire sea surface. Feng Rui seized the opening and darted up, executing the third style of the burning heaven technique, melting core. The high-temperature core in his hand had grown to the size of a fist, and he pressed it against the sea demon's joint. At that moment, a large cloud of steam erupted, filling the area with a white haze. When the steam dispersed, the scales at the sea demon's joint had melted. Its tentacles lost control and slammed down into the sea. Feng Rui jumped back, his movements as nimble as an eel. Su Ming's scope had been locked onto that joint the entire time. As he saw the fissure widening, exposing the soft tissue, he didn't wait for orders and shot the wind blade at the raised tentacle. The wind blade automatically adjusted its angle as it passed through the mist, precisely piercing the soft tissue and severing the tendon. Another earth-shattering roar erupted. The tentacle drooped completely, scales falling off in pieces. Zhou Hong seized the opportunity and dove down, executing the most ferocious move of the Qilong spear technique, Dragon Dive. The spear tip plunged fiercely into the fissure. Icy attribute spiritual energy surged violently within. Ice crystals formed from the inside out, instantly covering it with a thick layer. Zhou Hong leveraged the force to flip back onto the reef, shouting, "The joint is broken." Shirtu had been guarding in front of Qin Yue, his heavy shield held in front. The three layers of hardening firmly withstood the impact, the inner layer absorbing the force, the middle layer transferring it, and the outer layer bracing against it. The uncontrolled tentacles smashed against the shelter, debris flying everywhere. Shirtu didn't even budge, taking it all, but Qin Yu's stone wall could no longer hold. Several tentacles hammered down in succession, cracks spreading from the drainage hole's spiritual pattern nodes, exploding into flying debris. Qin Yu watched as the spiritual patterns on his forearm cracked wider and wider, with increasingly less spiritual energy to draw upon. "Qin Yue, your wall," Shirtu shouted. "I'm repairing it. Give me 10 seconds. There was no time left. Two tentacles pressed down simultaneously from above, blocking out the sun. Shirtu gripped his shield tightly, all three layers of hardening fully engaged, knowing in his heart that this blow could not be stopped. He could only hope for a miracle. Suddenly, a familiar voice came through the communication channel, bringing a sense of safety. "Duck!" A shadow descended from the sky, landing in front of Shirtu. Zhao Wufeng's heavy shield slammed against the reef, two tentacles striking the shield's surface simultaneously. A translucent barrier instantly expanded, enveloping Shida, Qin Yue, and the remaining shelter. The Xuanwu technique synchronized its defense, tentacles striking against it. The shield patterns remained unmoved. Instead, they rebounded the tentacles back. Zhao Wufeng slapped the shield surface with a reverse motion. The recoil transmitted through the tentacle, and the injured tentacle was directly severed. The sea demon's roar nearly shattered eardrums. "Fengren team ready." Zhao Wufeng's voice was calm as still water. "The Dean has instructed, the rear is left to me, just like last time with the heart of fiery lava." Zhou Hong stood straight on the reef, watching Zhao Wufeng's back. Suddenly he recalled that day during the heart of fiery lava. It was this person who silently blocked the gap for him. He chuckled softly, resting the long spear on his shoulder. "Fengren to guard the flanks, vanguard continues the frontal assault. Let this beast see some light." The Slevel team of the Dragon Kingdom is not composed of only one capable Dean. After the sea monster severed one of its tentacles, the remaining tentacles noticeably slowed their attack rhythm, yet their strength remained undiminished. It began to change its offensive strategy, shifting from a full-scale assault to a series of feigned attacks. Zhou Hong stood on the reef, his breathing more rapid than at the start of the battle, as the Dragon Fall technique had drained him of considerable spiritual energy. Although the recovery speed of the return to Origin Realm was fast, he still needed time to regain his breath after such an extreme output. Taking advantage of the moment when the tentacles feigned an attack, he adjusted his breathing, positioning the gun horizontally in front of him as the ice attribute spiritual patterns on the gun barrel flickered in synchrony with his breath. Wen Yang's voice came through the communication channel. "Its core spiritual energy is still rising, gathering for a devouring impact, employing the same tactics as that monster from years ago. Based on the readings, you probably have a few more minutes. My fire seed needs a bit more time to recover. You all hold on for now." Qin Yu crouched on the ruins of the cover, repairing his arm's spiritual patterns. Su Ming, at the sniper position, focused on the movements of the sea monster. He noticed that the remaining tentacles were adjusting their defensive positions, deliberately blocking the energy-gathering area between the compound eyes. The previous interference wind blade had misdirected its charge, but finding the right angle for the next interference would be even harder. At that moment, Zhou Hong saw a dark green light suddenly illuminate between the sea monster's compound eyes. All the tentacles spread outward simultaneously, revealing a black energy sphere in the center of its body that was expanding. The air at the edges of the energy sphere was torn into jagged spatial rifts, a precursor to the devouring impact. The attack was the same as that used by the sea monster years ago, but this time the charge was quicker and the sphere larger. Everyone defensive formation. Zhou Hong shouted over the channel. Qin Yue take cover. Sure 2 shield position. Zhao Wufeng coordinate for maximum defensive range. Qin Yu hurriedly pressed his hands against the reef, activating the rock bulwark technique with full force. A thick stone wall rose from the seabed, blocking everyone in front as he concentrated all structural strength on the front defense. Sure 2 inserted his heavy shield into the crevice of the reef, pushing the rock armor technique to its limit. The inner layer absorbed shock, the middle layer bore the weight, and the outer layer resisted, directly forming a solid wall that made him feel immovable. Zhao Wufeng slammed his heavy shield against the very front of the cover, fully deploying the Xuanwu defensive formation. A translucent light shield enveloped Qin Yue Sure 2 and Feng Rue, with the edges of the shield seamlessly connecting to Qin Yu's stone wall and Sure 2 hardened shield. Just as they completed the defensive formation, the sea monster's devouring impact was launched toward them. The black energy sphere shot out from the center of the sea monster's body, creating a vacuum corridor on the sea surface that evaporated the seawater as it passed. The energy sphere emitted from the sea monster collided with their defensive formation, with Zhao Wufeng's light shield taking the first impact, its surface bursting with dense spatial ripples. Zhao Wufeng was pushed back several steps by the shockwave created when the energy sphere hit his light shield, but the shield remained intact. The stone wall absorbed the second wave of impact, cracks rapidly spreading across its surface, while Qin Yu gritted his teeth to maintain the output of spiritual energy, controlling the cracks to remain below the drainage hole in the non-load-bearing area. Sure 2 heavy shield absorbed the residual impact from the third wave, the 3 layers of hardening dispersing the force throughout his body. In the next moment, he was pushed against Qin Yu's stone wall. The sea monster's black energy sphere was withstood by the defensive formation. After unleashing the devouring impact, the spiritual energy readings immediately dropped. At that moment, when Yang's voice came through the channel, the sea monster's core spiritual energy has entered a low point. The dark green light between its compound eyes has clearly dimmed, and the rhythm of its tentacles has slowed. This is the best window of opportunity. The voice from the East Sea City Defense Command Center cut into the communication channel. The spiritual energy cannon is fully charged, target locked. Please have the Watcher team retreat to a safe distance. Zhou Hong did not immediately order a retreat. He watched as the remaining tentacles of the sea monster continued to wave slowly. Although the dark green light between the compound eyes was dim, it still flickered. Zhou Hong did not immediately order a retreat. He observed the remaining tentacles of the sea monster still moving slowly. The dark green light between the compound eyes, though dim, still flashed. It had not completely lost its combat ability. Retreating now could allow the sea monster to dive back into the deep sea before the spiritual energy cannon fired. After pondering for a moment, he commanded Feng Rue, the last molten core, target the joint of the second tentacle on the right, force it to lift its body. Qin Yue used the spiral stone pillar to push the base of the first tentacle on the left in the opposite direction. Su Ming arc shot to disrupt the compound eyes, force it to expose its chest. Feng Rue stepped out from behind the defensive formation, the fire seed in his hand reignited after warming up. Without hesitation, he rushed to the base of the sea monster's second tentacle, pressing the fire seed against the joint. As the high-temperature core touched the scales, the armor at the joint began to melt, with dark red magma flowing out from the cracks. At the same time, Qin Yu moved, pressing his hands against the reef. A stone pillar spinning with force rose from the seabed and struck the base of the first tentacle. The stone pillar spun rapidly, creating several cracks on the scales, causing the tentacle to flail in pain. In a short while, a gap was torn open in the sea monster's chest defense. Su Ming's wind blade followed closely behind. This time he used an arc shot, and the wind blade, while flying, bypassed the remaining tentacle, blocking the compound eyes, accurately hitting the energy gathering area between them. Instinctively, the sea monster arched backward, completely exposing the weak area covered by translucent scales on its chest within the aiming line of the city defense cannon. Retreat, Zhou Hong ordered. The 6 of them simultaneously withdrew toward the outer edge of the reef. On the walls of East Sea City, the barrel of the spiritual energy cannon had been raised to its maximum angle. The fiery sun crystal core inside the cannon emitted a blinding light, while the compressed spiritual energy projectile coalesced within the chamber. It was the product of compressing the complete spiritual energy of dozens of high-quality spirit stones to their limits. When the cannonball was fired, the entire East Sea City fell silent. The spiritual energy cannon shot directly drained the spiritual energy array on the city wall, and all halos extinguished simultaneously at the moment of firing, plunging the wall into complete darkness. Then the cannonball struck its target. The spiritual energy projectile penetrated the weak area on the sea monster's chest and exploded within its body, turning its fluids and shattered scales into fine mist. After a moment of stiffness, the remaining tentacles of the sea monster all crashed into the sea. In the next second, the reef area returned to calm. The 6 members of the Watcher team stood on the reef watching the sea monster's corpse slowly sink into the deep sea. Zhou Hong inserted his spear into the crevice of the reef, staring silently at the direction of the sea monster's descent for a long time. He recalled many years ago watching Chun Jin's silhouette disappear into the ice cave at the entrance of Kunlun Void during the first East Sea defense battle, when Chun Jin split the sea surface with a single strike. Today he did not stand at the cave entrance. He and his 5 teammates had dragged the sea monster into the range of the spiritual energy cannon. The entire Watcher team was alive with no casualties. At that moment, Chun Jin's voice came through the communication channel. "Well done, return to base." The news of the Vanguard squad's victory over the sea demons and their safe return quickly spread to every corner of Kunlun City. At the martial arts training ground, the old master was watching the new batch of students practicing their stances. Many of the children showed good talent, but they were often lazy and did not fully bend their knees. Just as he was about to reprimand them, the training ground's loudspeaker announced the frontline battle report. After listening to the updates, he turned to the group of students who always tried to cut corners. "Stop being lazy. Even senior brother Zhou Hong endured this little by little back in the day. Now he can hold off the sea demons with just 5 people while you can't even stand firm in your stances." The students in the front row whispered, "Did senior brother Zhou Hong also get scolded by you back then?" The old master had particularly sharp ears and turned to glare at him. "The scoldings he received were more than all of yours combined, but he never once slacked off in practicing his stances." The students were shocked into not daring to be lazy anymore, and they all firmly set their stances. In the research department's office, he had various test data scattered across his desk while he was revising the 7th version of the basic martial arts optimization draft. When the battle report came through, he was verifying a set of power trajectory data. The 6th version of the rock fortress technique that Qin Yu used in this battle, with details like spiral wall construction, staggered arrangements, and reserve drainage holes, was all meticulously refined by him, and today it had been tested in real combat. After reading the battle report, he fell silent for a moment before continuing to revise the new plan. In the extraordinary medical laboratory, Su Wanxing was flipping through the injury report of the squad after the battle. All 6 of them were safe, and all minor external injuries had been treated during the return journey. After signing her name, she continued revising the 4th edition of the extraordinary medical textbook. In the underground extraordinary materials processing plant in Qinling, an old engineer was polishing the components of the 3rd-generation Sea Demon scale armor. The workstation received damage data for the shield body simultaneously. Although Zhao Wufeng's heavy shield had many acid erosion marks, its overall structure remained intact. He slowly polished the chest plate parts with a file, muttering to himself, "The newly modified coating formula is effective. The main body of the shield withstood the corrosive damage." At the North Island Alliance's Intelligence Analysis Center, the large screen in front of Carlson was looping satellite footage of the East Sea naval battle. At the moment the spiritual energy cannon pierced through the sea demon, a bright light illuminated the coastal waters as if it were daytime. The analyst under him had spent several sleepless nights compiling the assessment report, and the final conclusion struck at his heart. The overall strength of the Dragon country's extraordinary warriors and city defense weapons far exceeded all previous intelligence estimates. An analyst retrieved spatial anomaly data from several years ago in the South China Sea and displayed it side by side with the footage from this battle. The early tremors from those spatial fissures, we initially judged them all as ordinary geological earthquakes, completely missing the opportunity to lay out our plans. Carlson stared at the data on the screen, not drafting any new round of sanction plans. He understood clearly that the gap at the extraordinary level had completely widened and conventional sanctions had long lost any practical significance. In the presidential office of the Bear Country, a Defense Department submitted strength assessment report lay on his desk, marked with a red high-risk warning. After flipping through the entire report, the president instructed the defense minister, in all subsequent negotiation meetings, ensure that specialists well-versed in extraordinary fields are present. At that time in Sakura Island, he recalled his own narrow-mindedness and extreme arrogance, ignoring the frequent anomalies in the ocean. To maintain the face of international events and stabilize maritime economic interests, they deliberately downplayed the lurking ocean risks, refusing to invest resources to check for deep-sea hazards or upgrade the maritime defense system, merely slacking off and turning a blind eye, allowing deadly hazards to fester and expand in their nearby waters. After a long silence, the chief of staff suppressed his unease and tentatively suggested, "Prime Minister, should we immediately activate diplomatic channels to seek cooperation and relevant technologies and experiences for deep-sea defense from the Dragon Country?" Upon hearing this, the Prime Minister revealed a bitter self-mockery at the corner of his mouth, shaking his head vigorously, his tone filled with helplessness and despair. "It's useless." Back then, when disaster was imminent, they quietly strengthened themselves and prepared in advance, while we were short-sighted, complacent, and wasted all the window of opportunity. Now that disaster is upon us, and the gap has widened only when we are at our wits' end, do we think of seeking help, which would only bring humiliation upon ourselves, and would never receive even a bit of response? In the top-level office of Kunlun headquarters, Zhou Zhengshan pushed the door open and walked in holding the complete battle summary report. At this moment, Chen Jin was standing by the window looking at the city lights, and he walked over to stand beside him for a while. "What you predicted back at the Forbidden Zone entrance is now witnessed by the whole world." Chen Jin did not respond. All 36 base cities have officially been put into operation, and all S-level squads have completed high-intensity practical assessments. The North Island Alliance is still relying on old-tier peak powerhouses as their trump card, while we have assembled 5 S-level combat squads led by returning Origin Realm captains. Zhou Zhengshan turned to Chen Jin and said, "What direction do you plan to lay out next?" Chen Jin sat back down in his office chair and calmly said, "Let the outside world be shocked, we just need to maintain our own rhythm. The next phase will no longer be passive defense, but proactive control. We need to restrain and control all entrances and exits of the secret realm and roaming beasts. Our leading edge is not just about winning a few battles, but about completely establishing a new world order." As Bruce projected the satellite images of the Eastern Sea City defense battle onto the lighthouse stone wall, the entire command center fell silent for a long time. Mike stood before the stone wall, and after the images finished playing, he remained silent for a moment before turning to Bruce and saying, "His subordinates can confront the sea demons directly, yet he still hasn't taken action." The forum was already in an uproar. That segment of footage had been sliced into countless clips and was being repeatedly forwarded in encrypted channels. Some were analyzing the tactical coordination of the 6 superpowered individuals frame by frame. Someone enlarged the flash of light from the cannon on the city wall as it fired, attempting to reverse engineer its principle. An anonymous account on the forum posted a lengthy thread titled Simply Dragon Nation. The main text was quite brief, but each paragraph was repeatedly quoted. Years ago, during the first spatial tremor, they deployed monitoring ships in the South China Sea, and when the first secret realm opened, they established the first base city. For all these years, they have never stopped. 36 base cities, each equipped with a complete garrison of superpowered troops and city defense weapon systems. They have specialized martial arts academies for training superpowered individuals, research departments, developing superpowered equipment, and textbooks on techniques written by superpowered individuals. Their class team leaders are all in the returning Origin Realm. You only need to know that this realm is stronger than the strongest ancestors of the North Island Alliance. Years ago, when you asked Mike why he could dismantle a bridge, now you see it. The people of Dragon Nation are lining up to confront the sea demons, directly returning without any casualties after the battle. The post was translated into multiple languages within hours and went viral among the awakened community. Mike's name was mentioned repeatedly in the post. The poster drew a comparison with the Silver Gate Bridge, intending to illustrate that Dragon Nation's combat strength far exceeded that of the North Island Alliance. However, all awakened individuals who read the post concluded something else. Mike dismantled the bridge to save his own people, and Dragon Nation today fights the sea demons to protect their own. Fundamentally, these two matters are the same. Awakened individuals protect awakened individuals. A few days after the post was published, the first private yacht appeared on the deserted island. A middle-aged man wearing a bulletproof vest descended from the yacht, followed by 4 armed bodyguards and a whole container of medical equipment. His name is Warren, a former military supplier of the North Island Alliance, and his wealth could buy half a state. His only son awakened a few months ago, possessing a perception-type ability. After being registered by the North Island Alliance, he was taken to the medical evaluation center within 2 weeks. Warren spent millions to rescue his child at the cost of having a tracking chip implanted in his son's wrist that must regularly send location signals to the Alliance. He tried every means to remove the chip until an underground awakened organization informed him that the Forum had the best ability suppression locksmith in the Alliance. A person named Eddie, who had personally dismantled over 100 sets of shackles. Warren had barely arrived for a few minutes when the second batch of refugees arrived. This time it was a fleet made up of 3 old fishing boats packed with over 100 people, most of whom were low-level awakened individuals who had just awakened. They came from multiple purged awakened mutual aid communities on the continent, having lost all their hidden bases under the sustained pressure of the North Island Alliance. After seeing the footage of the Eastern Sea defense battle and that post on the forum, they decided to stop hiding. Then came the 3rd, 4th, and 5th batches. Within a few weeks, the number of members in the forums surpassed. Warren was not the only wealthy individual bringing resources. Shortly after him, several other affluent individuals also arrived one after another. What they had in common was that each had an awakened individual in their family, whether it be a child spouse or under the North Island Alliance's Registration Act assets, could not exempt awakened individuals from their registration obligations. Their money was merely a number in the eyes of the law, and numbers could not prevent Alliance personnel from taking individuals away. The conditions they brought were simple: to fund the purchase of private islands surrounding the deserted island, constructing a full set of infrastructure, including seawater desalination systems, solar power grids, medical stations, training grounds, and docks with all equipment procured to the highest standards. They did not demand to join the decision-making body of the forum. They only requested that the forum deploy defense forces and training instructors on these islands to provide protection and training for their families. Mike discussed this matter at the Lighthouse Command Center with several core members. Direct's attitude was clear: we need these resources. The water level of the freshwater wells on the deserted island has been declining. There are only 2 part-time doctors at the medical station, and the training grounds are insufficient. They are willing to provide money and equipment. It would be foolish to refuse. Emily hesitated over another issue: will they demand special treatment, such as not following training regulations or not participating in the material allocation queue? Mike stood up and walked to the window, glancing at the temporary tent area being erected on the beach, where the newly arrived thousands were crowded and the rations had already dropped to 2 meals a day. The conditions are equal. They provide money and equipment, but once they move in, they will be treated the same as everyone else, with unified training, unified material distribution, and unified discipline. Those willing to accept can stay, and those unwilling can leave. The forum protects awakened individuals, not the wealthy. Their money cannot buy privileges here. In the end, all the wealthy individuals accepted the forum's conditions. The procedures for purchasing the islands were transferred through multiple third-party companies, with the funds being fragmented into countless small transactions, rendering the North Island Alliance's intelligence tracking system unable to trace them. Several private islands were officially incorporated into the forum's control range in a short time, and the deserted island was no longer the only stronghold. Emily assigned unified numbers to these islands and established a system for material allocation and personnel rotation among them. Each island deployed defensive positions and training grounds, with the Lighthouse Command Center responsible for unified dispatch. Bruce set up an encrypted communication network between the deserted island and the various islands. On the forum's internal map, these islands were marked as the Archipelago Defense Line, codenamed Tide. 5,000 awakened individuals. This number already surpassed the scale of any armed force of awakened individuals in the North Island Alliance. And the North Island Alliance was even unaware that the forum had acquired multiple islands as their satellites, still focused solely on the deserted island. A letter was passed through the diplomatic liaison channels of the Dragon Nation's Eastern Sea City Defense Forces to the deserted island. The letter was concise and formal. The Dragon Nation has noted through public reports within the North Island Alliance regarding the Awakened Organization Forum and related information on the forum that this organization has established a community of awakened individuals on overseas deserted islands. As a nation with years of experience in the field of superpowers, the Dragon Nation is willing to establish an informal information exchange channel with the forum to enhance mutual understanding of matters related to superpowers. At the end of the letter, an encrypted communication channel code was attached, with the password being the date of the Silver Gate Bridge's collapse. After Mike finished reading the letter at the meeting, Derek was the first to speak. What do they want? I don't know. Mike folded the letter and placed it in his pocket. But they know the date of the Silver Gate Bridge's collapse. That day I wrote it in chalk on the regulations paper at the site of the collapsed bridge. Only those present at the time would know this date. The fact that the password is this date indicates that this letter was not sent casually. The other party has channels to know things that only our internal members know. Bruce took the letter and examined the encrypted communication channel code. This doesn't resemble the style of anonymous posts on the forum. It's an official communication channel with a high level of encryption and no tracking markers. This letter itself is a signal. The Dragon Nation is willing to communicate with us through official channels, but the wording contains no specific cooperation terms, only leaving a communication channel. At this time, Emily stood up and spoke. It doesn't seem like a recruitment attempt. If it were recruitment, they would mention conditions, materials, weapons, or intelligence exchange. At the very least, they would make an offer. There's nothing mentioned here. It only states they are willing to establish an informal information exchange channel. This feels more like a test to see if we are willing to engage with this channel. Let's not rush to reply. Let's continue to observe. They left the channel, when to use it is our decision. After the number of fractures surpassed 5,000, the first thing Mike did was close the door. He wrote a line on the whiteboard in the command center: from today onwards, all newcomers must pass a screening to land on the island. Those who do not meet the standards will not be accepted without exception. Drake glanced at the whiteboard and said this should have been done long ago. Emily spent several days developing the screening criteria. She referred to the performance records of all members from the fracture over the years from the mining area to the solitary island and compiled a detailed assessment checklist. The ability assessment was entrusted to Bruce and various attribute instructors who measured ability types, levels, and controllability. Those who could not control their abilities were sent to the observation area to stabilize before proceeding. Background checks were conducted by a group of members with former intelligence analysis experience, cross-referencing the North Island Alliance's wanted list with forum activity records, specifically screening for undercover agents. Psychological assessments were handled by several awakened individuals on the island with psychology backgrounds, conducting interviews to inquire about motives. Those who had voluntarily harmed civilians were directly rejected, and those who had sold out their own were immediately expelled upon verification. The observation area was set up on a newly leveled mudflat on the periphery of the solitary island, converted from shipping containers into temporary residences. All newcomers had to stay there for a period, and only those who passed all 3 assessments could land on the island. Just a few days after the system was implemented, the first batch of rejected individuals arrived. A young man who could control small flames was discovered by Bruce to have sold the whereabouts of other awakened individuals to the North Island Alliance Intelligence Bureau on the forum. Mike reviewed the records and simply said 2 words: rejected. The young man was denied entry to the island and shouted from the dock, "On what basis do you reject me?" Drake stood at the edge of the dock watching him and coldly replied, "Because you sold out your own." The second rejected individual was dealt with even faster. A middle-aged man claiming to be a fugitive was asked during the interview about his previous participation in violent attacks against civilians by awakened individuals. The review group handed the records to Mike, who flipped through them before closing them. Rejected with a time limit, he placed the 2 rejection records on the table and said to Emily, "The rules are a filter filtering out the sand, leaving behind the stones that can build walls." As the screening system was established, Mike began to build a formal organizational structure. With previously only a few hundred people where everything relied on him, and a few core members discussing verbally, now, with over 5,000 distributed across several islands, a documented system was essential for operation. Emily was officially appointed as the Logistics and Internal Affairs Manager, overseeing resource allocation, population registration, and discipline supervision. Drake took on the role of Defense and Security Supervisor, managing the deployment of defensive positions and emergency response plans across the islands. Bruce was appointed as the Intelligence and Communications Supervisor, overseeing encrypted communication networks, external intelligence gathering, and internal database maintenance. Mike was most surprised by Warren, the first military supplier who had come with a yacht and medical equipment. He did not seek any special treatment, but rather proactively approached Mike, saying, "I have weak awakening abilities, but I have managed military enterprises with over 1,000 people before. I am familiar with logistics and supply chains." Mike had him follow Emily to manage the procurement channels for supplies. After a few weeks, he submitted a plan that used third-party shell companies to circumvent the North Island Alliance's embargo on supplies, integrating originally fragmented smuggling channels into a stable supply chain. The training system was also being upgraded simultaneously. The martial arts research room was moved from the 2nd floor of the lighthouse to the largest private island and renamed the Ability Research Department. The former researchers had accumulated awakened ability data for many years, and now, with more samples and more stable equipment, they began systematically categorizing, testing, and improving each ability application scheme. The fracture established a graded and attributed standard training outline. New awakened individuals, regardless of their level, were all required to first attend the basic training camp to learn the fundamentals of ability control, breathing techniques, and basic combat. After graduating from the basic training camp, they were assigned to specialized training teams according to their ability attributes, with the fire attribute assigned to Feng Rue, ice attribute to Marcus, earth defense type to Pike, perception type to Bruce, and rare attributes, having training plans developed separately by the Ability Research Department. Leah was officially appointed as the training director, responsible for coordinating the assessment standards and training progress of all training teams. Her Wind Blade Rapid Fire Training Group was the only advanced training team composed entirely of awakened individuals of 2nd rank or above. In Kunlun City, Chinjin's office, Zhou Jingshan placed a summary of the latest intelligence marked fracture on his desk. The summary content came from open intelligence channels and monitoring records from the forum. The Fracture has established a multi-level screening system, rejecting multiple cases of those who do not meet the standards, and has formed an island defense network codenamed Tide. The training system is graded and attributed with a standard training outline already established. The total number of people has surpassed 5,000 and is still growing. Shinjin flipped through the summary and closed the folder. Years ago he had told Mike on the solitary island beach, "You no longer need me." At that time the Fracture was already capable of independent training, independent combat, and independent defense against ancestral beings. Now the Fracture not only survived independently, but also began to self-organize, transforming from a loose shelter into a formal superhuman organization with an organizational structure, training system, and internal discipline. They did not have the inherent advantages of a cultivation system, nor the industrial foundation of base cities, nor the years of national preparation that Longhua had. But they started from scratch, step by step, forging their own system. Zhou Zhengshan looked at Shinjin and asked, "Should we continue to monitor?" Shinjin placed the folder back on the desk. "Continue." An unmarked speedboat bearing Elson's envoy arrived at the isolated island. No flag flown, clearly not built for long voyages, as if they expected to depart again within hours. The envoy wore a charcoal gray suit, his tie knotted with military precision, stepping onto the beach in gleaming leather shoes. Meanwhile, Mike stood on the shore observing new recruits practicing foundational ability control. Watching the envoy sink unevenly into the sand with each step, Mike thought this man had likely never set foot on a beach before, unaware how treacherously slippery sand could be beneath polished leather. Two armed guards followed close behind him, holsters strapped low on their hips, hands hovering instinctively near their gun grips. They had never been to the island, unaware that behind any random outcrop along this shoreline might lurk an awakened being ranked second tier or higher. Their firearms were little more than ornaments. The envoy soon reached Mike, withdrew a document from his briefcase, cleared his throat, and began reading aloud. "Revoke the terrorist designation against Faultline. Restore full legal status to all members." He extended an invitation for Mike to serve as special advisor on superhuman affairs for the Alliance, reporting directly to Elson, with one condition: full repatriation to the mainland and submission to centralized Alliance governance. Upon finishing, the envoy extended the document forward with a practiced, perfunctory smile. Mike did not take it. Instead, he lifted his gaze, steady, unwavering, and locked eyes with the envoy, his expression utterly blank. The envoy felt a chill crawl up his spine under that gaze, yet his smile remained fixed, rigid. Awkwardly, he edged the document another half-inch forward, as if silently urging at least glance at it. This time Mike reached out and accepted the file, but did not open it. In the next breath, he tore it cleanly in half, then in quarters, and dropped the fragments onto the sand. The envoy stared down at the ruined pages. The practiced smile vanished entirely from his face. His two guards stood frozen for a beat before reacting, only to have their hands seized mid-motion by Drake. Drake had materialized behind them without a sound. One hand rested lightly on a guard's wrist, not pressing, yet rendering him immobile. Then Mike spoke, softly, yet every word carried across the beach with crystalline clarity. "Go back and tell Elson. He once imprisoned Marcus in a lab and threaded over a dozen neural conduits into his skull. You spent years hunting us down. Now that you've realized you can't defeat the sea demon, you suddenly remember we exist." The envoy's face flushed crimson. He hadn't anticipated Mike would see through their intent so instantly. Mike looked at him and smiled. Not warm, not cruel. Just a quiet, hollow laugh born of sudden, devastating clarity. The kind that arrives only after staring too long at a truth so absurd it borders on surreal. He remembered the 8 men on Silvergate Bridge. Remembered Greg's neck, blood ceasing its flow beneath Leah's palm in the hush before dawn. Remembered Danny vanishing in a blinding flash as artillery struck his barricade at the bridgehead. Elson had not uttered a single name, neither theirs nor any others. The document mentioned only revocation of designation and restoration of legal identity, as if the label terrorist had been self-applied, and now the Alliance in magnanimous grace offered to peel it. Faultline does not serve the Alliance. Never has. Never will. Mike declared, his voice ironbound, his gaze unflinching. Drake bent down, gathered the shredded remains of the briefcase from the sand, and placed them back into the envoy's trembling hands. "He's finished speaking. Your boat is that way." The envoy opened his mouth to protest, then met Drake's stare. That gaze held no ambiguity, cold, lethal, absolute. The words died in his throat. He turned sharply and hurried toward the speedboat, desperate to leave, fearing even a second's delay might seal his fate right there on the sand. Within minutes, the speedboat roared away, vanishing into the horizon. That same night, Bruce projected a video onto the lighthouse's stone wall. Soon the wall was ringed with people, every eye fixed on the airborne passenger jet flickering across the aircraft appeared ordinary, standard flight path cruising speed, serene, almost idyllic, until in the next frame a searing crimson beam slashed in from off-screen, slicing cleanly across the base of the starboard wing. The wing disintegrated under the beam's thermal fury. The jet listed violently, plummeting uncontrollably into the valley below, exploding upon impact in a colossal fireball. No warning, no interception, no military target, only civilians aboard. Silence fell over the crowd, profound, heavy, as the final image faded. That was Ancestor Man. Bruce broke the silence, rewinding the footage to freeze frame the exact moment the scarlet beam pierced the fuselage. Thermal vision, color spectrum, and energy output match his signature. Fong Rue added dryly he used to call himself humanity's savior. Now this. A spectacular rebuke. No one replied. Public outrage detonated the instant the video went live. Mainstream media headlines escalated rapidly from Alliance hero downs civilian aircraft to savior or butcher. Social media exploded. Discussion threads surpassed 100 million engagements in hours. Comment sections overflowed with condemnation. Users juxtaposed Ancestor Man's official propaganda poster beside raw crash site photographs, side by side in a single image. The poster depicted Elson's PR team's masterpiece, golden-haired, blue-eyed, cloak billowing in wind, lips curved in confident triumph. Behind him, the Alliance banner snapping in a flawless breeze. Beside it lay the wreckage of blackened skeletal fuselage impaled diagonally into scorched earth, rescue personnel carrying body bags past the edge of the frame. Beneath both images a single line, "This is your savior." Within hours the composite image had been shared millions of times, translated into dozens of languages, flooding global platforms. The Alliance's communications division scrambled to suppress the story, yet deleting one link spawned 10 new ones. The video proliferated across foreign servers, impossible to erase completely. In an emergency internal briefing, Elson raged at his comms team for 10 uninterrupted minutes, his voice echoing so loudly down the corridor that passing clerks flinched. "He won't even activate his comm. How are you monitoring a test subject? You assured me he was controllable. Is this what you call controllable?" No one dared respond. Everyone in that room knew precisely how Ancestor Man had been engineered, and now the creature they themselves had assembled had slipped its chains. The passenger jet footage continued to reverberate, soon joined by fresh exposés on S-Warriors footage of elderly civilians beaten at registration checkpoints, doors kicked in, unregistered, awakened, dragged from homes in civilian neighborhoods. Bruce released these videos and testimonies in staggered batches via encrypted forum channels. Over the years, Faultline had amassed a vast archive, gathered from defectors, rescued subjects, and peripheral contacts. Mike had originally intended it solely as internal documentation. Each piece weighed heavily. Each bore a human life behind it. He'd hesitated to wield such evidence as a weapon. But Elson's envoy had changed his mind. The Alliance presumed a single document could absolve its past, as if those drained of blood, wired with neural conduits, imprisoned deep beneath Iron Mountain Research Facility, had never existed at all. The North Island Alliance's credibility collapsed entirely within days. S-Warriors were branded the Alliance's executioners, the Registration Act condemned by coalitions of civil organizations as a legal instrument of systemic oppression. Fissures erupted within the Alliance itself. Some advocated escalating force to contain the narrative, others demanded immediate suspension of all S-Warrior field operations pending investigation. Others quietly began shredding archives tied to the Ancestor Man project. Elson was summoned for urgent presidential interrogation and emerged from the Oval Office with ashen pallor. In the hallway he told his aide, voice low and hollow, "We spent years hunting Mike down, only to realize the monster we bred ourselves is 10,000 times more dangerous than he ever was." The aide said nothing. In Kunlun City, Qingjin's office, Zhou Zhengshan placed a dossier marked Internal Turmoil North Island Alliance on the desk. Qingjin picked it up, glanced once, and tossed it aside, then delivered a single incisive verdict: "The beast they raised has turned its fangs inward." On the day of the press conference, Coulson stood behind the podium, his back to the giant screen. The screen displayed a file photo of the ancestor with golden hair, blue eyes, and a tight-fitting deep blue combat suit. This image had been used by the Alliance for several years, plastered across recruitment advertisements in the streets, and even featured on the cover of the Awakener Act pamphlet. The cover bore 5 prominent words: "Humanity's Savior." The photo projected on the screen today was still that same one, but the words beneath it had changed. It now read: "A dangerous individual, out of control." Coulson's statement was brief, his tone steady, and his words meticulously crafted. Following an internal investigation, it has been confirmed that subject AG001 executed multiple serious violations without authorization, including the recent civil aviation crash incident. These actions are purely personal will and have no relation to the official policies or operational guidelines of the Alliance. The Alliance has formally revoked all its permissions and credentials, classifying it as a rogue target, and will utilize all resources to bring it to justice. The press room erupted immediately. Someone stood up, pounding the table in anger, shouting that it was the same people who had hailed him as a national hero a few years ago, and now they were labeling it as an individual act. Didn't the previous propaganda count as slander? Another person raised a voice recorder, pressing for answers about the videos of the soldiers beating civilians and violently capturing them. What was the Alliance's explanation? Coulson did not answer a single question. He mechanically read into the microphone, "The press conference is now concluded." Then he turned and walked off the stage. Less than half an hour after the press conference ended, someone on the forum began dissecting his statement piece by piece. An anonymous analyst pointed out the loopholes sentence by sentence, with evidence marked next to each statement. The ancestor had never acted without authorization, and the Alliance's public commendation of him had numerous press releases, each with official stamps. Labeling him as a rogue individual was tantamount to indirectly admitting that the Alliance had created a monster with their own hands and had allowed it to roam free for years. The entire statement made no mention of the awakened individuals forced into experiments or the oppressed civilians. The last sentence was short and had been shared over 10,000 times. Coulson is not cutting ties with the ancestor today. He is severing every experimental application he signed and cutting away every core of ability extracted from the living ancestor. Not a single word was mentioned about the deceased awakened individuals. Their families were still waiting for an explanation. He only wants everyone to believe that all the bad deeds were the doing of a single experimental subject. On the second floor of the lighthouse on the island, Mike sat at a wooden table. Bruce had set up the encrypted publishing node for him, and Emily had neatly placed the organized timeline and scanned evidence beside him. In front of him was a laptop with a bright screen. Mike decided to write a post in the first person starting from the day of his awakening. It wasn't a complaint, it was a statement of facts. Each event would be marked with time and place, accompanied by evidence. He would begin with the football field. That day he lost control, sending his opponent flying, bending the goalpost with his bare hands. And that very night, he was taken away by intelligence agents and directly shoved into an underground laboratory. He was bound to a metal bed, subjected to blood draws, electric shocks, and injections of unknown substances day after day. Researchers recorded his pain threshold, tested his muscle limits, countless needle marks all over him, and scars from electrode pads that healed and reappeared. He couldn't recall how long he was kept there until Bruce and his team hijacked the transport convoy and dragged him out of the prisoner transport. Researchers recorded his pain threshold, tested his muscle limits, countless needle marks all over him, and scars from electrode pads that healed and reappeared. He couldn't recall how long he was kept there until Bruce and his team hijacked the... In that battle, the kid was lost, and so were the miners. That day they lost 2 brothers, but built their first home. Then came Marcus at the Iron Mountain Research Institute. Marcus had been strapped to the experimental bed for too long. The implanted wires in his neck had grown into his flesh, his body filled with collection pumps, and even his breathing was heavy with blood. The researchers' experiment records stated the sample shows significant pain responses. It is recommended to increase the intensity of stimulation. He led less than 20 people to hard charge the research institute, and in retreat to shake off the pursuers, he blew up the Silvergate Bridge. In that battle they lost a total of 8 people. When he wrote about the Silvergate Bridge, he paused at the keyboard many times. Blowing up the bridge was a last resort. The armored vehicles were chasing from behind, and if they didn't blow it, everyone would die. The Alliance labeled the incident a terrorist attack, but there were no soldiers on the bridge that day, only the bodies of comrades and the injured retreating to the North Bank. The names of these people had never appeared in the Alliance's news. Coulson claimed the ancestor acted without authorization, yet he was a witness to every action that the Alliance had authorized. As he reached the last paragraph, Mike stood up, leaned close to the screen, and typed each letter one by one. Coulson stated today that the plane crash was a personal choice of the ancestor unrelated to the Alliance. In fact, his aim was to use a revoked badge to wash his hands of everything. But he forgot that uncontrollable monster didn't just fall from the sky, it was assembled piece by piece in the Alliance's laboratory by his own hands. Every core of ability extracted from the awakened individuals, every segment of neural circuitry, had behind it an application form signed and stamped by the Alliance. The last line was typed without any embellishment. Only 5 words: Coulson, you lie. Then he quickly posted it. Before long, the post Mike made was translated into dozens of languages and spread through the encrypted channels to every gathering place of awakened individuals around the globe. The comments section was soon flooded. An anonymous account claiming to be a former Alliance researcher left a lengthy comment stating that he had participated in early experiments and that every operation had a signed application form beforehand. That paper file was still locked in the Research Institute's archive with the number easily recalled. His words were filled with guilt, saying that he hadn't dared to stop it back then, and now finally someone had spoken out. Some parents shared photos of their children saying that their kids were taken by the Alliance for medical evaluations and never returned. The last notice read, "Subject has been transferred to another facility," and then vanished into silence with no living or dead seen. Residents near Silver Gate Bridge left comments to testify, saying that there was no fighting on the bridge that day. They only saw a group of people in old clothes dragging the injured north. When the bridge collapsed, someone on the north bank was crying, calling out names until their voice was hoarse. The Alliance spent years branding the fractures as a terrorist organization. With Mike's post relying on first-hand experience and solid evidence, this label was utterly shattered. Coulson wanted to use the words rogue individual to completely absolve himself, but Mike with each stroke nailed the truth firmly before everyone's eyes. Half an hour before the press conference began, Zuzongren was summoned back by Coulson's exclusive frequency. After shooting down the passenger plane, he had been wandering outside for 2 days. At first, he didn't think he was wrong. The order was given in person by Coulson, stating that there were awakeners on that plane carrying dangerous pathogens, and it had to be intercepted on the spot. However, the online public opinion grew increasingly fierce, flooded with insults like butcher and murderer, and he gradually began to feel anxious. Upon receiving the encrypted message from Coulson to return to headquarters immediately for a face-to-face discussion, he immediately changed direction and flew back like a child who had made a mistake, seeking an adult to cover for him. At this moment, Zuzongren was standing in a conference room on the top floor of the Alliance headquarters. Coulson's assistant had him wait there, and he indeed waited an entire afternoon. Outside the window, the sky darkened from afternoon to dusk. The conference room door opened 3 times, but none of the entrants were Coulson. Then the door opened for the 4th time. 2 security personnel entered, but Coulson was not among them. The head of security stood at the door, not stepping inside, speaking in an official tone. "The Alliance has officially cancelled the AG-001 project, and all permissions and identity verifications are immediately invalidated. The dormitory has been cleared out, and personal belongings will be packaged and sent to the address you specify if you have one." "Where is Coulson? I want to see Coulson." The head of security ignored him, and after saying those words, pushed the door open and left. Coulson's office was at the end of the corridor. In the past, whenever he came here, he never had to knock. As soon as he appeared in the corridor, the assistant would immediately stand up to open the door for him, and Coulson would rise from behind his desk smiling and saying, "Our savior has arrived." Today he stood at the door, raised his hand, and knocked. No one answered. He knocked again. "Come in." Coulson's voice came from inside, devoid of emotion. Coulson sat behind his desk, glanced up, did not stand up, nor did he smile, his tone exceedingly flat. "Why are you still here?" Zuzongren stood in front of the table. The leather chair opposite him, which he had sat in countless times, was specially reserved for him by Coulson. Now the chair had been moved to the corner, piled high with a stack of bound waste paper. "You said I was the savior." His voice resembled an uncertain verification, as if he feared he had remembered it wrong. Coulson did not respond. "You said I would protect everyone. You said that the fractured Mike was a monster, and that as long as I completed each mission, the Alliance would always protect me. You said I was the hope of humanity." Zuzongren paused, his voice lowering. "I did everything you said. You said I would attack whoever you identified as a target, that I would strike wherever you directed, that there were dangerous individuals on that plane, and I shot it down because you said." "Enough." Coulson suddenly stood up, leaning his hands on the edge of the table, staring into his eyes with an expression of cold indifference. "You messed up. There were no dangerous individuals on that plane, only a few hundred ordinary people who bought cheap tickets, and one informed member of the Alliance's core experiment. You were filmed and posted online. Now all the media in the Alliance are repeatedly broadcasting that video. The Alliance can no longer protect you, nor will it. You are no longer a member of the Alliance. From now on, whatever you say or do has nothing to do with the Alliance. You may leave." Zuzongren stood there, staring directly into his eyes. Those eyes, which once looked at him with light, now held only trouble, a burden eager to be discarded only. Zuzongren remained in place, still waiting for Coulson to speak. But Coulson, as if nothing had happened, began to sift through documents on the desk, treating him like a transparent person. Soon Zuzongren walked out of the office feeling dejected. He walked on the street for a long time, not knowing where to go, or where he could go without a residence or identity. Zuzongren continued walking along the street outside the headquarters building, stopping when he passed a bus stop. A poster with his old image was affixed to the bus stop sign. His face was marked with a large red cross beneath, which was a line of sloppily sprayed graffiti butcher. He tore down the poster, folded it twice, and placed it in his coat pocket before continuing on his way. While waiting for the red light at the intersection, someone recognized him. That's the one who shot down the plane. The speed at which the crowd gathered was much faster than he had anticipated. Some raised their phones to take pictures of him, while others hurled half a bottle of mineral water at his chest. He did not dodge, merely watching the person who threw the bottle, his expression unchanged. Immediately after, a sneaker flew out from the crowd and hit his shoulder. He was not angry, he simply bent down to pick up the shoe. The people around him instinctively took a step back. He gently placed the shoe on the steps beside the road. Then he raised his head. I am not a monster. His voice was not loud, yet the noisy crowd suddenly fell silent. At that moment, something in the depths of his pupils trembled violently, as if some entity had been repeatedly folded until it completely fractured. I just want to save you. His gaze fell upon the man who had thrown the shoe. The man stepped back, holding his phone, the screen still live streaming, and the viewer count was rapidly increasing. In the next second, two dark red beams of heat shot out from Zuzongren's pupils. The beams pierced through the man's chest, losing none of their momentum, and shot through the door of a car parked behind him. The fuel tank inside the car exploded with a roar in the high temperature, a fireball soaring into the sky, while debris and glass flew everywhere on the street. The man's phone fell to the sidewalk, the screen still lit, as the barrage of insults in the live stream instantaneously transformed into screams of terror. In the next second, the street descended into chaos. The sounds of screaming, running, and the cries of children being knocked over merged into one. He stood there looking down at his slightly trembling hands, struggling to squeeze out a sentence. I just want to save you. This street shooting video spread across the entire internet in less than an hour. The discussion trend in the forums shifted dramatically from the Alliance abandoning the savior to Zuzongren slaughtering civilians in the street. Mainstream media headlines changed 3 times in half an hour, from the Alliance announces a severance with Zuzongren to Zuzongren loses control in the street to at least 1 dead, many injured. The Alliance held an emergency internal meeting overnight. Coulson stood at the head of the conference table addressing the heads of various departments, saying only one sentence: activate the emergency capture protocol regardless of life or death. The capture operation began at midnight. The Alliance deployed all available S-fighters along with regular armed forces, laying a net in the abandoned industrial area on the outskirts of the city. The tracking indicated that Zuzongren was in an abandoned factory deep within the industrial area. At that moment, Zuzongren was sitting alone on the edge of the platform on the second floor of the factory. The S-fighters split into 3 groups, launching an assault from different directions. The first group, approaching from the front, was struck by Zuzongren's heat vision. He didn't even aim. He merely swept a glance into the darkness, and the leading S-fighter's forearm was pierced, screaming as he tumbled down the stairs. The second group attempted to flank from the left. He ripped the steel beam off the factory framework with his bare hands and casually threw it, directly knocking over several people. The third group was temporarily withdrawn by Coulson's order. If they continued to fight, the S-fighters would suffer heavy losses. The evaluation report brought back by the survivors contained only one sentence: the target's combat power far exceeds expectations, and the cost of a frontal capture is uncontrollable. Coulson set down the report and remained silent for a long time. Then he picked up the phone and dialed an encrypted channel. On the other end of the line was Mike. Mike, I know you're listening. Coulson's voice carried an unmistakable weariness. The Alliance needs your help to capture Zuzongren. He has lost control. You are the only one who has defeated him, Hedon, and is still alive. In exchange, the Alliance can meet any of your conditions, or whatever you want can be negotiated. At the Lighthouse Command Center, Mike walked to the window with the communicator in hand. Bruce, Emily, and Drake were nearby the call on speaker, and everyone could hear it clearly. Mike remained silent for a few seconds before pressing the call button. Coulson, back then, when you locked me in the underground laboratory drawing blood from me one needle at a time, did you ever think that one day you would personally call me for help? There was no sound on the other end of the line. When you sent Gregor with the S-fighters to hunt us down, beating us mercilessly in the factory, did you ever think that one day you would ask me to clean up your mess? When you had Marcus cut open for research, inserting wires one by one, did you ever consider that the out-of-control monster you speak of was something you created with your own hands? I want to help you. It's not that your offer isn't good enough, it's that you never regarded us as human beings. You treated Awakeners as experimental subjects, as weapons, as parts that could be discarded at any time. Now your weapon has turned against you, your parts have walked out of the lab on their own, and you are in a panic. The monster you raised yourself, deal with it yourself. Before dawn, Gregor led the remaining elite of Team S into the abandoned industrial district. Kiekelsen's orders were very clear. The ancestor was last located deep within the industrial area in a certain factory, and they had to control or eliminate him before the situation escalated further. Kiekelson added on the communication channel, "You are the most experienced superhuman action commander in the Alliance. This mission must not fail." Gregor did not respond to him. He understood very well that Kiekelson was sending him to lead the new recruits as cannon fodder, hoping to either gain credit for the Alliance or eliminate him, the troublesome old hand. He took a brief glance at the positioning coordinates sent by Kiekelson before leading his team into the industrial area. Behind him, the S-Warriors had already been replaced by a batch of fresh faces. The older generation of S-Warriors had lost more than half during the Silver Gate Bridge Iron Mountain Research Institute and last night's capture operation. Most of the current team members were new recruits just transferred from the registration station and assessment center, with some having hardly any combat experience. Gregor walked at the front of the line, the beam of his flashlight sweeping over the abandoned assembly lines and the mountains of rusted parts. He was calculating in his mind. Years ago in the mine tunnels, Mike said, "We are not monsters." Gregor had taken it as a joke at the time and promptly sold the mine's location in exchange for privileges. At the Iron Mountain Research Institute, he held Marcus down on the experimental bed while the latter asked, "How did you become like this?" He was only thinking about how much budget he could gain by completing this task. Last night Kiekelson called Mike, his tone gentle yet condescending, just like when he had him sign the experimental application form back then. He had been listening beside them and found it ridiculous. Kiekelson still thought everything in the world could be negotiated. There were also satellite images from the East Sea naval battle. 6 people fought against the Sea Demon, ending with a single cannonball. After watching, Kiekelson shouted to send more personnel to infiltrate Dragon Country. Gregor only calculated one thing: the ship of the Alliance was about to sink. He needed to find a new master soon. They found the ancestor in the deepest part of the industrial area, sitting on the operation platform of a smelting furnace, facing away from everyone. His back did not resemble the golden-haired, blue-eyed tall savior from the Alliance's files, but rather looked like a discarded mannequin left in an old factory. He still wore a deep blue combat suit, but half of his cape had been torn off, dragging on the ground covered in oil and dust. Upon hearing the footsteps, the ancestor did not turn around, but coldly stated, "Kiekelson sent you here." Gregor did not respond to him. The team members behind him spread out on their own, encircling the ancestor from 3 directions, guns fully loaded. Some set up capture nets while others took elevated positions, all waiting for his command. "Captain, we're ready," someone urged in a low voice. Gregor stood still, staring at the figure on the platform for a few seconds. His mind raced. With this group of rookies rushing in, would be throwing away lives. Even if they really captured the ancestor, Kiekelson would still blame him for poor command, saying that he had lost so many men. It would be better to take a gamble. He then made a move that surprised everyone. He raised his hand and gently placed the gun on the ground. Next, he knelt down on one knee, his voice loud enough for everyone to hear. He lowered his head, but his eyes were secretly glancing at the ancestor's back, calculating the other party's reaction. "Ancestor." His voice was not loud, but everyone in the factory could hear it. The team members already in position were all bewildered, and several lowered their gun barrels instinctively. Someone asked in confusion, "Captain, what are you doing?" "I'm not here to capture you," Gregor said sincerely, still keeping his head down. "I'm here to seek refuge with you." At this moment, the ancestor finally turned around. His pupils glowed with a dark red light, his expression unreadable, as if he couldn't comprehend it or was afraid to believe it. Gregor slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with heartfelt sincerity, but in his heart, he was timing his lines. He looked into the ancestor's eyes. "The Northern Isle Alliance treats us like dogs. I have captured many people for them, awakeners, civilians, and even my former comrades. They awarded me medals, granted me privileges, gave me a separate dormitory, and a higher operational budget. I thought that was respect. But when I heard them say at the press conference that all issues are the product of your personal will unrelated to the Alliance, they could use this tactic against you today, and tomorrow they could use it against me. We are all tools. The difference is that you were discarded after one use, while I have been used many times and am not yet at the point of being discarded. But that is just a matter of time." He pretended to be silent for a while, then threw out the bait he had long prepared. "Did you see the battle in the East Sea?" At this time, a slight ripple passed through the ancestor's pupils. 6 people, a small team, 1 cannonball, killed the Sea Demon. Gregor's words struck right at the heart. The Awakeners on the other side have their own legions, their own cities. They do not need to look at anyone else's face. They are the rule themselves. That is how Awakeners should live. This world should be decided by the Awakeners. Dragon Country has done it while we are still acting like dogs for the Alliance. He then deliberately lowered his head again, his tone heavy as if pouring out his heart, while every word was calculated. "You are not a lost individual. You are a god. You are the only one who has crossed the limits of humanity created by the Alliance with all its might. They are not worthy of you, which is why they discarded you. You should not serve them, they should revolve around you. The factory fell into silence. Among the warriors holding guns, some slowly lowered their barrels, some looked at their companions beside them, and some stared blankly at Gregor's back. The ancestor stood up from the platform. The confusion and grievance in his pupils gradually dissipated, as if someone had ignited a fire in his heart. You say? I am a god. His voice was not loud, as if confirming a dreamlike statement. Gregor suddenly raised his head, answering decisively, You are. After saying this, Gregor sneered coldly. Whether he was a god or not was unimportant. As long as he could win over this discarded pawn, the game of the Northern Isle Awakeners would no longer be decided by Cultivation. The ancestor leapt down from the control platform. His face bore none of the defeated, abandoned look he'd worn moments earlier huddled beneath the moonlight. He strode toward Gregor and gazed down at the man who once led relentless manhunts against him, now kneeling before him, calling him God. You just said the Alliance isn't worthy. His voice remained low, yet all trace of bewilderment had vanished, replaced by a slow-burning fury. Not worthy. Gregor lifted his head. Outwardly, his expression radiated raw, heartfelt outrage. Deep within his eyes, however, flickered the cold glint of calculation. They assembled you like a weapon, used you, and discarded you like refuse. Haven't they treated all of us the same way? If they cast you aside today, tomorrow, it will be my turn. I refuse to wait for that blade to fall. The ancestor held Gregor's gaze for a long, silent moment. Gregor didn't flinch, not even slightly. He knew with absolute certainty that the ancestor was now biting the hook. Corson. The ancestor's rage surged, rising to the very edge of his throat. He knew precisely where the Alliance headquarters stood, and remembered the floor housing Corson's office, but he couldn't be sure whether Corson had already vanished into hiding. Had he laid a trap waiting for him to walk straight in? He hadn't forgotten Corson's uncanny talent for shifting blame and vanishing without a trace. After weighing every possibility, he chose caution, refusing to rush headlong into the building. Gregor, standing nearby, instantly read his hesitation and stepped forward with practiced confidence. He's in his top-floor office tonight, drafting a new statement aiming to pin the entire scandal on a recently resigned mid-level officer. Every security node, every concealed passage, every emergency exit. I could sketch them blindfold. A frontal assault would alert them instantly. Let me guide you through the maintenance service tunnel, bypassing all primary defenses, while simultaneously turning his old subordinates against him. You won't waste energy clearing foot soldiers. We'll corner him right at his desk. Those words struck precisely where the ancestor's doubts lay. Fueled by seething rage, he craved nothing more than confronting Corson face-to-face, immediately, to settle accounts. He had no patience for tangling with security forces downstairs. He studied Gregor for 2 seconds, saw not a shred of deception, only earnest, unwavering loyalty, a man who stood firmly beside him. Turning, he walked to the factory gate and stared toward the distant spire of the Alliance headquarters, recalling how each time he'd launched from that building on missions, Corson would stand before the floor-to-ceiling windows waving farewell, as though sending off a hero. Now the memory of that smiling face, hiding such treachery, fanned his fury into an inferno. Let's go. He ground out the single word between clenched teeth. The ancestor suppressed his thermal radiation and followed Gregor's group through the subterranean service corridor into the headquarters. This route had been designed years earlier by Gregor himself, a clandestine path bypassing all major checkpoints and visible surveillance, its timing calibrated flawlessly to shift rotations. Along the way, on-duty guards were either silently incapacitated by wind element warriors or swayed by Gregor's swift, incisive persuasion. These were veterans who'd fought alongside him. They saw clearly the Alliance's moral rot, and none wished to become Corson's next sacrificial pawn. Gregor led the way, gesturing commands to split the team, sealing escape routes, seizing the surveillance hub, while quietly calculating his next moves, silently severing every one of Corson's exits, then using the ancestor's hand to eliminate him. He'd bear no stain of regicide, yet seize full command of the building's personnel. That equation favored him. Every way he ran the numbers. Within minutes, the group reached the outer door of the top-floor office. Gregor raised a hand, signaling his men to secure both ends of the corridor, then bowed slightly to the ancestor. He's inside. Every retreat is sealed. After you. The ancestor offered no reply, only pushed open the office door. Inside, Corson sat signing documents, still scheming how best to shift full blame onto the departed mid-level officer. At the sight of the ancestor striding in, Corson froze, speechless with terror. How did you get in? His voice cracked as his hand instinctively darted beneath the desk toward the emergency alarm. The ancestor approached his desk, silent, unblinking, his gaze fixed upon Corson. Though Corson opened his mouth to plead, the ancestor granted him no chance to speak. In the next instant, two beams of crimson thermal vision erupted from the ancestor's pupils, piercing Corson's chest. The searing heat instantly charred his heart and spinal column. Even the backrest of his chair melted into a blackened crater. Corson collapsed from his chair onto the carpet. Calmly, the ancestor knelt beside him and gently closed his wide-open eyes. "I am not a monster," he murmured softly, more to himself than to anyone else, as if reprogramming his own mind. "I am God." Outside, Gregor heard the commotion cease and stepped calmly through the doorway. He glanced indifferently at the corpse on the floor, no flicker of emotion, then turned to report to the ancestor, "The building is nearly secured. Emergency response units have already surrounded the perimeter." The ancestor ignored him entirely, walking instead toward the floor-to-ceiling window. Gregor followed, watching his retreating silhouette, and a sly, triumphant smile curled at the corners of his lips. Impulsive, ruthless, precisely the kind of God he needed, as a blade in his hand. Minutes later, the Alliance's emergency forces arrived. Outside the building, armed helicopters converged overhead, armored vehicles sealed every entrance and exit, heavy machine gun emplacements rose swiftly as soldiers crouched behind cover, rifle scopes locked unblinkingly on the main entrance. But their target was no ordinary enemy. It was the most powerful superhuman weapon they themselves had forged. In the next moment, the ancestor soared from the office window, hovering midair, gazing down at the dense array of weapons below, utterly unruffled. One helicopter opened fire first, tracers streaking like fiery comets toward him. He dismissed the barrage entirely, dodging with effortless rapid lateral movements, then unleashed twin beams of thermal vision sweeping across the armored convoy below. The first tank's turret melted clean through, exploding into a roaring fireball, whose shockwave hurled nearby soldiers skyward. The second attempted to reverse, yet the ancestor denied it escape. Another thermal beam pierced its engine block, igniting a deafening detonation that froze it in place. The third's gunner squeezed the trigger, only for the thermal beam's heat to melt both his shield and machine gun into molten slag. Screaming, he tumbled from the vehicle. Over the radio, the helicopter pilot screamed, "Target's too fast. We can't lock on." Before the words faded, the ancestor teleported directly above him, thermal vision slicing cleanly through the tail rotor. The craft spun wildly, crashing onto the plaza in a cataclysmic firestorm. Gregor stood on the balcony observing the chaos unfolding below, his expression impassive, yet his eyes gleamed with irrepressible triumph. Corson's decades-long empire had crumbled, just like that, with a single well-placed nudge. After concluding the battle, the ancestor flew back to Corson's office and tore down the North Island Alliance flag from the wall. Then he ascended to hover directly above the building, ripping the banner in half before the eyes of every surviving soldier. "The Alliance is gone. From this day forth, I rule here." The Supreme Chancellor was intercepted by Gregor in the underground parking garage's secret passage. He fled toward the emergency exit with several bodyguards clutching a metallic briefcase containing the Alliance's highest-level authorization keys and backup databases, the last card he held. Gregor had anticipated this route and waited with two SCLAS operatives hidden at the corridor's bend. As the Chancellor's guards drew their weapons, Gregor's operatives dispatched them with razor-sharp wind blades, sending pistols skittering meters away, and seized the briefcase in one fluid motion. Gregor looked down at the Chancellor, paralyzed with fear, on the floor, said nothing, but simply stepped back, clearing the path. Moments later, the ancestor descended the internal stairwell into the garage and stood before him. The Chancellor tilted his head upward, eyes wide with terror. "You can't kill me. I'm the Supreme Chancellor. Name anything. You'll have it. Authority. Resources. Status. I'll restore it all. What do you want? What I want, I take. Not beg for." With those words, the ancestor's pupils unleashed thermal vision, piercing the Chancellor's forehead. The Chancellor's body lurched backward, slamming hard against a support pillar. Nearby, Gregor gave a subtle hand signal. From the shadows emerged a middle-aged man of unremarkable appearance, a shapeshifter who had served Gregor for years. He approached the still warm corpse and pressed his palms to the Chancellor's face. Then came the uncanny transformation. Muscles writhed and reformed beneath the skin, bones shifted with faint, brittle cracks. His jet black hair gradually grayed, age spots and wrinkles bloomed across his skin, matching the Chancellor's exactly. Even the mole beside his lip appeared pixel perfect. When he rose, he was the Chancellor reborn, down to the imperious set of his jaw and the commanding weight. This was no mere mimicry of ability. It was years spent observing from the shadows of the council chamber, etching every gesture, every inflection, every micro-expression into his very marrow. The ancestor glanced at him once, said nothing. "From this day forward, you are the Supreme Chancellor of the North Island Alliance." Gregor spoke with quiet finality, as though assigning routine administrative duty. The shapeshifter rose, and spoke voice identical in timbre, cadence, and authority. Understood. Next, the Alliance must revise its policies regarding awakened individuals. Gregor tuned out the rest, his gaze fixed on the garage exit, his mind replaying the plaza's inferno, the collapse of order. Coulson was dead. The Chancellor replaced. The entire North Island Alliance, henceforth, was his puppet strings taut in his grasp. And the Ancestor, merely a weapon, elevated, enraged, and utterly expendable. The ancestral figure returned to the top-level office of the Alliance headquarters with the shapeshifter standing behind him, dressed in a fitted speaker's suit, holding a statement draft. It was revised overnight by Gregor, clearly marking where to pause and where to emphasize. The tone of the shapeshifter's speech was identical to that of the previous speaker. The ancestral figure did not respond to him, instead reflecting on how just yesterday he was being pelted with plastic water bottles on the street, and now he was about to step over Coulson's corpse to stand above everyone. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that eliminating Coulson was the right decision. He was meant to stand at the highest point, and it was Coulson who had hindered him in the past. Let's begin. The next morning, the emergency press conference of the Supreme Speaker was held in the headquarters press hall, with global media broadcasting it live. The shapeshifter sat at the main seat with the priest and several high-ranking officials standing beside him, all of whom were Gregor's carefully arranged people. Yesterday, the Alliance faced an unprecedented internal crisis. He spoke in a well-structured manner, while the flashes of cameras below went off wildly. Former Superpower Affairs Advisor Coulson had long concealed his operations of the AG-001 project from his superiors and violently resisted arrest yesterday, resulting in his immediate death. It was the ancestral figure who stepped in at the time of the incident, stopping Coulson's chaos and saving hundreds of staff members in the building. The investigation committee spent the night verifying evidence and has now officially withdrawn all false accusations against him, restoring all permissions and identity. All the mudslinging aimed at him was orchestrated by Coulson to cover his own crimes. Here, on behalf of the Alliance, I apologize to the ancestral figure. The press area erupted with some standing up to demand details of Coulson's crimes. The shapeshifter threw out even more explosive news: he would officially retire in a month, passing the speaker's position to the ancestral figure. The audience fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into a louder uproar, as it was the first time a awakened one would hold the highest power in the Alliance. Ignoring the commotion below, the shapeshifter finished reading the last sentence, turning to gesture towards the backstage. Please welcome the ancestral figure. At that moment, the ancestral figure walked out from backstage. Standing at the podium, he looked at the dense array of cameras and microphones below, then said proudly, "Before yesterday, I was the sword of the Alliance. After today, I am your guardian." Applause erupted instantly from the audience, most of whom were arranged by Gregor. Once the press conference concluded, the reckoning began immediately. The shapeshifter signed orders according to the list provided by Gregor, who led the newly formed direct team to knock on doors. Those who dared to dissent in the recent assembly were all labeled as Coulson's accomplices and taken away. Several media editors who had criticized the ancestral figure were detained on the grounds of disturbing public order. The previous registration bill was instantly abolished, and the new Awakened Rights Protection Law was entirely drafted by Gregor. The old registration stations were transformed into service centers, and assessment centers became training bases. All awakened individuals who had been forced to register and subjected to experiments had their legal identities restored. This newly released bill appeared to vindicate the awakened individuals, but in reality, it was Gregor using this pretext to eliminate rivals and win people's hearts, gradually consolidating real power within the Alliance. Opinions on the forums quickly split into two factions. Some rejoiced, saying the awakened had finally emerged. Others were skeptical, questioning how the person who had killed someone in the street just days ago suddenly became a hero. Furthermore, some dissected the press conference video frame by frame, claiming that the speaker's mouth moved oddly when announcing Coulson's death. Just as these doubts surfaced, they were drowned out by a flood of propaganda. Accounts that persisted in questioning were labeled Coulson's remnants and deleted the next day. Gregor's manipulation of public opinion was far more ruthless than Coulson's. An awakened individual emerging from the fracture posted a short message that was shared over 10,000 times. Yesterday, people were treated like trash thrown on the street. Today, they are elevated to gods. What changed was never the ancestral figure, but the person sitting in that chair. Now he occupies Coulson's position, but the one truly calling the shots may not be him. That post gained traction for a while, but disappeared by afternoon, with even the poster untraceable. In the Action Command Center, Gregor finalized the new organizational structure with his subordinates. The awakened individuals across the Alliance were restructured into the Ancestral Figure's direct legion, nominally under the Ancestral Figure's command, but actual command power lay entirely in his hands. Some old warriors willing to submit were reassigned ranks, while those unwilling were directly disarmed and locked up. Together with new recruits from various places and his old subordinates brought from the fracture, they formed a new core team. The Alliance issued a recruitment order for awakened individuals throughout the territory, allowing anyone to sign up regardless of whether they had registered or had been pursued. Long lines formed at recruitment stations across the land with posters showing the ancestral figure draped in a white cloak standing in the morning sun captioned, "New Era Guardian." In less than a month, the Legion expanded to several thousand scattered across various training bases. At the largest training base for the Direct Legion, Gregor stood on the reviewing platform flipping through the latest organizational chart. On the shooting range, thousands of awakened individuals practiced their abilities, fireballs, wind blades. Their legion continued to grow with recruitment stations still sending people over. Standing behind him was his deputy who had once defected with him from the fracture. The deputy looked at the mass of people below and quietly asked, "Will the fracture actively attack us?" Gregor raised his eyes to the center of the training ground, where the ancestral figure was floating in midair, watching the members training with a serious expression. "Mike will not initiate an attack. He is guarding the archipelago defense line waiting for us to strike. Defense requires less effort than offense." He had calculated everything clearly in his mind. But he won't be able to wait long, and once we have completely absorbed the land's power, our next target will be the archipelago defense line. Outwardly, we will say that the previous Alliance forces couldn't take it down at this time. It will be awakened versus awakened, with the Savior personally intervening. The deputy nodded in agreement. Gregor knew very well that the so-called Savior was merely a pretext he had pushed to the forefront. If he really swallowed the fracture, the one making the decisions would still be himself. Bruce projected the real-time images of the Northern Island Alliance onto the stone wall of the lighthouse. In the footage, the Ancestor hovered over the training ground with thousands of awakened ones lined up below. Another scene showed a shapeshifter signing an executive order at the Alliance's headquarters, flanked by rows of officers from the Direct Legion in new uniforms. There was also a scene of a long queue at the Alliance's recruitment station, with an electronic billboard rolling out the Ancestor's new promotional video. The Direct Legion currently consists of about several thousand members and is still expanding. Bruce displayed the data on the screen beside the whiteboard. Gregory serves as the Legion commander, reporting directly to the Ancestor. Those old soldiers who were unwilling to defect have been disarmed and detained. Those willing to switch sides have been re-promoted and mixed with newly recruited awakened ones. The regular army of the Alliance has been ordered to cooperate with the Direct Legion's actions, effectively losing its independent command, as the Ancestor will officially take over as the Supreme Speaker in a month. Mike stood in front of the whiteboard, listening attentively from start to finish without interruption. Once Bruce turned off the footage, he finally spoke. "Last time we fought him on the Lonely Island, he was still a knife in Coulson's hand. Back then he only knew how to slash forward and didn't look sideways. Now he has his own legion, a speaker who listens to him, and the Alliance's military factories and propaganda machine. There is a high likelihood he will return to take revenge for that leg injury." Drake took a step forward, clenching his fist, expressing his thoughts. "While he has just taken over the Alliance and hasn't stabilized his footing, we should take the initiative to strike and eliminate his training base." His plan was straightforward. Last time, Mike single-handedly crippled him, and now with a gap of 5,000 people, it made no sense to hide on the island and wait for them to attack. "No way." Emily immediately countered his idea. "The defensive positions on our 5 islands have all been completed according to standards, and the underwater early warning network covers all shipping lanes. Our greatest advantage is geography. If we take the initiative to attack, it will coincide perfectly with Gregory's calculations." She knew better than anyone after managing logistics for so long that the stability of the gap relied on this sea and these islands. If they abandoned their defenses to engage in field battles, the losses would be too great and not worth it. At this point, Bruce supplemented another key point from an intelligence perspective. Gregory and the Ancestor were not on the same page. Gregory allied with him out of fear of being discarded as a pawn by the Alliance, not because he truly respected him. The Ancestor kept Gregory around because no one else could manage the army. These two were essentially using each other, and once the situation turned unfavorable, cracks would appear. After hearing everyone's statements, Mike stood up and walked to the whiteboard, picking up a pen to begin drafting the battle plan. The core principle was 4 words: defense instead of offense. Do not take the initiative to strike, but concentrate all forces on the archipelago defense line before the Ancestor sets out. Specifically, it could be divided into 5 steps. Step 1. Reinforce the island chain defense line, placing all islands on combat readiness with a focus on fortifying the firepower positions on both sides of the eastern trench and underwater traps in the rocky areas. Step 2. Stockpile supplies, doubling the procurement of medicines, ammunition, and building materials through Warren's purchasing channels. Step 3. Expose public opinion, packaging the surveillance footage from Coulson's office prior to his assassination, the complete video of the ancestor shooting civilians on the street, and the before and after screenshots of the shapeshifter replacing the Supreme Speaker, all to be released in batches by Bruce on forums. This would sow doubt among the swing voters in the Alliance's army and the newly recruited Awakened, who were still unaware of the ancestor's true nature. Step 4. Train for war, with Leah intensifying practical training for new recruits, Marcus responsible for setting up ice traps, and Parker in charge of reinforcing the island's defense positions, all training captains assessed according to wartime standards. Step 5. Intelligence monitoring, deploying scouts to set up observation posts at several major ports within the Alliance's territory, providing early warning once the Direct Legion begins large-scale mobilization. After finishing the battle plan, Mike set down his pen and turned to face everyone present. Last time in the Lonely Island battle, we had fewer than 1,000 people, no archipelago defense line, and no underwater early warning network. This time we have 5,000 people, 5 islands, and a deep defensive position over the entire sea area. If he wants to come again, let him come, and let him crash against the rocks once more. After the orders were given, the archipelago defense line began to operate fully. Leah organized new recruits for practical training on the largest training island. Her Windblade rapid-fire training group was split into several teaching small groups dispersed across various training grounds. Marcus led the ice training group to set up ice traps in the rocky areas. He condensed a dense array of ice spikes along the underwater rock walls on both sides of the trench with a triggering mechanism designed using temperature-sensitive water pressure sensors by Wenyang. Parker took the Earth Defense Group to reinforce the defense positions at the landing beaches on the west and south sides of the island, adding multiple escape routes between each fire support point. Drake commanded the allocation of supplies on the main island of the Lonely Island. Supplies procured by Warren through several third-party shell companies were being delivered in succession, with warehouse stock increasing several-fold in a short period. Kunlun City, Qinjin's office. Zhou Zhengshan placed a report labeled Northern Island Alliance Gap Situation on the table. Zhou Zhengshan pulled out a chair and sat down, then looked at Qinjin with interest. Mike is building walls. He has transformed the archipelago defense line into a maritime fortress. There are still several thousand members in the Ancestor's Direct Legion being expanded with Gregory as the commander. In a month, the Ancestor will officially take over as the Supreme Speaker. Both sides are preparing for war. Who do you think will win? Qinjin replied succinctly, while sitting in his chair. Mike will win. Victory or defeat has never depended on the few hundred extra people. The key is that the Ancestor fundamentally does not understand who his opponent truly is. He only remembers that this person almost died at his hands years ago, and is filled with thoughts of revenge, but the one standing opposite him is the person who escaped from the laboratory and fought hard to raise an army of 5,000. Mike's rise from being a mere experiment subjected to bloodletting to today's commander of the Archipelago Defense Line has never relied on resources gifted by the Alliance. It has all been fought for with his own blood and sweat. From breaking out of the factory to fighting to the death at the Silver Gate Bridge, from holding the Lonely Island to the current Archipelago Defense Line, no matter how many times he falls, he can stand up again. What he relies on is not military factories or an overwhelming propaganda machine, but a group of brothers who climbed out of despair with him. These people cannot be scattered. Last time the Ancestor lost a battle. This time he will only suffer even more devastating defeat. The old martial artist rose early in the morning, as usual, walking alone into the small training room adjacent to the practice field to perform a set of Tai Chi. He had been practicing this form for over 70 years, having first begun when he was a child, and had never missed a morning. At the moment he completed his movements, he suddenly felt a swelling in his dantian, as if something that had been compressed for a long time had suddenly burst forth. Throughout these 70 years of stance training and punching, the old martial artist unknowingly absorbed fragments of spiritual energy from the air, which permeated quietly into his bones and meridians over decades, without any guiding technique. In that instant, he became fully awake. Immediately, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from his body, crashing directly into the spiritual energy array above Kunlun City. The originally faint blue array suddenly blazed into white, and then alarms began to sound throughout the... Everyone knew that the leap from the extraordinary realm to the true one realm was an insurmountable hurdle, yet he had quietly crossed it in a single step. The old martial artist suddenly felt that all the strength he had accumulated in his bones over the past 70 years surged to the surface at this moment. He felt as if he were dreaming and mumbled what is happening. Chen Jin sensed the commotion in his office and quickly arrived at the martial arts academy. He saw the old martial artist standing in the middle of the room, surrounded by a halo of true One Realm spiritual energy. At a glance he realized something was amiss. This spiritual pressure was even denser than that of Zhou Hong when he reached the pinnacle of the return to origin realm, and it was different from normal cultivation. The energy was not concentrated in the dantian, but rather dispersed throughout his body, hidden within every joint and muscle. He scanned the old martial artist's dantian with his divine sense, and found it to be genuinely in the true One Realm. He had directly jumped over the entire return to origin realm from the extraordinary realm, without any buffer, all achieved through a set of punches. After retracting his perception, Chen Jin remained silent for a while. The path he had only seen in ancient texts in his past life had been quietly traversed by an old man who had practiced martial arts for 70 years. The old martial artist looked at him, showing no excitement on his face, just like when he usually taught punches. I feel as though I have broken through. I'm not sure, can you take a look for me? True One Realm, directly jumping from the extraordinary realm to the true One Realm. You have crossed the entire return to origin realm. Chen Jin looked at him with a serious expression. How did you accomplish this? The old martial artist pondered and replied, after finishing the punches I felt a bit of swelling in my dantian, and then I broke through. He spoke very earnestly. Chen Jin suddenly recalled a passage he had read in ancient relics in his past. The relics mentioned that in ancient times there were no systematic cultivation techniques. Practitioners repeated the same movements day after day, allowing their bodies to resonate with spiritual energy over the years. This path was extremely slow, but its foundational stability far surpassed any later cultivation system. Later, as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth rapidly diminished, this path was severed, and the concentration of spiritual energy could no longer support pure physical tempering. Ancient practitioners either died of old age or transitioned to later cultivation systems. When he read this record in his past life, he thought it was mere legend. Now, standing in Kunlun City during the era of spiritual energy revival, he witnessed an old man who had practiced martial arts for 70 years stepping into the true One Realm using the methods of ancient practitioners. The news spread across various base cities, causing a stir even greater than when Zhou Hong broke through to the pinnacle of the return to origin realm. The old martial artist had crossed the entire return to origin realm overnight. His current realm had surpassed all known extraordinary beings in Longhua, except for Chen Jin, while Chen Jin's physical realm was only at the first level of the true One Realm. After receiving the news, he rushed over from the RD department. He repeatedly tested the old martial artist with a spiritual power detector. The results showed that the old martial artist's spiritual power sediment density far exceeded that of any known practitioners. All of his spiritual power was evenly distributed deep within his bones and fascia, not concentrated in the dantian, but permeating throughout his entire body. He stared at the data for a long time. This distribution of spiritual power was not described in any existing cultivation textbooks. Finally, he wrote a line in the old martial artist's file notes: ancient path, currently the only known person to have traversed this path, current realm, true One Realm, the foremost powerhouse in Longhua. Su Wanqing searched through all versions of the extraordinary medical system, but could not find any precedent for a practitioner over 70 years old breaking through two major realms. She conducted a full set of cellular activity tests on the old martial artist, and noted in her log cellular activity is equivalent to that of early-stage practitioners, but the amount of spiritual power sediment is 3 times that of an ordinary true One Realm. The accumulation of over 70 years was realized all at once, enabling him to leap over the entire return to origin realm. This kind of explosive progress is non-replicable. No one can spend another 70 years to accumulate the same. Chen Jin sat alone in his office with He's testing data and Su Wanqing's cellular activity report placed before him. In his past life, it took him 10 years to climb from the discovery realm to the second level of the king realm. He had seen countless geniuses, prodigies who improved cultivation techniques, and powerful beings who emerged through the awakening of special physiques in battle. But none of them had walked the same path as the old martial artist. This path required an enormous time span. In an era without spiritual energy revival, one might not even reach the discovery realm in a lifetime. The North Island Alliance has undergone a complete transformation. The direct military corps has begun to aggressively capture awakened individuals, and the sound of knocking at the door in the dead of night has become the most terrifying noise among the awakened community. Those who once thought that abolishing the Registration Act meant liberation are dragged from their beds by soldiers breaking down their doors, their wrists once again shackled with suppressive cuffs. This wave of arrests was carried out without public announcement, legal procedures, or avenues for appeal. The shapeshifter, in the capacity of the Grand Speaker, declared that this was a necessary security screening to maintain the new order. Electronic billboards on the streets flashed during the security screening. All awakened individuals must cooperate with the direct military corps. No one dared to voice any doubts in public. The remaining opposition in the parliament had long been purged, and the editors of major media outlets had all been replaced with trusted confidants appointed by the shapeshifter. Throughout the alliance, there was no longer any opposing force willing to speak out. The forum was permeated with an extreme sense of dread, with someone posting a video capturing the moment their neighbor was taken away, soldiers violently kicking open the door, while the children inside cowered in the living room, crying uncontrollably. The post was shared by thousands within minutes, only to be forcibly deleted by the back-end administrators. Someone else secretly recorded a video of the scene, showing several soldiers from the direct military corps dragging away the struggling, awakened individuals to an armored vehicle. An elderly person knelt by the roadside, desperately gripping a soldier's pant leg, crying out for mercy. These videos continued to circulate privately, being deleted and then re-uploaded, causing the forum server to crash several times within just a few days. The captured awakened individuals would be transported in batches to remote secret laboratories with the internal project codenamed Compound 6. The core purpose of this project is singular: to extract the active substances from the core abilities of the awakened individuals and synthesize enhanced serums, all to supply the ancestor solely to unilaterally enhance his own power. He was not developing a universal enhancement agent for everyone. He merely sought to continually augment himself, making himself even stronger. The ancestor was fully aware of his own origins. His formidable physique, heat vision, and flight abilities were all products forcibly pieced together from the ability fragments of dozens of awakened individuals that Coulson had dissected. He himself was a stitched-together experiment, with every ounce of power corresponding to the serial numbers of the fallen awakened. Coulson was already dead, and the laboratory that had transformed his body had been burned down by him, yet the ability fragments that had been pieced together still remained within him. These foreign powers require a continuous supply of active nutrients to maintain stability, but once the supply is cut off, his own abilities will gradually decline and disintegrate. The veteran researchers who had remained in the laboratory since Coulson's era were all too familiar with this extraction process. The so-called extraction of the active core abilities essentially involves stripping away the spiritual energy circuits from the neural pathways while the subject is alive, inflicting torment far beyond any form of torture. They stood by the experimental bed in gas masks, recording data and adjusting extraction parameters. Some wrote cold words in the experimental log: the activity of the third batch of samples is higher than the previous two, and the extraction efficiency of the core from second-tier awakened is several times that of first-tier. It is recommended to prioritize capturing targets of second-tier and above. This record was secretly copied and taken out of the laboratory by a morally uneasy assistant researcher, ultimately circulating on public forums. In just a few weeks, dozens of awakened individuals had lost their lives in the brutal extraction experiments. Meanwhile, the North Island Alliance publicly labeled their cause of death as deceased due to illness during the security screening. As the data on the extraction benefits from second-tier awakened individuals was reported, Gregor directly adjusted the capture priorities, focusing on targets of second-tier and above, and the capture operations became even more frequent and frenzied. An awakened individual who managed to escape from the laboratory anonymously posted recounting the entire process of their abilities being forcibly extracted. A passage at the end of the post was shared repeatedly by countless individuals. They still regard us as components that can be dismantled. The Coulson era merely drained our blood, now they are taking our lives directly. The ancestor has taken the position once occupied by Coulson, yet his methods are even more ruthless than Coulson's. He is not bound by any rules. Our lives and deaths depend solely on his command. Regarding the actions of the laboratory, the ancestor does not make any deliberate attempts to conceal them. He stood on the top balcony of the Alliance headquarters addressing the thousands of soldiers from the direct military corps in the square, with a loudspeaker amplifying his voice throughout the city. The era of the awakened has arrived. Those unwilling to make sacrifices for the new era are betraying this age. I am not punishing anyone. I am simply asking you to make your final contribution to the evolution of humanity. The soldiers in the square shouted in unison the name of the Savior. Not long after the shapeshifter signed another executive order, all awakened individuals must report to the conscription station within the specified time limit. Those who fail to appear will be classified as security screening subjects. Voluntarily coming forward still offers a glimmer of hope, who once captured at their doorstep, they will be deemed hostile. The public sentiment on the forum quietly shifted. More and more individuals began to recall and compare with someone posting in reflection, when Mike was in charge of the Rift, he never turned against his own people. During the Battle of the Silver Gate Bridge, he destroyed the bridge to cover the escape of ordinary people, yet now some dismantle awakened individuals merely to satisfy their own desires. The Rift's encampments have always welcomed awakened individuals who were left with no options. They protect people and do not arbitrarily plunder the powers of others. Initially, these voices were drowned out by fearful insults, but the number of postings continued to grow. Someone even compiled all the publicly available history of the Rift since its establishment, writing a long post titled "The Rules of the Rift Remain Unchanged," listing the few bottom lines that have been upheld, from the yellowed notices in the mining area to the training manuals of the islands. At the end of the post, a lament was expressed. Since the ancestor took power, the rules of the North Island Alliance have been repeatedly changed, leaving only power and plunder. Gradually, some began to muster the courage to issue a call. I hope the Rift can take over the North Island Alliance, and Mike should step forward. Not merely for revenge over past grievances, but to restore the dignity of all awakened individuals. When the news reached the isolated islands, Mike was inspecting new recruits training on the beach with Drake. Bruce projected the gathered screenshots of public opinion onto the communication terminal and handed them to him. Mike stared at the unfamiliar posts on the screen for a long time. Most of those calling for him were not members of the Rift. They had not shared compressed biscuits in the basement of the mine, nor had they stood shoulder to shoulder defending the Silver Gate Bridge. They were simply at the end of their ropes, instinctively calling out his name in despair. Next, Bruce pulled up the complete intelligence on Compound 6, including the experimental records secretly taken out by the assistant researcher and the testimonies of escaped awakened individuals. Mike read through it meticulously and fell into silence. He is forcibly extending his life using the lives of others. Mike's tone was calm, yet carried a hint of heaviness. When Coulson created him, he was originally a product pieced together from fragments of abilities. These foreign powers need a continuous supply of active cores to maintain stability, but once the supply is cut off, his body will slowly collapse and disintegrate. The ancestor appears to be growing stronger, but in essence it is merely a manifestation of his inner fear, fearing his complete disintegration, which drives him to continuously capture others and extract their cores, injecting their powers into himself. Each injection grants him temporary strength, but also makes him increasingly reliant on this plunder, turning him into a monster shackled by drugs and power. This battle must be fought, Drake declared firmly, standing beside him, gazing at the new recruits practicing in formation on the sea. Indeed, it must be fought. Mike nodded, then looked toward the vast sea in the distance. But not now. We must wait until the island's defense is fully completed and gather more awakened individuals left with no options to strengthen ourselves. Wait for him to charge forward to the reef defense line, and then let him crash against it once more. At this moment, the ancestor stood in the top-floor office of the Alliance headquarters, facing the floor-to-ceiling window. His reflection was cast upon the glass, golden hair still intact, white cloak unchanged, yet the skin beneath his eyes began to show faint cracks. Those cracks were not wounds, they were marks from the excessive accumulation of Compound No. 6, burning outward from within. He touched his cheek, then lowered his hand, and turned to look at the experimental report on the desk. The head of the experiment stood beside him, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, unable to meet his gaze while speaking. The report stated the final batch of Compound No. 6 had passed all clinical tests, and the second-phase human trials were all completed. None of the test subjects survived, but the activity index of the compound itself had reached multiples of the originally designed standards. The ancestor tossed the report back onto the desk. Tested on civilians. The head of the experiment dared not refute, only complying obediently. The civilian test subjects were captured from remote towns of the Alliance. They had no awakened abilities and theoretically had no compatibility with Compound No. 6, but this was precisely what the ancestor wanted. He wanted to know what reaction ordinary people would have after being injected with the compound. As a result, no one survived this experiment. The ancestor himself broke through after injecting the final batch of Compound No. 6. The various core abilities within him triggered a chain reaction under the stimulation of the ultra-high concentration of active ingredients. His super physique, heat vision, flight, super strength, and super speed. These components, originally severed from different awakened beings, truly merged for the first time under the catalysis of the excessive compound. He looked at his hands, the cracks on his palms had disappeared after the breakthrough, and the surface of his skin was so smooth it felt unlike that of a human. Then he raised his right hand, fingers spread. A sphere of light, brighter, whiter, and purer than heat vision began to take shape in his palm. He He then hurled the sphere against the load-bearing wall of the laboratory, instantly vaporizing the wall, and the reinforced concrete was directly torn apart in the bright light. He named this ability Solar Flare. It was the first thing he had named himself rather than being named by others. Although Compound No. 6 had broken through, its erosion of the central nervous system was more severe than before. The fragments of consciousness left behind by the extracted cores of awakened beings were injected into the ancestor's body along with the active ingredients. Shortly after the breakthrough, he began to frequently experience uncontrollable emotional outbursts. A soldier from his direct army used inappropriate wording while reporting patrol results, saying that the awakened beings in a certain town were not very cooperative. Shortly after the breakthrough, he began to frequently experience uncontrollable emotional outbursts. A soldier from his direct army used inappropriate wording while reporting patrol results, saying that the awakened beings in a certain The face changer attempted to calm him down in his capacity as the speaker, subtly indicating during an internal meeting that the recent public executions had caused serious negative reactions internationally. The ancestor seized the face changer by the neck, lifting him off the ground. The face changer kicked in the air a few times before being released back to the floor. He slumped to the ground, clutching his throat, coughing for a long time. The ancestor looked down at him and said that the Alliance did not need an international image, the Alliance only needed obedience. Gregory was the only one who could still communicate with him normally. He had figured out the patterns of the ancestor's emotional outbursts. The more often abilities were used, the more unstable the emotions, the shorter the interval between injections of Compound No. 6, the more intense the rage response. Thus he always chose to report important matters during the time when the ancestor had just injected the compound, when the effects were most stable. But even Gregory, being careful, sometimes faced uncontrollable situations. During a routine tactical briefing, he mentioned that the current progress of the capture is lagging behind expectations. Before he could finish, the ancestor slammed his fist on the desk, penetrating the alloy surface. Gregory took a step back in fright, nearly activating his ability in defense. The ancestor stared at him for a long time, then took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and said, "Catch up on the progress. I do not care about the process, I only want results." Gregory completed the integration of the army under such high pressure. The direct army was reorganized after the ancestor broke through the solar flare, with all soldiers being reclassified into several combat clusters based on their ability attributes. The frontal breakthrough cluster was composed of speed type and strength type awakened beings responsible for breaching the defense line. The long-range firepower cluster consisted of wind and fire awakened beings responsible for frontal suppression and position destruction, while the perception and intelligence cluster was composed of perception-type awakened beings and technicians. They were responsible for battlefield monitoring and communication coordination. The Special Operations Group was composed of former warriors and Gregory's confidants, directly reporting to Gregory. They were tasked with executing the ancestor's special orders, including capture suppressions and those operations not disclosed to the public. The total number of the army reached thousands, spread across multiple domestic bases and forward-gathering areas. The Alliance's military factories reactivated the special ammunition production lines left over from the Coulson era, beginning mass production of armor-piercing ammunition and portable suppression weapons targeting awakened beings. Once the equipment was distributed, Gregory held a pledge rally in the largest gathering square in the homeland. Thousands of awakened beings stood in formation before him, uniformly dressed in deep blue military standard combat uniforms, with the silhouette of the ancestor's white cloak embroidered on the flag. Gregory stood on the reviewing platform with the electronic screen behind him displaying the target coordinates, the isolated island's defense line. He addressed all the soldiers. Your savior has given you power. Your enemies are hiding on the small island across the sea. They call themselves the Fault Line. They are traitors. The only fate for traitors is to be crushed by the times. Thousands shouted in unison, "Savior," and crushed the fault line. Gregory stood on the platform watching the thousands of young faces below, fully aware that most of these people had never even participated in a real extraordinary battle. They had no idea what the fault line was, or how terrifying it could be. The intelligence gathered by the Northern Island Alliance reached the isolated island through multiple channels within days. Mike stood before the stone wall, having viewed all the footage and intercepted communications from beginning to end, then turned off the projection and faced the core circle. Last time the ancestor came, we had fewer than 1,000 people. We drove him back without any preparation. His tone was like stating a fact that had already occurred. And now we have 5,000 people, 5 islands, and a deep defensive line across the entire sea. Does he think he can crush us with a few thousand recruits and Compound No. 6? Let him come. The Alliance fleet approached along the horizon, dozens of ships spreading out in a loose wedge formation while the flagship hovered in the air. Gregory sat in the command cabin, his fingers gliding across the tactical screen. Countless glowing dots covered the entire sea area, with thousands of Awakens scattered across each ship, soldiers on deck, clad entirely in deep blue combat uniforms. He commanded deploy. Within minutes, each ship responded in turn, engines roaring to life as the formation instantly spread out. From the lookout tower of the solitary island lighthouse, fleets pushed forward, parting the sea. An assistant stood behind him, reporting all defensive positions are in place. Underwater early warning nets are operating at full power. Real-time data synchronization is complete. Mike pressed the all-frequency broadcast button, static briefly crackling over the channel. His voice was calm, resonating at every position across the 5 islands. They are coming. Proceed as planned. As the fleet entered the long-range firepower range, the first wave of attacks erupted abruptly. The transport ship's hatch opened and dozens of landing craft descended.